these teams in a lot of ways is meta read. And
Leaks coverage sometimes can be really oppressive. You know, you try and do complete worlds coverage, but like 80+% of the songs on a League of Legends playlist are not DMCA free. So
and then they forget that composition ever exists for the next 6 months. You know, like these things have been infuriating.
Being able to monetize content on YouTube is truly gonna come from my own content, because all this worlds coverage or whatever, well, it's nice, will never get me anywhere.
These early boy grubs, the Rift Heralds, but oftentimes they're putting themselves.
I'm sad also that my pick'ems, I'm losing two teams in my pick'ems because horrible draws. But hey, it's okay.
Yep, and miracles abound for both of these teams as well. Of course, Weibo almost achieving it last year, making it all the way to the grand final. King
but here we are.
Performed the miracle.
The final day of Swiss.
And he has been one of the talking points.
We move to quarters the next time we are at Worlds.
2022 form just yet, but
it's an elimination match between DK and Weibo Gaming.
I love the Skarner ban. I think getting rid of that, I think the Skarner meta we were seeing unfold yesterday was something that was getting towards problematic territory.
Yeah, it's very, very strong, especially into a lot of those dive compositions. Also interesting to see the Ashe ban, because this traditionally means you're trying to set up for something like a Kalista bot lane or something like that, or you want to try and get rid of what has been a good pick for Light in general, domestically, but it still says to me that you're either looking at maybe an Orianna here, if the One ban comes through last, or a potential for an early Kalista to try and have that strong bot lane where you can fight toe-to-toe against Light and Cruise.
Yep, and I wonder whether DK were watching yesterday, because Xiaohu looked really good on the Orianna. Something that was sort of banned, and then that allowed things to look a little bit better, and then just came out with an incredible performance. So Xiao, I think that one needs to be addressed. The Yone still going to be banned away. Feels a little bit more like a King ban, which is very, very strange. But Kalista going to be locked in first up. This is something that you were expecting, perhaps, but for me, I don't know. I feel like it's very, very dangerous to get what feels like a bit more of a niche in your first round.
I think it's
Kalista blind.
Crisp hasn't been particularly strong in the laning phase, so having that opportunity to just try.
I feel like taking away Light's Kalista is important, but we kind of just left the Ezreal open.
Also, Weibo have kind of been playing a lot of these compositions that tend to jump in on top of you, like the Ares and having this kind of stuff. So an opportunity to go for a Kalista or Renata can always allude to removing some of those dive potentials from the opposite side.
Yeah, but this could be Orianna Nocturne.
Yeah.
Orianna Nocturne's like pretty good, Dagda, I think.
It's not bad, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm a bit worried about that part of it.
I think if you go like Renata Maokai, I think you're on an okay spot. You're just like, hey, look, I'm not gonna be able to do a huge amount when it comes to outpacing the Nocturne, but as we start to move into the later portion of the game, I just deny every sort of engage that you have.
Loving the draft.
And then you can try and focus on the Nocturne. Also, if you try and jump
I'm tired. We have back-to-back casts this week, but it was interesting yesterday. We reached a new max viewers, which is nice.
And there is that Renata Glass that you were talking about. Really interesting seeing Renata locked in for DK, because my body is telling me.
Not the biggest fan of Showmakers LeBlanc, be 100% honest. Lastly, not a big fan of LeBlanc this tournament in general.
Not necessarily his style of play. This guy is more of the rel guy, and we'll just have to see. Of course, Kellen was the Renata Glass player. Of course, Moham has played it before, and we'll see how him and Aiming are going to do with such a powerful...
I hope DK does well. I would love to see them go further than Weibo, but one of these teams is out of Worlds. After this, it's going to be sad.
With this combo, and I'll just see what I can do as I try and blast someone out of it on the back line. But Jax on the opposite side coming through for Breed. This is something that he's looked relatively decent on.
Breed looks great on this champion. There's over banning Cassante, probably.
Well, it's not going to be the Cassante, that one, as you say.
Also, no, we already banned Nara, so now we can ban something else.
Maybe something like an Ezreal, just to remove some of Light's comfort picks. Does seem like a bit of an option, but we could look towards the support pool as well.
He's
to make sure that this Renata is going to be working out, and that is where they're going to sit.
A pretty big troll pick, not gonna lie. Because if you don't win the game at like the 20-minute mark, it's over. I haven't get banned the Aatrox here.
Has backline threat with that ultimate, but also having his own safety just makes it very difficult to try and respond.
I don't know.
It also opens up Chris to start roaming around the map and makes it a little bit more difficult for you to force some sort of 2v2 play. So yeah, I'm curious to see
okay.
exactly what the plan is.
The Gragas is also something Kingen is very used to playing. Apologies for the delay on yesterday's upload. Apparently, it took a billion years to process the video. I love that Riot uses a DMCA only playlist, so like the checking takes even longer. When I get to monetize these videos or whatever, I am gonna like just mute all the stream segments that have the copyrighted music, because I can't really edit everything out. Well, I'll just use the YouTube to do it automatically.
Yeah, oh, this would be spicy though.
Oh,
okay, so
okay. Wait, what came to play?
This is exciting to see if you can now just outrange and outpoke your bottom side and just say, hey, we don't really care about
the biggest problem.
We're just going to instead look to take
is
over
that DK's already on. Ooh, I don't like this. I do.
Saying how much you wanted to see the
I mean, it's a good pick into the Jax, not gonna lie, but I just don't like it against Caitlyn. Oh, it would have been Jungle Udyr at Worlds? Ain't no way. 0 for 3. But yeah, it's Lucid's Lee Sin. It's pretty good. Ah, the Renekton bait here. Why are you counter-picking yourself? Just play the Aatrox here, buddy. You at least scale. Play the Aatrox. Don't pick Renekton into Jax. You pick Jax into Renekton, not the reverse. Okay, there you go. Much better pick. Much better pick. 100%.
As we predicted before, something that Kingen has oftentimes gone back to. Caitlyn Lux, a no-brainer, and outranging.
Let's go.
It's gonna be easy now.
Double Kuma Rainbow. Let's go, my boy Chris. Oh hell yeah, my sexy boy Chris. My favorite motherfucker. Oh Jesus Christ! They saw 2 champions at the same time on the side of DK. I was surprised. Anyways, you know the rules. I'm gonna input. This time I'm not going back to bed. Don't worry. I'm gonna go put a chicken burger in the chicken burger spot.
Curious as to how DK try and operate with this style, whereas when I look across a Weibo, it feels very easy to figure out how they want to play. Like, try and put a bunch of resources into this Caitlyn Lux on bot side, feed that pressure, but on the counterpoint, you'd usually want a nice jungler that can kind of facilitate a lot of that early pressure, like sit around that bottom side, but that's also not what Nocturne does. So I've got a couple of questions coming in.
Yeah, actually, it might be somewhere that Lucid can play around, right? Because Caitlyn Lux, if you've ever seen them before, they are often under the enemy turret, not their own turret, is kind of how that one goes. But coaches going to fist bump. This feels like DK have kind of decided to go with the game plan of Weibo in their first game yesterday, which didn't quite work out for them. All in on the early game, trying to get these big advantages early, get the game over and done with, and create that match point opportunity for yourself. I think certainly would be good for taking the pressure off, but can be a bit of a gamble if things go wrong. I mean, a Caitlyn Orianna certainly do provide a lot of insurance moving into the latter half of the game, but there is that trough you need to talk about. And I feel like I'm a bit of a broken record with. So much to go through here as we get into our very first game of the day. D+ taking on Weibo Gaming. This is for all of the marbles, actually all of them. Either you're on a plane home or you're on a plane to Paris after this best of 3. And DK really starting in a tough foot, I think. I think having the pressure to put on all of it early on is difficult to deal with, because if you can sit back and sort of absorb, it's less stressful, is the way I sort of think about it. So we'll see what they can make happen. And of course, there is a lot of comfort here for so many of these players. Yeah, and I think that's where trying to lean into that comfort is going to work well for DK. Because for Lucid, you have 2 options you can really play for. You can either try and play around this bottom side of the map and punish Light and Crisp as they're overextending, or you do a quick pit stop in towards Showmaker and say, hey, I want to burn Summoner spells onto our Xiaohu, maybe we get a kill, but either way, I unlock Showmaker to start to play around this bottom side as well. And it becomes really difficult for Light and Crisp to play out through this Caitlyn Lux combo, especially as we were already saying,
Nocturne is not a jungler that wants to sit in bot lane. He wants to farm. He wants to be able to spin his camps up as soon as they're available. But I don't think you really have an option here as Tarzan if you want to try and go for that.
Yep. And I love this. Seeing Tarzan versus Lucid, it just feels like Lucid is trying to step into Tarzan's shoes of 2019, right? Like, Tarzan was an explosion when he came into the LCK alongside Griffin. It was sort of that time. D+ was another example of one of these teams that represented the new guard of the LCK. And Lucid, I think, is trying to do a very similar thing. We've had a lot of players, especially in the jungle role, like Peanut, like Canyon, that have been around for quite a long time, Owner included in that one. So you can go through the list. And Lucid really one of the bigger high points, I think, for a new player. See what he can do here up against one of the players that did manage to do it in the past.
It is funny when you see the amount of veterancy that he's going up against on Weibo's side, like world champion, multiple time MSI champion. Like, it's definitely a bit of a shock when you see so many of these members away from the teams that they kind of got their starts on. You think of like RNG for Xiaohu, FPX for Chris, but it's kind of more towards the end of their careers, it feels like this stage. So wanting to show the new upstarts kind of what they can do, but I mean, you definitely have a lot of veteran players on the opposite side for DK as well.
Oh, you really do. It's a lot of very, very new and some older ones. But remember, ladies and gentlemen, log in to your Riot account on lolesports.com and watch Worlds live to earn exclusive Worlds emotes, icons, and capsules. Get all of that cool stuff. It's free. It's very cool. But this is Xiaohu's 100th Worlds game, Dag. Did you know that? That's crazy.
Yeah. I mean, the screen did tell me. But
oh, the screen told you. I mean, I was hoping that you were just going to look at me and not actually look at the screen, but you cheated, and I guess that's all right. We didn't tell you the rules beforehand, so it's a tough one. All right, Showmaker and Xiaohu just trading farm here. You can see Xiaohu able to get the shove. That's something that Orianna is pretty good at. Getting the shove is a theme for this bottom lane as well. As we know, Moham now just holding down the fort as best he can. A little bit of a cheater recall coming in for aiming, getting those all-important shoes for the Kalista. She does very much like those, but going to miss out on a fair bit of farm here underneath the turret, and already one plate going down. Man, they really love their crockery, don't they? Caitlyn and Lux, very, very good at collecting it from enemy turrets.
And one of the reasons why we thought that we'd see more of this Caitlyn Lux was just because of the changes to the towers. The bot lane tower is so weak at the moment. You can pick up a ton of these place knights and early, but this is sick pathing from Lucid. Tarzan moved down to cover the bot lane, but Lucid snuck around.
Yeah, and you can see Lucid actually knew because Tarzan just cleared out that ward, and now Moham going to be flashing forward. Everyone misses everything, but Lucid's still in position. Tarzan going to get down. The Tempest, the Q not going to connect, and it's Lucid that's caught on a trap. First blood, it's a disaster for D+, and it should be another one as the Lucid Singularity comes down. The double kill for the Caitlyn. And yeah, I don't need to talk about troughs anymore. I think that Light's going to be just okay.
It's 2 Qs missed for DK, but it's QQ for them as well. It's so sad to see them just completely whiff. And Weibo, a nice trap from Light. The turnaround.
It's a game to echo.
Oh man, it feels like unforced error, but it also feels like they were just red. And Weibo knew exactly what they needed to do. Maybe D+ moving up a little bit early or something like that. I felt like the initial setup felt really cool. Just didn't quite work out, and this double miss, oh man.
It was a great sidestep from Crisp, and then this is unfortunate from Lucid, just not quite able to connect on towards Crisp. But I love the idea, right? Disrupt Light and Crisp before they can get that first reset off and really take over in the laning phase. But Tarzan in position, they couldn't quite get the kills off quick enough. And it means that 2 kills go over and all these plates. It's a 1.1k gold lead already for the King.
That is absolutely gigantic, because the thing that we talk about all the time is that Caitlyn, if you are just going even, you're still, even if you're ahead by getting a few of these extra plates, things like that, that Caitlyn tends to do, you still often feel a bit trapped when you're on those 2 items and things like that. You really want to get to 3 to really feel like a threat. Light not going to have that issue whatsoever. So this is going to be a very different style of game, and something that D+ are going to have to try and play around. And the thing that's really, really difficult is now picking yourself up after things go wrong like this with this composition that wanted to flourish early.
And the thing is, you kind of missed that timing window now for Lucid where you could really affect the lane. We talked about the level 6 being hit for Tarzan. He would like to just continuously farm through. Well, he cleared all of his camps, got the play on bot side, reset it, is now farmed through his camps once again. So he's very quickly on his way towards that level 6. And for Lucid, you're kind of synced up with him on these plays as you move down towards the bottom side again. Tarzan is once more going to cover where Lucid is probably going to play as Light and Chris push in, just again diminishing the windows of attack that DK have.
Oh, you got Lucid coming back towards his bottom side. There's a great handshake. Crisp, I think, might have been dead if Lucid wasn't there, but he'll come over. He'll grab himself some gold and try to make up for the situation from earlier. Showmaker throwing down a Mimic Distortion on top of Xiaohu, but not really doing too much. He's going to have to exit stage left, as now Tarzan going to collect a Q from Lucid, spell shielded it nicely. He's not going to be able to fight him just yet. As we can see, some wards being cleared out. No Dragon's going to be taken just yet. First one going to be a Chemtech. Hopefully the next one's an Ocean, so we're saved from any Dragons that are going to bother us if they're a Soul.
Yeah, still though, I think the fact that you've now got this kill on bot side helps out DK massively. They can start to move up, take some of these Void Grubs. The pressure that you were under if these Void Grubs start to go towards Caitlyn is absolutely absurd. So being able to at least diminish that thanks to the kill on bot, getting the quicker reset for Aiming and Moham means they can move up top side. And I think you're in a relatively okay spot. I mean, obviously you still got that big Caitlyn in the bot lane, but at least she's not being snowballed completely out of control right now.
Yep, and we do have those grubs being started on full vision here of Weibo, but with the man advantage, it should be absolutely fine. Recall did come through from King, and he actually moved down towards that bottom side of the map, had just teleported top, but goes, buys some shoes, and heads down there to try and defend from this Caitlyn Lux.
He will need to equalize this wave immediately, though. I don't even know if he yes, he got into range for it, so this should deny Light being able to get any more of these plates, which is really what he was looking for on this cross-map trade. And now that you post 5 minutes, at least Amy and Moham can get some plates in the top end, but it's the next wave that is now going to be a bit of an issue where Light and Crisp kind of need someone to push against them, because otherwise they will just take this turret so quickly.
Oh, absolutely. You can see Light already throwing a Peacemaker through these minions. That next wave is going to be over there extraordinarily soon. Lucid now moving in, now actually looking for Xiaohu here. Kingen in position. There's the flash into the kick with the paranoia to immediately answer. The chain's connected, but Xiaohu should be all right. Looks like Lucid will be able to get himself out of there as well with the backup plan that was Kingen. Breathe underneath this turret could be in some trouble as well, but they're running out of minions. And Moham tanks up the turret there just to make sure that aiming is going to be all right. Oh, man. It is DK pulling back to about a 500 gold deficit now. It was a whole lot worse, so that is good news, but it is still feeling like this could just tip one way or the other so incredibly quickly, and Lucid getting taken down to 200 health is certainly helping with that sentiment.
DK kind of needed something to land there, though. Not getting the kill onto Xiaohu means, look, bot again. Light is once more back on towards his turret. Breathe used the Grandmaster's Might just to keep himself tanky enough so he can stick around for this wave as well, and it means that DK haven't really found that footing. I'm actually surprised that Light is now resetting. Maybe they are just looking at further turret plates there. They may just send Light up towards this top half of the map and look to snowball this again even further for the Caitlyn.
Yeah, I think that it's a bit of a mulligan. I think that turret, anyone can sort of go over there, and a stiff breeze should be able to take that one down. See Aiming and Moham turning back up towards that top, bottom side of the map as well. Collector is done, and I actually love this. This is my favorite Caitlyn build because it feels the least bad on 2 items. You go Collector IE, you don't quite have the attack speed just yet, but your abilities do a heck of a lot of damage.
Also, just how hard you hit off of that 1 item spike is absolutely absurd. So if Amy never gets caught, say, by a net or a trap or anything in between, it is lights out, especially if Chris plans a bind.
Lights out, I get it. That was a good one, Dagda.
It's completely unintentional, but thanks for, you've just thrown now entirely.
You're supposed to just pretend that you had that one planned from last week. Or something like that.
See, I'm not used to casting with someone who calls me out for the random nonsense that I say, you know?
And neither am I, and I actually have to do it myself. I was doing it all yesterday, and it felt quite uncomfortable. So don't worry, I'm here. I've got you back.
Way too nice to me.
Yeah, I know. Never wants to put me under the bus, but I grew up with Papa Smithy, you know? That's where I lived. Okay, that is going to be a big chain of damage. Crisp, not a lot of follow-up here. No one in paranoia range. I think Tarzan was actually pretty close. Moham's able to walk out this time around. Of course, level 1 paranoia doesn't really feel like you're coming in from that far away. Now Lucid spotted on a ward, but they know that it's there. Information understood. Looks like DK going to settle for some shellfish here. Crisp looking to try and slow them down. Tarzan might be able to come over for a little bit of a steal, but it is Lucid that's able to get it. After the Duskbringer does go down, as now Lucid wanted to safeguard over, and he was actually out of range. That was very, very weird and uncomfortable, but it's fine. gets over towards the Krogs, and now this bottom lane, it should be just not long for the world. These minions might be dealt with, but I think Light, a couple of autos should be able to do it. Although, never mind. Gonna have to wait for the next wave.
Yeah, Showmaker was bluffing a roam down towards the bottom side, trying to see if he could just force Weibo off, but they kind of just called it, especially with Tarzan in the area. They were happy enough to go. And now, oh, here's the play though.
Yeah, teleport to come in. It is the counter paranoia. It's a decent ulti from aiming, but already out of there is Moham. Has to deal with it as Showmaker. He gets in. Xiaohu goes down incredibly low. Showmaker has the chains, and he connects it, and now Tarzan's just trying to get himself out of there. But I think he's going to be rendered down, and aiming collects the kill. DK back on the board, and the bounce back is looking great.
Xiaohu TP'd in way too close to DK, and they punish accordingly. Light and Crisp had already gotten out. They burn all their summoner spells to do so, but Xiaohu TP'd into the middle of everyone and ends up going down and bringing Tarzan with them.
Beautifully done, and D+, they needed that. They now have a gold advantage, but Breathe in this mid lane, going to be grabbing some more plates. Let's have a look at this fight one more time. Tarzan immediately there, ready with the paranoia, but this teleport from Showmaker, just a whole lot better.
Great ward to get him in, and then Light even getting this cleanse means that he's able to be in a position to flash away, but Xiaohu TPing onto the wave, man, he didn't even get his ultimate off. He's just on full retreat the second he gets in here, and DK focus him down incredibly well, even putting the bailout on towards aiming, so if a ton of burst came out of nowhere, he was never going to fall down.
I think Showmaker played that about as perfectly as you possibly could. This guy's LeBlanc has been, it was banned all playoffs, basically. He is an incredible threat on this champion. I think if you've been a fan of League of Legends since about 2020, you'll know this guy has been pretty synonymous with this champion. But Grub's going down, 5 of them picked up here by DK, and they might even be able to get the 6th as Kingan's rotating over. And Weibo not going to be able to get any of these. And now the 6 Grubs question is going to be coming in. I think DK taking the 6 is far better for denial, in my opinion. Caitlyn with Grubs, no. That is too much demolition.
Just a question of how well DK can use it though, because with Mountain Dragon now up, it feels like Weibo going to try and turn their attention towards that. At least Showmaker being able to push back Breathe a little bit in this bot side thanks to the range advantage should be okay to get bot side control, and maybe Showmaker can move into a position to threaten Light and Crisp on this mid wave.
Well, that Dragon not really being considered just yet. Right now, Tarzan with some camps still up and available. We'll be clearing those out before we do see anything. And that turret still on a sliver there towards the bottom side. Almost the only reason the DK have any sort of gold advantage right now is because that standing gold has not been slurped up. And 30 seconds until that plate is going to go wanting as well. As now Lucid coming on over, looking to try and even out the Drake count. And even just one Mountain Drake could be pretty good here for these guys. As Showmaker, decent sidestep, but I think he's still going to get caught out, and that Wombo is going to hold him in position for easily long enough. Now Lucid, can he actually get in here and take this one? And he does so. Finishes the Dragon, so they get that as a consolation prize after losing their mid laner, and there's a Cloud Soul. You love to see it. Xiaohu going to Shockwave Kingan, but Kingan just going to walk it off.
I think it was this time last year you anointed me the Cloud Soul guy, so it's only fitting.
That's because you're with me. Everyone's the Cloud Soul guy. That's just how it goes. Please, I mean, feel free.
Nice job from Lucid, though, to sneak away the Dragon. You can see that Crisp was looking for his reset. Weibo weren't really in a position as Light was only coming back into the map. And now again, Lucid's starting to move up towards this top side. So although Weibo started off as a really nice player on bot side and being able to get a ton of these advantages, DK have actually played at the map state better around a lot of these objectives, and also then found ways to punish Weibo overextending. So DK certainly making their way back into this game.
Yep, it's working out pretty nicely. And now I remember, you're exactly right. You brought the Cloud Souls.
Yeah.
I need to petition to cast with you every single time. It's for my mental state. It's very, very important that I get as many Cloud Souls as possible. Thank you, Dagda. You're the best. Okay, Showmaker now just clearing out this top wave. Should be able to get through that one pretty comfortably. But I think what's going to happen in the next 10 minutes will be really, really important for both of these teams. I think DK need to keep up the pressure as much as possible, and they need to be able to take some turrets. I think that Rift Herald is going to be really, really important.
Well, I think the fact that you have LeBlanc makes things a little bit easier to take them, because Xiaohu does not want to go up against Showmaker in the side lane. This LeBlanc, way more threatening, the ability to just chip away at turrets and that 6 Void Growth buff, even maybe looking at the picks in this jungle as well. So I think this is where Weibo are going to struggle. Light can't really get enough control over mid to threaten the mid lane turret, and DK are decent on sides, just with Kingan being able to clear out waves.
Let's just see. I want to know where Shelly is going to get parked to try and take some money from these structures. I think we're hopeful that it's going to be towards that mid lane, really open up the map, because it is very dangerous for Weibo to get wards onto the map. They have a Lux, and she just does not enter the jungle safely alone very much. Does throw out beams like this, as you can see. That works out, you know, try and find some catches, but you're not going to be very self-sufficient getting deep vision down. So holding onto that outer turret in mid lane really going to be helping Weibo out as far as holding onto any control of this map. It doesn't feel like a clunky composition from Weibo Gaming. You can understand how it all works together, but I feel like a lot of these lulls in the game are a little bit more difficult for them to deal with without some of these champions that are good at getting extra vision.
Yeah, I think the thing is, though, Lucid's done a really good job of creating that lull. Like, this was a game that could have very quickly blown out of control, but he's actually brought it back under reins. And now, as you say, this lull does work out where DK just get to farm up, get this Kalista back into a space where she is relevant. And Lucid's been doing a really good job of, hey, there's a potential where Breeze could maybe play down towards King and all-in. All right, Lucid's just covering. They know Showmaker's never going to die to an all-in. He has flash. He's a bloody LeBlanc. Like, he's going to be fine. So it's more about playing around this top and AD carry, and he's doing a great job. And here comes your Rift Herald.
Yep, straight down into that mid lane as well as now Lucid getting into the enemy jungle. They're not actually going to babysit Shelly here. She's a bit of a distraction as they look towards this top side. Xiaohu possibly overextended perhaps if they are looking for some sort of dive, but I think his turret is very healthy as well up there towards that top side of the map. So DK not going to be able to find too many advantages here, just a bit of damage out of the charge, and that only evens up the amount of damage done to these central structures.
I think it is basically a we'll buy it later plan, because if you look at Dragon setup, you really want Caitlyn to be in River beforehand. You want the vision set up so Tarzan and Xiaohu can jump onto backline as they try and go through. But if you try and set up early in River as Weibo, well, then you just lose the mid lane tower, right? So I think even though it didn't quite get the mid lane structure for them, it still sets up really well for a minute's time when this Dragon spawns.
You can see Weibo actually with a lot of control of this top side river for now. Of course, Scuttle Vision going to be immovable, and D+ will understand what's going on. But now Xiaohu getting procced on here. Sigil of Malice working for Showmaker. Does have a lot of control in these side lanes. Of course, LeBlanc pretty good in the split push. LeBlanc's such a weird champion because I feel like she's like a mage, but also an assassin, also a poke champion, also a split pusher. Depending on how you play it. Of course, Showmaker definitely more of that poke variety. Very good at getting in there, getting the distortions to work.
She's the early season K'Sante.
Yeah,
we didn't quite get
like
to season 11 Power Spike yet.
And then there was Ornn, and then that was like every archetype after that. And then K'Sante came in and ruined everyone's fun. And Showmaker, like, it's topical because we're talking about this with Showmaker in the game, the man who basically defined being frustrated by K'Sante. And he's not in this game, and it was banned by Weibo. He probably said thank you.
Yeah. He was very happy to see it. But
yeah, it's glorious.
I think the silent winner in this game has been Breeze. The moments where Kingen has been trying to roam around the map as Rumble to set up plays and trying to counteract Caitlyn has actually left Breeze in a side lane where he's just been able to farm up. You can see him nearly 800 gold ahead. Yeah. And I think he is kind of causing some issues for DK as they want to try and set up. But here's where we're talking about DK looking at the Dragon. Could potentially just turn towards the mid lane. Showmaker resetting though. I don't see any deep wards for to TP to though.
Yeah, well, the Equalizer going to be a huge deal here as in goes Lucid. Looks for that safeguard over. Still has the flash, though, and the Dragon Rage as they take control of this Dragon. A teleport coming in a little bit late once again from Xiaohu as the Drake is secured by DK. Now Xiaohu trying to speed himself up, get himself in here. But DK, I think they just want to back away from this one. Don't think you want to go for a 5v5 as you've already taken the objective. And Lucid just going for some cheeky steal. I don't know about that one. Feels a little greedy as the preemptive flash is gorgeous. The kick, too little, too late. And it's Chris that locks down the kill. A handshake still going to have to be flashed there as Moham gets himself out. And a slight overstay there from the young jungler from DK.
Yeah, didn't have any right going for that against the Nocturne. Could have gone down a bit faster, but Xiaohu's still holding on to that ultimate now. Gives a little bit of threat towards Weibo on a potential turret play as Breeze going to enter back into the spot side to try and get some pressure there. Kingen off to the side here, though.
Yeah, Kingen coming in. There's the Equalizer to start things off. Not going to get a whole lot of value, but there is the Fate's Call. Xiaohu just burns down. The flamethrower of this Rumble is working until he's dead. And it's going to be Light that takes him down. That felt like a headshot. And that is going to be a 1-for-1 in the end.
The flash invested by Kingen to try and get the play, and Weibo able to get at least one back off of it. But I was kind of curious at the ult from Moham. Immediately saw Tarzan, and I think he kind of panicked, ended up sending in his direction, rather than just trying to lock up multiple members of Weibo. But we'll see it here again, as it's a great handshake to start things off here, as Kingen's coming in over the side. I think they expected Tarzan to have reset, but it's as you come through here, the follow-up from Moham, and then he sees Tarzan, immediately sends the ult that way, but it's spell shielded, so you don't get any real value out of it. And then it's Crisp who's able to get that CC into the trap, into the follow-up CC again, that ends up spelling disaster for Kingen.
And it could have been so much better as well if that Fate's Call gets the knock-up on top of the Equalizer. Yeah. That is a lot of damage, but it was just a little bit later than that, so slight miscoordination from DK is aiming. Was trying to hit the Pierce onto the Baron, and Lucid going to come on over. They do have vision, as there is no teleport from Breathe, and he's going to have to walk all his way up. There's the final spark. Crisp knows exactly what's going on, but DK, they're committed to this. Down to 50% is Lucid, though. It's starting to get dangerous. Paranoia up and available for Tarzan, and DK just moved the Jax over. They will stop on the Baron.
Yeah, I thought this was to alleviate pressure on Kingen so we could actually push it bot way, but Kingen started to rotate up as well, so it looks like DK a little uncertain of how they want to approach the game, and now because they forced that Baron, it means that Weibo just get access to the mid lane turret and are even putting pressure on towards Showmaker on this top side as well.
Yep, Showmaker moving down. Lucid's going to be there though, hits the Q, but Xiaohu just dissonances his way out of there. So Weibo create that distance that they're looking for, and feels like a comp that really does just want to stand there in phalanx, right? Like you've got Caitlyn in the back as the artillery, Crisp there with some peeling potential, and then you throw an orb towards the alley-ooping Nocturne that goes in and destroys the backline alongside the Jax. You can understand how it's supposed to work, and right now with the amount of control that they have, with that mid-outer turret falling down, feels slow and steady will win the race here for Weibo if they can make things happen. DK, they have to be tricky with how they get these fights started. Play on flanks and utilize Showmaker getting around and deceiving everyone, much like the LeBlanc wants to do.
Yeah, and that's where it kind of starts with getting mid control to enable Showmaker. If you can get that push, oh, fantastic. You can get all that vision control on the top side to let Showmaker push through, but it's just been really difficult because this Caitlyn has been accelerated, and they keep moving Kingen in towards this mid to try and help out. You can see Lucid constantly playing around that as well, but until this mid lane structure goes down, it's a bit difficult for DK, but they might have found their window here with no TPs available for Weibo.
Yeah, final spark, not going to clear out the wave here as Tarzan soaks the Q. That is going to be enough for DK to take down the outer turret themselves. So 2 for 2 on that front. Bottom outer falling for Weibo, top outer falling for DK. This game very, very close. Under 2K, the gold advantage here at 23 minutes means little to write home about as Breathe. He's going to jump in. Kingen has Scrap Shield, going to be able to speed himself up, gets himself out of there. Scryer's Orb going to spot the rest of DK as they rotate their way around, and the battle for mid-wave is continuing.
We're going all out ARAM for this one, trying to get everyone involved, but it looks like DK, again, just kind of realizing, hey, we have the TPs available, so let's just move down in towards those side lanes and start to push out again. There is pressure on Showmaker, but it's very difficult to try and lock down this LeBlanc side, so I think you're all right as DK to get these resets in and look at Dragon.
Yeah, things are very, very dark indeed, and a lot of wards up here for Weibo, as you can see. So some homework, some clearing out, some chores to be done for D+. They look to go for a reset, get back in there, clear up this vision. So Showmaker still towards that top side. You've got Breathe there down towards the bottom lane. Teleports in hand for both of them, and 15 seconds on the second Cloud Drake of the game. Soul Point available for D+ as well. Pretty important that they can get over there, and you can see already bottom lane moving. Kingen's down towards that bottom lane, and a recalling Showmaker tells me that this is going to be the fight.
Especially when you look at the items that have just been picked up by DK. 2 items almost across the entire board. You even got the Warden's Mail picked up for aiming to be the half item, but also allow him more entrance into fights. He also has that flash. If he can avoid the shockwave, he has a better time trying to out-kite Tarzan. So DK definitely have a chance to fight, but it looks like they're instead going to try and trade it for positioning on Baron and try and clear out some of the vision that's there. Even Kingen TPing in, maybe they just try and start this.
Yeah, well, they are definitely starting it. It was on vision when they did start hitting the Baron, so Weibo going to have to rotate over. DK probably looking for a turn. You can see Showmaker, being frustrating, getting himself amongst it. Tarzan looks to come in, doesn't land the spell shield. But now DK, can you find the fight where you want it? Breathe looking for that flank angle. That's an interesting use of the Counter-Strike a little bit early, but now the Paranoia does come through. The Shockwave doesn't do anything at all. Tarzan is burning down. Lucid's still on the Baron. It goes down. There's the Smite Equalizer. Is gorgeous, and it melts the Nocturne. Breathe not going to be able to get anything done. The kickback onto Light, and into the backline goes Showmaker, but Light is still alive. Somehow the Q misses as well. And DK, they have them on the wrong side of the map. The flash out from Showmaker, perfectly timed. DK, you've got it. You've taken it. It's fine. You've got a pick as well. We don't need to fight more. These health bars are so low, but Weibo, they're still trying to move out. Another flash picked up here, and now Lucid, he's out of position, and Light grabs the headshot.
They get one back, but still, it's DK coming away with the Baron. DK played that so incredibly patient, with Showmaker just poking and prodding Weibo to the point they felt like they needed to pull the trigger, and the trigger did not go off well. That was the flash that we were talking about for this Kalista, crucial to avoiding that. And with that Warden's Mail, Tarzan's just not really a threat, so he has to run away. Baron goes down, and that equalizer to finish off the low health Nocturne was perfect from King.
Oh, Lucid, if that net hadn't have come through, Light would have been very, very dead. That would have been a delivery perfectly over towards Showmaker, but he walks out with a sliver of health. Moham tanking at Ace in the hole as well.
And now you're in a position as DK where you can just look to even funnel Showmaker more. You've got that 6 Void Grub buff. You have Baron. You have control of the map. Wait, he's gone?
Yeah, Showmaker in a lot of trouble here as the Paranoia does come down. Breathe is going to secure the kill, and that was just him and Crisp getting that work done. Light was there. He didn't really participate too much.
I'd like to formally apologize to LCK fans because he kind of got obliterated there. But a good read from Weibo to say, look, this is where Showmaker wants to be. They want to try and play through sides and burn all these structures. But DK still end up winning out because you've got push on bot. You got the shove in mid as well. You will answer with a tier 2 tower, but you're still at least getting that quicker take for Weibo plus the extra tower. And now the reset coming through that makes Weibo run very quickly away.
Yeah, being able to get that inner turret as well, I think really works out for Weibo. If it had been just the outer in trade for mid-inner and the outer on the bottom side of the map, then probably not worth. But as you can see, as far as the Rebel Baron power play is concerned, 700 ain't really very much when you start off with a 1500 gold advantage just naturally. So we're still with about 47 seconds to go, but this Baron is not going to be the biggest that we've ever discussed. Still, DK looking for some more options here. Inner turret towards the top side of the map might be an option. And Lucid lost so much of his health bar. Light is absolutely massive. 3 items already completed. Rapid Fire Cannon Collector, IE, feels really, really good, especially when this team composition is so incredibly squishy. There's no true tank here. Barely needs to build any of these armor penetration items as Moham has to ult just to play defensively here as Tarzan still looking for it. There's the kick out. Nice little knock up there, but the Paranoia was held on to. Gets the activation as now Moham is in so much trouble. There it is. No bailout for you, my friend, as now Kingen moving up. The equalizer placed beautifully, and Tarzan will be traded in an instant. Stunned up there, but you can see he's able to go into the stasis. The rest of DK, can you actually find a fight? Because Breathe says no. The Counter-Strike going to help lock down the kill onto the Rumble, and now Lucid is scattering, trying to get over towards these Raptors. Even clears out the camp. Very nicely done on the exit as there is Showmaker looking for the pick and he'll find it. Crisp goes down as well.
Weibo playing off the fact that a couple of members of DK had reset, but not everyone. They get Moham, but the extended fight, because Moham had taken so long to die, means that the rest of D+ are actually able to get in position. You'll see it here. Tarzan a bit early with the spell shield means that it goes off, and then Moham, I wasn't sure on the flash, but when you see how many members of DK are starting to move into position, at least it buys that little bit more time before he fully goes down. And this equalizer from Kingen was gorgeous. Tarzan has no way out apart from walking across that red carpet. And even here, Kingen, the trap, just a little late from Light. So Kingen gets the flash away, and he will fall, but still Showmaker end up punishing Crisp as he goes for one more.
Yeah, and I just want to say, this is exactly what we were expecting out of these two teams. It is fighting for, I don't even know what, I'm sure they do, but the fights look so good. It is just limit testing after limit testing between both of these teams, and this gold advantage has not changed one way or the other for the last 20 minutes, I think you could say. I think the beginning where we saw Weibo get those couple of kills was the largest gold lead that we've seen, which is just kind of nutty when the game has gone for about 30 minutes in. But now, Cloud Drake on the cards, traps set up here by Weibo. And Showmaker getting over, able to avoid them pretty comfortably.
Kingen has a good position here, though. I was going to say, is he can move into and kind of break this fortress that Weibo have set up. Even Showmaker just trying to poke through, but needs to do so fairly quickly as okay.
Yeah, Moham going to get the Fate's Call to make sure that that final spark does not connect. Loosen Singularity not quite coming through as there's the ace in the hole. Showmaker sacrificing a third of his health bar. And now it's going to be a bit of a smite fight here between Tarzan and Lucid. Though he's just going to go for the kill, though. He takes down Showmaker. That is going to be Soul Point, but it's not really a huge deal. Is now Xiaohu looking for Kingen.
Breathe is in the base, though. He already took mid lane tower.
Yeah,
he's about to take another one.
That's an inhibitor turret, and I don't know whether Soul Point, Cloud Soul, I love Cloud Soul, but like, that's not good enough. This is an inhibitor taken by Breathe on this Jax, and DK, I don't think this is a trade-up.
This is definitely not a trade-off. Great read from Weibo. Breathe moved in initially, I feel like, to match where Kingen was, but as Kingen had moved the entire way around, he's like, cool, there's no one defending this mid lane structure. I can continue to take this. I have TP to get back, and you're kind of shored up as Weibo in that river, so nicely done to get the play back. And DK, they get a dragon for it, but not worth.
Yeah, not quite. Still, the game goes on. The gold advantage not end of the world or anything like that here at 31 minutes in. But Weibo, I think with this extra map control, I think they're a composition that can utilize it so incredibly beautifully.
Have compositions really mattered so far?
Well, no, not really, but I do like talking about it because in theory they do. And DK, they did do their natural thing, which is start Baron, and don't really provide too much context on it. As Weibo do push them away pretty comfortably. A lot of testing the waters as Kingen with teleport up and available can be there at a moment's notice to drop down these equalizers. Showmaker doing his best to stay frustrating as he pushes in, but with the fact that the Ace in the Hole does so much damage, it's more difficult for Showmaker to do this on his own, right? Because as soon as light presses R, Showmaker takes 50% of his health bar.
It's also really difficult to try and move into these two choke points just here and here. Like you're in such a difficult spot because there's constant trap usage. There's Tarzan just playing in the front line, and if you ever become overly separated by the rock in the middle.
Equalizer looking for light. You can see Lucid looking for a bit of a flank angle, but he's a little bit late in there, and there's the paranoia. Breathe with the flank is gorgeous, but Tarzan is getting focused. The counter-strike onto 2 is phenomenal, and Showmaker, he's going to be able to lock down Light. Crisp is dead as well, and DK, they could be doing it. The bailout doesn't work, but maybe that does not matter, because Xiaohu's on the ground, and it's Breathe that has to be the raid boss, but against 3, it ain't going to work. Lucid is just going to hold him in place, and Breathe might be able to run them out on a bit of a Merry Goose chase, but there's the 600 gold going over to Lee Sin. That is the ace, and DK have done it. This could just be Baron.
DK played that beautifully. They end up getting Lucid into a position where he can find that flank. Showmaker comes in off the back as well, and Moham's ultimate just completely rips through Weibo as well. DK secure the Baron. Beautiful stuff from the LCK seed.
The hostile takeover has never been more aptly named, Dagda, as the Baron will be secured for the second time here for D+ Kia. They will move into a gold advantage. It's all tied up. Before this Baron goes down, I want everyone to know that this is entirely even. 12-12, 58.8. And even the turret's very, very close. The inhibitor being down in the mid lane will make this Baron difficult to utilize with the inherent pressure that Weibo has. But still, this is a big advantage now built up for DK.
Yeah, and you can see as this fight kicks off, Lucid has actually walked the whole way around towards the back here, and everyone on Weibo doesn't spot him out, so he's in a great position to come through. Also, Weibo jump on towards the one member that has that Zhonya's ready, so you're not able to follow up. The Moham hostile takeover is gorgeous. Showmaker to finish off Tarzan, and the kick from Lucid is just perfect. DK played that exceptionally, and honestly, for a rookie, Lucid is outperforming everyone here.
And I have to say, Breathe played that about as well as he could at the same time, because otherwise it could have been even more catastrophic for this team. But man, the coordination between both Showmaker and Lucid is something that we've been talking about all year. I think everyone knows Showmaker and Canyon. You know, when they were broken up, everyone was so sad. It's like, oh, they've been a dynamic duo for so long. This young player and Showmaker really have started to gel together, and that was a beautiful example of what they've been building towards so far here in 2024. Aiming now pushing this wave out towards this top lane. It's been a very quiet aiming game. He's now finally got a gold advantage of about 120. I only say that because he normally has a gold advantage over everyone in the entire league. And so for him to be behind the majority of this game probably doesn't make our Gold King feel all that good.
Still, the fact you're back into this game after giving 2 kills across and all those plates here, you're kind of wiping the sweat off your brow on that one. But
he's got a Randuin's.
Yeah, I like it in this position. Like, as you see, every time he flashes the Shockwave, it's only going to be the damage from the Nocturne to try and finish him off. So the Randuin's for the slow, also being able to absorb a lot of that, get value out of your Terminus.
Oh, Breathe comes in, but he is actually spotted on the flank. Zhonya's going to be utilized here as now into the backline goes Tarzan, but he cannot follow Showmaker. Still, he takes a whole host of damage with that Ace in the Hole coming down. This is Soul for DK if they're able to take this one, as Chris not able to find that final spark. This Dragon being started. This is going down extraordinarily quickly. It's going to be a teleport back in from Showmaker, but that does mean that they have only 4 here as there's the red carpet down. Chris takes half of his health bar just by existing. That's going to be Xiaohu locking this one down. But down to the back line goes Breathe, and he has no friends. No one's going to be there to help him. Chris almost just explodes, and finally they deal with the Jax. No bailout though for Showmaker, so he'll fall down in trade. And that's Weibo being able to stop this soul from coming in, but somehow Crisp is just dead. It's Showmaker's just able to get on in there with his LeBlanc, and that is going to skew things in the favor of D+, especially with this Baron still with 15 seconds to go and all of these Void Mites careening towards this inhibitor turret.
I mean, they're going to be able to put pressure here, but I don't know if they can quite get through. 5 seconds on the Red Bull Baron power play means that at this stage, it's going to diminish before they can actually get the structure. They have to hard force this, but do you really want to go up against that as Light walking back at a base may just give them that window to take this?
Yeah, with the fact that the trap was procced without him being in headshot range was kind of a big deal, because I think if Light hits any of those headshots, it hurts like a lot, like really, really a lot. I think aiming can tank it the best on his whole team, and that says a lot. I think
you're genuine, yes. But TP in behind, it's Xiaohu.
Right. This is a crazy TP. It's a double to come through here as now Breathe with the counter-strike is able to get a 3 stun, and now Tarzan trying to get himself in. DK being so tricky though, the handshake, fantastic 3-man shockwave, the final spark as well as Weibo. They're trying to find it, not quite doing enough damage though. It's a 1-for-1, but aiming is going to get hit. The bailout not going to work, and he is going to die. There's the shutdown going over to Light as Showmaker gets himself out and away from Breathe.
King is TP into this top side though, immediately clearing out the wave that Weibo could look to use to try and close out the game with both AD carry and support gone, but with that, it's a lot invested.
I feel like that should have been way worse for D+.
I think D+,
like that 3-man shockwave, absolutely gorgeous. The fact that Tarzan could get in and support this double TP. We're going all the way back to this Dragon fight.
Yeah, and I think the fact that Xiaohu gets this is absolutely absurd, but Breathe ends up being forced away. He buys some time, but Showmaker doing a ton of damage on towards Crisp on the opposite side, but at this stage, you're just trying to hightail it. My big worry was if Weibo lose this, there's already a wave in mid that DK could look to win off of, but now the double TP in behind, I'm shocked that, like, Showmaker was in base, so I like the call from Weibo here, but Lucid just being a little bit more mobile seems like it gets him out. Yeah, and then this shockwave works out beautifully, but everyone kind of moved over towards Kingen, so the target selection wasn't quite there to immediately follow up. Moham with a big ultimate as well, keeps Light out for a little bit, and there's the mobility we were talking about for Lucid, and Kingen just able to walk out on the bottom side of the map as everyone was distracted by the shockwave.
Yeah, I think Kingen just saying "you shall not pass" by putting down the layer of fire there underneath the brush was really what helped DK stay in it for as much as they could. That's going to even out the kills. We're back to even once again, ladies and gentlemen. That's how we like to do it here. Both teams with Soul Point available. This is really helping the Cloud Drake stats, which I'm absolutely loving. Sorry to bring it away from the game just for one moment, a little bit selfishly there, but it's very, very important.
There's definitely some people at Pick'ems that are very much on your side. It's
a few of them tweeted at me. Yeah, that did happen, and I appreciate you guys. As Weibo now just trying to grab some control of the mid lane, has been a theme so far today. There is a ward that does spot out aiming, who's just looking for a bit of a reset angle. See whether that Mercurial Scimitar is going to be up and available for him on the next recall. It'll be 6 items complete, at least before the Zephyr is done. Of course, aiming a big fan of just building Zephyr if he can.
I think the...
Oh, Jackshow's actually done instead. Never mind, he sells the QSS and he's like, no, I am the tank. Allow me to frontline.
But the thing is how much has actually been utilized by Weibo with this combo? We haven't seen it really hit home, this Nocturne Orianna combo, so for him, I think it is just a case of, hey, if I can survive the Nocturne, I'm fine. And we have enough damage coming through from Showmaker and Kingen, as Weibo aren't exactly the tankiest team in the world. So I think for DK, it's kind of a good read. But for Weibo, they want to try and find these picks right now, but this is where I was going to talk about for compositions. Like, Weibo, in theory, I feel like should be all guns blazing at this stage with the late game scaling on their team, but they just haven't been able to find fights that are working in their favor.
And also there are a large amount of super minions now crashing towards the bottom side of the map, so they're going to have to go back and deal with that one. Xiaohu is the one that's going to draw the short straw, or maybe the long straw, considering whether or not he wants more money.
He definitely needs more money.
Yeah. Breathe also now moving up towards that top side, so this is the opportunity for DK to get over towards the Baron, at least grab themselves some vision. As, you know, DK kind of want to do, they just want to start this one up. Right now, playing a little bit more reserved than they have for the remainder of the game. A slight gold advantage is there for DK as they do finally start this one. Breathe, getting on that flank angle. Showmaker understanding exactly where this guy is. Oh, never mind. Maybe he doesn't. Gets bonked on the head, and that is going to get him out of there. Speaking of getting out of there, the Baron will be stopped here as Weibo just moves on over to push them out of the pit.
It was the Xiaohu TP that was gotten for it, though, and that's really what DK were playing for. So nice job to pull away and not get caught out by Breathe. But now DK just kind of get to rinse and repeat. They even send Showmaker down to the spot side if they really want to just force more pressure in that position.
And it's a much more valuable inhibitor as well that DK were able to take. Of course, earlier on, Weibo get that great push with Breathe to take down the mid inhibitor, but not a lot was gained because everyone just chills in the mid lane anyway when it comes to the neutral time in the game. This, though, is going to be a lot of pressure being put on Weibo. They have to deal with that wave moving towards their Nexus turrets.
Soul on both sides as well is now up and available, so DK get in towards River. There's the Equalizer.
Yeah, the Equalizer comes down. They have to walk over it. Crisp takes a lot of damage, but does have that redemption. That will keep that health bar higher. Cooldown on this Equalizer is not the most gigantic, but now DK move over. They will just blow up this Dragon, but can they get back towards the Baron to stop Weibo from just taking that one away? They have so much damage, and they will start it off. Full information over to DK, but can they get in here in time is the question. The teleport for the flank angle to come through as Showmaker has made his way in. Lucid is going to be able to get into position. They have a control ward down. As now, Lucid, can you actually stop this one? Tarzan gets out of the pit, and now the hostile takeover is chasing them. Light is fighting. Breathe, and now Tarzan is going to try and burn them down. The three-man shockwave. It's gorgeous, though, from Xiao to try and turn the fight. And Aiming is going to finally be able to take down Tarzan. The tank Kalista is bouncing through the enemy team, and Xiaohu goes golden just for a moment before this Rend is going to cut him down. The triple kill for the front line. Kalista is gorgeous from Aiming. And now it looks like DK are going to push forward for the win.
Showmaker is doing so much work in these fights, getting access to Light continuously, making him uncomfortable. Breathe is trying to do everything by himself, and DK are cussing down Weibo. That should be the game end.
DK going to be able to take down this turret at least. Crisp, the last man standing, but we are late into this game. It is 42.5 minutes. And there is 20 seconds on Tarzan, who's going to be the first one up. Crisp not going to do anything to defend these Nexus turrets. And DK, after an absolute slugfest of a game one, will be the team that comes out on top. But man, I don't know what's going to happen in game number two. I got no information about who the better team is, but that was one heck of a fun game.
That was a crazy game. And
All right. So, to try and avoid the numerous amount of DMCA claims that are happening all over YouTube for people doing Worlds coverage, in between games, I'm just going to mute the stream. See, because I look. Yeah. See, that's the Heavy is the Crown thing that's playing or whatever. And it's just... I don't know if it is the Heavy as the Crown or whatever, but yeah, okay, now it definitely is. Yeah. Just can't afford. These videos aren't monetized, but hey, for the future of this channel, see here, I don't even know if we can use the League of Legends Worlds Event Pass music. But it's okay. Well, we're gonna use this time to break down what needs to be broken down. Alrighty, well, we'll be back in a few minutes. I'm going to get my chicken burger, and then we'll try and understand what happened, because I don't think Tank Kalista should have been a game fight winning versus... I don't know. It's a little hilarious. But hey, I mean, if they just draft 2 games of Tank Kalista, technically I think Weibo are going to lose 0-2. And that would be hilarious. So I'll be right back. Don't really need much sauce. Nah, this patty is well seasoned and crispy. I am back with my chicken burger and a bit of tamari sauce on the chicken burger. So we drafted Nocturne, Orianna, Jax. I kind of just gave Showmaker LeBlanc. Feel like that was a bit of a mistake. Well, I don't like it. He's really good on it. And I feel like maybe it's ban-worthy. I believe that you need to just punish Showmaker's pool, and the rest doesn't really matter for the side of DK. Aiming plays like 40,000 champions, can't ban him out. I mean, you can ban Gnar if you want, but I really think you gotta hit Showmaker's LeBlanc. If you're red side for game 2, which I don't think you are, you're blue side, right? So normally you would put Xiaohu on Yone if it's left open. So that means you can ban 2 Showmaker champions and like Gnar. And either if Yone is banned, you first pick Skarner. If Yone is not banned, you pick Yone, but you give up Skarner. So you make up your mind. Either you ban King and Gnar in the first rotation, or you wait for it for second rotation, but it's probably not going to last the second rotation, if anything. See, look, another heavy as a crown. We're just going to wait for the analyst desk. The casters are popping off. Chris gets one shot. And here's the final fin fight. Alright, we're gonna unmute.
Why wouldn't you? You know, I was promised a roller coaster. I was promised something crazy between these two teams, and I was still caught off guard.
You shouldn't.
Oh my God!
This is exactly what we wanted.
Whoa!
This is why we were excited about this. Are we excited now?
I'm very excited. If I get 3 games of this, I'm.
I love it when we come out of a and me and Emily, right? Like, having watched these teams, and we're like, this is what they'd want.
Yeah.
This is
both teams.
For both teams are like, I think that for DK, this style is where we saw them, I think, have their best individual games, right? And the fact that I think you can look at both these compositions and very clearly identify what they're trying to do and how it works for the respective teams was what led to the game that we had.
The big thing for me is it plays on comfort picks on both sides, right? Like, it got to a point in the draft where me and Mao were just calling exactly what they were going to lock in, because we're like, okay, Lucid wants the Lee Sin. They're going to be banking on this LeBlanc pick for Showmaker, which is a classic for him. We've talked so much about his Syndra, yes, but this pick has been banned against him so much. It's one of his best champs. On the other side, Breathe on the Jax. We have the Nock Ori combo, and then the Caitlyn Lux, which they brought up, is something that has been incredibly successful for Weibo, and specifically this bot lane of Light and Crisp.
The Nock Ori wasn't good though.
No, the execution.
Yeah. The Orianna was kind of okay. He landed some good
great.
shockwaves like in the middle of fights, but they didn't do a good Nock Ori combo the whole game.
Yeah,
That's probably the difference. Like, if we're
true.
going to try to isolate a difference in the game, that might have been the thing that pushed it over the top for.
That's a good point. I also think if you're looking at these drafts, DK do have a lot of really good answers for that Nock Ori combo as well, right? Like, I think it's both. I think they had answers, and also the execution was not that great from Weibo.
And I want to take a look at the HyperX Reflex replay, specifically the fight for DK, because the reason why I love DK when he played these type of comms, and this is something that goes back all the way. As we zoom out here, initially the setup here looks a little bit rough for DK. If we can pause here, because the counter engage comes in, right? They are fairly but look at this angle found here by Lucid, right? It's fine. This is something that he has been doing since 2022. DK in Challengers played the skirmishy style, and with Showmaker on LeBlanc as well, the amount of damage that they can do in these extended skirmishes is absolutely insane.
And we talked about what we wanted to see from DK in terms of like, okay, what have they been kind of missing in this tournament that helped them get here? And Lucid's performance is one of those things, right? Like we've kind of watched him slowly evolve over the year and hadn't been a great performer for them thus far at this tournament, I think. And so for him to come out and have this game together with Showmaker on the LeBlanc, like this mid-jungle combo is exactly what we want to see.
I mean, it was what was lacking, right? The mid-jungle combo when they weren't doing well. And I remember you said it on one of the prep videos. I don't know if it was on Mark's video or what. You said Lucid does have a little bit of young player syndrome.
Even in this game.
And he's playing Lee Sin, so
it's perfect.
He died taking wolves after a one play. Like,
worth.
Oh, no, definitely not worth. And that's to me why I think if you're a DK fan, as much pain as this team has caused you, these are the moments that make it worth it, right? When it does all come together. And it's very fitting, again, that this is so messy because DK had some of the longest average times. I also very quickly want to highlight, for me, even though I think Lucid and Malm have obviously had a lot of struggles this being their first international tournament, Kingen and Aiming have disappointed me more. And I think this game, they both really stepped up. Given what we've saw from them domestically, this is a lot better than everything, particularly for Kingen, that we've seen so far.
Yesterday, we saw Weibo go down in the first game. They ended up winning the series. What we saw is that they moved on to the blue side, as telegraphed, so they will. And they reverted back to a very standard composition,
on blue side,
right? And
we gotta see better pick priority.
A similar path here
because they let Jax get counterpicked.
Well yesterday, Jad.
It did. I mean,
they let
yesterday both games
Ori get counterpicked.
Lost the series, so I don't think it's completely over yet. But Emily, I kind of want to.
And then I didn't really have like negative impact.
Attachment to this is
not that Tarzan wasn't good,
how much do you
but
feel like momentum will play?
There's only so much you can do when you're not ahead.
They're evenly matched, messy teams. But is one team more likely to tilt after a loss like this?
You should speak for Weibo.
I mean, they've done this before where they can recover. Like, the thing I'm most curious about from the Weibo side is, do they stick with this draft knowing that DK do have some answers for this Nock Orianna combo? Or are they like, we didn't execute on this, we think we can do it again? From blue side, that's the thing I'm most curious about, because yesterday I felt like they locked in a really good early game composition, didn't execute on that, and then changed.
It's also a DK special to have a composition like this and then never pick it again. That has happened in the past, so I hope that doesn't happen. And if they lost, I do think that would have been it. DK is a super emotional team, have been for a really long time. So I think if they lose like a 43-minute slugfest like this with getting a lot of what they wanted, I do think it would have been an absolute disaster. I do think that when they're playing well, though, like this team can, again, match the best. They were the one that ended Gen G's win streak that was, literally, they hadn't dropped a single game. Is it enough? If they keep playing the way they did in this game number one, definitely.
Maybe. We're waiting for the glow up. Maybe this is finally it, right? But we saw it from Weibo yesterday. They don't go down without a fight, and they are poised to take this game too. Yeah, let's head over to our casters. Hello.
Thanks, Sharks. Hi.
Hi.
It's time to get into game number 2, and whew, are we expecting just the same thing, Dagders?
Yeah, I think it's better.
Yeah, okay, it's just going to be the same. I really do appreciate Emily and Chronicler and Jad sort of like analyzing and trying to go deep into what's going to happen here. And it's just going to be, we're going to fight a lot, and it's going to be great. That's it. That's the game plan. That's what we're going to see. And it's who has the coolest hands as these skirmishes unfold that's going to be the victor.
All right, I want to see
exactly. We're going back to grassroots.
Yeah, exactly.
some super
I think
chaotic.
that we need to understand that this is the original view of how League of Legends is supposed to go, and it's absolutely beautiful. I just have to see which one of these teams is going to be going over to Paris and which team is going to be going home right now. Xiaohu, that man on your screen right there, is on the cusp of heading back to China, and D+, one more win. That being said, if Weibo win in game 2, the bounce back potential of D+, you heard it from Chronicler, they're an emotional team. It might just break them here. So we'll just have to see what happens on the red side for DK, as already Lucid's Vi is going to be banned away. we will see this. If they stay in the tournament, she will continue to get banned away from Lucid. He plays every champion as if it's Vi. The Lee Sin Vi looked really good in game number 1. See whether they address that one as well. Is Ashe going to be taken off the board? And will the Yone, will the Aurora both be taken away as well?
I imagine they will be. The question mark for me, though, is like, what do Weibo actually do differently on the blue side? Because I feel like they got the things they wanted, right? Orianna is a potential first pick. They got the Nocturne follow-up. That's kind of been the combo that we've seen paired with this. Maybe they try and take away something like the Kalista, but they actually, okay, they ban away the Kalista themselves. So, but it's like, I felt like Weibo kind of got a lot of what they wanted, but they just weren't able to perform on those picks in the moment.
Well, this is going to be Yone or Aurora, whichever one they would like to ban, or they ban Skarner and Nocturne. That's your options. And then you trade. And so they're going to go down the Skarner route.
Alright, we're banning Kalista.
So that means
God.
that if Aurora is banned here, then you ban the Yone, and then it's sort of a wash. And if they're not banned, then we go for a trade. And Kingen, pretty good on these majors towards the top side of the map. He's got a very extensive champion pool. We don't have a lot of tape, just because Aurora wasn't enabled for all that long. But this is a bit of a gamble being taken here by DK.
Yeah, and I'm kind of surprised because it was DK who banned the Aurora on blue side, so I thought they'd at least, well, they probably will just keep it here, but I think it's also a bit of a call.
Yeah, I think you have to ban the Aurora, but you're losing the Yone.
Notorious in the LPL for the banana combo, where he would have his Q3 up and available, he would whiff the ult, miss you with the Q3, and then go back to the solo on bend. So he didn't have the best of times on the
Showmaker, on the other hand, has the never use ult for an entire game.
Yes.
That was his move. So both of them with some
banning Sejuani, okay. There's a lot of power picks open.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see Weibo just take the Aurora side of it and just say, look, Showmaker, you have a loss on the champion already at Worlds. Maybe we're happy enough to play into it. The other option, of course, is that Kingen has also brought out the Yone as well, so maybe they are a little nervous of the flexibility that the Yone offers on DK's side.
Well, they're definitely going to need an answer, because obviously the Yone is going to be snapped up. And we'll just have to see whether it's going to work out. Yeah, I hadn't really thought about this because I kind of expected Yone just to be banned every single time. But Xiaohu and Showmaker aren't really the guys that you expect to be having great performances on this champion. Just have to see whether some redemption can be claimed as Aurora and Nocturne. Is it just going to be Aurora, Nocturne, and the Ahri? Something that we have seen find a fair bit of success in Worlds so far. As Lee Sin now going to be the consideration for Lucid.
Oh,
very good on that champion. Just going to be cycling through a few more options before he does make his final decision.
Which ones are going to be?
Down. I like the Nocturne.
Nocturne Aurora is kind of nasty.
Especially yesterday, it felt like we were getting Nocturne trades all over the place and was really performing well.
I think it's also, we've seen obviously Kingen flex the Yone. It's also something that Breathe, I feel like, would have in his champion pool as well. Like, this was a guy when he started off was like a big Riven player, these kind of things as well, back when he was Curse and OMG. So there's always that option, but that's going to be blown out the water here, as immediately they're going to take the Nocturne from and just try and play what's a little bit more of a standard, it looks like.
Could be. Now we've got light locking in the Ezreal, though, something that we know is deadly on. And aiming, probably pretty jealous, because this guy really loves Ezreal as well, was very outspoken, saying he was the best Ezreal in the LCK all season long in summer. But not going to be able to play it. See how he plays into it as Xiaohu to lock away potentially a support pick if they want to lock down the bottom lane here, or they could take a jungler for Tarzan to answer this Nocturne. We'll see exactly where they go, as instead it's going to be the Gnar picked up. So Tarzan leaving that pick up in the air, probably wanting some magic damage.
I also feel like Weibo are setting up for a lane swap. Whenever we have the Aurora that's potentially going top, we've seen the Gnar into, hey, I'm going to push waves, TP in, have my Nega Gnar, make it really difficult then for this Aurora to operate, and then be able to get this gold lead that it can then abuse the matchup. But with the Kai'Sa locked in, it's a decent matchup if you have those standard lanes into the Ezreal.
Exactly, and it also really pairs well with the Nocturne. We saw this yesterday work so incredibly well with the fact that you just paranoia, and then immediately that killer instinct comes down on top of your target, and both of them are just dive bombing into backlines. If Kingen gets good flanks, or if Showmaker on the Aurora, if they do decide to flex it, if they get good flanks, then the amount of follow-up is there in an instant. And we saw how well it worked in that huge snowball that was prepared. So Jack's going to be taken away from Kingen here, not wanting to allow him to have that on 4. I don't really want Kingen playing Jax either if I was going to be the LCK guy on this desk.
Yeah, it feels like they're trying to force the Aurora into that matchup against the Gnar, so banning away those top laners, so then that gets moved up there. But I think, as you were already talking about before, and Kingen is a massive champion pool. He's a ton of flexibility, so there's always an option that he can't bring out something from the depths of his champion pool and be able to be totally fine into a matchup against Gnar, and they just give...
It's Gangplank, right?
It could easily be, yeah. And I mean, it's not the end of the world, right? The Gangplank ultimate over the top with the Nocturne, and you got a very clear AoE with the Aurora as well, and it just facilitates a lot of that dive too. So I am curious if it will be something like a GP or anything that's a bit more special for King.
Yep, and this is the time where you bring it out. Of course, do or die, this best of 3 gets you to Parasol home. Rel going to be taken away from Moham. This guy, if you were watching the playoffs of the LCK, you understand why this ban needs to come through, something that wasn't understood by some of the teams that they faced in those playoffs, much to their detriment. So now, Aiming, what are you going to be picking up? Could be a pickup for Showmaker.
Take my meds.
Could also just be a support to be locked in, as that's Kennen, the consideration. But I like this a lot more. Camille going to be locked away, some split pushing power, and that will put...
I love how we're going to have an Aurora ultimate and an Aurora ultimate inside the Aurora ultimate.
That have been doing a lot of putting Aurora in the mid lane, and I do like the look of it. Camille going to be the pickup for Kingen.
I mean, it makes sense.
Can be a
He's really good at dodging the Yone knockups and stuff.
I think that's where it's going to be a little bit interesting for how Lucid operates, trying to facilitate that Camille so she can play aggressive in the match. Okay, Brand jungle for Tarzan. He looked exceptional on this pick in the LPL, consistently being able to get those like flash seer or Q flash seers to get the CC. So definitely a pick he has comfort on, and with Crisp going back towards the Alistar, I think you do alleviate some of that pressure on the bottom side, because you do want another follow-up kind of dive tool for DK. Alistar could have worked well, but forcing the Nautilus, not the worst pick here, just not the best into the Alistar.
No, exactly right. Also means that I'm kind of expecting a lane swap almost absolutely from Weibo. Ezreal Alistar has never really been the most powerful of early 2v2s. And so probably getting away from
we saw a level 1, me and my boy Mafarlo, we saw a level 1 Ezreal Alistar pop the fuck off. The aftershock Q ignite burst from the Alistar level 1 was just kind of insane, but we misplayed that horribly. Anyways, my god, you know the rules.
That can snowball either direction, right? Xiaohu gets some early control in mid, suddenly he's an absolute menace in the side lane. Showmaker can't really deal with. Tarzan has been exceptional at getting leads on this brand, looking at dives as well. So there's a lot going on here. This is going to be a banger.
Oh, it absolutely is. I cannot wait to see how this one's going to go. The one worry I have for both teams is that these are snowball compositions on both sides. If leads are picked up, they are probably just going to be carried through. This early game will be imperative for both teams to get off on the right foot. DK had a little bit of trouble with that in game number 1. Let's hope they've tidied it up moving into game number 2, but this is going to be fireworks guaranteed between these two squads. And I don't know, I'm kind of feeling Weibo biased, just because I won 3 games. I think that this series deserves it, these two teams deserve it. And of course, the global power rankings puts them at 9 and 10. Like, they couldn't be closer anyway.
Exactly.
It's beautifully done. Let's see how this gameplay is actually going to go. I want to draw people's attention to the Kai'Sa as well, because Aiming, throughout our regular season, his Kai'Sa was extraordinary. When he was on KT prior to this, his Kai'Sa was what got them to almost an undefeated season. As we load up onto the Rift, we'll see whether he can have another great performance here on the world stage, somewhere where he's been criticized the most. Now, where is Weibo going to go? How are they going to find these early advantages?
Looks like they're just going to get the invade from DK, trying to see if they can spot out where this lane swap is going to happen. So nothing too untoward at the moment. They're spotted by a nice ward at the Raptors, so Kingen now going to see that Weibo are going for a similar story. And how did DK react here? It looks like they're just going to try and defend this bottom quadrant.
Yep.
But Weibo are moving across. It's 5 members.
Oh,
DK are split.
This ward is getting so much value as now Lucid is going to get spotted. There's the flash pulverized. Lucid flashes away, gets the Dustbringer for the extra movement speed. And might be able to get himself out the block on the Mystic Shot just to make sure that Lucid isn't taking more damage as Showmaker does hop himself back. A bit of damage with the passer on the Q. Nicely done. And DK get themselves out, but no flash on Lucid.
But I think it's actually a bit of a win for DK. Light, no flash. Crisp, no flash. And you get the standard lanes.
Light flash. That is a big deal.
Yeah, and you get the standard lanes that you really want to as well. So this bot lane for Weibo now has to play incredibly safe, and you've actually got a decent matchup when it comes to the AD carries as well. So with these flashes down, I'm curious what Lucid wants to try and burn here, but this is where it does get a little difficult. Nautilus is kind of hard to play into towards the Alistar, because if you time the pulverize correctly, he's just able to interrupt the hook and move away from that. So maybe that's a little bit of a saving grace for Weibo, but still nice wins for DK just on summoner spells.
Yep, and the fact that they get those standard lanes like you were talking about. So DK now, let's see how much pressure they can put down. Not really an advantage picked up just yet. It's just the potential for an advantage with these flashes now down. Lucid also going to have to be a little bit careful if the Brand does get overly aggressive, but we know that Tarzan's probably just going to try and hoover up the jungle as much as he can. Going to be taking his second camp now as those Krugs are going to fall. But Crash going to come in as Breathe could be in trouble here, gets stunned up by Kingen. As the tactical sweep coming out as well. Breathe just looking for that transformation, might be able to get it. This is what happens, right? It's like Camille looks like she's winning, and then as soon as you start walking away, that's when you lose all your health bar.
And I mean, Breathe has actually had a nice couple of days for himself as well. We had a great game from in the last one, was kind of the saving grace for a lot of those fights for Weibo. And it's nice to see Breathe having that step up, because when you look back at, you know, OMG days when he was cursed, he was kind of like, oh wait, this guy's kind of like top 5 in the league in 2020, but then started to move on to WE. You're like, hang on a second, this guy has hands. He can actually really achieve some things, but has been a little while since we really saw him, especially this year, step up. He's been a bit of a liability at times. So having some nice performances at Worlds, kind of setting Weibo on hopefully the correct path, but needs to try and do so again here against DK, because they need to win 2 games in a row now if they hope to keep their dreams alive.
Well, Kingen still just going to be pressured out here by this mini Nart towards the top side of the map, and so far Breathe stacking up this wave, going to be feeling all right, unless Lucid decides to make his life hell. As now Xiaohu down to about 250, not having the greatest of times into this Aurora from Showmaker, and I feel like Showmaker is one of these players that does this the best, where as soon as he gets his Fangs in, he makes things work. Speaking of Fangs in, Light is already down to 50% as Moham just moves himself out, looking for a bit of a trade. Does go a little bit more evenly than you might have expected, as now Lucid is going to look to take down Breathe. Great sidestep to deny the hop, as now the hookshot comes through, but Tarzan, great positioning. Lucid, oh, he's still going to get stunned up by that Seer. There is a stack up of the passive, and Lucid just trying to get himself out of there. Will be able to escape. That costs him so much of his health.
The tactical sweep from Kingen was clutch though, managing to get the outer hit so you get the slow, meant that Breathe couldn't really follow up for the auto attacks, get another proc of that hyper, even Tarzan being able to get some damage down. So Lucid has had a little bit of an unfortunate start to this game, but still lucky to get away.
Oh, there's another hook, great buffer there on the Arcane Shift for Light to get himself out of the way, but still DK continuing the shove. Almost a 10 CS advantage here for aiming the same time. This is his comfort zone, getting more money in bottom lane. That's what he really likes. It wasn't happening in game number 1, so it was probably a little bit uncomfortable. This is feeling better.
Yeah, I mean, look, Light has had great performances on the Ezreal, so we'd definitely like to be getting some of that money as well. And he is someone that can, and for a long time has been able to step up for teams like LNG when he first started in the league to really snowball out of control, but aiming is not giving him that chance at all. And DK have relied on aiming for so much to get these early leads and play through. Breathe.
Yeah, Kingen actually flashing here. Do we have it? Nope. Not quite enough damage as Breathe is able to walk this one off, and Teleport up and available. Not a massive advantage picked up here for Kingen, as both flashes were traded as well. So Lucid starting off this Dragon now. No big leads picked up for either side, and I was expecting a before 5 minutes first blood. We're already not getting that. We'll have to see where that is going to be drawn. As so far, mini advantages being picked up, most of them towards DK with that bottom lane push, and with the fact that Showmaker has had so much pressure on Xiaohu, despite the fact that there is not really an advantage to speak of in that mid lane.
Yeah, and just keep my eyes on Tarzan on the mini-map, because did spot out that Lucid was on the Dragon and trying to put some pressure down. May end up in a bit of a smite fight. Showmaker starting to roam across. He's just reset. But Xiaohu in the vicinity as well.
Man, this Dragon takes so long to kill. Mountain Drake is just very tanky. Crisp in a lot of trouble. That's going to be the steal for Tarzan, but is it going to be first blood going over to DK? No, it is not. And so Weibo, the highway robbery is going to work out.
And it actually isn't a worse time for Chris, because he's just pushed out bot wave. He gets the reset anyway. He was looking for it around this time or anyway. So in the grand scheme of things, Weibo just kind of get to steal that Dragon away and walk out.
Nicely done. Still going to be a reset here for Light and Crisp, as I thought maybe there'd be a push, and I was going to talk about maybe some turret plates, but that doesn't happen as Tarzan, oh man, Brand pretty good at killing grubs, and Xiao going to come over and assist as well, and that will be 3 going over to Weibo to start this one off. So already it feels like their grip on the map is better than what we saw in game number 1, despite the fact that they're not starting off with a 2-0 Caitlyn.
Tarzan just trying to help Breathe get a little bit of an advantage off the plates. There's the Demolish proc, they will just move away, but Lucid also very close to level 6, so kind of finding that timing window where they could play aggressive on this top half, but Moham moving up as well. They're going to back away, and then it becomes a question of what happens now the level 6 are hit for both junglers. You've got the opportunity to play around mid lane, potential for that lockdown, and also looking at potential for Light to be caught by this Nocturnal. You have to be so careful on the map for Weibo now that Lucid is starting to come online.
Well, you can see Moham just clearing out vision where he can. His next dragon will be a Chemtech Drake, so that's not going to be the soul this time. See exactly what it is going to be. I think all of us kind of want Hextech Dragon to be that soul, just because it does mean that players can get to fights more. And when both of these teams can get to fights more, we're just going to have so much more action in this game. Once again, it's extraordinarily even. Just feels like it's just been 50-50 forever. In game 1, game 2, does not matter. Gold lead has not escaped more of like the 2K mark until the big lead is picked up at the very end.
It is crazy that we've had like 5 to 6 flashes burned though, and absolutely nobody has died at any point in time. Even both objectives taken and nobody's batted an eyelid essentially at each other. But for Weibo now, trying to get position on towards the spot half. I do really think with Lucid ticking over to 6 though, there is a potential for a play, especially if Moham hits 6, like ult the Ezreal with the Nautilus, then immediately follow in with the Nocturne ultimate. Just makes it very difficult to escape that on the bottom half of the map, but Lucid starting to sneak in behind.
Yeah, a little bit of a wraparound here as Control Ward does go down. Tarzan in the area. Lucid does have a spell shield, so not as worried about the brand. But still, Xiaohu just to come down to protect the vision. Showmaker without too much control of the wave. Now going to be moving back. Pillar of Flame not going to connect as Moham's moving in. This could be a fight. For some reason, it's still 2.5 minutes before the Dragon Dagda. I don't know.
It's all the posturing. It's all about sending a message.
The message is, I want to fight you.
And it's just replied, received. Yes, we do.
Loud and clear.
I think though in this position, like, Weibo definitely spiked very hard off of singular items coming through, like a Xiaohu getting Bork, you get the Triforce for Light, so I can kind of understand hey, we would like to get to that point before we really start to tussle. Whereas for DK, like, I think people underestimate the AP scaling that is on the Aurora because she's so utility focused, but the later the game goes, she's going to be in a great spot. Kingen will be able to take over in the side lane as well, so I think it's Weibo kind of getting all their ducks in line before they really start to fight, and then hoping they can blow up in this game before the Camille and the Aurora and even the Kai'Sa start to come online.
Yeah, and we know that aiming is fantastic at late game Kai'Sa play. Tarzan moving up, Lucid in the area as well. No paranoia just yet. Can press that button, but once again, the vision is so good from Weibo. Lucid going to be spotted on that approach, and Breathe has the ability to get himself out. Still gives control of the wave over to Kingen. We go back to a bit of a stalemate as once again Xiaohu taking a lot of harassment from Showmaker, but doing well, picking up farm where he can. This wave should be slurped, and there it goes. Not able to collect all of it, and he's down 6 CS, but melee versus ranged, especially when it's Showmaker on this Aurora with a lot of harass ability. Pretty good job so far from the little tiger in the mid lane.
I think it is crazy though that there's so many names on both these sides that one of them is going to be going home. Like losing Xiaohu, Tarzan, Crisp. I know Crisp hasn't had the best of times, but still, like, just a world champion that could potentially be going home on the opposite side. People like Showmaker, Kingen, aiming, like names that have been around for so long in the LCK and shown up so consistently on the international stage. Like, to have this as our only potential to go to playoffs is absurd.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's sort of speaks volumes towards the pedigree of players that we have here at Worlds in 2024. Sad, but we are lucky, you know, at the same time. There's a silver lining, Dagda, and we're going to be all right. And at least one of these teams is going to be heading towards Paris. See who it's going to be so far, Weibo. I think playing out the game plan quite nicely. This will be 6 grubs if they're able to take it. DK know that this is happening. Ticking up to 4, so Void Might's now available. It's going to be dangerous, though, as we can see. There's 5. DK still looking for a potential fight here as the turn available. Crisp has the ultimate, and there is the flash forward. They lock down Lucid. He's going to have to flash away. As now Moham finds himself all alone, gets the knock up here. Hasn't died just yet, misses the hook, but gets in range onto Crisp. Between Worlds from Showmaker is doing so much work. He takes down First Blood, but Kingen is also going to fall alongside his support. And now Lucid is in no man's land. Light is able to pick up that kill. It's a double for his Ezreal. And Weibo, I think they're real happy about this one.
Yeah, Weibo needed Light to step up yesterday, and now he's doing it again here against DK in the elimination game. Gets the snipe with the Arcane ult over the back, and also then picking up a second kill. Weibo now getting a second dragon as well. And the start of this is unfortunate for DK. Lucid gets jumped on by Crisp. You can see Aurora is trying to run down for Showmaker, but Moham hooks the wall with a nice side step from Tarzan. He's now in no man's land. And even here, as the TP comes through, you've still got a lot of flashes on the side of Weibo Gaming. So you end up with Breathe being able to flash out. Light gets the snipe onto the back line as well to finish off the Nautilus, and then he's just able to chase down with a ton of damage just being thrown all over the place in that fight.
Yeah, and Moham hit the same bit of wall twice in that fight. So hopefully next time it's a champion on one of them. That's what we want to see. Yeah, nailing the wall on that one as well. Getting the eye in. Working out. Backing on a ward, as we can see, but King in towards this bottom side of the map, looking to try and grab some plates. Not very much longer do we have plates on the Rift. 1.5 minutes. Try and get the rest of that gold as now Showmaker up towards this top side. We've seen the Aurora in our matchup quite a few times. So he's going to be heading towards that one. And DK, still a lot of win conditions, a lot of ways to get themselves back into the game in the gold lead. Not even 1,000 or anything like that. But if these fights go the way that we saw that last time around, this could be very, very dangerous here for DK because it feels like this is a lot more of a slow and steady approach from Weibo, and it's working very well thus far.
I think it's also, you need really time for Kingen now to come online into this matchup against Breathe. So the range advantage that Breathe has to start chipping away at these turrets is going to become very noticeable. Even Showmaker versus Xiaohu. Xiaohu can still get a lot of push in the matchup against Aurora, so you do have a lot of champions that can get value from this 6 Void group buff, and Weibo, you can see already, definitely taking full advantage of that.
Yep, Breathe should be able to at least grab some plates from this one. Him and Light, gold leaders at this point in time. Showmaker may actually have his back stopped as well. Yeah, the last second boulder going to come through and deny the back from the Aurora. That means another wave does taxi on in, and this should just be first turret blood going on over to Weibo. They even teleport in. Try and make sure that this one's going down because they want to be able to get themselves an inner off the back of this as well.
Yeah, Xiaohu had also been zoned away from that bot side turret. You could look at where Lucid and Moham were. They were fully attacking that bottom half. So Xiaohu says, look, I'm never going to be able to get access to this wave. So I'm just going to come top instead and see if we can use the 6 Void group buff to get 2 towers off the back. That's such a massive gold injection for Weibo.
Yeah, this is huge. Moham and Lucid are making their way in though. Tarzan already softened up just a little bit. The hook just barely going to work out as Between Worlds coming down from Showmaker does get the flash out as now this huge knockup from Crisp is massive, and down goes the Nocturne and the Nautilus. Showmaker not long for the world as well as Xiao, who knocks him up and cuts him down. Aiming tries to get in there, gets one of them back, could be another. The flash out of the way, the headbutt is gorgeous. They still get the turret, they still get the kills, but Aiming is now fed.
The focus was the tower, but now I'm looking at the hands of both these teams. That was sick from Aiming, being able to dodge away from so much of this, but also Crisp surprising DK over the wall, setting up for Breathe in that brilliant arrow. But every time we get these fights, it feels like Weibo get a chance to sneak away another objective, and it's the Rift Tower that will go their way, but hook from Moham goes wide. The Between Worlds, Xiaohu flashes away, but Crisp with the Hex Flash over the wall, gets on towards Lucid and Moham, knocks Lucid back immediately into the Mega Gnar. So both Moham go down thanks to that extra little bit of damage from the Ezreal ults, and Showmaker's just kind of left alone for Xiaohu to finish off. But Aiming here, this was gorgeous. Finishes off one, flashes the headbutt pulverize from Crisp, uses the Void Missile, so doesn't even need vision in the brush, and manages to finish off one more.
Yeah, Showmaker Lucid praying for an opportunity to get back into this game because things not going so well in that fight. I think pressure on these rookies, of course, Lucid and Moham. Moham having a little bit more experience, having played here and there in the LCK, but never at this level. These are 2 players that are relatively untested and absolutely untested when it comes to the world stage, especially for Moham, who has only recently joined this team as Paranoia does come down. There's a hook landing. That's my boy Moham, as they will be able to get the kill onto the Brand. Lucid's still taking a lot of damage for it because Brand just does so much. But now Showmaker might be in an awkward position. Between Worlds coming through as he uses it to escape here. True Shot Barrage going to be landing as well. The Hyper has been stacked up. One more auto from Breathe is going to do it. And Showmaker trying to get there, but he does not manage to avoid that last one. So the Mega Gnar is going to be able to lock down the kill, and now teleport from King in to get himself towards this bottom side. Feels like Weibo are finding ways to trade up in all of these situations, and this feels like the biggest gold advantage that we've seen for a team, especially with 2 Drakes stacked up and 6 Void Groves.
Yeah, DK tried everything to just break Weibo on that play. TP in Showmaker, try and get a pick, try and get top tower, and suddenly get a ton of gold back in your favor, but Weibo just had many people in position, and then the push for Xiaohu on that bottom side as well meant that they could threaten the tower. They get the TP from King and 2. As you say, it's just Weibo having these small advantages where they're constantly trading up. Now with Dragon up and available, DK already in position, reset for a breathe. He's going to have to TP onto one of these wards if he wants to be a factor.
Yeah, Tarzan going to be able to get the smite on the crab as well, so some extra vision available here for Weibo. As Infernal Soul as well, we haven't even really spoken about it. As Chris going to get hit by Duskbringer, doesn't really mind about that one at all, but Soul Point is a big deal.
Showmaker's ultimate is nearly up and available. Had to use it to escape, so doesn't actually have it available for this fight. And I think that's why DK just don't feel comfortable taking this scrap. Also, top wave not in their favor, so Weibo get 3 dragons with little contest from DK.
Absolutely nothing they could do about it. And Soul Point, just such a big deal. We talk about it all the time. Didn't even need to put down the Rift Herald, which is now just thrown in here as there's the fate sealed, and the catch is beautiful. Lucid nowhere to go. That's going to be the lockdown. Between Worlds comes in, Light trying to get himself out. It's a fair bit of damage, but they're not able to finish off any of these kills. Is now Kingen trying to run his way out. Decent mitigation of some of it, but that X-Tech ultimatum is one that they're happy to take any day of the week. They'll take down the Camille, and DK are floundering now.
Weibo are just catching DK as they try to set up these plays. There was a great flank coming through from Kingen and started to move in at the back of Dragon Pit, but Lucid gets caught. He goes for the all-in anyway, and there's just too many health bars and gold on the members of Weibo to really distract them.
Depth charge to come on through here. Showmaker trying to at least follow up, but not able to get into position, and feels like clutching at straws here just a little bit. DK, they were answering a lot of aggression in game number 1. This feels like they're throwing themselves at the problem and not quite figuring it out.
I don't really know how they try and stop the bleeding is the problem. Again, the 6 Void Grubs making it very difficult to really try and push back against the onslaught that is Breathe right now. This Gnar has been absolutely spectacular so far, but Xiaohu's been able to pick up a ton of kills. You have the Trinity Force and very close to your Merman completed for Light as well. You're just slipping further and further behind, and DK are a couple that need to go in, so they have no other choice.
Yeah, and the problem is that it feels like you need to remove Tarzan from the fight just because he does so much consistent damage. But if they do that, he still does a lot of damage, and the rest of Weibo are going to kill DK anyway. I don't know what the answer is to this one. You can see that DK are struggling to figure it out as well, but they're going to have to if they want to find their way back into this game. Then a 6,000, well, more like a 5,000 gold advantage is going to be hard to overcome by any stretch of the imagination. 2 items now coming in for Aiming. Does have his Rage Blade complete. Wants that Nashua's Tooth before he's feeling really comfortable, and we know that this guy is very, very good at utilizing his Kai'Sa in the later stages of the game. Just don't know whether it's going to get to a relevant point where the fight's going to be honest enough for him to be able to perform.
I think you can see what DK are trying to do, though. It's, hey, we pushed out bot side of Kingen. Let's try and move him up and look for an all-in brawl with Lucid being able to follow up with an ultimate, but it's just so difficult. I actually think they should be going for nearly the reverse, where try and play for a Kingen pick on side with Lucid, and then you have Kingen to TP to wherever Weibo try and do the cross map. But you can see in this position, as long as Weibo are playing safe, it's very difficult to lock down Light, or honestly even Crisp as well, when he's got that Alistar ultimate.
Yeah, you can see Lucid actually pretty deep in enemy territory, going for a recall now, but was able to get some reconnaissance work done. Chris walking towards his control ward. They will be able to clear that one out. Now control of this Baron area is pretty absolute from Weibo. That one ward, that one tricksy little ward there, is going to be able to spot the rest of Weibo as they're moving over. Aiming will be able to secure the red buff here for his team, as Crisp avoids that poke damage outside of the Duskbringer, as the Baron has been started. Vision was there for DK. They know that this is happening, but do they have an answer for it is the question. Xiaohu taking a fair bit of damage, wants to get over that wall, gets the knock up. There's the Pillar of Flame. It's nicely done. Lucid tries to spell shield the True Shot Barrage that wasn't actually going to connect. They do get the control ward in. Decent knockups coming through, but they just back away. They just hold strong, and Weibo, they leave the Baron Pit. Man, this is such measured play from this team, not wanting to risk it.
But DK now have access to mid lane and a potential for that bounty on the tower. Kingen constantly keeping Breathe pushed out. I think they should be able to get some damage, but maybe not take it. It looks like Light should be in a position to hold.
That was a weird situation. Yeah. I normally expect them to just fight, and then they just didn't. And I don't know whether it necessarily works out, but I'm confused. And I like it. Okay. See where we're going to get a bit of a turnaround. 50 seconds on this Infernal Drake. And honestly, I think if Weibo get that Baron, it's good. But flipping for it is not, because they've got this fight to work around when it comes to the Dragon. They have Soul Point. They don't care if DK gets one of them. But getting Infernal Soul is a gigantic deal, and accelerating the Elder Drake is going to be huge as well. So no real need to take the risk. So I do kind of understand the Baron.
Yeah, I did think, though, that we'd end up seeing is that you get the Nara who's going to push in on top side and basically has to be answered by the Aurora because she's the only one with TP because they got that TPF from Kingen. But Nara is currently grouped with the rest of the team, so it looks like Weibo just feel confident enough to take the full-on fight rather than looking for a trade for an inhibitor on top side.
Well, now the setup for the Soul begins. Kingen looking for that flank angle, spotted immediately by the Scryer's Bloom. The flanking aiming is set up at the same time. Decent vision here for both teams as the Rift Scuttler will be secured by Weibo. Kingen on that flank, taking a fair bit of damage here. Does have to hookshot his way out of 50% health now. No teleport available. Still going to look for a reset. Wants to be able to try and book it towards this battle. Already you can see this Dragon has been started. Weibo taking a bit of damage off to the side here though. Crisp down relatively low. And yeah, Kingen actually completed the recall, so this could be actually a flank opportunity, perhaps, but there is vision here for Weibo. They'll know what's going on. The Void Seeker's starting to hurt. Breathe on a ward, but the Nabar's good, and that is going to be the Infernal Soul picked up. Showmaker over the wall. Lucid, nothing he can do. He's just cut down where he stands. Still managed to get the light switch before he did die, but Moham has to flash his way out. Is he going to survive? The answer is yes, but on about 0 health, and now Kingen is just going to be dived after. Might survive as well. So they do hold on to their lives, but the damage is being done. That's Infernal Soul.
And potentially Baron. Weibo have already got pushed. They're still healthy and maybe looking to stop the resets. Won't quite get it, but no jungler available. Weibo just get Baron off the back as well.
Yeah. It's a disaster here, and with Lucid down for another 10 seconds, there was no way they were going to contest. And so on top of the fact that they get Infernal Soul, they'll also be able to augment it with the purple buff, and now we're going to move towards a gigantic advantage as far as the money is concerned. Weibo are going to look like a freight train.
But that's the thing, this is so much more controlled from Weibo. You look at the last game, it was Mist Orianna combos with that Nocturnal. Nobody really seemed on the same page. They couldn't figure out how to play through Light Strength, but this is so much more measured. Sure, it was a bit of a flip on the take, but Weibo knew they'd have the team fight afterwards, especially as the Camille had to reset. Lucid goes down, nearly getting this great ultimate, but it was flashed away from aiming for the Breathe, but finishing off the Baron and now Soul. This has got to be the end for DK.
It should be, even though there were these miraculous escapes. Doesn't stop the fact that Weibo are just picking up every single objective on this map. They got 6 grubs, they got the Herald, they got every Dragon, and now they've got the Baron. DK, like that list beneath the gold number is very short.
We've lost Kingen. Okay, he's back. No, but yeah, I think this is where you kind of are scratching for anything. Like, again, though, I think you're running out of options. The moment where you could have tried to make some sort of play around Kingen is kind of gone now, especially against someone like Xiaohu. He's just way too strong. And if you ever do, the ability for Weibo to just tear through your structures is so insane.
Oh, it's ridiculous. That is going to be some bounty gold going over, so maybe a silver lining there. But you can see here, after that does fall, the Rebel Baron power play does dip for a second and now goes back up to 2k as that inner turret is taken. Aiming takes most of his health bar from one True Shot Barrage and is denied a recall, so the base is going to get broken open. Just looks like DK have no real response to what's going on here. The inhibitor going to fall down. They at least clear the mid wave. The top lane wave is also very far away from DK's base, so it looks like this is reset time. 2.6k on the Rebel Baron power play is nothing to scoff at, and they've got an 8,000 gold lead now and Infernal Soul. So much money worth of stats now available to Weibo, especially after they go back and spend it all.
Well, I was going to say, I don't know if they want to go back and spend it all. Breathe is immediately moved up towards this top side, so this is a little greedy from Weibo. They are sitting on a lot of gold, but want to try and use the last minute of this Baron buff, but it looks like they will eventually just back away, but you kind of just missed your reset window, and DK realizes.
Yeah, Void Seeker is going to come through, just barely missing the backside of the Alistar. Lucid not going to go for anything overly aggressive. DK now given a little bit of respite, but I just don't think it's going to be there for long, As King in here towards this bottom side, just trying to get himself towards relevance, but we just haven't seen DK being able to get any sort of fight to go the way that they want it to. We haven't seen what this composition is built for.
Well, it's when you're so far in the hole, it's impossible to kind of fight your way out. You have to dive in as Nocturne, Camille, even the Aurora, and you just don't have that firepower to really lock or follow up on any of the lockdown from Showmaker. And this position, Weibo are just getting to play through the strengths of, well, we have very good team fights, we have great threat on side lanes, and Lice is just untouchable as DK scrambled to hold on to the map.
Well, Aiming just got a 35 gold lead. So there we go.
Woo!
He's the only one with anything of that nature. 2.5k for both jungle and mid here on Weibo's side. Xiaohu and Tarzan eating good in this game number 2 as now they push down this top wave. Try to break the base on the other side as well. Throwing houses around his breathe. I just don't know whether DK can stop this siege from happening. They're going to have to go for some sort of all-in as Kingen makes his way back. The tower does fall down. Now DK with 5 are going to look to try and push this one out. The anchor not going to hit the target once again here from Mohan, but fortunately for him, it doesn't hit terrain as well. Now Showmaker bouncing around, does go into stealth here as there is the Between Worlds. The ulti out from Xiao is going to come through. He gets knocked up, but there's no Crisp! Oh! The headbutt pole flash comes through from Crisp, and he's knocking 3 of them up, but it's just the inhibitor that goes down. This is almost too measured from Weibo. They only want objectives. They're like, stay alive, DK, and just watch your Nexus fall.
I don't know what sort of shellacking they got in the back because they are not looking at kills at all. It is, we are here to win this game. The only thing that wins this game is objectives. We will take every objective, and thus far, it has been very measured, very by the book. And I mean, if they just take that mid inhibitor, that is every objective that they have gotten on this map so far.
And when was the last kill that they picked up? I feel like it's been 10-4 for a really long time. Wasn't last game. The 10's telling me that maybe there was something that happened, but it does feel a little bit like a distant memory at this point in time. There have been fights though, plenty of fights, just not a lot of killing. So it's just, it's perplexing. That's what both of these teams are, to be perfectly honest.
You are very separated here for DK.
Yeah. There are a couple of teleports available for both Kingen and Showmaker, but they might have to use them pretty soon as Weibo are closing in. I think they've realized that maybe some kills are okay as DK double teleport is on the cards. It's only Showmaker that makes his way in first as Kingen thinking about a potential flank. And Weibo are still not really pulling the trigger. They don't really have to. They're just keeping DK in position as the Elder has just spawned and they have the inside track to get over there. Xiaohu setting up for some sort of engage angle as there's the ulti. They've caught Showmaker and he just explodes. Nothing he can do about it now. The late teleport from Kingen 2 already dead. Xiaohu out of there. Lucid also going to be dead. This is so clean from Weibo. The X-Tech ultimatum comes in, Aiming, trying to do all that cool stuff, but the wallets are so heavy. And Weibo will push down. They'll destroy the Nexus and they'll take us to a game 3.
It is a clean ace and a clean showing from Weibo Gaming. They dismantled DK in this game and pushed us to game number 3.
I swear, it's almost too clean, Dagda. And
I don't know who this is.
I didn't think that I'd be saying that phrase in this particular series, but it was gorgeous League of Legends here from Weibo Gaming as they do take down the Nexus in game number 2. DK, they're gonna have to pick themselves back up after that one and see what they do in the third deciding game.
Wow, what a decisive game 2 from Weibo. Xiaohu really putting the heat with his Yone. Not gonna lie, did not expect that. We're going to game 3 very shortly. As always, going to mute the broadcast because you know what? Oh, heavy is the crown. For the first best of 3 of the day, not gonna lie, it's pretty intense. I hope that G2 and BLG can give us a show. I really don't want G2 to go 0 for 6 in 3 series back to back to back. You start 2-0, then you end 2-3. That would be sad. But to be able to knock out BLG from Worlds would be an insane achievement. I don't know if they'd be able to go past quarters, but if a momentum win could be huge. Yeah, well, we'll have to see. Nap time. Be back in like 2 minutes. I got my gamer chair reclined, and I've got my Asuna pillow, just chilling, and we're vibing. Today's gonna be a long day. Triple best of free plus a best of free cast later tonight. And at least it's Thanksgiving tomorrow. I got to go see my sister, my dad, my stepmom. My tummy's gonna be fed for free. Filled for free. I can't wait. Not that I don't mind eating chicken burger rice bowls with the mayochini, but sure is different. I cook food because I'm texture based. I don't cook food because I cook food because I'm texture based, and also, well, sadly, I'm still human, so I have to eat. But I don't taste food, so everything tastes the same, so we're really just trying to make interesting textures. One more minute of shut-eye. Why am I humming Frosty the Snowman? Damn you, Jesse Cotton. Put in the Frosty the Snowman song in my head. It's fun watching YouTuber streams, like Twitch VODs on YouTube, but my biggest problem is when there's no script, and there's often no script when it comes to a Twitch stream. It's just like it's kind of like just a wing it with no script, and while I heavily respect that because that's how I make all my videos, is just wing it, the fuck it we ball no script. I don't know, I just hate watching that style of content. Heavy is the crowd. I have to wait for the analyst desk to show up. Alright, looks like we can unmute.
Caps' dad Michael is already ready and primed for the next best of 3, but hey, there's another game of this one, Emily.
Yeah, I think the big thing for me as we look at this like post-game breakdown here, the big thing for me is two things. One, actually insanely clean game from Weibo, right? This is not a typical LPL gold draft. And then the other big thing I want to point out, Light on Ezreal, because we talked about Light being kind of a stable force for them, even when the team was collapsing around and they weren't doing super well in LPL. Ezreal is one of those picks, as we pointed out at top of day, he is going to excel on. And even though he didn't necessarily pop off with like a ton of insane kills, he consistently was able to get in and do so much damage in these fights.
Yeah, I absolutely feel like he was controlling the game, even if his scoreline didn't say so. And these are some of the highlights from game 1, unfortunately. But in this game number 2 on Ezreal here, now we have the clip from this last game. Once he got a little bit of gold, he was always marking Camille on the backside of fights. He was never really in danger, but you could see all of DK's team composition was about trying to reach the Ezreal, and he played that range so expertly.
And I really like not only seeing Weibo play, I think did a very similar pivot to what it did yesterday against Fnatic, where game number 1 didn't go that way.
I'll be honest, I'm not a fan of this Nocturne.
Against DK, I think is a good call. And we also saw...
I feel like the Weibo Nocturne hasn't done anything.
Performance from, I think Mom in particular.
The Weibo Nocturne didn't do anything. The DK Nocturne didn't do anything.
I want you to tell me more about
it falls
that,
behind.
I did want to say, because you mentioned Weibo last year, by the way. They played and lost the first game in the best of ones versus G2. They still
I loved Lucid on Lee Sin. I hated Lucid on
Fnatic,
Nocturne.
They lost the first game, but won the 2 thereafter. They qualified to the quarterfinals. And the rest is history. I'm just saying, you know, if there is ever any synchronicity, can we not? Because you don't want to see it. So I want to relay it back to you and give you the opportunity to talk about, you know, in this game 3, then for DK, what do you not want to see from game 2?
So Moam individually needs to step it up. There's obviously a built-in. This is a guy that was called up very late, that is playing his first initial tournament. But even taking that into account, that Nautilus game was not okay, right? There were a lot of moments where a hook could have made a difference early on. Wasn't the case.
Did you watch Mickey X-Files?
That wasn't me. And then secondly, Lucid, we saw him hover the Nocturne. I think Nocturne is a great pick, but it's also the same way that I don't want to see Lucid on Maokai. I think that there is a specific style that this guy plays really well, which we saw, even with all the flaws in game number 1, he was still a big reason of why they won. And I think that they need to go back to that for game number 3.
I think the other thing I'm super curious about is this Aurora Yone trade, because I don't think either of these teams are particularly the teams that you might want to see playing the Yone. I actually don't think it's a pick that Xiaohu and Showmaker, like neither of them, even though Xiaohu like didn't perform badly in this game, right? Like, and Yone was a factor in a lot of the fights as the game went on. I don't necessarily see it, even as strong as it is, as a pick where these 2 teams want to go for it. So it's interesting to see that trade go through. And with DK having selected blue side for this draft, I'm very curious to see if Weibo just ban out both of them again on the red, or if we see a trade coming through as well. Actually, DK banned Aurora on blue.
It's been kind of a weird series because the team with more of like Wombo team fight comp has lost both games.
Yeah.
Which, when we were originally approaching the series, we saw the Weibo series yesterday against Fnatic, and they were just like grouping up around objectives 24/7, even if they weren't up, and it was like, okay, yeah, the team with better team fighting is going to win. But the opposite has been true today. I think part of that is because of like how well, if you look at Showmaker on LeBlanc, he can kind of just do his own thing and still be able to make the plays, but the overall cohesion of D+ doesn't necessarily seem like it's there. So I'm really curious to see what we see back on blue side, and I think Showmaker was probably just hoping that he can get LeBlanc again.
Yeah, for DK, we have seen them have these oscillations many a time, right? And this is something Showmaker has obviously made worlds every single time ever since he came into the LCK with Damwon back in 2019. Last time was the first time that he didn't make it out of groups. And obviously was pulled KT, right? You can look at that, but I don't think that's going to matter if you are Showmaker. This is a guy that has also been struggling a lot with the pressures of being a Pro 1 very early in his career. And I know that for this team, you can
sorry for all the yawning.
Understandably feeling really rough. The pressure on
these back-to-back casts plus heavy world stages are rough, but soon we're gonna be running into like I think the one best of 5 a day. I hope the best of 5s for quarters.
The rookies, and you see their faces there, right? This is so incredibly stressful. Where you have on the other side a Weibo team that yes is extremely up and down and as a roller coaster, but I would kind of say in a clutch team fight, I trust in Light a lot. I trust in their team fighting a lot. So what does your gut tell you?
My gut is actually saying Weibo is going to be able to handle the pressure better. I loved your point at the start about how these moments can be forgotten in the grand scheme of things, because the winner of this game could still very well go to the World Final, and because so many of these players actually went to the World Final last year,
Oh, no,
I
look
think
at
they're going to have the confidence to step up here.
Yeah, and then Xiaohu is just with his hand in his head as you say that, as you give your
We'll
vote
see.
of confidence to Weibo. Emily, final notes.
Yeah, I mean, I think for Weibo, we did see a much more disciplined game from them in this game. So
I feel like
regardless
Aiming's
of what they
is
end up
doing
drafting
really
for
well
this final
hand
game, and
stiff
they have to
wise,
keep an eye out
but you
for
just
Yone,
keep
I want that same
giving
discipline
over
from them.
the. If you keep giving over the
Okay,
Ezreal,
how's the stress level?
it's not gonna matter.
Not great.
Light's a
I
better
appreciate
Ezreal
you
than
laughing
Aiming.
at
His
Shox,
mustache
but,
hairs, guys. It's so
100%.
bad.
Actually, it's a great stress
Ow,
level tool.
it is. Don't do that.
I believe in them. I think they can do it. I hope that they can band it together. It will be a really big deal, both for the rookies, but also for Showmaker.
Okay, let's see what happens. Who's heading to Paris? Let's find out.
Thank you so much, guys. And I wish I shared your sentiment, Chronicler, as another LCK representative, but we've seen Weibo do this too much. Shox already took us through the fact that we're just following the script that we wrote last year. You know, we're recycling, and this is Weibo with now some momentum moving in, and we've seen this so many times that they get their for fun game out of the way, and then it's business from there.
Yeah, I mean, look, you never
And
really know
even
what you're
in
gonna
the
get
for
with Weibo.
fun
The
game
consistency
for
consistent was
Weibo,
always the best part of watching them
Light
in the LPL this
looked
year, but it
great.
is always a question of, even when you look at international, what version you get from them, because obviously last year they hit the main.
All right, here we go. The final champ select.
And,
Skarner.
Years past,
All right.
didn't do so hot at World. So you
Okay,
never really know
respect
what
ban
version
Showmakers
It's a little bit up
LeBlanc.
and
Yep,
down.
yep. We
What
don't
is
want to
up
make
and
that
down
mistake
is
from
the
game
ability to ban
one.
Skarner away
Poor
from
Light
Dominant.
was
That's happened every
playing
single
Graveyard
time.
Simulator.
Going to be the first ban here on
Light
the
and
side.
Chris
We
were
hop
both playing
into the
Graveyard
draft
Simulator.
once again. And man,
Cluck's taking a bad number 2. What are we hitting? What are we hitting? What are we hitting? We are blue side. I do not want to see the Aurora ban.
help out DK as far
Okay,
as
the
getting a
Orianna
little
respect
bit
ban for
more,
Xiaohu. Okay.
confidence moving into this final game. Just have to see. Already the Orianna and the LeBlanc taken away. We heard.
I think that's
the
good
LeBlanc
enough in
being
terms
so
of mid
incredibly
bans,
important for
unless you're
Showmaker.
scared.
And
But
Vi still
Showmaker
something
is a
to
young
that way, I would
player.
expect. I imagine that that's likely to happen here.
I want to see the Ezreal and
Weibo
Kalista
are going
ban.
to go, 'cause it might mean that one of the
We need to see Light's pool hit a bit because this man. Okay,
Yeah,
thank
I mean,
God.
that could easily be
Okay.
the direction that we go. You end up
I
taking
mean,
the
Light's
Yone
an
for
amazing
Showmaker.
Kalista, to be
You
fair.
still end up getting the Aurora on the
But
opposite
they have
side.
to ban
It
Ezreal here.
worked
They
out
have to
well
ban Ezreal. They
for
don't ban the
Weibo last game.
Ezreal.
Yone wasn't that impactful, but at least was still able to contribute to those fights well. And the Aurora didn't really get to do much.
We
because
had to
team
ban
fell so far
Ezreal, man. He
behind.
was like, what,
I think it'd be
15 and
interesting to
0
see how
or
DK
something?
prioritize
The man was
this
a
if they are left.
mad
Last
lad.
ban is going to tell us a lot about how this one's going to
What?
go to Renekton. So feels like a throwaway ban here. A little bit understandable. It does mean that they get one of these very high priority picks. Will it be the Yone? Will it be the Aurora? Or will it be another pick that is just sort of more of a pocket pick, potentially, like a Vi to be banned away from Lucid, perhaps?
I think you gotta ban
Prioritization
Lucid's
of the first
Vi,
pick is
but
really what I'm going to be curious about, because
if
we
you
know this team is
don't
not necessarily one to
ban the
go
Vi
on
and they
Yone.
pick Vi,
Has
you
been
get
one to play
Yone.
so far this season, and there is a 6-6 ban away from aiming. One of his
Are they
favorites earlier on,
tempting
but
DK to
not
take
so much
Vi so
now,
they
not
get
something that we
Yone
really enjoyed
Ezreal?
that much.
That
well.
could be pretty nasty.
Let's see. Is it going to be Yone? Is it going to be Aurora? Is it going to be Vi? Like, are they going to put that level of priority on getting this pick for Lucid? And the answer is no, because Yone's up. So they're going to lock it in.
93% pick ban
I was
with
kind of wondering what the answer was going to be, because I think there is an argument with the
93
not really doing too much, and I think
Wow.
Showmaker had a reasonably
That's
decent
crazy.
time into the Aurora, or as the Aurora
Okay.
into it. You just go towards that, but
Yeah, you have to
taking
secure the Ezreal.
away. I thought you would immediately
love
see the
this.
Vi Aurora and just go for this kind of all-in composition, but yeah, taking Light onto some comfort and getting out of the hands of aiming, making sure that what is inevitably going to be a dive composition to enable the Yone doesn't really have a target on the AD carry perspective.
And it also means that the only champion that can get out of Between Worlds is now on their team. So that works
Yeah.
out very, very well. Does mean that the denial of the Vi, like you were talking about, is going to be impossible. And will it just be a Rumble or something like that to be locked in here for King? And do they keep the Yone a little bit more ambiguous is the other question. The Kai'Sa could just be locked in here because we know that that matchup into the Ezreal is something that they do like. But Gragas, just a Gragas could be happening. That'd be weird. Showmaker going to be hovering a few things though, and I got a little bit baited.
I would like the Rumble here. I think it makes a lot of sense. You set up well with the Yone ultimate, and chances are you're going to get it banned away on this next rotation. I was thinking you take Rumble, you see that Kai'Sa more than likely going to be banned, and then you're in a position where, okay, well, at least we got a very strong top half of the map we can play through, and a Rady carry will be fine as this game goes on, but not going to see that. Instead, DK trying to prioritize something for Moham to make sure he is comfortable after what was not a great game in the Nautilus.
Yeah, and of course, this is his most comfortable champion in the realm. Speaking of comfort,
breathe on Gnar, that's dangerous.
There in game number 2, so they're going to be locking that one away for him once again, confirming that Aurora is heading towards the mid lane. I think support's likely to be hitting the ban list here on the side of DK, but there are a couple of big picks that can be banned away by Weibo.
So I think the reason DK haven't really shown their hand properly here by taking the Rumble or anything like that is they're trying to keep this flexibility for King and open. And I think into the Gnar, you could potentially move the Yone up there. We already saw King and play and have a win on this Yone in the top side. So now it could easily be a case of, well, you start to ban away or you put pressure on towards the mid lane, with Showmaker being able to get a potential counter pick depending on what wants to happen. But I imagine you will just take an answer for Crisp here on this next rotation, depending on what the bans are. Like Leona probably going to be gone, probably going to get the Alistar taken away from Crisp as well.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind that at all. I think that it's still likely that Weibo take away something like a Rumble, because we expected that that could have been the thing that comes in. But Poppy going to be removed. I wonder if that is giving away any of the intentions here of D+.
So, yeah, I'm not sure, because the Poppy is decent into the Rel, so I think you're actually in a fine matchup there in the bottom side, and there's a lot of dives, so I think it could be something that Crisp does flex into, but it's not a bad shout in this position. But I imagine you'll still get the Leona ban on this next rotation as well, and then Crisp is fine to play the defensive side of the matchup on an Alistar, especially as we saw in the last game. He actually played quite well on it, but there is that Rumble ban that we're talking about already for Weibo.
I think it's almost guaranteed that we're going to see an Ahri locked in. For Showmaker, I agree with you. I think that flexing the Yone towards the top side, Kingen has a lot of experience playing against Zeus as the Gnar into this matchup, and he knows that it's not great. It's not a whole lot of fun, even if they were able to topple them in the final in 2022. That is not all of history, as there is the Leona taken away. So the Alistar still up and available, something that Chris.
But to see if the Yone's a flex here for Kingen, I don't think so.
And DK will have to show their hand.
There's not many good things to take into Gnar. I mean, the Jax is still up, but Jax kind of gets brutalized by Gnar early game.
And Morgana.
I mean, it really depends.
I always get shivers. I see a Morgana locked in by an LPL team. Just brings me all the way back to 2015 every time.
I think this is a sick counter, though. This has been an answer that started to creep up into the Vi. The Black Shield to deny the Vi. You have a great clear. You've got that long-range engage as well.
Okay, it is Tarzan on Morgana. Okay, so they are hiding their
support in these fights to not just get completely womboed out of existence by DK, but the wombo wants to continue here, it looks like, with the Misfortune, giving good push on that bottom side. At least giving
no magic damage on the side
especially as he does hit that level 6
of DK. Okay, yeah, it's just gonna be Kingen's Gragas. I mean, it makes sense. It's gonna be a little rough into the Gnar, but
Kingen that's playing it. Kennen, a consideration right now.
Kennen's decent into Gnar, but not really fitting into the combo style team comp.
The Gragas is where he
wants to go. That's what I wanted to see. Oh, we're just, the 100%. UCMF, Gragas, Yon, you just pick the Bromadewski.
Get a cast onto a Black Shield in the later portion of the game. I immediately remove the Black Shield and suddenly enable Lucid to be that wombo setup once more. So I think
it makes sense. The Morgana's only gonna have 1 point into the Black Shield because you need a lot of points into the W to clear a lot. So it's gonna be like a WQE max for Morgana. So until like the late game, if the Morgana doesn't get going, she's not gonna have enough AP to block the cast. Because if it breaks the shield, then the Fate Seal, Magnet Storm, Bullet Time, Cease and Desist are just gonna all come in. But I mean, you have the Aurora ult for safekeeping, and maybe that's gonna be able to make a difference. We'll have to see.
Quite effective.
Very interesting draft from the side of Weibo Gaming.
Into the cask as well,
I really did not expect Morgana to make a return.
Being knocked around just feels absolutely terrible to play the Gragas into it. So a lot of mitigation, a lot of opportunities, but I think that This
You know the rules.
drop from
Mic off.
DK
We'll be back later.
has a lot more upward momentum and movement and opportunity in this game than what we saw in game number 2, even if there is some kerfuffles early on.
I think it's a composition that just has fighting power throughout the game, which is kind of something that has been missing from DK, not only in parts of this series, but definitely earlier on as well in the tournament. So I'm excited to see DK almost feed into what is, I thought, going to be their game plan of fight early, fight often, find these early leads, and then run away with the game through that. And especially when you've got a wombo set up like this, it feels so easy if you can get that lead to capitalize on it further.
Man, Tarzan on a power farmer as well once again, this time in the Morgana. Something that we haven't necessarily seen as much of, but she's been sprinkled throughout this year in a lot of these metas. All comes down to this. Kingen on full comfort. Lucid on his most comfortable champion that we've ever seen. He is a Vi player, as we've mentioned many, many times before. Aiming on the Misfortune has had great games on it so far this season as well. And Moham, his rel is exactly it. As far as the rookies, as far as the young players on DK are concerned, Rel and Vi are exactly what they want.
Sorry for unmuting. We have a world champion in Chris versus a rookie year Moham. Is Moham's first international tournament going to be a success?
The
Let's
last
find
international
out.
appearance was, of course, MSI 2021. We all remember that because that was every game.
Yeah, did reasonably all right, but Weibo getting at least into the bot side jungle here. I don't really think they're going to do too much more. I think it's just trying to figure out exactly if there's any sort of swaps or anything weird going on, but it looks like it's just going to be standard lanes for the moment, and I think you're happy for that as both fans and both teams, as a lot of these matchups are fairly dependent on just being able to get that 2v2 or 1v1.
It's pretty interesting. I would have expected that Aiming and Moham would have been happy to go into a 2v2 against Ezreal and I guess it's Ezreal Braum.
Yeah.
It's not quite Ezreal and the Alistar that we saw last time. So going into a lane swap does make a little bit more sense as my brain catches up. Moham now parking himself in the mid lane, doing that standard thing, trying to get towards level 2 on the support, sharing the mid wave experience.
Okay.
Aiming and Kingen now towards the top lane to be able to crash this wave through.
So I thought you'd actually try and just keep the lanes as is, because even though Moham can't get the crash down into a lot of this matchup, you can still get a lot of bully power coming through from Amy with the double up and these kind of things, and even the poke you get from Kingen is relatively fine against the Gnar, but already going for the swap, and it'll be a case of tracking Moham, as he has a little bit off of the level 2, not even halfway there, to try and move down towards the bottom side, but get into position before Tarzan can really move in towards the bottom half. Means that he won't get stuck away from his turret and actually be in a potential falling down.
Now DK going to be farming between turrets here, as Kingen using his belly bop to keep these minions together. Him and Aiming should be able to get through this pretty comfortably, as it's only Moham underneath this turret now. Going to be Kingen teleporting down, we expect. As I don't know whether this dive combo of these three is going to work out, but if a Dark Binding is going to sail through, could hold them in position enough here, as now we've got a Vault Breaker being charged. Xiaohu goes into stealth, but he's still going to get hit. Able to hold on to that is pretty nice. As meanwhile on this bottom side, that body slam was fantastic, but still gets caught up. Kingen going to keep himself alive though, as now he flashes, but First Blood still comes through as the auto attack was in the air from Light. Plates going down, and another kill is also going to sail through as Breathe collects that one. Xiaohu's okay in the mid lane as well. It's a disaster for DK.
That's such a massive swing in gold for Weibo, and the kill is going on towards people like Breathe, who needed it because he missed out on that entire wave on that top side, and also Light off to a great start once more. We'll have to see if it's going to be a game 2 position for Light, or whether it's game 1 where he just couldn't capitalize on it fully.
Lucid is now in the enemy jungle, spotted out there by Xiaohu, actually going to be taxied through, and now he's once again in an unfortunate position. He's been around these wolves before, and it hasn't quite worked, as Showmaker does manage to get the crash through. And with the Vault Breaker, he should be able to create enough distance. Nice little knock up here, as Showmaker is going to avoid taking turret damage as well as he crashes this wave in. And Lucid lucky to be alive.
Yeah, but kind of happy to be on this top side, because there's still a lot of camps for him. He's going to be able to steal away these Krugs on the top end, and even if he wants to move back over to pick up the Scuttle Crab in River 2, Tarzan moving back down to this bottom side as well, means that he should be totally safe if he wants to try and get that play. Tarzan considering a red buff for himself as well.
Yeah, we'll see whether it's going to be Lucid looking for a potential gank on the top side as well after he grabs that that crab, but is that going to be enough to try and mitigate the early advantage already picked up here by Weibo with the first couple of kills underneath that bottom turret? Showmaker now to clear out this ward as Tarzan moving through. Will be able to head towards bottom lane now. Aiming, moving his way back over. You can see Moham on the rel will also be able to join him on vision here as well for Weibo as Tarzan slinks back into the enemy jungle once more.
This is a little bit dangerous for Weibo though, because the reset has already come through for Aiming. Big wave that he has to catch though, so can't move across immediately. Vi trying to make her way back out, so I think Weibo should be able to steal this away. Ezreal back in on vision may mean that DK go for the all-in afterwards, because he like cancels his reset to make sure Weibo can get out.
Showmaker doesn't have his ultimate available. I think maybe could have looked for something if he did. Moham in the area as well, is now Lucid back to collect his Raptors. Otherwise, not too much going to occur.
Yeah, Light going to be very late on his reset though, which is kind of spelling nice things for Moham and Aiming, as they should be able to crash this wave and let him lose a little bit. You can even see Light realize it himself. Now has to stay in lane. So if I was DK, I'd try and transition this to a potential dragon just off the back of, hey, we have a reset and are in a better spot, but looks like they focus more on the Void Grubs, as you can see Lucid moving back up towards his top side.
Yeah, and Tarzan is moving back down, just trying to babysit, making sure that Light can push this wave out. Crisp still hovering. Might be able to find himself a Winter's Bite here as the Make It Rain does come down. Moham, a potential target here now.
Crisp is essentially bluffing that Tarzan's behind him. That's why you're seeing so much respect given to Moham, because you have the item advantage and the level advantage, at least for the beginning of that, on Aiming, but unsure as to where the Weibo Gaming jungler was, they will just back off, and that gives at least some push on the bottom lane, but will only be the junglers on this top half that may run into each other.
Yeah, and the Grubs have just spawned as well. It's going to be an important thing to track, as Crisp looking to go home, or at least channeling the back for the moment. Tarzan looking to clear out this control ward. Lucid in the area as well. Doesn't have his level 6. Only halfway towards it as well, as we can see. They have the vision of the Crab. Breathe is moving down. You got the Gragas also in a flank angle.
Has the ultimate available as well. Breathe didn't hit level 6 because he lost so much of that experience to the tower, and may come back to bite him.
Yeah. There's the Vault Breaker going to connect onto the Gnar as now Kingen looking to try and move him out of position. Not quite in range to land that cask. And remember, the Black Shield is always going to be there. That is going to be Grub number 2 being picked up here by DK. Lucid collecting the experience as well, which is a very big deal. Tarzan going to be able to grab that second one, so a Grub advantage here for Weibo, but it's not a wash. That's what we've been seeing in a lot of these games, is 6 on one side, 6 on the other for games 1 and 2. This time a little bit more split, as there's a knock-up onto Xiaohu from Showmaker, but he still takes a lot of damage back here. And Xiaohu on this Aurora is doing a lot of work with this harass.
Yeah, I think DK have just been doing a good job of pushing some of the advantages they had. Look, they only get one Grub there, but it is, you know, they get the reset quicker for Aiming on bot side, so he can get the push, denying Chris being able to roam up towards top. Breathe being behind on the level advantage means that they have a little bit more threat towards that top half. Weibo though calling the bluff as soon as Chris does get that quicker reset is a nice job from them as well. So a lot of this is coming down to the map state and where people are, particularly the supports and the top laners. But
Between Worlds is going to come through. Showmaker going to have to flash. Does get himself out of the way of that, but that is a big cooldown that Xiaohu was able to pick up basically just for free. I know you have to invest the ulti, but flash is a very important cooldown. And True Shot Barrage not quite going to connect, so Showmaker going to be able to make his way back. No teleport. Does want to stop this as Lucid. He's moving over, Vault Breaker in hand. Can he find it? There it is. The cease and desist comes down. The ulti comes through, collects both of them. Great sidestep there, but still going to die. His soul was unable to return to his body, and Lucid, can he actually get a shot? Gives him the thumbs up. It still tanks the turret shot. A 2-for-1 trade in favor of Weibo, though, in the end.
Weibo just barely able to get in to keep Xiaohu alive. Chris being able to get in, and that heal keeps Xiaohu topped up just long enough, but Weibo now get the kills and will get the dragon off the back of this.
Yep, the first rate going to go over to Weibo Gaming here, and I really like the pizzazz from Xiaohu. Would have looked far cooler if he hadn't have just been hit by the turret and taken down. But let's have a look at this replay.
Yeah, and I think this is a great call from Lucid. Showmaker wants the reset, but the wave is not in a position where it's favorable, so bring in Lucid, gets the ultimate off despite the invisibility, but the jump in from Crisp gets in front of it just barely and has that heal to keep his mid laner alive. The Black Shield as well means he's able to escape, and this is nice from Lucid, but the Black Shield lasts just long enough to deny the knock-up from the Q, but it still is the Xiaohu just barely walks into turret range.
And you can see DK coaching stuff not exactly psyched about it, as Xiaohu as well is like, maybe I shouldn't have given the thumbs up. Now I feel a little bit silly, but still, it's a great trade for Weibo and a lot of stress for DK. 1,000 gold the advantage, a little bit more on top of it here for Weibo in this early game. Haven't really paid too much attention here towards his top side, as Lucid is going to be his next avenue of attack, as Mini-Na now back up. Certainly a point of attack potential. It is going to be Lucid just moving away, and Breathe doing the same thing. Crisp, can he find an avenue here? Good sidestep there from aiming. The Winter's Bite's going to be connecting down here. And otherwise, it is just going to be a little bit of picking up as much farm as we can. Not too much fighting for the next little while. Xiaohu certainly doing pretty well on this Aurora, at least in the lane. Despite the fact that Showmaker is very far ahead in farm. How did that happen?
I think it's just with how much there's been happening around this mid lane, but I think it'd be heartbreaking for Showmaker if he can't get the best of Xiaohu in this series, because even you look back at like MSI 2021 finals, lost to RNG, lost to Xiaohu, and I think Showmaker has been pretty open about how he wants to try and get back into Worlds and really showcase what he's capable of, but now sitting behind Xiaohu once again after losing that 2v1 in the mid lane, or 3v2 even I should say, it's got to be at least bringing back some memories of that.
I would agree. I think as well, one item spikes, you mentioned it for game number 2. That's happening once again here. Is that Blade of the Ruin King going to be very important here for Showmaker? I think Kingen getting towards an item or two as well, where this cast can really be dangerous coming through. And Kingen, we know him as a clutch team fighter. He's a guy that's just able to do it when no one expects it. Well, this is when we're really not expecting it. It hasn't been a great Worlds here for Kingen, as that is a great Dark Binding though for Tarzan, as Moham has to crash his way down. Good flash to get him out to safety, but still no flash now available for this next fight. As good heads up there from Moham, able to avoid the True Shot Barrage that wasn't going to land, but I still respect it. Keeps his head in the game. He's now still looking for a reset. And now the Void Grubs should go over to Weibo here. Not enough people on the map, as Lucid now moving over. Doesn't want to give this one up without a fight, as now Moham gets tagged by a Mystic Shot and almost just straight up dies. That is going to be the first 2. There is 4 or 5 grubs picked up, as Chris doesn't find too much with the ultimate. The bullet time also not really collecting too much here as well. The door is now on cooldown, as Breathe is going to get punched a few times. Black Shield is now on the Gnar, but now it's going to wear off. DK just not quite able to find a foothold in this fight, and Weibo just grabbed the grubs and leave.
They were trying to bait out that Black Shield from Tarzan, but Weibo never really overextending too much, as Showmaker gets a little bit of a tap back. But until that Black Shield was gone, Lucid couldn't pull that ultimate trigger, and you could see in their eyes, we have the ultimate advantage. Our wombo combo's still there, but without that Black Shield going down, there's just no way for them to start off that fight.
Yep. And the issue was that there was no other target presented. It was just Breathe with that Black Shield that was there. So Lucid couldn't just say, oh, well, I'll just hit the other guy, because the other guy didn't exist. Okay, Weibo being able to perform the highway robbery very, very nicely. And 2,000 gold is the lead, and it is slowly but surely extending here. DK, they're going to have to make a proactive play to get themselves a lead. They want to make their way towards Paris, keep themselves in the tournament for another round. You have to remember, you lose this game, you're going home. That is it for both of these teams. This is where you have to find it in yourself to pick up the win. So Showmaker now underneath his outer turret. Not feeling great, because there are 3 bad guys there. Now Lucid looking to make his way in. Certainly some targets, but the Black Shield standing around Moham looking for an angle. They just grab some plates, they will move on.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to get too much until the Dragon in a couple of seconds. Still, looks like DK are saying we don't really have position to fight for this. We're going to try and make a cross-map play. I thought it would be towards Breathe, but Weibo again defending well here, denying that red buff take even. It feels like DK kind of scratching their heads as to how they want to open up on the map, and they just can't really get any wiggle room here.
I think picking up this Drake could be a good thing, as the Rift Herald going to be coming up now in 8 seconds time, and so maybe it's just a fight towards this top side that both teams are looking for, trying to break open this map, give themselves some room to play. And you can imagine if you've got the Gragas that wants to find these deep flanks and get these casks in, it'll be something that they're looking for. And as you can see, Lucid and Moham already starting off on this Rift Herald, down to 50% health. Vision was given over to Weibo, but it goes dark once again. And now Kingen on this flank. Can he actually find it? Doesn't actually throw out the flash or the cask or anything just yet, but still gets hit by the Dark Binding. So much damage, he flashes, but it's not enough. And that is the kill picked up here from Xiaohu. Disaster strikes for DK as they're looking to try and stay on top of this Rift Herald. Between Worlds comes through. Showmaker cannot get over the wall. And the Herald is even taken here. It is absolute disaster stations for DK. That's a cheeky one picked up for aiming, but that is a consolation prize at best.
It is the silverest of linings for DK, and what is a dark, dark day. Weibo, I managed to outplay him across the map. The Dark Bindings hitting from Tarzan, and even on the top half, Lucid and Kingen considered going on towards Breathe, who's in Mininar, but they don't pull the trigger fast enough. You'll see it as we get into the replay here. So you go where this is a 3v4, but the eyes of Lucid move up top towards Kingen, which then isolates the Gragas here, who ends up falling. On the top of the map, Rift Herald is still started, so Weibo are just chasing down members of DK, and as they finally decide to turn on towards Breathe, the Black Shield comes in just in time for a Showmaker to not get that CC for Breathe. And it has to be Aiming who finishes things off, as Breathe will just pick up the Rift Herald on the way out.
Yeah, collects that one. Aiming is going to be able to at least get one kill back, but this is a disaster, and Weibo, yeah, pretty happy with how this one is going. There goes the outer turret as well. In the mid lane, Showmaker looking to try and trade for the bottom outer as well, but trading up here for Weibo, absolutely. And as we have a look at our MasterCard lane economy snapshot, it is looking pretty good for our World's runners-up in 2023. Weibo just looking for a repeat of history, at least until the very end, where they would prefer a change in history. But so far, so good as far as getting back there in this game. 5,000 gold. This is looking a lot more like game number 2 than it did like game number 1.
Yeah, I still think, though, there are tools for DK to bring it back into this game. Like, you still have that insane combo that can work out once the Black Shield isn't there, or even if you catch multiple members, a Black Shield can only save one, right? So I don't think this is as clear-cut for Weibo, where it felt like DK had to dive into them at all points in time. I still think you have a lot to work with. It's just that the windows of opportunity are closing. Like, you see, even if it's not a Black Shield, there's 2 Seeker's Arm Guards that are coming through for the AP members and may need to be burnt here.
Yeah, there's a knock-up from Showmaker, very nicely done. That's the Black Shield out from Tarzan. Now Lucid on Vision here. There's Xiaohu, cuts him down to about 50%. This Aurora is very scary. Xiaohu on Control Mages seems to feel a whole lot better. They were able to win the last game, as now Between Worlds comes through once more. That is going to be the Magnus Storm. Bullet time! And they just cut down where they're standing! DK, can they find more off the back end of this one, though, as Lucid still has the ulti available. Tarzan still with that Black Shield there, and DK not going to push for more. They pick up 2 kills, and this might give them an avenue back in.
And that's exactly what I was talking about. You overextend, and there's still windows for DK to come back. Plus, Kingen was pushing in that top side the whole time. He gets the top lane turret too. That's a nice goal back in towards DK's favor. Snipe onto Moham really won't mean too much. There's no objectives up, but DK, they deny that access to bot lane turret. Weibo going to try again here. It is a 2v2 because Moham did stick around.
As they say, if at first you don't succeed, just try again. And we'll see whether they're able to take this one down. Under 50% on this one, but they are running out of minions. And with an AP Gragas, he does pretty well at clearing out minion waves relatively safely with those barrels. Lucid looking for an opportunity towards Light. Of course, pretty slippery on this. Ezreal does clear out this Vision as they move toward through the enemy jungle. Breathe will finally get that free time that he was looking for. Utilize those 5 grubs and take down the outer turret on that bottom side of the map. So 4 turrets picked up here for Weibo. Feels real good. But let's have a look at this fight one more time. This Between Worlds looked devastating, but the Magnus Storm from Moham paired with Aiming.
But look at where Breathe is, right? He has to try and walk all the way through the tower. He's not really in a position to follow up on this. So while it looks fantastic, it's just a 3v4 that Weibo are taking, hoping they can come out on top. And especially with the King and TP coming through as well, you can see the frustration on the face there. And the smiles on the DK side. They know they got away with that one.
I wouldn't be celebrating just yet, Zephyr, but let's see whether it is something that DK can leverage moving further on in this game. They have the Yone. Yone's been pretty good at winning, but Showmaker is not one that has utilized it to its fullest so far here in 2024. Can he channel some of his previous years where his melee play was just so incredibly good. He's pretty good at playing Yone's brother, of course, as Yasuo has been legendary for quite some time. As Crisp making his way in on Vision here, knows about it, as this control ward will finally be addressed.
I do think, though, even if the fights are kind of a little bit back and forth, DK have been playing at the map better. Weibo kind of stalled out where they're not really sure how they want to try and approach. They overforce on boss. Kingen is constantly playing and pressuring on sides. And at this stage, with Showmaker being a fairly sizable threat when it comes towards just how much damage you can do in a side lane, you need to be in a better position to respond. But Weibo just haven't really wanted to play around sides, and this is something that we started to notice a lot when they brought out the Oriannas and moved away from the AD carries, was just not sure how to facilitate a control mage like this Aurora on a side. Now Aurora has escapes, but Xiaohu just hasn't really been going to a side lane by himself.
Yeah, and I think this is a lot going to come down to Dragons. Next one's going to be up in 15 seconds time. It is once again an Infernal Soul in this game. It's going to provide so much extra damage for either team. The mobility of the Cinders as well is, I think, underrated. Do very much like that. But it looks like Weibo have full positional advantage around this Dragon Pit, as Kingen hanging out towards this top lane. Xiaohu going to catch that wave, but there is no vision here. It looks like Tarzan should be able to just secure this for Weibo. The first Dragon of the Infernal variety secured here by Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, you can see DK trying to get vision on this top side in return for that Baron area. As like takes a couple pop shots. There's moments where you can still find picks here as DK, but I think if you do end up just letting Weibo slowly but surely take these objectives, they're just going to be in a great spot. Their team fight is exceptional. The ability for DK to start fights is really tough unless Weibo overextend like that again. So that's where DK, I can understand trying to trade the Dragon for vision, but now I need to see them play heavily around this mid lane, force light off of the wave, and then look for some sort of pick inside, or even try and force on this mid wave. Even if Lucid dies, for the engage, just getting that pick onto a potential turret take opens up the map so much for DK.
Yep, not to mention the fact that Baron is now up and available, has been for about a minute and a half. 2 items now completed for both the Ezreal and the Misfortune. We talk about the Ezreal variety of this all the time. Doesn't quite have the transformation just yet, but very, very close. And in fact, as I say it, does get that mere amount of transformation. So Light is at full power. He is only going to get more scary now, but this is the first step. Infinity Edge completed for aiming is certainly good news, but still wanting to get a little bit more. We'll see whether he can have once again one of these big bullet times like we saw towards that bottom lane, whether DK can just get themselves together. That's honestly what I want to see, is just pull themselves up, as now Kingen, yeah, he could be in trouble. Crisp making his way around, gets the extra movement speed. That is a very cute cask. Still going to be able to push Crisp away.
I'm shocked he got away with that. Winter's Spike going wide was a bit of a whoopsie there, but able to walk on out, and now you kind of diminish that entire play. So look at the bot side instead. DK get to take control here. They're going to set up for Showmaker to be a threat on the side, and this is where if Weibo can get those plays to work, it's great, but these little mistakes do give DK windows to try and fight back. I think still no pressure on mid-wave for DK is a bit of a mistake, because Aiming can contest the wave. It's just that he doesn't have the help from Lucid right now to really force on mid-wave to open up a play on these sides.
Well, Breathe going to be able to clear out this wave towards the bottom side of the map. And it is back to pretty defensive play, but slowly but surely it's a closing of the gap instead of an extension here. So DK pulling themselves back in. That is so far working out. 2.6k going to be the advantage. And I think the Baron Pit is going to be where we're going to see the next big fight. Kingen getting closer and closer to 2 items. I believe Cosmic Drive going to be coming in next. Does have the Seraphs for the shield as well. Some added durability for this Gragas. Feels pretty good. DK, can you actually approach? That is the question. This battle for vision is just ongoing between these 2 squads. And if Tarzan is in Fog of War, it's so scary. You can see there, has to use the Vault Breaker to get out of the way of the Black Shield, the Dark Binding.
Showmaker has just hit his second item though, which is pretty nice for an upcoming fight. I'd say the Dragon in 2 minutes time, or a Baron pick is Crisp.
That's a little bit of a dangerous position that he finds himself in. Shows them the door. They'll accept it. Black Shield also going to be invested there. Crisp makes his way out. Does buy a little bit of space here for DK to clear out vision inside their own jungle. Some mobile champions as well. That body slam on the Gragas.
Breathe back in bot side though. Again, just putting this pressure on towards DK, but DK want to fight as a result.
Yeah, the battle for the crab. You love to see it. Dark Binding going to go wide once again, and they're not going to win that battle, as Breathe is going to win his battle with this inner turret that is completely unprotected. Kingen going to turn up just a little bit too late. That is a lot of money going over to this Gnar. Randuin's already completed here for Breathe as well. He is very, very scary.
Also very close to Mega Gnar, which is why Weibo started to posture in front of Baron. There is TP wards for Breathe to try and come in and be a bit of a nuisance, but has now ticked over, so Weibo I think just going to back away from this one. Yep. Minutes until that next dragon, that is definitely going to be the focus here for Weibo.
It should be. DK now with that opportunity, spotting the reset that did just come through. So much posturing. Kind of want game one back. You know, where we were just, it was just fighting and fighting and fighting. It was fun, it was a bit stressful, but it was fun. This is feeling like so much more of the mind games between the two squads, the battle for vision, wanting to get a perfect fight, you know.
There's so much pressure on them right now, though.
Oh, yeah.
Like, one bad fight, and that is your year done. You don't get another attempt, so kind of understand when you're in that position. And again, when there's so much to prove for so many of the players on both sides, you don't want to be that one that makes a mistake, but you could also be the one that makes the game-changing play, and I think that's what both Showmaker has the opportunity to do so, but also even Tarzan or Xiaohu, the lockdown that they have could be it for either squad.
Absolutely. Now Weibo moving towards that bottom side river. The Dragon going to be spawning in 12 seconds time. Lucid in a good spot to get a flank angle. As Crisp taking a bit of damage here. The more poke that they can land, the better it is here for DK. Oh, that's a bit obvious. But with the fact that Lucid is there wanting to hit someone with an ultimate as soon as that black shield is utilized, if someone goes down low enough to be under any sort of threat, when that danger is going to come in. Showmaker continuing to push here on this bottom side. They've started up the Dragon as well, as Light deals with the mid wave. This could just be a 50-50. Soul point for Weibo on the cards. Could even out the Dragons on DK's side, down to 50% health now, as Moham holding on to that Magnet Storm. Xiaohu looking for that angle, trying to get that R button down, but Kingen has spotted him. Knows exactly what's going on. Winter's Bite going to connect Dark Binding, not going to so far. And no one pulling the trigger just yet.
The timer on Breathe is going down though. They need to start.
Yep, down to 1,000 health. Who's going to get it? It's going to be Lucid that locks this one down. The Magnet Storm from Moham connecting on a 3, but he's a little bit too far forward and he throws his life away. Weibo just going to back away and say thanks for the freebie.
Kingen trying to get the reset in as Weibo going to move in towards mid. Don't want to look for the tower. It looks like they're looking at the Baron instead. And Vision is not set up for DK. Going in blind into Weibo could be a disaster here.
Yep, this one little ward, the pesky one that they can see here, will be able to show them that this Baron is indeed happening. But what can they do about it? That's going to be the question as Xiaohu going to spot Lucid. He's going to get softened up quite a bit here as now Showmaker diving in, Breathe Gnar in perfect position. And back over the wall goes Lucid. He cannot fight this Mega Gnar as Crisp going down pretty low, but where is the smite? Can they get into the pit? And the answer is going to be no. The Vault Breaker gets forward, but it's Tarzan that locks down the Baron, and now it is just disengage, disengage, disengage for Weibo. They're out of there. They got that purple buff, and they're looking great.
They just couldn't get the engage. Breathe causing so much threat to DK. They are forced to back away, and Weibo can burn down the Baron of the TP to try and keep the mid lane alive. Looks like it will be successful, and DK have to back away.
Yeah, great teleport there from Breathe to make sure that there is no cross map, nothing at all that DK can pick up. Showmaker now just trying to get some ward money around this map. It's not over, but it is looking more and more dire here for DK when we thought maybe they were trying to claw their way back.
Yeah, and I think this was unfortunate for Moham because they are basically trying to wait out Breed's Gnar bar to go down. You get the steal from Lucid, and I thought, okay, maybe that's it. Maybe that's their moment, but Moham thinks with Breathe about to go mini Gnar, he can go for the play, but Aiming isn't really in a position to follow up thanks to a great block by Crisp on that Unbreakable. And now, Weibo Gaming set up with the Baron, Breathe on bot side. A lot of the damage already done to these tier 2 structures.
Yep, and with these Void Mites coming out here as well. I mean, that is, yeah, there's no minions there, so they're not going to be able to grab that one just yet, but look at this. The army of minions moving towards this bottom lane. That will spell the inner turret going on over the entire outer section removed. It is only the base left up here for DK. Can they actually manage to defend? That's the question. Double siege minions are just pummeling this inhibitor turret. Not a lot of range, so they can't really walk up just yet, but they've got another wave conga lining in. Okay, can they find the angle here as Light? Arcane Shift pretty powerful there, as you can see. Kingen looks for the barrel. There's the Magnet Storm. Crisp comes forward, shows them the door. Light creates all of the space he needs. The Black Shield's so valuable. They take down Crisp, though. They're able to just go through the front door instead, and Light is just left in the dust as two of his teammates are dead.
Weibo is still trying to collapse, though. Breathe has that flash. Megan are so close to it. Xiaohu collapses.
Yeah, between worlds, there's the crash down. Moham knows that he's dead, is now aiming, just throws the ultimate right at the Ezreal. Can he stand his ground and take down Xiaohu as well? It's the Meganar says absolutely not. The sidestep's decent, but it is not enough as the solo lanes take down aiming.
And the bot lane tower fell as well. Weibo end up taking the fight toe-to-toe and still get the objective, but this was everything in the kitchen sink thrown by DK. Light gets locked up, but the flash over from Tarzan, the Black Shield, means that Light is able to flash away from the potential body slam from Kingen. Crisp denying a lot of the damage. He still will fall, but it gives time for Weibo to collapse and get into position, and this is where it gets a little bit dicey, because you've got so many low health bars on the DK side, but Aiming steps up. Moham is the focus, but it ends up being an Arcane Shift in towards Light where he goes down, and Aiming with that ultimate nearly turns the fight single-handedly, but Weibo just barely able to come out with the 2 for 2 left standing.
Yeah, the double up there as well. And yeah, I completely agree. Both sets of coaches, honestly, I think, they deserve everything after this game. You know, it's go out for something delicious. You know, even if you lose this series, this has been so incredibly stressful on both sides. Otherwise, it's preparation for the quarterfinals. This feels like a fight. It's just so incredibly close between these teams. Outside of the gold, which Weibo has in spades, these fights still seem to be something that DK are finding ways to wrangle.
And it's a question mark now around the objectives as well. 30 seconds until this Infernal Dragon is up and available, and DK can barely push past into their own jungle. It feels like Weibo going to start to take advantages now, not only in the gold, but with these dragons too. And it was a nice attempt by DK, but so much was invested. I don't know if they can try and get that repeatedly here to bring themselves back into this game.
Well, Crisp going to be eating a barrel, but they're just looking to take down this trail of wards heading towards this Dragon Pit. You can see 5 seconds, and that Infernal Drake is up and available. DK thanking their lucky stars that the Dragon was secured by Lucid the last time it came up.
But Lucid going on a bit of a mission here. Secret Agent trying to get in behind Weibo. The Dragon will be taken. It is going to be given. But I think Lucid is essentially just going to sit here and hope that someone overextends on mid-wave and they can immediately go for the crash down with Moham. But Aiming isn't there to try and follow up, and Lucid may be spotted.
Where is the... I'm a little bit worried, as Lucid now going to be scanning just to make sure that there's no vision up and available. Yeah, they don't know that he's here just yet.
Oh, Light, he could be the focus, but this is sick from Lucid. Like, it's even in advance of Baron. It may look a little funky, but this could be the call. This is what the Lee Sin kick did to Light last game. Can he get it again here?
Yeah, he's channeling now. There's the Black Shield, though. Light in a lot of trouble, but he just gets shielded up, and he's going to be A-OK. There goes Lucid. They threw the kitchen sink at him, but it did not work out. The Between Worlds is gorgeous. Moham's dead, and there's the ult out from Showmaker. They cannot do anything right now, and Weibo, they just had all the answers.
They tried everything there. That was the Hail Mary play from DK. And it is spotted. There is no miracle for the LCK third seed. It will be Weibo who push into the base.
Yep, they're just going to cut down the inhibitor here. Kingen, can he remove the minions? That is the question. It might take some time, but I think that Weibo, that was the death nail. It's just whether the Nexus is going to explode right here or whether it's going to be after a bit of a reset, because, man, we're moving towards 8,000 gold, the advantage. The Baron's coming up now, and there is no way that DK can get over there at all. It's miracle or bust.
Respect to DK for the attempt, though. Lucid trying desperately to get in onto the back line, but that Black Shield again, so pesky. And showing why this Morgana is such a good answer in the jungle, specifically to this Vi. Lucid just hasn't been able to get into any of these fights thanks to it.
Yeah, Moham is able to get in here, though. They are able to clear out some vision, as we can see. And they know they just have to start this. They just have to go for it. The Baron's going to be going down very, very quickly. Weibo teleporting their way in. Xiaohu will be able to turn up as Kingen can possibly get them out of here with that explosive cast, because the Baron is all they want. They should be able to take it, but can they win the fight? That's the question. Lucid does manage to land the smite, though. Magnustorm is decent, but Xiaohu just goes golden. Breathe is gonna smack down this Rel. Xiaohu's still in it, able to bounce his way out. Kingen, can you have the mobility? The answer is no. Tagged by a Christmas tree, and it's Light that's gonna be able to take down the Gragas. And Weibo, they are back towards it. They are moving down this mid lane to finish what they started.
Weibo going through, Amine ults to clear out the wave, has the burn up minions, and may have delayed the game for just another 30 seconds. That could set up Lucid to come on through. There is no minion line here. They're waiting on that bot lane to push on through.
The one caster minion, can they protect it? That's the question. And Showmaker says no, he's going to be able to take that one down, but Aiming not going to be so lucky. They just chase him towards the fountain. Showmaker as well going to go down. Breathe might just be dead. And remember, these are only Void Mites. There are no minions because that caster minion, the hero, did actually fall. And so now missing a bunch of health bars. It's only Moham that is going to be here, but now the super minions are going to crash, and Weibo, I think they've got enough damage. I think they're going to be able to do it here. This is their ticket to Paris. One last Nexus turret in front. Lucid, can he do it alone? The answer is absolutely not. He takes down Tarzan, but Weibo, they take down the Nexus and secure a spot in Paris.
Well, it's hard to play top lane when you're down 6,000 gold. Yeah, Lenar was definitely the game changer this series, but Light on Ezreal. What a Giga Chad. Xiaohu performing really well in the Aurora too, showing that he can play more than just 80 carries and some control mages. But yeah.
Extraordinary counter pick. Like the tech choices here, the Morgana, so good here from Tarzan. It deserved its
really good draft from Weibo, and they deserved it more.
Right after this break, don't go anywhere.
Alrighty, we are back.
They could have won.
G2BLG, very important for Europe to get shit done. We pray that they can.
Ari taken away from Knight makes a lot of sense. The Ashe taken away as well. Aurora and Yone, the typical red side bans that we often see here at Worlds. Now G2, what else are they thinking about on the blue side?
Do they want to continue? Orianna Nocturne has been the name of the game. This is a combo that's been talked about by every single team, but G2 consistently prioritizing it.
Okay. And of course, Nico flexible between both mid and bot. It does look like G2 setting themselves up for the Orianna once more. We'll see what the priority pick will be as BOG round out their ban phase. Nocturne, Vi, Kalista. That's going to be the final ban taken away from G2. They've shown a priority for this champion.
Of course, I think in the context of the meta, Kalista in general, secures lane prio. If you don't have enough sustained damage, you see those Randuin's builds where she just becomes unkillable. Orianna will be the option. BLG can take away a Nocturne if they want to, but the downside of this prioritization is a champion like Vi, who has been incredibly impactful. The Skarner, a lot of the more conventional...
Jax, left the Jax open for Bin. One of his huge comfort picks.
And against T1, the Bin Jax wasn't there. It wasn't enough. But in the previous series, it was Bin Jax all the way, and it feels like when he's rising up, he's been performing. That level is something that you just... I mean, can you really contend with it? We saw last year in the Elimination Series, Ben got the better of BB in just about every single game, and now you've given him his comfort.
Well, G2 will likely answer it with something like a Gnar or the Poppy. So far, Broken Blade has played 5 different champions across the Swiss stage. I wonder if we'll bring out something new today, but instead, as you rightly said, Nocturne is the expected jungle pick here. They could also go for something like the Vi, but it looks like they're going to stick with the approach they brought against T1. In Game 2 is where we saw them finding great fights, big advantages, opportunities to turn the game in their favor. But in Game 1, this strategy didn't really work out for them.
The Gragas, of course, was a big part of that.
Of course.
They're not as scared now that the Gragas is there, of course. And after that first game, it was the Skarner they banned away. So it's not like they haven't given up power picks, but maybe they feel the ankle is a little better this time. Gnar now locked in, Knight debating what he wants to go for. And Betty, we've talked about this before, Sylas. You know, Knight has so many iconic picks, but obviously Sylas is a champion that, especially against the Nocturne, the Orianna has so much playmaking potential.
It certainly does. I think the Sylas has a lot of great ultimates to steal.
It scares me.
But he's hovering. And it's going to be the LeBlanc. We look at his career all-time. LeBlanc is definitely one of his most played with 36 games, only hovering around a 55% win rate, which when you think about Knight with how many incredible win rates he has with things like Syndra and Ahri is a little surprising to see. We'll see how this one pans out, because typically Skarn and LeBlanc is not a duo that you often associate, but against an Orianna, it can be a very effective matchup. Hell, we even saw it from Showmaker earlier in the day in our first series of the matchup, so it can definitely be strong, especially in side lanes, where we saw how Cap struggle to get farm in the side lanes because G2 wasn't probably setting him up to get that farm. And if Knight is left isolated, look at this 1-3-1 that BLG are already setting up for themselves.
And it's one of the downsides that's been called out about the way the G2 are drafting, right? Yes, Orianna is powerful, but it doesn't give the same side lane agency as a champion like the Ahri or LeBlanc will. Maybe limiting one of the strongest points on the map for them, but half to the Orianna will be enough. And you said it, the LeBlanc, we saw the Nocturne comp really struggle against T1, partially because of Gragas, partially because there really just wasn't a good target for the Nocturne to jump on. LeBlanc's certainly not bad, but is so slippery that if the follow-up isn't there, it's just not going to work out. Poppy ban, good ban. Taken away from Mickey, I think good respect ban obviously blocks the first half of Distortion as well as the Jack sleep.
I wonder if G2 is thinking about a Kai'Sa right now. BLG could consider an Ezreal. I quite like their ability to play with poke, right? LeBlanc later on into the game becomes this great poke champion, and G2's going to pan that one away. So Xayah and Ezreal taken off the boards.
Interesting. Now, BLG really get their pick of the litter here. Do they want to go for something more team fight focused? MF would certainly be vulnerable against this G2 composition and combo. Kai'Sa would be more safe, and that will be the option. And it's an awkward position because you don't want to give the Ezreal up, but Kai'Sa was traditionally a pretty good answer into that same Ezreal. Now the question is, what are they going to prioritize? Draven, we saw, couldn't really get through the front line of T1. Maybe they feel a little bit better in the context of this draft, but AD carry pool has been limited very heavily. The Draven itself already taken away.
You know, like, a part of me feels like they're going to do something like Twitch or Kog'Maw.
We wanted to see them.
MF, they're going for the MF. That's fine. I think it's very like team fight driven, which is very much what that comp is leading towards. Does look like it's going to be a Rel. They might go for Leona if they want a little bit more guaranteed lockdown with the Q that Leona brings with the instant stun.
Sure. And of course, it's not really the best Merc Treads team to play up against. So many of the CC tools just don't interact with Tenacity. But Rel still remains this incredibly powerful playmaker. Leona has a little bit less hard committal in terms of the CC because she can ulti and is often a little bit tankier early on. BLG may look for the Alistar here. Really lackluster first couple of levels, but as you go later in the game, can be such a nuisance to deal with.
Yeah, it does imply that BLG is considering a lane swap. The bot lane 2 versus 2 here could be very difficult for them to execute, but BLG have great side lane threats. I think that they've got very solid poke as well, especially when Kai'Sa starts building out that AP. She's going to be this long-range threat that can just chip away your HP bars. G2 have strong, hard committal engage thanks to the Nocturne ultimate and the Rel. The Wombo combo kind of speaks for itself. You can see the highlight reel in your head, but it's a question of will they be able to enact it when there's so much mobility on the side of BLG. You've got Jax's jump, you've got the you've got the interruption and interference from the Alistar, Kai'Sa's ultimate, LeBlanc W. There's a lot of mobility on the side of BLG to give them agency to navigate their way around these team fights.
There is, and it puts you in a position where if BLG get ahead, if they are able to establish that side lane pressure you talked about, if G2 has to enter these objectives blind, their comp becomes not impossible, but certainly very, very difficult to execute.
I think the biggest thing about this is it is, of course, best of 3, first game. This is going to be very telling because BLG on Bin, if G2 can beat Bin's Jax, then that's huge in terms of confidence and momentum.
Yeah.
However, you could just have reality come crashing down on you as it's Bin's Jax.
I mean, I'm not going to lie, Vedius. I'm doing everything I can in my power not to have a panic attack right now. As 2 EU pundits casting this, we're always going to do our best. We're going to represent both sides. This is 2 incredible stories from 2 incredible leagues. But on a personal, emotional level, I am a very scared boy when it comes to LEC representation at this tournament. That said, BLG, certainly a worthy contender, a team that has been rising up despite a somewhat questionable start. A lot of that we heard in an interview with Wei, talking about, hey, they didn't quite have the right read on the meta. And it's certainly developed, we've seen over the last few series. Bin's Jax Prowl remains there, but his individual performance has stepped up. Knight and Elk both with tools between the LeBlanc and the Kai'Sa to really take over these fights. And again, you just read the nameplates. Knight, Elk, Kai'Sa, LeBlanc. You can't afford anything less than your best if you're playing for G2 right now.
And in that PSG series, I really feel like Elk and Bin really stepped up. in the deficits that they found themselves in when the things were getting a little bit shaky. It was thanks to Bin's fantastic flanks, it was thanks to Elk's incredible team fighting that they were able to turn that series around. And of course in game 2, they were able to dominate their opposition. So I think you have to keep track of their impact in the team fights, and we'll see if we get to see a lot more from Knight in this game on the LeBlanc, because a lot of poke threats, a lot of individual agency. When you kind of look at the low mobility side of an Orianna and an MF, there's great opportunities here as we are initiating the lane swap. This is something we talked about in the draft. The ward will be swatted out, cleansed out. Broken Blade now making his way towards the mid lane.
Spot him here. Not going to go over the wall with the blast cone. Don't want to risk anything. Of course, no surprise to anyone watching from home that G2 versus BLG is our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. Look, first seeds, both teams. No one expected them in the 2-2 slot. But they were also here last year, so maybe we were the fools all along. Maybe this is the inevitable rematch. And could it really end any other way for one of these squads? There's a lot of tension. Single best of 3 deciding whether or not you'll be continuing to a tournament or flying home.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that BLG spent the entire summer finding success with Wei, and then they brought out Shun here halfway through the Swiss stage, just goes to show the difficulties and challenges that BLG have been facing here at the Swiss stage of the World Championship. When so much of the conversation was how Wei kind of changed the roster, made them more complete, gave them way more options, to then bring in Shun was definitely a huge surprise. And in contrast, G2 set these high expectations around their mid-game approach, and against T1, we saw them getting dominated in the mid-game with those superstar plays that we saw from T1.
Definitely was the case. Now we keep our eyes on this dive. Ben getting locked up. Level 2 is there. Counter-Strike available to stop any more damage. Get that Jack slow. Ben for now feeling relatively comfortable. On coming in with the level 2. Waiting in the brush, knowing he's invisible. Headbutt pulverize. Ignite now ticking. Ben coming over the wall, like the spell shield out, and they slow that initial jungle path. It's a small advantage, but Shun happy to be that much quicker on the clear.
I mean, Bin wasn't punished in the dive. He's able to soak up a lot of the experience. Jun also able to steal away the full top side of G2's jungle camps. Jun can now hover around mid. Look at the wave state, not ideal for Caps.
Blanc. Suppression into the wall. Shane now follow up. Caps is just a dead man. Clean first blood coming in from BLG. Beautifully played around the mid lane.
A very effective gank from Shun. Caps holds on to his flash, thinking he can find the outplay, but the chain CC from both the LeBlanc and the Skarner was enough to secure first blood. It doesn't go on to the LeBlanc, which would have been ideal for BLG, but still, they'll take it. Get the early TP out from Caps.
We'll see. Shun wants to use this lead to go for something like the Heartsteel. Perhaps a more conservative choice, but already getting mid lane off to a good start. So impactful. Yes, Orianna is that big alt one-button champion, but we mentioned side lane already, and Knight having an individual lead just makes it pretty impossible for Caps to play the 1v1, but with Knight not having recalled yet, Caps trying to take an opportunity to bully while they're on relatively even items.
Exactly, like Knight just taking these trades though, remember he can TP.
It's just extra credit.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, he comes back, oh, you're at 50% HP, I'm full, I've got my pots, I've got my items. So even trades are losing trades for Caps.
Yeah,
but
that's
you can
why
see,
Yike has to come mid, exactly.
Yeah. All he cares about is getting this wave, and maybe he can get that free reset.
Knight's still playing very aggressively. Caps will miss the cannon there as well. So just insult to injury in favor of Knight. Reset's gonna have to come through for Caps. Knight does have that experience advantage. You can see the half a level. Knight looking, is he sticking around for another? I mean, I guess he can afford to stick around for another wave, knowing that he does have that TP available. This wave is going to push very slowly, because LeBlanc only level 5, of course.
Yep.
But the crucial thing
level 5 Doran's ring,
yeah,
you know, not a lot there yet.
So Caps, he's going to lose out on a couple creeps. Good play there from Knight, really maximizing the advantage he's going to get off the back of that play. I wonder if he even needs to expend the TP here, but regardless, he will have it available to him. Caps going to lose out on 4 CS there. So that's a full level disadvantage he now finds himself in. Now Shun, hovering around the bot side of the map.
Mickey, quick Q, taking his time on, just waiting in the brush there.
The swaps have come back through as well, so Elk now back on the bot side of the map.
They want Hansama. Nice knock up onto the initial engage coming from Mickey. 5 stacks of the plasma, instantaneous shattering strike on a 2 from Mickey, but he's gonna go down as well. Flashed in from Elk to finish. BLG, 2 kills on the board, only 5 minutes into this game.
Look at the wave state as well. Hansama in dire straits as Elk and On can allow this wave to push in. Hansama can't afford to farm, and Mickey gets punished in the play.
This looks
Great
bad.
stuff from Shun already in this early game.
Hey,
taking quick
at least
leads
Broken
over
Blade has a gold lead against Bin.
Well. 2 key components of any team strategy, jungle and support, but both of them able to find those early plays, get those small advantages, now snowballing further ahead as Broken Blade be in a solid position. Bin false sense of security here. Doesn't have vision in the brush, but it's only a level 5 Gnar and a level 4 Nocturne. Pings into the brush, anticipating that Yike is there. So Broken Blade going to get a bit of a positive trade because Ben knows he can't step too far forward, but nothing else going to come from Yike spending that time. Does, however, give priority access to the Grubs. Don't have a wave in their favor topside, but they do know that Ben is chunked out. So starting off the objective here.
Notice as well, Elk making his way down alongside Shun and On. The first Grub will go down. So perhaps some wasted time here for Elk, especially as 2 Grubs secured. I think G2 can be happy with that. Knight gonna make his way over, level 6 secured as well for Caps.
G2 trying to back up, make sure that BLG can't get any exit kills. Unfortunate that they can't grab the crab, but good recognition from Yike and G2 to realize, hey, BLG are on the move. We cannot stick around for the 3rd Grub. Very likely would have meant death. Shun, Knight, Elk, everyone really in the area.
Bot wave is a bit awkward for Ben. He's not going to get there in time, but I mean, it's still a stacked wave frozen just underneath his tower. Knight can now set up a nice freeze around mid as well. This bot wave, well, sorry, this top wave rather, will push towards Hans Sama and Mickey, so they should be able to catch that one out. But you just look at the bottom of your screen and you can see advantages across the crucial carries for BLG. Knight has about a half a level advantage still. In the bottom lane, Kai'Sa, thanks to that early not first blood, but early kill, gives him about a 450 gold lead. Interestingly, they actually swapped Hans Sama over to mid, and they're going to have Caps catch that top wave to try and get him back into the game a little bit more. A huge stacked wave.
Importantly, it stopped Knight from recalling. They were able to interrupt the recall and then forcing the wave in. Does mean that he's a little bit behind in terms of presence on the map. Shouldn't matter too much as Ben is already pushing that bot wave in, so really tough for G2 to potentially contest the Drake at this point. Both teams probably a bit more focused about the 3-minute second Grub spawn that is just around the corner.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like that both teams heavily prioritizing those Grubs, as you mentioned, and the respawns are going to be super important, but because they're a ways away, right now it just seems like the goal of each team is to just catch these waves, continue to farm up, get those crucial core items.
Yike now ticking over to level 6. Obviously the moment where Nocturne really feels like he comes online. G2 shouldn't really have an angle to contest here, likely to just concede this Drake. BLG, as we get later into the game, again, Ben is going to be such a difficult problem to manage, essentially, as the Jax has more items under his belt. Sometimes when you have that late game scaling hyper carry, deal with this champion. But Hans Sama on the MF, pretty hard to just 1v1 a Jax in any given fight.
Broken Blade's doing pretty well. He was able to get that additional support from Yike from the top side to deny Ben a bit of farm. I like what On has been doing in the laning phase though, like his early plays on the bot side, 2 versus 2, working with Shun to deny Hans Sama a lot of farm. Now again in the top side, every time Mickey goes missing, he puts that pressure down. And he's been doing a good job of just helping Elk extend his lead even further. Now Shun looks for a gank bot lane.
Broken Blade in trouble. Ben already popping the ulti. Mega Gnar, where's this going to go? Nice wall up, leap forward, knocks him back in. Crucially, Shun missing the ultimate. Broken Blade likely still going to fall here. Ben tanky, but doesn't want to risk taking another shot. Good survive. Now the counterplay coming in on the top side. G2 know they can get aggressive. Spotted On leaving the lane, so try to get something done onto Elk. Will at least get the cleanse.
Caps is making his way up towards top as well. Elk knows that he's within dive range. Ben will be able to get a plate, maybe a second one. Bit of extra gold funneled into him. As Knight goes back to base with no TP, Elk is going to be denied a lot of farm. So a good trade from Hans and Mickey gives that advantage, meaning that Elk will be denied some CS. And knowing that Yike is around the top side of the map, given the bot side play that Jun tried to make, Elk has to be respectful. On though, with the level 6, should be able to provide that peel. Mickey very close to level 6. He'd love to get this before his base, but he's not going to.
And really crucially needs it for the next Grub spawn. Difference in level 6 has decided so many fights at this tournament. As Knight once again in a position to try and cancel Caps, but it doesn't feel like he needs to take the risk. Knows that Caps is going to be forced to TP back if he wants to contest.
Yeah, it already feels like the atmosphere in the studio is very tense. There are obviously a lot of G2 fans here, but we know that with the early advantage BLG have gotten, it hasn't snowballed out of control just yet. We talked a lot about how they have these 2 great side lane threats. Knight already on the roam. Mickey can be spotted level 5.
To level 9 of the LeBlanc. He's going to lose a lot of health just for walking into river there. At least knows that BLG have committed lots of members in the area. Maybe they're thinking that Broken Blade
can
push.
Still no level 6, as you mentioned, Drakos. He needs to get some experience. That midwave is going to disappear, though.
There are no completed items on either side, so it really just is about level discrepancies. Ultimate cooldowns. Yike can get into the pit. BLG need all 3 if they want the 4 Grub buff. G2 trying to poke, but this is such a difficult fight for them to play out. They've got Elk on the flank, and they're not doing anything about it. Mickey now going in, but it's not going to connect onto anybody. The Q initially going to hit Knight, but Mickey just getting one pop. Now finally the fog coming in. Knight might be in trouble. They're forcing the flash out, at least initially. Ulti going over the pit, but it's a scattered fight from G2. Caps doesn't have any mana, but now Broken Blade is here. Instantly punted right back, though. Not interested in taking that one. Shockwave to help secure. Grubs down at the very least. 3-3 there, but a messy fight.
Ultimately, it ends up being a 1-for-1. Caps is going to TP bot to catch that wave as Bin was able to secure himself another plate. But you called it, Dracos. Messy, uncoordinated. Mickey not being level 6 there was so crucial because you see him engage, and if the Rel ultimate was available, then yeah, they could have done some serious damage. That could have been the initiation. But again, keep eyes on Mickey. He's going to be the initiator here. The MF hasn't quite gotten into position yet. It's 4 versus 3. He loses a lot of HP. No Rel ult. Not available. There's nothing for Knight really to be afraid of, and he gets an easy kill onto Mickey. But knowing that that mobility is gone, they try to get the chain CC. He flashes away. The ultimates are kind of mismatched as Shun is inside the pit. He's forced to disengage. But Elk, though, expending that flash to avoid the shockwave means that he ends up losing his life, resulting in a 1-for-1 and an even trade of grubs.
G2 happy not to concede the 4th grub. About a 1,000 gold difference between these two teams. A little bit more now in the favor of BLG as Knight and Elk really taking over there in terms of total gold. Knight already becoming that threat on the sideline. His companion completed. This is where it gets hard, right? You saw how much damage he did to Mickey. Broken Blade stepping up. Crucially, the chains don't connect. And it's tricky for G2 to navigate, right? They have the Wombo combo. They've got the flashes off the major carries. So for the next 3 to 4 minutes, they have a good angle if they can find a fight.
But Bin's been doing a great job on a side lane, right? Like, he has just been permanently playing for plates. He hasn't been overdrawn into fights. Broken Blade spent a lot of time.
On. Aftershock proc. Shun coming over the wall. Hansama crucially pinned. Ulti fall up there, leaving him for dead. They know there's nothing left. BLG just make it look so effortless.
It's an easy pick once again for BLG. They're fighting over a control ward. It's like a 3 versus 4 because Knight had prio in the river. He was able to move first, and even though he wasn't really involved in the play, the fact that that numbers advantage forced that G2 to retreat, allowing BLG to find an easy pick. They're TPing bot, they set their sights on Caps.
Caps, movement speed steroid there. Knight ready to come over the wall. Shun going through it. Chain now connecting. Nice shockwave back, but Elk is there to follow up. Good flash out from Caps.
But BLG have moved from top to mid to bot, moving with pressure constantly across the map. Broken Blade is looking for an opportunity in the mid lane, but BLG are just kind of running rings around G2 in this early game.
It's just so hard for G2 to find a fight on their terms. Mickey is that source of engage. Want to get aggressive here. Counter-strike is there. Mickey now pulling the back. It's a clean combo to kick things off. Knight snapping back, but he's still in the MF ulti. Yike. Finding the kill, crucially, for G2.
A nice combo there from Mickey, expecting the W to come through from Knight. He waits before committing the stun, and then fully engages, knowing that the MF ult is right behind him. Shun now sets his sights on mid.
The pace Shun is playing at in this game, his CS is good, but I feel like I have not seen him hit a jungle camp in 5 minutes. He's been everywhere on the map.
Yeah, rarely do we see Skarners this active in the early game, but Shun is constantly looking for these ganks, looking for these plays, and he'll secure his team a Rift Herald as the Dragon goes in favor of G2. About a 1.3k gold lead in favor of BLG, and crucially, it is coming from the mid laner and the AD carry of BLG.
G2 trying to get some pressure back on the bottom side of the map. You can see the lane economy snapshot. Damning indication of the early game thus far for G2. Not the most massive individual leads. We'll keep an eye on those item completions. G2 will knock down bot lane tier 1. Expect that mid will be the center of attention for BLG, given the access to the map it gives them with that Herald. But we'll see where they decide to use it.
I was going to say that Broken Blade has TP. Maybe if they wanted to defend top that they could, but instead they're going to concede it. They're going to allow Broken Blade to push in another wave on the bot side. He is almost a full level up over Bin. But of course, Bin being able to catch this wave will close that a little bit. But again, Broken Blade doing a good job off in the side lane as we kind of reset back onto the map. First items being completed across the board. Trinity Force getting closer and closer for Bin. Dragon 4 minutes away, these neutral objectives quite a ways away, which means that these teams likely setting their sights on the cross maps, on the side lanes. You can see BLG already pinging that bot side of the map. They've collectively brought both Knight and Elk into the mid lane, get that mid push. This will allow them to move into the bot side jungle, take full vision control, and set up for this objective. Mickey in response is now making his way down to try and contest, but I think BLG is too late.
Knock up, quick Alistair combo. Broken Blade gonna try to double hop out of safety, but Xun already waiting, and Knight grabs the kill. BLG, this was the team people expected to see the start of the Swiss stage, but here they are, they've finally arrived. They're playing the map beautifully.
And it's so efficient in terms of what they do when they come back out onto the map. They don't bother wasting time sending anyone to the top side. They bring 2 into mid, grab that mid prio, and then immediately from mid move into the bot jungle and then commit onto Broken Blade, who's overstayed. He pushed that extra wave in bot, he stuck around hitting that bot tower for a little longer than he should, and BLG in that small window were able to find themselves another kill and a tower, and G2 can't cross map anywhere because they tried to defend the play rather than get something elsewhere on the map. Another advantage gained for BLG.
And it's tricky as we get deeper into this game because Skarner's getting tanky fast. Early Warden's Mail, such a fantastic purchase against a triple AD comp effectively, as once again now Mickey has been locked up, likely to fall. Crashdown buys him a bit of space, Caps in the area. Will just cost him the flash in exchange for Xun's ultimate, but a positive trade for BLG.
But it's similar to what we saw in the series versus T1. G2 members just keep getting caught prior to objectives, randomly in side lanes. Again, it's BLG that have good setup on the map. They've pushed out top. BBU is catching the bot wave. And so while G2 are scattered, what do BLG do? Put pressure into the mid lane, the weakest point of G2, where they then can't be punished. He's going to be able to get away on the Rift Herald as well. Escort that one to safety. He's just using it as an escape tool. And BLG extend the gold lead now to about 3K.
Just so much pressure on G2 now in this game 1. You can feel like it's already starting to slip away. It's not the biggest gold lead. BLG have just been cleaner in most of their plays. G2 are getting back what they can, trading even where they can, but we know how terrifying Ben will be. He feels like a ticking clock stacked against G2. Now though, the setup for G2, pushing the bot wave. Ben, I don't think powerful enough in the 1v1 yet, especially with Broken Blade having red buff, but does at least feel like he can step up and push this wave. Instead, just keeping it here, knowing that it's Broken Blade who has to risk something to walk forward.
Exactly, and so you can see how it's kind of awkward for G2 now. Caps has set up a bit of a freeze on the top side of the map, knowing that there's no objectives to play for, so it's Knight, who in theory is being starved of experience and gold. But the same thing's happening on the bot side of the map. This wave is ever so slowly pushing towards Broken Blade because Bin is getting those last hits, but Broken Blade has to overextend, and both supports now have to come because On is threatening a gank, whereas Mickey has to provide peel.
On just continues to walk up, completely unafraid, knowing his team is closer, advantage of having Elk on the Kai'Sa.
But look at mid lane right now. You'll see Knight wandering around the map because there's not much that he can do. But there's a big difference between a LeBlanc wandering around and an Orianna because of your ability to set up a potential play.
And also, once you knock down that tier 1, look how much of the enemy jungle just belongs to Knight. Anytime mid-wave is in a decent state, he can walk in so freely, so effortlessly, just threaten. Nocturne out now going in, TP coming into the midst of G2 as well. They're finally going to spot it. Looks like they're going to try to catch out Knight, looking to punish, but On an excellent use of disruption. Xun now trying to get involved in the fight. Bin waiting over the wall. Jack, keep your eyes on that counter strike right into 2. Quick flash out from Cap. Holding on for now. Ulti coming in from Onsama, but it's just not connecting the way that they need it to. Shockwave from Caps doing a bit of damage. Mickey taken down. G2, do they want to keep taking this fight? Xun on the run. Health bar's low. Knight forced back. A messy exchange overall, but Mickey the only one to fall.
A situation that should have ended in disaster for BLG ends up becoming a winning play. They find a kill onto Mickey. They're able to get out without really expending anything. Look, flash available still for Elk, Knight, Xun, and Bin. G2 realize that they can't contest this dragon. They've just committed all their ultimates. Yike and Caps had to flash out of that play. And keep your eyes, because the idea is to punish the TP that gets invested. They interrupt On here, but they know if they hard commit, the Alistair, of course, has ultimate. But in this situation, BLG's disconnected. They're isolated away from Knight, so they try to lock him down. A good ultimate from Mickey, but Knight's able to get away. And then look at Xun and Bin on the flank. They actually zone away this backside, splitting the fountain to a really nice shockwave on the front. But Xun and Bin are able to sidestep the ultimate entirely, and they don't get punished for it at all.
And again, I think if Xun and Bin aren't there, Hansama is able to get a better angle on that ulti. That shockwave hitting 3 people, even when it's only Orianna on a single item, might have been more kills for G2, but BLG salvaging what could have been a disastrous situation well. And you can see the power of the Nocturne, the disruption it can provide, but so far just have not been able to pin Knight down and finish that kill off in the most of the skirmishes they've started.
The thing is, it's really easy to forget that BLG is one of the best team fighting teams in the world. The reason that they were able to dominate, the reason why domestically they were able to win so many series from deficits was because they team fought their way back into games with their standout individual players. And G2 have brought a teamfight composition, which has conceded them a lot in the early game, thanks to Jun's fantastic presence in early game ganks. But that's then been further converted into these late game fights where G2 are not being given any proper setup. All of these fights are so uncoordinated from G2. The fact that Mickey didn't have the level 6. Around this dragon, the fight happened before the dragon had even spawned. And G2 are basically relying, waiting on BLG to make that slip up where they can find a good fight. And BLG's just not giving it to them. They're just continuously extending the lead bit by bit. Now it's sitting in an almost 4K gold lead.
And again, credit to BLG. This is a much higher level than they have shown in most of their series previously, right? The PSG series was messy. This is looking much more confident, much more controlled. And it's a reminder that Worlds is a marathon. It is a month-long tournament. And as long as you stay in it, as long as you keep going, you always have a chance to turn around and to show up better. Finally being able to showcase some of what made them so dominant in LPL. And for G2, still trying to find that same footing, trying to find that same form. They saw some success at MSI, but they're running out of time quickly. They can't afford any more miscoordinated team fights or loose engages, because you talked about it. You have the team fight power. You gave up a couple thousand gold to get the team fight power, but now you have to execute better. And that's a tall task for anyone.
Well, the Baron is alive. Dragon is still 2.5 minutes away. You'll notice Broken Blade can't afford to overextend. Mickey caught out.
Battering strike there is going to try to re-engage onto Elk. Immediate follow-up. Clean combo going in! Elk still standing though! He's still alive! The Ignite on Broken Blade going mini and trying to follow! It's a messy fight. Hansam already taken down. Bin is here to turn it back on. Quickly going over the wall. The blast cone does not matter. BLG, perfection to shut down the combo of G2.
They're able to outplay the fight once more. They thought that they had caught out Elk, but he was able to survive for so long. Broken Blade had to commit the flash to even secure the kill, and it ends up being a 1-for-3 with a Baron to boot. BLG dominating in the first game of this series.
Caps can't even knock down the tier 1 in return. This is devastating. You saw it. They got the combo together. They tried to turn around.
They're going to wait for Elk to respawn so that all 5 members secured the Baron. BLG with once again a dominant team fight. And you'll notice the patient play that comes out from PLG. They don't panic. They realize that the collapse is coming through. And G2, it's another one of those situations where they're not setting up for the objective, they just see an opportunity. Mickey looks like he's getting caught out here. They get the cleanse out from the Kai'Sa, so they think we can engage on this. The shockwave comes through, the damage is good, but then the ulti from Kai'Sa, that self-sufficiency buys a little bit more time as Yike and the Rel falls. Now Hanshammer is isolated, he has no peel. Caps can't contribute anything else. And because that initial engage was tanked by BLG, they were able to win the fight.
But G2 want to up the pace, want to keep things going. Beautiful up from Hansama to get things started. This time Elk didn't have the tools that he needed to survive. On taken down as well. G2 trying to delete these Baron buffs as quickly as they can. Knight TPing in off the side. Caps Hansama running. Mickey gonna fall here. Sacrificed. A decent play to stall the map, to slow down the Baron push from BLG.
It's a 2-for-2. They end up getting the TP out from BLG from Knight as well, who's moved towards the bot side of the map. This will give a bit of the bounty gold back over to G2 as Broken Blade secures the top tower, but BLG have set their sights on this bottom tier 2, and I don't think G2 have the resources to stop it.
Counter strike there, beautiful CC coming through, shockwave there, Hansama getting one pop, Caps got nowhere left to go, the chain's connected, it's just a matter of time, Bin on a rampage. BLG taking down the bot lane tier 2 to follow.
I mean, BLG are just beating G2 with their wallets now. They're so strong, they have the Baron. Broken Blade's able to get the tier 2 back, but BLG don't have to stop. The wave clear is gone for G2, which means that BLG can set their sights on the bot lane tier 3.
Knock down the inhibitor, likely to follow. BLG will back away instead. Not wanting to concede anything else. Spot the Scryder's Bloom, know that Mickey is behind them. Calls in the Berlin studio for G2. Down, but certainly not out. 6K. Again, against a composition that should be more powerful in these fights. Feels like a tall task.
Alistair is doing so much work in these fights as well. They respond to the dive incredibly well. And again, like, it's a nice idea. You shut down Elk, you catch him off in a side lane, the TP comes in through Caps, and you're thinking, hey, we get 2 kills initially, but Broken Blade can't join the fight, which means that immediately it becomes a situation where now that Bin and Knight have regrouped in the 3 versus 3, they just lose. They don't have the ability to extend the fight, and you think at that point, hey, actually getting the Baron off, being able to cross-map, getting these strays, all positive plays. but then Hans and Caps overstay on bot lane. They don't respect the ability for Xun and Bin to just dive that as much as they want. They're able to find another 2 kills, and now the bot lane inhibitor is exposed.
And again, G2's composition is a glass cannon. It's unwieldy. You get one shot, you hit all 5 members, yeah, you're gonna win the fight, but the second those ultis are down, Elk, Knight, Bin can tear through any one of the G2 carries in an isolated 1v1. It's difficult for G2. The wave clear the MF and Orianna provides will at least slow BLG down a bit. G2 will have some time to fish for picks as Mickey hunting Bin in a side lane. 250 till the respawn on Baron. Sole point for BLG, but 4 minutes out before that'll be available. Objective bounties up means this gold lead can close relatively quickly if G2 can find a good fight, but definitely difficult.
I mean, credit to Xun, right? Coming in halfway through Swiss. I mean, his debut in the PSG game, a couple question marks raised, but they were able to clean it up a lot more in Game 2. And now here in Game 1 against G2, he has been so instrumental in the early game success, finding successful gank after gank after gank.
1-0-11 on the Skarner. And again, when we talk about kind of the difference between Xun and Wei, it's usually what we talk about is like confidence on carries. You know, Xun did not expect him to be the guy pulling out the crazy Skarner games. Not that it's beyond him, right? But you expected maybe a crazy Nidalee game, a crazy AP carry game.
And he's been involved in 12 of the team's 13 kills.
He's been a monster. I think him and On both. Fantastic Game 1.
Yeah, and I mean, so much criticism levied towards On so far in this tournament, given that he has been getting caught out a lot. But, I mean, they've both been having great games. And now it's just a matter of closing things out. Baron is still about a minute 40 away. BLG likely can't just siege as freely as they want. If they collectively group up as 5, they're leaving themselves exposed to the thing we've been talking so much about, which is the G2 team fight. And while G2 are still at this kind of deficit, you still have to respect it, right? As long as the game is going on, their ability to land those 5 ultimates is always going to be very real. And so BLG can continue to play the side lanes, keep the pressure up, suffocate the vision out from G2's jungle, look for picks, look for opportunities, and then look to close out the game that way.
G2 hoping to catch somebody out, but again, the vision really not in their favor. Makes it so difficult for them to find those angles. You mentioned it very early on in the game, Betty, but the poke. LeBlanc at this point in the game, very free to just throw a combo down. The same is true from Elk with these long-range Ws.
That was Xun's ulti there, but it doesn't matter. Elk will still get the mid-tier 2. Bin pressure. This is exactly what you want to see from BLG.
Again, but who do they go on? It's a timer now. Yike has to go. It's not going to happen. Just a major cooldown removed.
And that's going to... Okay, no. Bin decided to move away. He actually TP'd over from top lane. I thought he was just going to go for the tower, but I guess he wanted to be ready for the potential fight. G2 buy themselves a little bit more time, but now the threat of a Baron, our observers are showcasing the amount of vision that G2 have, and it is nothing. That Baron is prime for the take.
Knight was waiting over the wall outside of G2's own base, and they couldn't see him until the wave went around the corner. Rogue Blade forced into Mega by the poke from Knight.
There is something ironic about how dark it is for the side of G2 when it is they who are playing the Nocturne.
Yeah.
And notice how PLG are not overforcing the Baron. They could. There's a world where they could start it, and if they're confident enough in the gold advantage that they have, they could use the Baron to force G2 to overextend and turn and fight. But they're not. They're knowing that they're really strong at playing through sides. G2 can't match them in the 1v1s, and so they're just spreading G2 apart, looking for picks. They're chipping away at this tower. Elk got the tier 2 in mids. Bin is able to get the top tier 2. Knight finishes it off. And G2 are just kind of getting desperate. They're having to share a lot of experience and gold, and the gold lead just continues to grow in favor of BLG.
At this point, they're just hoping that BLG misstep because they don't get the freedom to just stand back and poke and harass. They have to commit. Their ability to fight comes from those ultimates, comes from that combo. There's so little left when they don't have that. So Knight and Elk waiting off on the side. Xun as well, the setup piece. And Bin still having a great game and still terrifying.
Now bear in mind, the Dragon is spawning in 35. And BLG have the ability to play through both. Because G2, they want a group, right? They want a team fight, they want to collectively fight you as one. And BLG have the ability to just keep the pressure on sides, which means that Bin can, in theory, solo down the Dragon. You could also have Elk solo the Dragon, while Knight groups up with his team and chips away at your HP bar. And so G2 could try and hover around the Baron and threaten it, but they could just allow Bin to do it isolated while fighting them 4v5 and keeping them distracted while he secures that objective. BLG is really under no threat here, and it's G2 who now feel the pressure with the deficit that they find themselves. Look, Cap still doesn't have his death cap. The poke continues to come through.
Knight freely walking in just to spot them out.
And here's that pressure mounting. Now, Bin is on the Dragon, and the Baron is being started. He doesn't have TP.
But Bin can wait. Wait
And
till they
this is
come
the
in.
thing.
It's not a fast Baron. On around the corner,
Oh.
G2, this is a Hail Mary. Knight taking so much health away from Yike. Popping the Sterex, they can now follow up as well. On in the midst of the entire team, locking up Hansama. Vision getting blurry, but Hansama still gets caught in the suppress. He tries to flash out and he gets caught anyway. He's living for a brief moment. The barrier keeping him standing, but Elk and Knight can start to hunt now. All those cooldowns down, in goes Elk. They're trying to turn it back. The cleanse is a little bit sloppy, but he buys himself an extra moment. The ulti now to follow. Quick ulti back response. Broken Blade gonna follow up. It's a messy fight. Cap still alive for an extra moment, but Knight's on the way in. Mickey trying to do what he can to peel for his mid laner, but Bin is just now arriving, just in time to watch G2 fall. A double kill to finish it for Knight.
I mean, BLG play it the way they're supposed to. Elk, that was a very ambitious play, but at the end of the day, it still works out. And BLG do exactly what we were just talking about. Create this 2 points of pressure, force G2 to have to make a decision, and they end up demonstrating beautifully how to use their poke. G2 is forced to ulti onto Jun and on the frontline engage. They're able to take their time, and look, the TP coming in. BLG don't want to give G2 anything.
Luckily, G2 able to get the objective down. Yike's flash will be the cost. You highlighted it, Baron picked up another excellent fight for BLG. And it's, again, when BLG were a little out of sorts, there might have been a glimmer of hope. The team fights could look okay. But when you see this proficiency, this patience, using their poke, not giving G2 any cooldowns for free, it's so hard for G2 to play it out.
Yeah, they just let the Baron do the work. Knight takes off the Sterex from Yike, he's very low. Then look at this front line, they're completely safe. On is tanking up so much damage. Knight and Elk don't overcommit. Look, they're full HP. They don't really take any HP damage. And then this is where it was super frisky for Elk. That was probably a little bit of an overstep. He trusted in the Zhonya's. He's forced to flash out. Broken Blade's able to find the play, but it doesn't matter because the fight gets split up. And on the far end, Knight and Jun are able to clean up with the arrival of Bin. It's an easy team fight win for BLG.
You could see smiles on the face of BLG. Like, they're feeling good, as they should. This is a level of discipline absolutely necessary when you're playing against a composition like G2's.
2-0-13 for Shun. He's been involved in 15 of the team's 16 kills. An immaculate performance from him. And now with the Baron buff, BLG can begin their siege again, playing through 2 lanes. They keep Bin in mid lane.
But if BLG overgroup, again, all it takes is one misstep where G2 are able to layer all of their ultimates together.
The death cap now finished could be the difference. But finding one fight isn't enough at this point. You'd have to find multiple back-to-back. And I just don't think that G2 have the damage. I don't think they have the lockdown to really win a team fight.
I mean, who's killing Shun?
Because they've demonstrated they can kill Elk, but like you have to commit so much just to kill him that Knight and Bin then clean up the fight.
I'm pretty sure if we look back at the team fight, that was almost every single ability just for Elk.
Yep.
Who is the squishiest member of the team.
Yeah, I mean, it's true. Look, he has 4 deaths. The rest of the team has 2. It's just that hard.
It's tough. Broken Blade at least able to get a little bit of poke down on the Knight. They're slowing down the push here. Ulti coming out for Yike. Where are they going to go? Click combo coming in onto Elk, but he manages to go invisible for a brief moment. Yike now trying to follow up. Mickey coming in over the wall, but he just gets one shot. The carries do too much damage. Broken Blade is here. Elk goes golden. The timing is good. Knock back into the wall with the wallop. He'll take 1, but BLG are just going to take the base.
Again, G2 succeed in killing Elk, but that is just not enough. On and Bin dive onto the back line. They decimate G2. And in this first game, BLG have dominated from start to finish.
BLG reminding us why they are the first seed from the LPL. A nearly effortless game 1. Beautiful fights from start to finish.
G2 have to play the G2 game. If they don't, it's over. We'll see you guys in game number 2.
G2, they're going to have to show us
All right, we're back.
Was played. I will despair now that one game has been played, unfortunately, for the side of G2, but for the side of BLG. There were so many questions going in, Emily, about you were definitely nervous, right, because of how they've been playing.
Yeah.
And this was markedly better.
Yeah, I mean, I talked about it before, right? When they're at their best, they're one of, if not the best team in the world, or at least can contend with them, if you're saying Gen G, right? At their worst, we get some of the things we've seen from them during the Swiss stage at this tournament. And I think the big thing for me is that Xun coming in, right, as the substitute jungler seemed like a little bit of a Hail Mary decision mid-Swiss stage. He was so active early on the map with what they wanted to do, especially that early gank to set up mid lane right here. You see him coming in on the Skarner, and this like immediately sets Knight in a great position to be able to take over the game on the launch.
Yeah, look at these stats, by the way. Skarner average at Worlds, 2.6 kills plus assist at 14.4 in this one. Team proximity at 14, usually at 44.5%. In this game, almost at 50. So the time he spends around his teammates in the early game. And it's like he's taking that substitution in and he's rolling with it.
And I also have a lot of unresolved trauma of Xun ganking consistently from last year. And it is really a really big deal because, as Emily pointed out, when a team makes mid-tournament substitutions, you're always going to both have a what do you call an amplifying glass on the player individually, and what it, thank you, and what it means for the team as a whole. And Xun, I think, already mentioned. I also think On has been getting a lot of criticism, and this Alistar game was a lot more in line with how BLG look when they look good.
Yeah, G2 did try to fight back, but Jad, I know that you're disappointed that they did not cook.
I'm actually really disappointed. I think BLG, LPL BLG showed up a bit more than Worlds BLG to this state. And you can see G2 had a couple near misses. They had a couple fairly good engages with Nocturne Rel, or there was one really nice one in bot lane when they were already down like 8,000 gold, where they got 2 kills in a 4v5. But overall, this is the engage that I was talking about. This is actually a really nice play. This is the 4th game in a row that they played Nocturne North.
Yeah.
Which is insane when you consider on the year, this team played 20 or more unique champions per role. They're one of the most diverse teams in the world. BB has played 30 unique champions. And we see a Gnar run back. Not that any of these specific champions were necessarily the lone culprit, but I feel like when they're this diverse, when they're this crazy with what they can actually pull out, to not leverage that at the World Championship with their backs against the wall would be a tragedy.
Red herring, right? And it could be that it is just one of the symptoms of the things that they are as a whole dealing with, because it speaks to me of non-confidence in some of the other things you have practiced that you need to bring out in games like this specifically. You think that you're not completely on point, so you're going back to comfort. It's totally understandable. It's just that this might be your last game.
Additionally, going into the next game, this is a lot more high-level stuff. There's also a lot of plays where just flash. Like if the Skarner is on his way towards you, and you're not, just use the flash. Obviously, it's going to make things a lot harder, but I do think that there is, if you're the coaching stuff as well, a lot of situations where you can point, guys, just use the summoner, we'll play around it, but at least it keeps the game playable for longer.
Yeah, and I think for the side of BLG, the things I'd commend them for, again, recognizing where they want. They brought out a composition that they were comfortable on, and they also recognized where they wanted to allocate that gold. Xun was so active early, especially, again, getting gold onto Knight. And Knight is a player at this tournament we've talked about, even when he's locked in stuff like the Ahri, which he is incredibly good at. Their compositions and their gameplay have not been able to facilitate a lot of carry performances from him. In this game, Knight, Bin, and Elk were all major threats in teamfights, to the point where when one of them went down, On was able to peel enough that the other 2 carries could get it done.
Yeah.
And hey, maybe game 1 is overrated.
The whole day it's been.
The last 3 series.
The last 3 series.
It's a stupid thing to say that the game 1 winner of the last 3 series has lost the series, but it's a reminder to not overreact.
Yeah.
I feel like we've seen the same G2 for 4 games because they played Nocturne Orianna 4 times in a row. Now it is time to switch it up, have a fresh start, and win the next 2 games. They are still only 2 games away from quarterfinals.
They also dropped the first one when they played BLG at Worlds last time. They recouped in game 2. It's just that it seems like such a mountain to climb, right? When you look at, because you laid out a couple of things for G2 that you said that they are usually, when they're at their best, good at. And I just don't think we're seeing any of that now. And it feels like you need to tap into all of it immediately, which is hard, but it can happen. And we've known for some of the players on this roster, like Mickey, like Caps, to come back from positions like this.
And listen, this is 2 years straight that this roster has been together. They've completely dominated the LEC. I want to see them continue. I want to see them go on to Paris, do their European tour, because they've earned it. 2 more games they have to do it. Game 1 looked really bad. They need to bounce back. They need to reset in order to do it.
Yeah, Paris, they have a lot of memories there and a lot of things left on the Rift, even in Paris. So they absolutely want to make it back. But BLG, the first seed from the LPL, they look poised to take it.
Well said. BLG look absolutely terrifying, but as a fan of good League of Legends, I just want a Game 3. Of course, if we get there, I might say something else when we get to that Game 3, but for now, I'm just a fan of good League of Legends. Getting closer and closer to Champions League now, heading into this Game 2, I think the biggest question on everyone's mind is if G2 can keep their cool, if they can keep their composure, and if we will remain in the world of Nocturne Orion.
I mean, as a Caps enjoyer, I do want to see him off it. I want to see him have something with a little bit more individual agency where he can be the side lane threat. G2 domestically found so much success playing through the side lanes, but we'll see what the game plan is, what the approach is from G2 moving into Game 2.
As we enter Champ Select, powered by Omen and HyperX. Already seen the Ahri ban, so very much the same. But now the debate coming in. Jax going to be banned away from... Honestly...
Probably should have been that Game 1.
If we're drafting based on crowd reaction, then that was the right choice.
You imagine the Kalista going to be the last ban once again from BLG. There's no pressure on them to really change anything up. They're pretty happy with how things played out. The Skarner from Xun, the desk already highlighted how effective it was. The Ashe going to be the final denial. So no Nico ban this time around from G2. So what will they first pick? Will it once again be the Orianna?
Skarner.
They're going to shift things up. I think it's a smart. Take that away from Xun, but also grab it for yourselves. A strong front line. We've seen it have so much success so far at this World Championship. And I think that overall it is a well-rounded pick. Now BLG, I wonder what they're going to look to try and blind. Do they want to try and lock themselves in a strong bot lane? Do they maybe want to play for the Vi or something? I was thinking Nah, as I say it, Nah I feel like is such a great blind for Bin just because of how confident he is at the pick, but also because of how narrow the top lane pool feels right now. And with the prevalence of swaps, it feels like that after Jax, it becomes one of the next best blinds.
Definitely does, right? Obviously, compared to the Jax, as you highlighted, it will suffer a little bit in the swap, but overall champion who does well in the side lanes. It was a small buff kind of coming into the Worlds, just 3 AD, but oftentimes that's all it takes for a champion as stable as Gnar to be pushed ahead. But Nico now the option, so
there's always the flexibility here, but you assume that this is going in the mid lane for Knight.
Definitely. I think when Kalista's off the board, certainly the bot lane Nico, not always going to be the strongest option, but we'll see. Obviously, in our previous series, there was, you know, Caitlyn Lux. There was a lot of these ranged options. Is now Yasuo is getting locked in.
Okay.
Sylas is getting locked in.
Okay.
And I will say, no matter what happens in this game, as an EU pundit that has watched this team all year, I'm glad they're going out crazy. I'm glad they're going out cooking.
I think that this is a much better look. This is exactly what we wanted to see from Caps, giving him something a lot more individual agencies. He already has 2 great ultimates to steal. With the Xin Zhao locked in for Xun, this would be a 3rd one as well. And you can see the early skirmishing power that BLG have. Often when you want to set up
Excited
Xin Zhao, it is
to see G2 finally cook.
A setup mid laner. So the utility provided there by the Nico, and then he's going to be able to dish out the damage. A great mid-jungle combo available for BLG. But we'll see how they make it work in the early game.
And one thing I will call out, this is Yike's first game on Skarner since the rework. His last game was on old Skarner in NLC, I believe 2020. Stats team feeding me that one. So while I have no doubt that this has showed up in scrims, G2, this is last stops. This is last chance. They're pulling out everything they got. Also into the obviously very conventional answer. Sylas, some pretty good ults to take, but Xun on a champion with as much early game impact as Xin after that game 1 where he really took over the map is a terrifying prospect. You can see the tension on the faces of the G2 coaching staff as Draven will be banned, Poppy as well.
I was thinking about if G2 wanted a Poppy for themselves, but they're going to be the ones to ban it. BLG in the previous game banned away the Poppy. Now they could narrow down the AD pool more if they wanted to, but maybe they think about getting rid of something like the Rel, maybe even the Leona. Obviously there's a lot of flexibility, and the Poppy ban probably threw them off a little bit. The Varus, so they're going to narrow down that AD carry pool just a bit more. Now of course it was the Xayah and the Ezreal that were banned away from G2 in the previous game. Alex, though, I feel like he's a very versatile AD carry player. He's not really going to struggle. He's going to find something.
The question is, are they willing to take the Ezreal for Kai'Sa trade? Are they willing to play either side of that potential matchup? Kai'Sa will be banned, so kind of ready to accept the Ezreal with open arms, even if it's generally just an incredible pick in the hands of top-level AD talent.
Now, so far at Worlds, Elk has only played the Jhin plus the MF alongside the Kai'Sa, but as mentioned, he's a very deep pool, covering his potential options
no way
right
we're
now.
seeing the Xayah.
And, I think both make a lot of sense. You've got a very short-range composition on the side of G2 already, 3 melee champions.
Yeah.
So Xayah loves that type of trade. You want to come into me? Great, sets up nicely for my feathers. Usage of the wind wall could be good to interrupt those feathers, but it means that you then can't use the wind wall for potentially other tools. So.
Also, just having that answer for dive threats, will always feel good. See what the counter is, what the option is from the side of G2. Of course, in a position where they have to blind pick. Ezreal, giving them that safety, will allow them to get away from the Xin relatively easily. Mickey, what is the option going to be? Rel again?
Rakan maybe, to deny it away from the Xayah Rakan. Also with a fast engage to potentially catch the Xayah off guard. Another knock-up as well. They could also consider Alistar for a little disengage against the Xin as a possibility. But I think they're going to go for something a little bit more defensive rather than all in.
Rakan will be the option here. Taking away the combo as you highlighted.
So now you're looking at an Alistar probably once again for On. Again, the problem is you can't because it's Sylas. So now you have to make the question of do you actually want to play the Alistar?
Decent matchup pre-6. This!
Ooh, that's pretty good again.
I forgot this champ existed. That's really good into this composition. Yes, Windwall is a concern, but if they ever overstep and engage, Sylas and Yasuo are going to have a miserable time getting onto Elk and On in these team fights as long as Renata has those cooldowns available, because Bailout is also so good against compositions that are reliant on dives with the Sylas and the Yasuo.
What I will say is BLG, in my opinion, have drafted for a winning bot lane 2 versus 2. But at the same time, it's like G2's kind of happy with this because they don't want to swap the Yasuo out. But at the same time, they now find themselves in a losing bot 2v2, where I imagine BLG is going to set their sights in the other game, allow Bin to just play the matchup isolated on the top side, and Shun to just kind of go to his old winning ways. We think back to the version of BLG with Shun, very bot focused, aggressive early game dives, playing around this bot lane 2 versus 2. That was a style that they found a lot of success with in the past, and they're looking to replicate here in this game.
Definitely have incredible tools here on the side of BLG, right? Early game 2v2, I love how you highlighted that. The second you pick the Yasuo, yes, it's good into the Gnar, but it's terrible in the lane swaps. BLG can be rest assured they'll get 2v2 lanes if they want them.
I will say, though, if you're a fan of G2, this is the type of draft you want to see. A bit more creativity.
Yep. Go G2, go! Go G2, go!
Is it going to work out? That's yet to be seen. But if nothing else, they're going to go down swinging with a composition that breaks the mold a little bit more than what we've seen from them so far.
And go out fighting. Rowan alive with chance for G2. We take to the Rift. Standard lanes seem to be the name of the game. We'll keep our eyes on the level 1. Again, G2 versus BLG, the featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. The runes come on screen. You can see nothing too crazy here. Grass, pretty standard. But Electrocute for Caps wants a bit more damage here, while Knight's just trying to weather the storm.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
We take a moment of calm, as I expect this game to be a bit more of a brawl. You have 3 melee champions, which is the top side of G2, that really want to get in the face of BLG. However, they have Renata, Xin Zhao, Nico, and Xayah that kind of thrive on, well, there's disengage on the side of Xin Zhao and of the Renata, but also Nico Ultimate and Zai Ultimate are just great into champions that want to close the gap for you. So how G2 find ways to navigate around this is going to be interesting to watch. But the good news for G2 is they've got a Sylas. They can steal those ultimates for great effect, and it's going to give an opportunity for Caps to really shine. The truth is that regardless of how good he is on Orianna, I just think that we haven't seen his impact like we've seen domestically. Even at the first start of Swiss stage, when he was on the Yone, it was his split pushing that was so massive for bringing G2 back into many of their deficits. Now G2 are looking for an early trade.
Trying to get brush control here, but again, the level 1 is difficult. Xayah level 1 not that menacing. So with Renata potentially taking the handshake, or just the shielding, makes it tricky.
They're gonna get this early push.
I mean, the fight is just, it's just a fist fight for level 2. It's so crucial for both 2v2s. You can see no combat sums really on either side. Exhaust cleanse versus barrier heal. They both know that they're likely to be the center of attention early on.
And Broken Blade able to get that early level 2. In this matchup, it's an old school counter, but it is an effective one. Basically, like the wind wall can not only interrupt the boomerang, but also it's just in the consistent trades, Broken Blade just wins, right? And it's much easier for him to close the gap because of his E through the minions, which means that he doesn't suffer from some of those other champions in the laning phase against Gnar as much.
Yeah, it's similar logic to why Aurelia can be really good, right? It's really easy to get on top of Mini Gnar, whereas you see in so many other matchups, Mini Gnar, the movement speed, the hyper procs just keep champions at arm's length.
And then when he's in Mega Gnar, you get the Tornado, and he's a bigger target to hit.
Yeah.
So
and then you walk away, because Mega Gnar beats everybody, but that's fine. You can just leave.
Caps going to struggle a little bit in the early laning phase, but for the time being, he's doing a good job. Of course, you're going to see him lose a lot of HP. Running the Electrocute for those short burst trades that he's going to be able to take once he get a few more levels under his belt. But in the meantime, he's just going to have to accept the fact that it sucks. Oh, Caps. Yeah, he's going to be forced to flash there.
One more auto. Caps going back in for a little bit of extra healing. Will at least survive, but a disastrous early lane. Sticking around, Doran's, I don't know if it's enough. But luckily, they see Shun on the ward crucially at Raptors. Caps knows that he just has to survive in the context of the 1v1. Blooming Bows not going to do much here.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough matchup, and Knight did a good job of playing around the cannon minion that Caps really wanted to get. And so he was able to find a really nice punish. Cap's going to try his best to back quickly so that he can TP back into lane. Knight still going to have tower aggro. Ooh, not ideal there. Oh, Broken Blade though. That is not a good trade for him. Shun is hovering around the top side. He's looking. I think he's going to find this game.
Oh, this is tough. Xin early on with red buff. Broken Blade should just be dead. Shun taking his time. Waits for him to leave. Tornado going wide. W follow-up likely to force the flash at the very least. Third auto not going to hit. Patience from Broken Blade. Knight now trying to get away. Clone used to body block. The E2 is big. Root there from Knight as well. Flash forward, but Mickey gets hit by the root. Now going to follow up, but moment of split coordination. Caps too low. Caps no mana. Can't follow to get more damage down. Now Mickey trying to body block. If Knight does try to stop the recall.
I mean, the good news for Caps is the wave is in a pretty good spot. But yeah, a bit of a misplay there from Mickey. He wanted to connect the flash into the knockup. I assume he thought that he could flash over the root, but it ends up connecting. And he ends up getting punished for it. Knight still with his summoners. Going to expend the TP to get back into lane. But ultimately, nothing really lost for the BLG mid laner. As Mickey hovers around mid once more.
Trying to follow. This time he manages to hit. Shea Splitter not coming in fast enough, forcing the flash from Knight. Positive advantage to the side of G2.
Now this is a great position because the wave is still pushing towards Caps. So while Mickey does overstay, Ezreal in the bot lane should be relatively safe. There's no real cross-map play for BLG anywhere on the map. And Knight now has a huge health disadvantage and he's a level down, meaning that Caps is able to find a kill and it's forcing On to come. He has to come, try and help push out this wave underneath the tower so that the wave isn't as bad. Good play there from On.
Certainly is. On and Elk, of course, resetting first means Elk is already in the top lane. However, they're mixing things up. Want to put pressure on top side so they can secure control of the Grub's pit. But Broken Blade level 5 in the isolated 1v1 should be able to do some work here. But Elk already having boots too makes it that much harder. On now on the way. Broken Blade level 6. Tornado, where's it going to go? Going back in, taking his time, moving away. Windwall a little bit awkward. Is On now starting to chase, but Yike is here as well. Not able to connect. Doesn't get the knockback, no setup angle for Broken Blade. Mickey is here. Shun.
think Broken Blade's quite happy to play this, though.
Knock up.
Decides not to go for the all-in. They don't have information as to where Xun is.
Pull back, handshake is big! Broken Blade just barely able to escape. Guardian proc.
Oh my god, G2 playing on the edge here. BLG's bot lane doing a good job of weathering all that pressure. The heal was used by On, but no Summoner's Burn on the side of G2. It is G2 to start off the grubs. Xun is around though. Broken Blade has to base and he doesn't have TP available. Ezreal's on the way.
Level 6 for Caps, no level 6 for BLG on the top side of the map. Emotes coming out.
I mean, they're still playing with confidence, which is a sight to see considering how devastating it was in game 1. The gold remains even. Ezreal's actually moved over to catch the mid wave. They're going to send Sylas to catch the top, and then Broken Blade is going to head towards bot. Crucially, Bin still has TP available, and he has a healthy CS lead over Broken Blade, and he's going to be able to get 2 plates off the back of this. So while all of those shenanigans were happening on the top side, Bin was able to gain a pretty good advantage off the back of it.
Good awareness from Bin to push his advantage. Actually goes Mega and ults the wave, just effectively one-shots it, crashes it that much sooner. Broken Blade with vision. It's a quick Q off to delay Bin's recall. Just trying to mess up. And he's planning that BLG have put together as Caps is once again on a side lane. G2 don't have a significant lead, but compared to game 1, this is going significantly better.
They've moved Elk into the lane with Broken Blade, and they had Bin TP top to catch that wave. So again, Bin is doing a good job of just keeping up with farm. He's catching all of these waves. No one on BLG is really losing out on much. The only person that's been put behind in the early game really was Knight due to all that pressure that came through from Caps and Mickey. But even he is in a comfortable spot. Xun teasing the dragon, but with the bot lane now here, he should be able to secure it. Mickey has to be careful.
Handshake there. Pull back, knockup is going to be there as well. Clean interrupt coming in for the side of BLG. An excellent pick. Mickey overconfident to step up. Thought they'd all be focused on the Drake.
Level 4 there for Mickey. He's going to be 2 levels down behind On. That ultimate, once again, going to be very crucial as we get closer to the next grub spawn. And it's BLG that find first blood once again.
And you can see, now that we've ticked over to the level 6 mark, how much harder it is for G2 to find angles to fight. You have the hostile takeover. You have the Featherstorm coming in from Elk as well. The number of priority targets that are easy pickings is essentially disappeared, as Knight now also has access to his ultimate. Broken Blade going for the 1v1 here.
Sidestep there from Bin, able to dodge away from the Q to avoid that stacking.
Blake gets bone plating off at the very least. Q3 goes in. But with Gnar so close to Mega and at full HP, Broken Blade can't really afford to commit too hard to the trade.
A bit of a slower early game this time around. Xun not able to have, I mean, it's kind of crazy to me that Xun hasn't been able to have the same early game impact on his Xin Zhao compared to the Skarner, but I think where he wanted to play through was the bot side of the map, and because of how defensive this Ezreal Rakan is and how safe they can play in lane, he wasn't able to find many opportunities there, and mid would be his other option, but because of the pressure that was thrown onto Knight, that also limited his early game options.
Also, you're playing Xin into Skarner this time, not into Nocturne, so enemy jungler's going to participate on the map before level 6. I think makes those decisions a little bit higher stakes. It's Caps. Small XP advantage here in the mid lane, but Knight getting close to 6 as Mickey just returns. Mickey now highwaying in. Knight locked up for a brief moment. Caps has stolen the ultimate, immediately going to respond. Handshake is there to interrupt. Mickey still only level 5, Xun on the way, and they need to make their way out of this one. Wind becomes lightning onto Caps. Yike now coming through the wall. G2, can they turn this? How long is the cooldown? Abscond, abduct. Won't be able to get anything there. At least calling the attention, but Bin going crazy on the top side. Doesn't quite connect the wall, but will force Broken Blade back.
The supporting staff of BLG and Xun and On there to cover for their mid laner. Great timing from them to provide that utility and turn the play around to actually get the flash out from Caps. Knight didn't have to expend anything. Now look at them once again, returning that pressure from mid into bot, setting their sights on covering for Elk, maybe even looking for a gank. But I don't think they'll be able to find much once again. This bot lane very slippery from G2. Mickey very close to that level 6, and remember Grubs, 25 seconds. We expect these resets coming from these bot laners soon, but it should be BLG to be able to get that prio. They push in another wave, and they're gonna look to reset ready for that Grub spawn.
G2 uncertain. They can afford to reset there. We'll see if they now turn their attention to top side. That's big from Xun. Caps has TP, he can get right back on the map, but as long as that recall is delayed, Caps can't get really involved in any plays. BLG painfully aware that they can't give up a single grub, so despite the initial top pressure, in favor of G2. Been on the map sooner, shown on the objective sooner.
Yeah, really smart. Really, really smart. You called it out, interrupting the base, and it really just boils down to that. G2 cannot get back out onto the map quickly enough to really contest. So they're just going to have to concede. If they could steal one, that would still be a big win for them. But it looks like that with the reset coming through from Broken Blade as well, that they're not going to be in a position to do so. Good setup from On and Elk, making it hard to actually enter the river. Broken
Mickey
Blade
caught out, double knockup is big, instant follow-up, suppression now there, Charm, but the ulti doesn't hit from Yike, crucially onto Yelk. G2, do they still want to keep going for this one? Another knockup on On should seal the deal. Bailout now coming in, Caps off onto the side, looking for the 1v1. Desperation comes in, he steals the Gnar ultimate. Hanzama finds the kill, now the chase is coming in. Shun locked up, Broken Blade chasing. They found the angle, they found the fight, and they found the grab on top. G2 take the advantage.
An early skirmish goes the way of G2. It's set up by Mickey and Broken Blade. The knockup comes through and allows the setup that forces the summoners out of the bot lane and a winning fight. They get themselves that 4th grub, and G2 looking a lot more confident here in game 2. So we talked about it. Mickey with the setup, he's contesting this ward. Maybe he's at risk of getting caught out, but no, this time he goes in knowing that Broken Blade is at his back. Yike is there, doesn't connect the ultimate. Oh, because the charm comes through, slowing his lockdown.
Ulti comes in from Bin, decent damage, but as long as Sylas has W, he should live for an extra second, but no! CC layering is flawless. Yike now chasing, Bin likely to fall. Yike looking for the knockback as well. One more auto and a Q to finish, but clutch flash! The kill finished. Extra life now coming in off the kill for Broken Blade. He'll manage to survive 1-for-1 on the top side of the map. You can see BLG now trying to match the pace of G2 as they push in the bot lane tower. G2 responding with a little bit more pressure in mid. Ezreal going to be try to delete those waves, slow down this push. Caster's not going to fall though. It means it's very likely that BLG will grab that Shun now here as well. Credit to BLG, keeping up the pace now, matching G2, getting some gold back across the map.
I don't think G2's really going to be able to cross-map this. Again, like, it was a 1-for-1, but if BLG secure the first tower, that was definitely a worthwhile trade for them. With the plate still up, though, this tower is very durable. Caps should be able to get within range to be able to deny that. Here comes Mickey, too. Do they really want to go? No, this is too ambitious of a play. Okay, so let's kind of take stock of the situation. For the first time in this series, G2 are finding themselves with a gold lead. They got themselves 3 plates in mid lane, they got a single plate in top lane, and they defended their bot tower. Caps has been sent to the bot side of the map, no TP available for him with the Dragon available. Broken Blade heading towards top, doesn't have the TP either, but Bin does. So if G2 want to try and contest this Drake, they're going to be guaranteed and man down. They'll send the Ezreal over to mid, and one of the biggest shifts that we're seeing in this game is number 1, Caps having a little bit more agency in the side lane on the Sylas. In that previous skirmish, we didn't talk about it, but in a 2v1, he was able to get that kill into Elk because he stole the Gnar ultimate away and knocked him into the wall, guaranteeing that kill. But this time, Mickey's just roaming around the map a lot more. He's making his way towards top.
Broken Blade, where's the wind wall going to go? Knockup is there, manages to block a little bit of the damage, doesn't really have a clear path out to safety. Ult through, trying to get a bit more damage down on the shot. Nice dash back! Oh, the wind becomes lightning. Knockup is there, but they don't really have any other follow. They at least stop the play. They slow down the play on top side. The tower will still fall, but in the meantime, Hans is pushing.
A 3 versus 2 situation, but again, like, that was a great representation of what I'm talking about. Mickey is just more present on the map, and it's so easy for him to collapse, turn plays around, and just provide that assistance for his laners. And look at mid lane right now, Hans in a 1v2. On just can't match this roaming pressure coming from Mickey.
And I think it's so good that you call that out, because while the Renata is incredible into this G2 composition, you've denied On the same agency he had on that Alistar to make so many of these plays. He now has to stay beside his AD carry. Can't afford to roam individually, will probably just get caught out by this G2 composition. So it's G2 was set up on the objective. BLG hovering in the area. Knight no TP, but he's on his way. Caps split pushing in a side lane. Tale as old as time, but G2, can they navigate this one well? Bin with Mega Gnar coming. It doesn't look like they want to try and take this fight, but they're staying in the area, maybe hoping for an exit kill, maybe hoping for a mistake from the side of BLG, as Caps is already recalled.
He's not going to get that, though. Objective secured for BLG. I mean, it's an exchange across the map. G2 still in a very comfortable spot. Caps is able to get a lot of solo gold off the back of that. Notice that he's a full level up overnight. Hanzama as well, quietly, has just become this, I don't know, I didn't want to say millionaire, but he's just been like, he's making
rich.
a lot of money, yes. Like, we haven't talked about him all game. He's just been picking up plates passively, he's been farming, and you like, look at the farm, and it's pretty much dead even, but getting that kill, getting that assist, and getting all these plates has been really beneficial for him. Now G2 set their sights on the top side of the map, but BLG is here to respond.
Winwall to stop in for pushing anything else. Stolen Gnar ultimate knockback, clean follow from Broken Blade as well. Shun cannot peel. Yike with the fall of 2 on, coming over the wall. The hostile takeover will do a little bit of work. Shun trying to hold on for life, but the knockup is still there for a brief moment. Shun trying to escape the heal coming down. On just doesn't have enough cooldowns to save his jungler. G2 gonna keep the pressure up.
The skirmishing is going so well for G2. Across the map, they're able to find these.
They lose a bot lane T1, but they get 2 turrets, 2 kills.
And Escana, a combo I never expected to see. But this is the form of G2 that European fans have been waiting to see.
You hear Berlin come alive, but it's still Knight pushing on a side lane. 4K lead, G2 in a fantastic spot, no doubt. But remember, this is BLG. This is a team who have team fought out a
I mean, the Skarner is huge at this point in the game.
Games. So this is a team you can't afford to disrespect, but BLG clearly not respecting the potential here for G2 to make a play.
Look at Bin trying to move. So first he's CC, then he's knocked up again, and then he's thrown into a wall. He never had the chance. One more auto could have given him Mega Gnar, then he ults, and then maybe the play gets turned around, or at least he's able to get away. But as much as they try, the damage is too strong, and G2 are able to get 2 kills, and crucially, that tier 2 tower in the top lane.
And you can see G2 player confidence is improving. The mechanics have been clean. Caps, I believe, the first hostile takeover, gets the ult into the wall to interrupt any of the hostile takeover, buffers that input. Same there with the Abscondive Duct. Absorbs most of that duration, using the E-stun to keep Shun in the area.
I mean, look, they pick Xayah because it's the close range comp, but they're not letting the Xayah fight, and the only time the Xayah fought was when she got caught out.
Wave clear, but the reason why
so this is fantastic.
Is because, as we talked
it's
about,
a 2-item Sylas.
When there's a wave, he can get on top of the Minimar, and then you can use the W to mitigate his ability to kite. So Broken Blade's going to be this side lane threat. Caps is sitting on the other side lane, and so G2 now have these multiple points of pressure, and now the story's reversed. BLG want to find these fights.
I was going to say, we've completely swapped. And I think that one of the things about this Yasuo build, and it's the same as the Yone build, right, that makes it so frustrating, is if you are ever caught on a side lane, you cannot get away. Caps spotting Knight, at least for a brief moment. Again, the Stridebreaker, Blade of the Rune King, these are not champions you can escape from in an isolated 1v1.
And our stats team just pinged us a huge congratulations for Caps, as he was able to secure his 300th kill at Worlds. He's the 8th player to achieve this in Worlds history. Goes to showcase the legacy of the player.
The question is that going to be a consolation prize or an additional little something to celebrate?
We'll have to find out as G2 set themselves up for the
draft. Yeah, 2-item power spike is coming in for the Ezreal. That's like really good.
Range advantage. And unlike game 1, again, BLG no real vision control, and we saw for G2 how crucial it was.
And it's an Ocean Soul, so the more Ocean Dragons these teams get, the harder the brawls are gonna be.
They certainly have incredible tools.
Like Xayah does have a good amount of burst when it comes to like late game, but the biggest problem with Neeko is that she's kind of like a one-trick pony, you know, like you do that one-time wombo.
Than anyone on BLG. He's at 2.9k HP with just these 2 items.
All I'm saying is bring back cut down. I'm saying bring back cut down.
Yeah, do you want to know another
More
fun
Dominic's passive, put it back on there.
His W scales with his missing health.
I mean, it could be a situation. Hold that thought as On has been caught out. They're trying to layer the CC on. Holding on to the ultimate, but will be forced to burn the flash.
I thought the Caps would try to steal away the Renata ultimate there, but he decided against it.
Trouble is, it doesn't do damage.
Now, the other scary thing for BLG is we've already talked about how this Yasuo pick is a problem for them. But Baron adds another complication, because I think Yike and Broken Blade can duo Baron, especially with Winwall, which means that there's always that possibility that G2 could just keep their Ezreal mid lane, they could put Sylas in a side lane, and quietly, unbeknownst to them, this duo on your screen could just be taking that objective.
And I think one of the big things we talked about when Elk did pick the Xayah was, hey, it has so much safety against this dive threat, but one thing it always is going to lose out on to an Ezreal is mid-prio. Ezreal's queuing that wave before Xayah can even walk up, ulting that wave before Xayah can even get in the area. So it only makes it that much easier for G2 to establish control.
Damn.
They're battling 1v1 with the Herald in the jungle. Not where I expected to see it, but of course for BLG, a bit of an awkward game state means they are forced to use it in less than ideal circumstances. Mickey potentially caught out, Bin ready to go over the wall. Wall up, not going to hit.
It's okay, Mickey really needs to be careful though. We've seen him get caught out a few times in this series. Admittedly, he's only at 1 death so far, but he is sitting on a ward once again. Notice though, Caps in a side lane. Now, as someone that's been casting Caps all year,
that's where you want him to be.
This is a statement that I've missed saying so far in the last 2 games for him. But yeah, it really has just been him in a side lane for so much.
Now
Now
Broken Blade gets to build a bit of crit,
this year. He was doing
so his passive is going to be online.
Here at Worlds. He does it on as many champions as he can. And he is continuing to get strong. He nearly has a 2-level lead.
Oh,
He's
the
got a
pink
full
ward
level
doesn't
lead, I should say,
see.
Overnight. And he's got
Yes,
a
that's a
1K
really good
gold
over the
lead as
wall
well. He
ward.
hasn't bought any boots yet. I imagine Merc Treads will be the direction that he goes. Have to wait and see as the pressure really starts to mount more for BLG. They find themselves at such a significant deficit. They're now looking for G2 to make mistakes, which they've made in this position before.
100%.
They've overforced Barons. They have a tendency to get caught out, as we've been seeing at this year's World Championship. So they need to really lock in now and try to equalize this series if they want to keep their World's dream alive.
And G2 have the tools to pressure side lanes, to not give a 5v5 to a BLG comp that would love to have it. We saw BLG play with that level of discipline, the necessary level where they could just outmatch G2, never give them those good angles. Need to see if G2 can do the same. Spawning Shun, Bin versus Broken Blade on the top of your screen. No one getting a greater edge. Hansama eating forward for just a bit of poke onto On. Difficulty for BLG. They don't really have mid prio. They don't have top prio. So they're taking some risks just to walk in here. Only really know they're safe once Cap shows on bot wave, which he has done now. So all of BLG now stepping up at least for a moment to see if they can get down some vision.
2 items coming in for the Skarner. Almost 3 items on the Silas.
Probably the Gnar ultimate.
It's the Gnar ultimate. Yeah. It's always the Gnar ultimate.
Here we go, Baron being started. I don't know if they want to finish this objective.
I think you can keep them here. I don't know if Caps has dive threat though. Is it a flip? I don't want to see the flip.
Gonna run out soon. Here gets the TP. Have they got what they want?
Managing to get 2 over the wall! Overconfident plan for the 50-50, but now G2 need to get the fall. They cannot let Shun into that pit. Caps stealing away the Nico ultimate. Mini Gnar there. It should belong to G2. The follow-up from Broken Blade. Ulti there! The combo in game 2 to solidify their lead to take down BLG, but Bin's not done yet. Shun's not done yet. Finally, he will fall. Hansama popping off in the fight to finish the job. A double for the Ezreal.
Insane ulti from you.
Thank God.
Phenomenal. A play that no one was expected. From over the wall, he's able to catch the bottom lane of BLG. That's going to be a Baron. And BLG find themselves with their backs against the wall here in game 2.
This entire tournament, G2 have had moments in games where it's looked close, but finally, the chance to take it to game 3 against BLG, an incredible game, returning to the creativity they're praised for.
I don't even know if he has vision.
Can't see him. They can't see him.
Oh my goodness. The knock-up as well into the double Yasuo combo. It's a clean play from Yike.
Yeah, Xayah proving that she's kind of useless as an AD carry in this format.
This combo as well, the follow-up, the knock-up from the Yasuo into the stolen ultimate from Caps. He has the arm guard as well. Broken Blade kind of finds himself isolated in 1v1 against Bin, where Bin is able to punish him, but then Hansama comes in for the cleanup, and then Knight's forced to flash away. Baron secured. And
smiles of relief on the face of the G2 coaching staff.
Eyes were about to come out of his head. They're looking to equalize this series, bring us to 1-1. But this was the G2 that Europe was waiting for. And they are delivering.
This is what they need, right? A team that looks so out of sorts.
Okay.
Towards the end of the T1
G2
series.
showing signs of life. It's always
Now
good to see G2 playing the G2 game. As we know, this is G2's best
series. It's not done yet.
I mean,
it's
if
not
they do
over
win this,
yet.
it's ultimately going to come down to that, a single game, right?
And I mean, I think this is the thing. It's just
And we gotta see a good red side
That
draft.
is more pressure.
Oh, Broken Blades.
Than most people are ready to deal with. Broken Blade, will he get caught on side? Holding onto that Q3 as long as possible. Gets the double knockup crucially. Elk now trying to follow. Windwall is there. G2 locking down towers on the bottom side of the map. Pick will be there in time though for BLG. Can they turn back to defend? Only 1 minion remaining. G2 likely to need to back off here. Potentially a bit desperate. Yike fishing. Won't get anything yet. Recalls from Elk as G2, 2 pressure points. The call for a fight. The ping's on the way. BLG ready. 3 members isolated.
TP flank, TP flank.
TP from behind, Bin, but it's only the Mini-Gnar. Caps trying to chase, trying to follow Bin off to the side. Yike getting pulled back by the handshake. G2 trying to retreat as cleanly as they can. Hansama safe for now, but Shun is on the way in. When becomes Lightning connects. Knockup is there. Mickey trying to keep his 80 carry standing. Shun going to fall. Bin, the Mega stacking. He's on the chase. Can he get the double bounce on the hop? Sterix there. Hansama cleanse out to safety, but BLG just continuing to step forward.
I mean, they've been able to reclaim some space. Good play from BLG. Getting that initial pick on the top side of the map. Keeping their bottom inhibitor tower alive.
Caps. Elk waiting over the wall. Wants to make the difference. Stolen ulti is going to be big here, though. TP now coming in. This leaves G2 in a bit of an awkward spot. Windwall from Broken Blade to try to save. G2 sticking around.
Okay. That was risky. That was risky.
TP. That's going to be crucial, as it's now much harder for G2 to play across the entire map, as we've seen so much from what they've been doing. BLG slow the bleeding just a little bit. They do a good job of finding that initial pick on the top side of the map to then make this great TP flank play, those crucial wards on the bot side of the map to enable them to find that collapse. Getting that kill onto Yike and finding an opportunity to stay alive in this game. You mentioned it before, Dracos. BLG are a team that are tenacious. They're excellent at finding those good fights and finding ways back into the game. And G2 can't afford to be caught off by that. They know they're stronger right now, and they have to try and leverage their strengths. 2 minutes until both objectives.
I mean, it's a 3-item Xayah. Elk in the right position, targets lined up. G2, if they overcommit, they overgroup. The angle's there for BLG, despite the gold deficit. But Hansama and G2 are playing without fear. Mickey waiting off to the side. Does get rooted, handshake, good patience comes in from On. Holding on to the hostile takeover. Well, doesn't have it yet, 7 seconds. They do get the heal out at the very least as Broken Blade continues to step up. Lane. Cap's still in the side lane. Q3 from Yasuo, only gonna connect onto the clone.
The inhibitors don't really have much HP left.
There's the grubs in the mid lane, I think. Maybe the Ezra wants to... No, alright. Tolan's just thinking about it.
TP from Caps. Will just be a 4v4 if they can try to force this fight. Bin's able to recall though. He will get here sooner. Caps looks like he's chasing the 1v1, just keeping an eye on that potential TP. Gnar forced out. Skandum Duck not going to connect. Wall up there. Again, Caps staying close.
The collapse from G2 as well. Bin has to take this fight.
But Bin can't win the 1v1 against the Silas. There's too much sustain. Knock back to the wall. Caps takes his time to make sure everything is lined up. Mini-Gnar coming out though. A lot of sustained damage. Caps though. The healing coming in is simply too much. Mickey on the way just in case. Bin trying to hold on as best as he can, but Caps will not fall.
It's a bit of a scary situation as Caps kept missing that E, but it doesn't matter. Mickey there to support. They're able to find the pick, and now they're on the offensive once more. Baron a minute away. Ocean Soul a minute away. Bin will be up in time for those objectives, but what damage can G2 do in this window?
For now, pushing out on their side waves. BLG trying to group, get a bit more control. You can see their vision being laid down, trying to find an angle to make sure that they can contest. Don't want to give up that Ocean Soul. Bin now at the wit's end makes that 1v1 that much easier if he could find it again, but they don't even want to wait for the objective. Elk forced to go into the air. The flashback is clean, but the wind wall stops the feathers from being pulled through, but he holds on to the cooldown for a moment, but it's Yasuo! In the midst of everything, Broken Blade. Knight now going to be in trouble. The stolen ultimate taken away. Mid laner gone. The bailout not enough. On with a hostile takeover. But it doesn't do anything. Crucially, G2 pushing in to end the game right here, right now. Bin responding just in time to watch the base fall. Can he make the difference? On, running, knock up there. Caps, golden in the BLG base. Hope ignited for the LEC is...
Let's go! We're going to game 3, baby! G2, the hope is still alive! The dream! The dream! We'll be back with game 3 in just a minute.
told you, G2 bites back in game 2 and does exactly what Jat and I think the entire European population wanted them to do. Did they cook?
They did. They cooked with the Yasuo top, and they had a great Sylas angle. But I'll also say the credit has to go to G2 because the advice of cook and draft is about as quality as play better and be aggressive. You have to actually do it, and that's the hard and impressive part from G2.
Yeah, but we said it right very early on. What a tremendous Sylas angle.
Yeah.
It really doesn't get better. Legitimately, just off the first rotation, and I even ended up getting a Renata ult as well, like just into Gnar, that's good. Add a Xin Zhao and a Nico on top of that, and I think that immediately you could see as well BLG looking at that pick and probably going like, oh god. And normally we see Sylas locked in later. I can even imagine that they would have thrown a ban towards it, and it made such a difference that give Caps this much agency, and it meant that basically every single ult set up BB as well, who I think had an incredible game.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's the big thing for me is that not only does he have fantastic ultimates to steal from almost every member of BLG, but then 3 of them set up for
the takeaway from this graph is that Elk was basically not there. Although Knight did a lot, Knight and Bin did a decent amount of damage. The bot lane was literally AFK in team fights, which is what matters a lot. Let's hope that G2 can clutch it out, and we can see Europe finally get past the bad juju at Worlds.
Later as well, so it changes the dynamic of the series a lot.
It really does, and I think the other thing that G2 did really well in this game is they were first to the fight time and time again. That comes from having the ability to outlane your opponents. They had some really good tempo plays early in lane. One was Mickey staying around mid lane to actually bail Caps out. And then here, once Mickey is level 6, it's absolutely go time with the level 9 Yasuo to be first to the play.
It is Hans having a lot of impact on the Ezreal as well. Much easier to play out this game in the game state, but you're right. The fact that in the previous game, they were late on every decision. Here they are in front, and they also keep going. They don't let up.
It goes both ways, because I think as good as the draft was from G2, I also think that BLG probably look at this at the end of it and go like, that doesn't feel great. Like there's some parts like the 2v2 mid jungle that are okay, but I think Xayah into Ezreal is something that I'm never going to be excited about. Obviously the counter pick towards the Gnar ended up being a really big deal. So that to me is going to be the main thing both teams are going to be looking towards going into the game number 3.
A couple of things. We mentioned Yike already, but every second counts. And thanks to that reliable Cisco network, Yike stings right at the right time to take down BLG.
And I think incredibly important that he had this type of performance on the Skarner, something they did not first pick in game 1, something that they successfully first picked here in game 2. And what an incredible pull over the wall in a tense moment of the game. They had a big lead, they needed to close it out, and they decisively baited the Baron fight. And the continuation of this play was impressive as well, Emily.
Yeah, and when you talk about like, oh, what is the difference as we see Caps using that stolen Nico ult to clean up the back half of this fight, what is the difference between like a good Baron setup and a bad one? It is being cognizant of when your opponents can come in. They immediately turn, they know what they're going to do off of the Yike play, they clean up the fight with Caps' side.
Now, the real question is, where's BLG going? Blue or red? Because if they go blue, the draft might be a lot harder to execute. But if they're willing to leave the Skarner up,
a question I want to pose to you, because Dylan, the coach,
things are going to be interesting.
Of G2 has been very vocal also on this Worlds broadcast in our cooldown about this is the way we like to play, where we can put one of our laners, especially Caps, in a side lane. We know expertly how to play that 1-3-1 or that 4-1, and that's how we like to play with pressure. Now, I have seen them get victories this way at Worlds. I don't know if I am confident at this point in time that they can get victories if that gets distorted.
BLG on blue, so this draft isn't going to work again.
Of the Orianna, putting him on something where he
because they're not going to have access to the Skarner.
He can equally side lane was great setup for them, and I also think this wasn't like you look at draft, you're like, okay.
But definitely got to keep Caps on something that can side lane. No squishy mage.
We saw them previously at Worlds, right? So like, I actually think that when it comes to mid game and those side lanes, games that you just mentioned, G2 is actually better at playing the map just generally than BLG, even when BLG is full strength. It's more about how BLG are able to snowball their early game to make it so you can't spread them out on the map.
And I really want to take a moment as well, like as we are just about to head into game number 3, like how much pressure is on this? And I know that we talked about it in the previous series, but that was 2/4, or yeah, it was 2/4 seeds, right? Yeah. Not, yeah, or 3rd seed for DK,
yeah.
but let's be honest, yeah, in terms of strengths, what does it mean if you don't make it here?
The #1 seed from the LEC, the #1 seed of the LPL, both teams completely ran their regions. One of them won't even be able to make it to quarterfinals.
Yeah, and this is massive for BLG because, again, the ceiling for this is they are the best team in the world. They went out, they got Knight for this roster for the purpose of making Worlds. This is a game you have to win to continue.
Shocks, how important is it?
Yeah, for G2, 600 plus days with this roster. Every single part of your practice, of your scrims, of your life dedicated to getting the international results that you have not gotten
here we go.
yet. This is the time, boys.
Here we go.
It certainly is. I don't think the stakes could be higher in a single best of 3.
A single game is going to determine everything.
No luxury of a lower bracket, any additional eliminations. You wasted all your second chances. A best of 1. And again, an entire year of effort that could be deleted in a moment. For BLG, it was a similar story last year. They won game 1 against G2. They lost game 2. They brought it back. Question is, can G2 rewrite? Can they show us something new this year?
Well, it's a question of will it be a repeat of history from last year where BLG are able to take down G2, or will it be a change? Will G2 finally be able to return to the quarterfinals of the World Championship?
Ooh, changing up the bands.
Jax, G2, this will be their first red side game of the World Swiss stage, and it's going to start with the Jax ban.
This could put them in a difficult position. You see the Poppy Dinar taken away. G2. Aurora, Yone, the red side must bans, but they're not taking them off the board. But they won't get their pick of the litter. They won't get to pick first. Yone usually the one that's prioritized.
Haha, BLG forced to ban the Yone away.
G2 should respond.
They have to get rid of the Aurora now. They don't have
You're in
much
an
of a
interesting
choice.
spot because then is it first pick Kalista? Is the response Ashe? We're now in a draft arms race. The entire plan from both sides.
Skarner, Kalista.
I think it's the
Skarner's
Skarner
gonna be
here.
the first pick from BLG. It's been so effective for both junglers across the series.
I mean, we can't understate Shun single-handedly winning the map for his team. in
Okay,
game 1.
yeah.
And they're going to go for it again.
So what's the response going to be from G2? What do you put in the jungle? Maybe we see a return to something like the Sejuani or the Maokai for Yike. If melee skirmishes are the name of the game for G2, maybe Sejuani is the answer. Brand has been let through a bunch. Maybe they put him back on AP junglers. He's thinking about the Xin Zhao for himself.
Going to take the opposite side of the matchup, a champion who, if it gets ahead, can do a ton of work, but
I don't know about this one.
about the Skarner and the tank junglers, they're so reliable, but Xin, a bit more explosive, a bit more volatile, still has the ultimate to keep himself safe.
Okay.
Wait a minute, is this Xin top?
Calm down.
Okay, sorry. You're right.
We can't forget the fundamentals. Just
True.
because it's
Don't
game
talk
3,
about
it's super
Hovers. Don't
crazy,
talk
the
about
stakes are
Hovers.
insanely high.
Not
Can't
talk
lose
about
ourselves in the chaos yet.
Yeah,
We get in the game, it's a different story, but for now... Okay, Renekton.
Oof.
Okay. So
Double AD
I don't-
top side.
they're really putting pressure on Bin's pool here. Likely leaning towards a Cassante then would be the likely direction.
Finn still has Cassante coming
Cassante's
Fiora.
ahead.
Oh, Rumble is another
Yeah.
possibility, and that's going to be
Almost
locked
pretty
in.
scary.
So already BLG drafting some strong team fighting, leaning towards more of an MF angle. I imagine that they don't want to lock in Knight mid laner just yet.
No.
Perhaps they just go for
No, they just want the
support,
Rel.
Perhaps the Rel is currently the hover for On. His most played so far at the Swiss stage.
In general, I think it's probably still the strongest blind pick support we have in the current meta. Bin's Rumble, of course, not his most played champion by any means.
I really liked Mickey on Rakan, but the Kalista is still available, of course, and so...
Followed by the immediate Ashe ban to ensure the lane counter is not on the table.
Yeah, and BLG have already banned the Poppy as well, so that's something they don't have to concern themselves with. The Renata, a good take away from Mickey to deny that Kalista-Renata bot lane 2 versus 2. A terrifying duo. What other AD carries are you now afraid of? Maybe the Kai'Sa is something to consider. MF, yeah, when you're drafting Rel plus Rumble, MF is the obvious answer to pair alongside
Yeah,
that.
Ezreal Rel isn't really a good duo though.
Incredible focus on physical damage, however,
Maybe
on this
Alistar.
Alec is a really good Ezreal.
We'd already know Mickey for being a big Alistar player, then
Go the
Nico
ban
instead. Yep. Okay, well now you imagine support is going to come through here. They want to give Caps counter pick, which makes so much sense to me. You want to make sure that he's really set up for success in this final game.
I don't want to see. Okay, yeah.
Alistar is currently the hover, though.
It's the smartest
Nicely
pick.
alongside the Kalista, but so does a Leona. Both, I think, are fine picks.
Oh?
Alistar feels like the one that makes the most sense.
No,
With
no.
something new, Taric.
Oh, an old school bot lane.
Champion does incredibly well into melee-focused compositions.
Okay.
You don't have a lot of burst on your team. Taric has one of the best ultimates in the game, but the timing has to be flawless.
I want to say it was an old school rogue bot lane. I think we saw it from Mad Lions
I remember
too.
the timing on the TP was good, but what I will say is the
let's see
LPL have
Ezreal
always
here
been
for-
much
ooh.
better with Taric than any other region.
I mean, the Silas
also
ultimate. Juicy.
They're thinking about taking the Silas away from Caps. Yes, they
Yep.
will. The blind pick gonna come through. The ultimate's not the craziest. Of course, the Taric ulti steal away could be good, but the teamfight comp is what they've drafted. BLG 5v5. They have good side lane threat with the potential of the Silas. I think Renekton versus Silas in a side lane could largely go either way.
Is it?
Whether it's Ezreal or Zyre, I think both kind of fill the same role, providing a little bit more safety, self-sufficiency for Elk.
Now, what do we see
Now
here
we're
from
terrifying
G2?
Ezreal.
Because they need magic damage
Alright,
now.
so Caps, what's the counter pick here? What
But
are you
there's
thinking about?
not many
as an
good-
answer to Silas?
Oh!
Guys,
No.
don't get baited.
Is the call. You need magic damage.
No. No. Oh. Oh?
The
It's
Rise.
gonna be Rise. Okay. I mean, we held our breaths there because I felt like it was appropriate. But for anyone that's been a long-time Caps follower, Rise is an old-school side lane comfort pick for him. Something that he uses to get that mid-prio and then roam to those sides. Quick utilization of the ultimate. G2 domestically were big fans of using the Rise ultimate tempo plays as well to stack waves, get them to towers quicker. Split pushing is so powerful with Rise that Caps and G2 are going to be leaning on that here in this game.
And these 5v5s are going to be insane. Neither composition has that crazy burst damage champion. It's going to be so much about sustained fights, perfect cooldown usage, finding a pick before you kick off to get any advantage you can. It is low range and it is scrappy. Ezreal is the only champion in this game who gets to take a step back from the absolute bloodbath we will be seeing on our screen.
I also think that the value of this Rise is Silas doesn't have great ults. Taric ult can definitely be good, Renekton ultimate, Xingqiu ultimate, they all have their placements, but they're likely not going to be game defining in the same way that Caps had options in the previous game. We'll see how Knight is able to navigate. Xun on the Skarner, he was a menace in game one, but it all comes down to this.
It made a lot of
Year
sense that
one
they
in
put
for one
there.
of these teams. A ticket
I think
to
they
Paris in the
hinged on
quarterfinals for the
knowing
other.
that it was forcing BLG into a Silas pick, because if
BLG
not,
takes the stage crowd here.
Equalizer,
From the studio.
Impale, Ezreal Ultimate,
Well, it's
Magnet
not
Storm,
chance, but this time,
insane
the right
amount
shot
of
back onto a champion he
CC.
had such an impact in on game one and also on.
Okay.
No longer on Renata duty. Yes, it's so good in the lane. Jaio's coming out as well. UG fans not going to go quietly here.
Yeah, it's pretty divided in the studio between BLG and G2 fans. Obviously with a small advantage to the home crowd. But my goodness.
Oh, but look at Caps. BLG.
It's crazy to think how merciless this format is. Two of the champions of their respective
Well, you
regions.
can't face check this,
Gone
Caps.
to the
Knight
blink
is
of an
looking.
eye. Gone at a level 1. Knight hooks in. Yikina now trying to follow. Broken Blade trying to stack a bit of Fury, but Mickey X and Hans are on the way in. Okay, I said Bloodbath. I didn't expect it to start at level 1. Here we are, a bit of a fist fight.
Looks like we're not going to get a
recalling.
swap. Looks like standard lane matchups. Bin wants to be able to bully out Broken Blade. The timing is good as well. They're going to force the pot out from Mickey. So a health advantage in favor of the bot lane for BLG. Looks like no steal, no invade, nothing too crazy, just a bit of information. Yike going to be starting on his top side. Xun is going to be doing the exact same thing. So both junglers likely looking to play towards bot side, and that makes sense. Hans Summer on his Kalista, something that teams consistently respect Ban because of the comfort that he has in the champion.
What did Taric take
See there
first?
when Rell is demounted, she has a slight range advantage over the Taric, which allows on to get the first auto off. But this is a tense matchup because in the all-in, Rell has so much more CC. But obviously Taric with a lot more sustain. Innate in the kit, additional armor too.
Now the mid lane matchup is interesting because you can choose to run things like First Strike if you really want to be a bully, but he's going Phase Rush, and Phase Rush is super annoying for Sylas. Because basically it's so easy for Ryze to proc it, and Knight's just gonna get kited.
I'm sorry, we've been using exclusively like really melodramatic adjectives for like the entire lead up into this game, because obviously there's a lot of tense and hype, so when you said annoying, I was just very thrown off.
I mean, it's the most apt way to describe
Yeah, no, you're right,
it
it's completely correct.
He's going to be irritated. In the laning phase, he's doing perfectly fine for the early lane. Ryze can't really kill you. He doesn't have that kind of damage in the early game. So it's mainly just going to be a lot of trading back and forth. Notice that he's running Conqueror as well. Rather than going for the short bursts, he's expecting more of these longer drawn-out fights to be happening in a side lane as well, which does make a lot of sense when he anticipates going up against things like the Renekton and the Ryze later on.
A Renekton, Ryze, the Xin, your electrocute probably isn't the difference between you finding that kill unless you get really fed, but Conqueror in an extended trade where you can get a lot of healing, a lot of additional damage, could make the difference. Level 2, of course, went in favor of BLG. That's why they have this initial push here.
Also, Taric just doesn't do much, right?
Level 3, a little bit better.
Yeah. But now junglers are making their way to bot lane. Jun has completed his full clear, and Yike is looking to do the same. Jun with a little bit of a faster one. He's going to be shadowing the bot lane as information is starting to be gathered. Scryer's Bloom is going to be used. Again, looks like a reset's just going to come through from the Kalista. Doesn't want to overstay here. Knows that Jun is in the area, and instead will be making his way towards the top camp. But Mickey saying, I don't need to back just yet. I'm going to be working with my jungler, maybe providing some cover for Caps, knowing that he's prone to a gank right now.
We'll have to see what the Taric initial item choice is. Obviously, you kind of want access to a tier early on, but Caps caught out here with Pierre, but now they're trying to turn the play. Nice stun fall from Mickey, and down goes Knight. BLG in trouble. Shun trying to walk away. Exhaust coming in as well. They want to kill Shun. G2 a little over eager. The flash from Mickey. Forcing out the flash from Shun.
Honestly, I'm shocked that BLG tried to force that. They must have assumed that Mickey had gone back to base, but Yike, like, where else is he going to go? There's no camp for him to take.
Yike caught out. Good initial burst damage coming in. On trying to find the lock up there. Yike ignited. Yike taking out Shun running. Good response from BLG to even up the score.
Yeah, Caps didn't quite have the mana and the TP from Nightman that he was able to get to the play first. Mickey couldn't quite get the connection down with his W.
At least Rell got the kill. Rell got the kill.
And so Shun this time reads the play well, knowing that Yike wants to get that top
But
crown.
a tunneler early
Just being a
for Xin Zhao.
The unfortunate news for BLG is that kill did go over to On. Ideally, they would have given that to Shun. They're looking for another play in mid.
Caps level 4, the follow-up is there. I don't think Mickey can save Caps. Caps about to get deleted. Trying to make it out of safety. Nice little bit of healing. Mickey out of mana, and they will be able to walk away, but Caps, no TP, no flash. Knight ready to push this wave in.
Problem is Mickey doesn't have the mana to help provide safety now for the mid lane, but Yike makes his way towards top. Look at Broken Blade.
Broken Blade going in, taking his time on the stun.
Trying to get the rage.
First dash going to connect. Again, waiting for the flash. Knockup should come in for Yike. Stun to follow for Broken Blade. Again, Yike on the map where he needs to be to find the kills.
It may have looked like a misplay when Broken Blade flash queued, but he did it so that he could start channeling the Q cooldown early while also trying to build up that rage ready for the extended CC on the W. So it allows him to get within range. He could then E, follow it with the E, and then they were able to find that kill. G2 with 2 on the board. Mickey back to mid, providing that support for Caps. And look at the swap coming through from Hansama, getting ready for the grub spawning soon.
But On and Shun are here. G2 can't afford to get overconfident in the mid lane. We'll spot out the bit of vision. On and Shun waiting in the jungle. Do they have enough damage? Cap stacking that tier already. Of course, Ryze only going to get more powerful as the game goes on. Knight level 6, but the ultis he can steal aren't fantastic.
Caps is kind of bleeding a lot of XP because of the amount of time he's having to spend sharing it with other people, but that the ultimate gives him so much additional damage to his overall kit. Without that level 6, they don't feel confident enough to fight it. Kalista is here. Ezreal's on the way up, but it's 5 members of BLG on the top side of the map.
Too likely forced to concede this. Top wave was only even, and Broken Blade was forced to go bot lane to catch the wave that was crashing. Better setup from BLG overall. Will result in them getting the first Grub spawn. G2 moving down to the bottom side of the map to take the obligatory trade deal of the Drake.
It's a bit awkward though for BLG because they brought Elk up and they've kept Bin on the top side of the map, committing his TP as well, which means that this bot tower is now completely exposed. And look at the long way around Elk has to take. He's cautious of the fact that that bot jungle is completely dark, allowing Broken Blade to extend his advantage even further. Yes, he's a little bit down in farm, but securing that plate along with the kill has given him a pretty good lead.
Certainly helps. Elk now here to cover. Yike, taking a bit of time. Old Tunneler not giving you the most damage here. Hans slow. So we got Hans also taking over to level 6. Bin with his ultimate online hasn't really found a good chance to use it yet. Shun still a bit away, but does have an XP lead over Yike, so potentially a window of opportunity where he can leverage the level 6 that has just now come through.
Oh, maybe a play onto Broken Blade here. Don't think they'll be able to find much though. He seems very safe on his level 4. Broken Blade is level 7.
Also, Elk doesn't have any damage items. And Renekton has ult.
I mean, if you hit him enough, eventually he'll die, but...
I don't know if you've ever tried to 2v1 a Renekton with ult without damage, but
yeah.
It doesn't. It's a tricky proposition.
Now, you'll notice that Jun already ticked over to level 6. He has just been clearing his camps faster than Yike, who's been trying to look for players on the map.
Okay, Broken Blade. Maybe over-eager for the 2v1.
I mean, he knows that he can catch this wave. He should feel pretty safe. Elk's priority is the farm, right? Okay. Nice little trade there from Broken Blade using the Empowered Q to get a bit of health back, and also Bully. Bin going to drop the ultimate in the top wave.
Okay, anti-heal first item on Bin. Interesting. It's really going to delay his Leandries. Which is like a huge part.
Coming in from the side
So
of
run
BLG.
Serfs on
right? A very even early game. No one with a clear advantage either side. The gold down the middle is really not much of a discrepancy. And it's going to be setting us up nicely for the mid game.
Gold lead for the sport is kind of trollish.
Both sides looking for it. I think both teams spike pretty hard on one item. Broken Blade now in danger.
Broken Blade in trouble here. Trying to get away from the ultimate, does get caught out. Dominus is there, but the Ignite already ticking down from On. Should mean a quick kill pickup onto the Renekton. Shun gonna grab that one, maybe not ideal with BLG. Nice collapse on the side lane.
Yeah, misplay there from Broken Blade. An easy collapse from BLG. There's not much that can be cross-mapped, and notice the Bin is respecting that, gonna choose to go back to base. That top tower gonna lose some plates. Caps was able to push mid in as well. With his ultimate, he would have been able to find a collapse on top, but nothing really gonna come off the back of it. So the good news for Broken Blade is his death doesn't really cost so much outside of some vision on the top side of the map, which should give G2 easier access into the grubs later on. But the bad news for G2 is that they gave a kill over, and giving it over to Shun. That front line can be a very scary thing to do.
Definitely can be. A bit of vision placed in mid lane just to keep track of where Knight is. Caps catches this wave. Grub spawning in 1 minute. We'll see where both teams want to prioritize. Caps roaming between lanes right now, does have his entire team to cover, but Knight does not have that information yet. G2 really ready to fist fight for this grub spawn.
They thinking about a realm warp play? They have the control wards. Looks like no. He's just gonna go catch the wave. Grub's gonna be spawning soon. Cap should be able to clear this one out. Yike just there to shadow. They've moved Hans Summer over to mid. Look how comfortable Caps clears out those waves. Level 9 secured for him.
Based on the fact that On is not moving up, it seems like BLG are just willing to concede the second set of grubs. They know no 4 buff will be given over. Not bad to trade at this point. Instead, may look to make a play on the bottom side.
They might just want to trade plates.
G2 though.
Broken Blade isn't too scared about the dive just yet because they have information. They've spotted Jun out, so he should feel safe in the 2 versus 1. Ezreal just used the E as well to get away. I'm surprised G2 aren't just going for the grubs. They had numbers advantage on top side. BLG seemed willing to take the trades, but they end up collapsing onto mid, and as a result of that, Bin even gets a plate in top lane, pushes the wave underneath the tower. All that gold now lost.
You can see now, as the waves are pushed in, Shun has license to start the objective. Mid prio though is there for the side of G2, but again, BLG only need a single grub. They get it. They don't need to stick around. Good window of opportunity leveraged by the side of BLG. That's all they really wanted. Didn't have to risk much to get it either.
Yeah, I mean, as you rightly said, I think BLG really got everything that they wanted here. 4 grubs secured. They're going to use that advantage to help secure the tower on the bot side of the map, and it will be the first tower of the game too. all this influx of gold.
That's a huge gold injection. It just jumped up to a 2K gold lead.
Yeah, and there's no cross map available either. G2 can get some plates for themselves, but we're still 2.5 minutes away from the tower plating actually falling.
Keep in mind, we've now got first item completions for both Xun and Knight. They should be much stronger in any of the fights.
Now, the good news is, if you want to look at it holistically, is a lot of that gold lead is sitting on On.
Yeah.
He's got about a 900 gold lead over Mickey, which in the context of the game doesn't really mean that much. The bad news for G2 fans are that this Ezreal has already completed the Trinity Force, the Rocket Belt finished as well for Knight. So these first item spikes are crucial given that the Dragon's spawning in 10 seconds. So I'm not sure if G2 should feel confident enough to actually fight this. The resets are coming through from the 2 carries. We'll see if they actually complete an item in time.
Thundered Sky is there. Caps does manage to get Archangels, but again, before it turns into Seraphs, really not the same immediate oomph.
And then the Kalista back also cancelled as he tries to catch the wave. So yeah, nice. Honestly, good sequence of events from BLG. A moment of hesitancy there from G2. Rather than just committing to the grubs and playing for top tower, they moved back into mid-wave, that then moved into Pot River, and they just kind of wasted their tempo, allowing for BLG to both secure the bot tower and even get a grub for themselves. So well played by BLG.
Yeah, good discipline from BLG. I think it's a situation where G2 are clearly fishing, hoping that
Rise
creative
here.
angle. Rise finding the angle. Bin now in trouble. Yike going over the wall. The Dazzle not going to connect, but the knock was there. Quick flash coming in from Caps. Bin's got nowhere to go. Side lane pick. Bin cannot get close enough to the wall. The flash to safety. G2 find one in the side lane, but BLG looking to respond in the mid.
They commit very heavily to getting that kill on the Bin, and it will pay off.
Dazzle going to hit. Aftershock there for Mickey.
Yeah, I don't think
want
they
to
can
overcommit.
really force this fight though. Kalista still doesn't have the first item finished. Xun, I don't think you'll be able to get much here. Renekton going to go catch the bot wave as Knight finding himself more time in the side lane on bot. Going to go match Caps now on the top side. Cosmic Drive likely going to be the second item for Knight. Yeah, okay, so it's a small kill advantage for G2. The gold is only 500 apart, and honestly, if you kind of ignore the support difference, the only real advantage that we're seeing is Elk with a completed item over Kalista. Herald going to be spawning in 10 seconds. If Hans can get back to base and buy this item, it would be a point with which G2 could consider fighting. But it might be right what you said, that with the Archangels not fully stacked, maybe G2 is saying it's not worth the risk.
I think they're just too late. He is finally back. He does finally buy it, but the objective's already started.
I think you're right.
It's a situation where that minor difference of 200 or 300 gold doesn't seem like a lot, but when it's the difference of completing an item, puts you so far behind on the play, and good recognition from BLG, knowing they're stronger, knowing they have the items and the XP that they need to force this. Of course, Caps does have a small lead in the mid lane, but Rise level 11, not big of a deal, and you can see bot lane, as you so well highlighted, Vetty, only one of those little blue graphs matters, but the Elk one, always a bit concerning.
It's building up into a game that's going to come down to team fights, Dracos. Right now, BLG, I would say, getting the better of G2 when it comes to the macro department. But in the mid game, BLG is not going to hesitate to fight you around these neutrals. Like Rumble, Rel, Sylas, these are champions that thrive in those sort of skirmish environments. And G2 are going to have to find ways to navigate around it. Maybe find a pick. A flank from Renekton is going to be crucial. G2's engage is very reliant on Xin Zhao ulti, maybe combined with the Taric ulti.
Yeah, Kalista as well, but you highlighted it, right? It's not nearly as simple or as straightforward. Requires a little bit of a bigger commitment than what BLG have to bring. And also BLG, again, Ezreal range advantage doesn't feel like too much right now. Probably gets mid-prio first in a lot of circumstances, but you can see that it's really tough for Hans Sama to actually get on top of Elk. That is going to be a pretty big problem in the later fights if they cannot find a way to take Elk off the board. Their composition does not handle an Ezreal particularly well, and allows Caps' zooming full speed with a phase rush, in which case maybe it's enough, but it's still difficult.
Tense affair. On, going to get stunned, but nice timing on the crash down means that it's going to be able to get away to safety. Pings on the top side river from both sides, largely around that ward that's sitting in that brush. Hans with the early prio, keeping eyes on the top laners as well. Both have TPs available. That bot tower though, I mean these outer towers for BLG, making it very difficult for G2 to really gain much control on the map. Broken Blade taking a rough trade there with the Leandry's finish for Bin. He is just chunking down the HP of Broken Blade.
Difficult 1v1 matchup most certainly. The Dazzle doesn't connect. G2 really grouped around this top side, maybe hoping to find a pick. Not really a lot to play for on the map right now. Dragon set up the next big thing as Elk is able to find a good ulti. Nice bit of poke also allows him to contest the wave. Mickey getting lower and lower. BLG again just chipping away these health bars. On a bit of an awkward start. Mickey ignited now trying to use the ultimate, and they're going to turn it back. He's invulnerable for 2.5 seconds. Good ulti coming in from Jun, and Elk still untouched for a moment. Realm Warp coming in as well. On going to be in trouble. Mickey's still standing. The healing.
Okay. Okay.
Just the 1-for-1 so far. Yike now in trouble. He's burned everything he's got. Knight coming in, flashing from Yike. He wants to turn it. TP coming in as well, but Knight stolen away the Xin Zhao ultimate. It's a double kill for Elk, and again, the Ezreal starting to take over, doing a bit more damage. The red buff there, but Broken Blade coming in, the Stride Breaker. Is it enough to flash forward? One more on it, wants to finish the job. He'll get him a pin. There to punish. It's an even fight thus far.
A crazy skirmish that Caps wasn't even involved in. The TP came through from both top laners to get down and dirty, but so many summoners burnt. I think that ended up being an even trade of 3 for 3. Caps were pushing this top wave. Bin will scare him off.
Well, it's good that we gave the Kalista 2 kills, so that's really nice.
On sees an opportunity, misses the Q, connects the ultimate though. Q from Elk doesn't actually find purchase either. Mickey with the re-engage knows that he has the ulti to stay alive. Jun buys time during the suppression, but then Han's ulti brings him back in. Now though, they can look for the re-engage as Elk finds a nice Q onto Mickey to equalize the trades. They then look for the re-engage, knowing that they're stronger. As you said, Yike burnt so much, but he goes back in, knowing that the TP is coming through. It looks good initially for BLG, but then this Sylas is just isolated as Jun is forced away, and so is Elk. Broken Blade with a clutch play there to end up trading 1-for-1.
Tension, shouting behind the scenes. Incredibly close fights.
I mean, it is incredibly close.
But you see in the picture-in-picture, the game pace is so quick that even in a replay, we need to show you what's happening next. And right now, that's BLG with the first objective setup. And once again, Caps in a side lane, which thus far has been a good omen for G2, but it's not the same game that it was in Game 2. It's not the massive compositional difference that allows G2 to just split the map effortlessly.
But look at the gold at the bottom of your screen. I like what BLG is doing. They're punishing the fact that Caps is in the side lane on the top side. They should be able to secure this tower. Can they catch Hans?
On. Missing the Shattering Strike. Second charge. Will not connect. Caps now finishing the Cosmic Radiance, or excuse me, the Cosmic Drive.
But bear in mind, it is 2 out of towers for 1. The fact that BLG have secured that mid tower as well gives them that much more agency over the enemy side of the map, and they got the Dragon too. On should be fine in this situation, but it seems that G2 are willing to take these skirmishes, but they're prioritizing allowing Caps to scale up. And what's crucial is in that last fight, Hans got 2 kills. Elk got a double as well. But what was about a 500, 600 gold lead for Elk has now been equalized, where both AD carries are now within touching distance of each other. The Rage Blade going to be completed soon for Hans Summer. But crucially, look at Caps. Cosmic Drive now completed with the Merc Treads as well. Broken Blade and Caps should be able to get this tower. And the only concern that you have for BLG is Caps is ramping up. He is nearly 2 full levels overnight. He's about 11.5 for the time being. They're going to TP to top lane. Oh, but that might have been too dangerous.
Leading the wave. Waiting for the ulti, catching out Caps, trying to burn him down into the tower. Archangel Shield is still there. He's running as fast as he can. Bin trying to finish the kill. He will be able to get it. Crucial from BLG, but now they're looking to turn on. Can he save his top laner? The answer is yes. Mickey now on the chase as well. Knight in the 1v1 at the bottom screen. It's a split screen focus. Elk over the wall is going to be clutch. Cosmic Radiance coming, but it might come a little bit too late. G2 just have to run. BLG find the better play. Hansama's there just in time to watch them lose the exchange.
Oof. It's BLG that find the superior skirmish. Caps tries to go for too much. The TP into top lane as BLG was stacking there ready for the cross map, meaning that they have the numbers advantage. Elk also collapses before Hans is able to, and it ends up being another kill. They're going to secure the tower. They're going to find a kill advantage, and it's BLG that's going to get a small lead in the gold. But I say that, look at the mid lane. G2's looking to respond. They should be able to secure this.
Knight stepping up. Has to immediately back away as the mid lane tier 1 will fall.
It's still so close, Dracos. Both teams within 500 gold of one another. The items are pretty much similar across the board. Ezreal, though, spiking hard with the Muramana completed.
And this is that 2-item spike that everybody talks about with Ezreal, right? This is where those Qs hit like a truck. Hansama can get in range against champs like
Randuin's versus no crit. Interesting.
Two-man, like Riftmaker completed alongside the Liandry's. I'm assuming the Broken Blade just hasn't based yet. He's got to be sitting on a lot of gold.
But you're right. I mean, it's tough. They have to perfectly, on the side of Caps, perfectly outspace the Flamethrower, the Electro Harpoons if he wants to win the 1v1 versus Bin. Gets easier as you get later in the game, but the Equalizer, And
Caps is now 2 levels up on Knight, by the way. I mean, it's still about 1.5 levels, but he's doing some serious work.
Doing what he can.
Oh, no stacks just yet for Broken Blade. I mean, that kill is the difference. Bin being able to get that shut down onto Caps really is what's giving him that item advantage for the time being.
Also, opted for the Oblivion Orb, slowed down some of those early spikes, but now it's going to feel really solid in a fight where there is just so much healing.
Yep, I'm a
Caps
little
gonna catch
worried.
that top wave, but he can't afford to overextend, knowing that his team doesn't have that much control over the map right now. Bot wave going to be contested as well. Look at Bin. Full information thanks to Knight, which means that he's just zoning Broken Blade away from this farm. Level 14 for him. It was last year's Worlds where we really got to see the introduction of Bin's Rumble to the international stage, and I mean, he is a scary Rumble player, or he has become one.
Okay.
And I think right now, if you're G2, you can see you're losing out in mid lane priority, the range advantage that Ezreal has, the ulti he can use to just ensure that you're always getting those waves in first, is slowly choking out the map. Yes, Caps isolated in the side lane can still be that threat, but right now, the vision control from BLG is absolute. Yike. Not going to be forced to take the blast cone, but luckily spots BLG in time. Question is, can they really start the Baron at this stage of the game? Probably yes. With the Rumble on 2 items, he's going to do a lot of burn damage.
But the Rumble has to be there, though.
Scary affair. It's BLG playing with control for now. They get the top push, they get the mid push, and also whenever Bin is able to find Broken Blade, he forces him out. So the map is quickly becoming over the TP flank.
TP coming in as well. Shun going to try to find the ultimate, but he does not connect on Caps. Crucially, TP response now coming in from BLG as they try to split the fight. On trying to turn the fight back. The equalizer is beautiful. The Cosmic Radiance. Will it come in time? The answer is yes. Mickey buying 2.5 seconds for the team to try and turn this one back. Hansama and the Caps untouched with the back line. A perfect dazzle to get things kicked off. Ulti coming in from Hansama as well, but BLG steal one back. Bin, can he burn them all? The answer is no. G2 finding the angles. Elk runs for his life. The Ezreal. Can it make the difference? He's still standing. Yike finding the 1v1 versus Shun. He should come out on top. Double blast cone makes it a little bit trickier. Will finish the job. He will get the jungler down, but Elk, can they afford to approach the last man standing on the side of BLG? G2 winning the fight. They'll take the Drake as Elk is shepherded back into G2 territory. How can he escape?
He can't.
To follow the shot for G2.
It's an ace. On is able to respawn in time, so it doesn't pop up, but that is 5 kills for G2.
And Caps is able to solo the dragon. Let's go.
Elk, they're able to
Oh, that's really nice. Forcing the flush. Gets rooted.
He goes in.
Puts him so low.
This Rumble would have been massive if it weren't for Mickey's ulti. We're back to life, Baron.
This fight, calling in the TPs at the very least, but G2 want to stay on the objective. They know the angle, they know Skarner has to approach them. It's not Hextech Rift. They can risk the 50-50. Tension growing, 5K getting lower. Yike now committing, response coming in from Ultimate as he has to stop, but the dazzle is there. Yike taken out, they don't have a smite in the pit. Caps has to make the difference. Broken Blade now coming into the backside of the fight. They cannot afford to take the objective, but they can try to find the kills. Bin, turning, burning, Knight in the clutch, finding the sustain he needs, but Broken Blade desperate to finish the job because Caps is still alive. Suppression there, 2v2. Solo lanes versus mid jungle. Ezreal on the way. G2 can't afford to extend the fight, but Broken Blade wants a little bit more. Will it cost him the Dominus? The healing coming in for Knight. Elk here to save the day. Caps running. BLG blinking health bars. Can they start the Baron? The answer is yes.
G2 tried to force a Baron. They tried to do it when Jun was dead, but that ambitious play may have cost them everything. It's only Caps left alive. With Elk now here, they can secure the Baron. A massive team fight win for BLG.
Knight. Oh.
He's going to deny the blast cone. There will be no steal. They're not going to wait for Bin to respawn, but that's a Baron for BLG. Why did G2 try to do that?
They thought they could turn. They trusted in the moment that they had what it takes, but you can see how much damage BLG are able to do.
Look at this Rumble ultimate. So the thing is, like, the Taric ultimate isn't available. So Yike goes in and then they just focus him down. He then drops before the Renekton is really in range. They take out on short. Mickey's still tanking up the Baron, trying to keep it low. Knight is able to get out of the fight, but that Rumble ultimate was huge.
The Rumble ult, the Ezreal ult, the sheer amount of damage they do to Yike.
Broken Blade should have just left.
HP, he doesn't have any MR. He gets shredded alive, and while Broken Blade is desperate to get this back, he thinks maybe they can win the 2v2. It's Elk coming in the final moments that ensures there's really no avenue of attack left for G2 in the fight.
Well, Valk wasn't there and I died.
An over-ambitious play. BLG find a huge punish, and now they have the Baron. It's not over yet. The goal is still within touching distance, but The Zhonya's now completed for Knight. After what was a big advantage being built between the two mid laners, he now finds himself in a much stronger spot. 3 items for Rumble, 3 items for Elk. BLG is looking scary and online.
Definitely are. Again, the range discrepancy, Elk freely able to throw down this poke.
Look at the experience discrepancy. Bin's about to tick over to level 16. Broken Blade still a ways from level 15.
I mean, look what he did with rank 2 Equalizer, rank 3, even more damage. Realm Warp, G2 want to make the aggressive play. TP behind, but the perfect Equalizer, slowing them down for now. Cosmic Radiance going in, Knights in the midst, the entire team. He now goes Golden, a perfect goal coming in for Sean. Elk untouched over the wall, they get the exhaust out at least, but G2 trying to fight back in the extended fight. Now in the midst of everything, it's Sean continuing to step up. Yikes still standing, but he can't get in the mix. Broken Blade trying to hold on, but BLG are just better, just more powerful as they knock down the tier 2, as G2 are sent back to their base.
G2 is overforcing. They use the ultimate there to try and catch Bin off guard, but another fantastic Rumble ultimate means that BLG win out on the fight. The suppression against the Taric ultimate to buy time means that an inhibitor is going to fall. G2 is quickly losing control of this whole game.
And you can see BLG ready to weather the storm of the G2 engages, knowing that the way things are going when they have the Baron buff, it's G2 who have to try and make the play. Credit to them again, another beautiful Rumble ultimate in the midst of that fight and that choke point. Yes, Taric ultimate comes down in time to mitigate some of that damage, but it's just so well played. Mickey able to get the exhaust off in the last seconds to deny a bit of damage from Elk, but he's just untouched in all of these fights.
The situation is now dire for G2. Bin's Rumble is monstrous.
I'm so scared.
The arm guard now completed as well. This Ezreal close to the 4th item. And the split push options that G2 have are quickly dwindling. Look at this Rumble ultimate from Bin. Right into the choke point, onto 3 members. Caps gets melted before he really has an opportunity to do anything. And then the suppression from
he didn't flash.
Sean's ulti to buy
He
out
flashed.
the
He flashed to die to Ezreal. But he had to flash.
The re-engage, but the rest of BLG is there to support Knight. He ends up dropping at the expense of Broken Blade's life, but that was enough. They unlock 2 towers. The bot inhibitor is gone.
They just can't afford to lose Caps in the start of those fights. He's so much of their damage. You could see Hans throwing countless
he's got a death cap on recall, I'm pretty sure.
Taking the goal difference powered by AWS, a much closer game overall, but BLG on track to replicate the success they found. Caps, though, still with more threats on the sideline. This is not the same game as it was when it was the Orianna Nocturne. More agency, more angles, but higher risk now. As he may step too far as the Realm Warp if he does need to escape.
Okay.
Soul point going to be secured by the side of BLG, 5 minutes. So they're able to force a fight, and right now they've set up to take better control of the map again. So hard to match this Ezreal in the mid lane, the pressure he provides.
Elk is just so terrifying now.
I mean,
Ezreal is so difficult to lock down in the late game fights, and G2 in that previous fight around the blue buff found a way to get his flash. He had no cleanse. They were able to lock him down. And now how are they going to do that? BLG can just buy time. Baron respawns in about a minute and a half. Continue to control the top side of G2's jungle, push out these sideways. Look, bot is passively going to push thanks to the super minions. Mid from Knight, top from Bin. Broken Blade will tick over to 16 soon. A crucial level as you get the 3rd point in your ultimate.
G2 going to hold on if they can.
BLG should be able to secure this top tier 2 though.
Easy for them to just push this out, right? I think at this stage it's so hard for G2. BLG with control on the map. Again, if Taric goes in first, if the Taric team is going in first, they get to use Cosmic Radiance proactively. It feels so good. It's such a powerful ability. But you saw there that Bin is still getting down thousands of damage in a fight if they're forced to use it in response to a good Equalizer.
I feel like it's just one of those things where once the Baron fell, G2 felt the pressure. And now they've calmed down. The problem is they have to deal with the consequences of their decision. Hans will complete the Wit's End, so he's definitely a scary threat on the side of G2 with the death cap finish for Caps as well, a big spike for him. Perhaps G2 can still find a good fight. The BLG will be in the better map state. 25 seconds till the Baron. Vision continues to be denied on the side of G2.
So much pressure now on G2, knowing that there's such a deficit. You can understand why they think that throwing that Hail Mary might be their only way out. Despite how good this series has been, it's elimination or ascension. There's no in-between. will only remember the victor and the disappointment. Xun on the way in, good angle to start the fight. Caps locked up, Cosmic Radiance coming in a little bit sooner than expected from the side of BLG. Knight exhausted, but he has Xin Zhao ult to get it back. G2 starting off pretty well in the fight, but Elk is untouched, starting to stack up the passive hitting. Hanzama trying to find the stun angle, but they can't get it done. Knight,
oh! This is huge!
Ben and Elk untouched, the 3 carries at the core of BLG.
Oh, this is huge!
Still stay strong. Elk on the chase. Caps trying to make the difference. The ulti. Hanzama taking out Elk versus the world. Elk continuing to find the angles to slow her.
No!
Is a monster in that
No!
fight.
Elk is just too damn good. And we have a pause. I don't know why, but my goodness. A team fight that was initiated by BLG, turned around by G2, and then saved by Elk. This Ezreal, my goodness. It's a 3 for 3. Broken Blade is alive, Caps is alive, Bin is alive, Elk is alive. When we get more info, we will share with you. But we don't have any right now.
In the meantime, take this lingering brief moment to breathe. There's more League of Legends coming.
Hopefully we can get a
one
replay
Callista
well.
Q.
I mean,
One Callista Q is all we
everything on the
needed.
line for both of these teams, and you can tell in this game the smallest differences. A Q connecting here, one ability missing there. And the mental game is so crucial now. Who can weather the pause? You're not allowed to speak. You have to sit in silence. You have to sit there knowing how you played that fight, whether it was incredible, whether it was terrible. That is going to sit with you in this moment, in this pause. League officials are investigating a report of a potential bug.
Okay.
We'll keep you updated as we know more.
Oh, please no chrono break.
And we'll actually...
My heart can't take it if we have to restart this game.
I was asking for us to crosstalk with you guys. Hello.
Yeah.
How are you?
I was ready. We were going to get some water.
We were going to take a break, yeah, but...
You are? No. Well, what happened?
Well, the pause we're finding out. All
Okay.
I know is that
Okay,
Ezreal,
I know.
hits like a truck.
Yeah.
That's completely succinct analysis. I don't have anything else to add. Elk seems pretty good at League of Legends.
He does, and
It's kind of weird that one of the best 80s is in this elimination match
it's
right now,
odd.
but here we are.
It's odd. I came here and I was like, Elk is about to destroy them, and
So
it happens.
we have an ongoing debate. I'm curious what your thoughts are. At least I'll speak for me. I won't speak for Emily and Croxford. We don't know how long this pause is going to be. I feel like the G2 comp should outscale.
Yeah.
I feel like everyone can build Bruiser. They can eat the burst from anything that BLG throws at them.
How can you scale when you're all dead?
And then Shox
my
definitely
God.
disagrees with this.
Who kills the Ezreal is kind of the
Yeah,
problem.
that's kind of my question
Nobody
too.
kills the
I mean,
Ezreal.
it was a
Very
single
scary,
spell
but
away
all
from
everyone
dying.
else has to do is like meatball in, and if
Yeah.
Elk is there, untouched, landing Qs.
We got to
It's
see
tough.
that fight again.
Yeah.
that's
that
what I would
fight was
like.
so incredibly close.
I think we're going to see it on World Feed in just a second, which is like the global one, so everybody
Okay.
gets to
Yeah,
take
yeah.
another look at it.
Nice.
League officials are investigating a report of a potential bug. Hansama is the player who paused. So.
Again, the fact that this final game between these two number 2 seeds
Oh, it's crazy.
is still this close, this deep. This is a
Number
really
Here we
big
go.
thing.
Okay.
We need to
Okay,
watch this
good.
fight on repeat.
So initially it's winning for G2.
Oh, I thought this was a G2 win fight, especially
Yeah,
once
same
they
here.
caught and killed On.
So the Rumble ultimate doesn't do a lot, right? You have the ult from the Taric absorb
that out.
so much
Yeah.
damage, and Yike splits the fight.
But
Rumble
then
does
they get
work.
trapped.
And Elk is pumping.
He's
Yeah.
positioning. He's arcane
But
shifting
then he lands
in.
everything. Like, he actually lands
yeah,
everything.
He's
Yeah.
aimbotting. It's crazy.
So I wonder if Hans thought he like had a Q go off before that Q hit him, that he maybe was going to try and
Yeah,
dodge.
maybe.
Who knows?
Like maybe his buttons, like, because he...
Regardless, though, I feel
can't
like
speculate about
it was.
the bug, yeah.
I think it
I
was
want pro
pretty
view.
telegraphed. Like you could see as that fight played out, right? And you get the initial 2 kills, and we were just talking about this. How I feel like LPL teams with BLG do really well in what I coined sequential play, which means they see the end of the fight as the fight begins, and they know despite losing those 2 members,
The
their positioning of
tension
their AD carry, especially a fed Ezreal, and the way he can weave in and around in space
high.
is tremendously valuable, and that is what instills the fear of the angels in me.
And it's understandable.
Okay,
Actually,
we're
back
looking
that
at it
fight,
again.
I I really think that the time that is bought there by Bin and Knight both, even though like Bin ends up going very low, taken down, is to me the biggest difference maker, because I feel like G2 uses
Radiance comes in clutch here, so they just assassinate on.
Just dies, right?
Yeah.
That's just the end of it.
And that like for when the casters ask like who gets on the Ezreal, it is the Ryze, right? Like that's who you're really looking at to try to.
I'm just watching
get on
Hans
him.
this whole fight.
Knight does buy a lot of time on the back line of this fight.
Hans, I think, does alright in this position still, but then they're all clumped up and low, right? So then Ezreal is just... Alright, so we have an update. So League officials are investigating a report of a potential bug. Hans Sama is the player who paused as an update. The issue in question involves Hans Sama being able to cast Rend.
Yeah, that's what I saw. So he had a ton of Rend stacks on Rumble.
Yeah, tournament officials are determining whether this was the result of a bug or normal gameplay, because if he does press it, Elk dies, right?
Well, no, it was the Rumble. The Rumble had
like,
it looked like 8 spears during stasis, and then maybe he pressed E while he was in stasis.
Maybe.
And I actually don't even know, do you waste? Vedius is gone.
He's gone, he's drinking some water.
He can't help you.
I think you might waste it if you press it early.
Yeah.
I hate that there's I mean, I don't hate there should be a pause if something is awry, right? But this game was so great to watch as it was going. I feel so bad that we're out of it, and for the players as well. And Jat, you and I and us at the desk were just talking about how these are the series you live for in League of Legends esports. This is it.
But like even
this is what I want every series that Worlds. I want to see this. I don't want to see oh shit 1647 airport speedrun. I don't want to see no Mad Lions just losing 3 games in a row and being out.
It's not going to be decided unless.
Well, they lost 4 games in a row.
I guess could happen where Elk.
They went 0-1, 0-2, and then in the best of 3, their elimination best of 3. Oh no, sorry. Their Swiss run was 1-4.
G2 outscales, right?
They won 1 game in their elimination best of 3. And then for Scowy, just played Yon and kicked W.
So how do G2 play out the fight correctly if they get split by a Rumble ult every time?
They leverage their pressure on the map better, which I think they are good. Again, like if I'm looking at where these two teams are at their best, I do still think that G2 plays the map a lot better. Like,
they try to kill the Rumble. If they kill the Rumble, then they disengage or whatever, and
even like a BLG looks at their like LPL best.
And
Elk doesn't get like an extra triple
because of the silent pressure that you get to have of the ultimate.
And I think for BLG, it's about brute forcing, because I don't think they can match the Ryze on side lanes as much. So if they start objectives early or deep push mid lane and just go, that's their best chance. And that's literally how that last fight started. It was Rel running it down so that the fight would actually start. He needs to go in to die to get the Terracol.
Yeah, and they covered it on cast, but also, forcing them to use Terracol defensively instead of offensively, where they are setting up a potential pick onto Elk and taking him out early, or taking the Rumble out early before out before he can ult in a fight.
Ezreal's almost full build. And Ryze is only 3 items. If you give Ryze 2 more items, I think it just one-shots.
But eventually they'll be able to whittle.
It's just almost one-shots Elk if Elk gets caught.
It's absolute cinema.
It's your team.
Oh, it's crazy.
Just knowing, take this with a huge grain of salt, knowing what I know about pauses.
Yes.
If they deem that a bug, like if they deem that Hans Sama was unable to cast E and that would have resulted in a Rumble kill, it's not like they go back and let him kill Rumble. They go back to a dead ball state. They go back to before the fight in the first place.
It would be a massive.
But do you think they win that fight in the beginning again?
I think the fight doesn't happen. The fight doesn't happen, which puts G2 in a good situation.
But even then, I think this is also a testament, which I imagine is also going to go through the head of the players. The fact that BLG is stable.
Okay, well, we'll be back when the bug is over. I don't know how long it is going to be, but I don't want to keep too much dead air on it.
I think G2 says,
we'll be back in a sec.
He stays about half a second before there be any more spears.
We're back.
If Hans were to press E now, it should work. But if he didn't press E, then they wear off and he would be unable to cast it. So it really just depends when they check in the shadow.
Let's get back in the game, Jet. Let's get back in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. Cut me off. We're in game.
All right.
I'm ready.
We're ready too.
We're ready.
Let's start it.
Moments away.
Oh, we're not even ready yet.
We're in the position to be ready.
I saw the ready checks in game.
Saw ready checks in game. The fans are clearly ready. Get the energy back up. We are heading back into game momentarily here.
Jesus.
Who wins?
Jesus. Indeed. So, Betty and I reviewed, and we're not going to have an opinion, because that's up to the league officials.
Yep.
But we did, you know, we'll just continue forward. Ready checks coming out.
I mean, so to give context to the state of the game, it's 18 kills to 18 kills. BLG have a 5k gold lead. I see the unpause happening right now. So as of this moment, Broken Blade is alive, Caps is alive, Elk is alive, and Bin is alive.
And we're back!
And we're back. So everyone is pressing base. The bot wave is going to be caught by Broken Blades. And yeah, we return to a neutral state. Now, G2 have just come off the back of, well, a teamfight equalizer. It was initiated by BLG. Elk was able to clean up the fight. And now G2 are going to go and catch these waves. On the bottom left of your screen, you'll note that comes back up for G2. But now the QSS completed for Elk with no summoners available. Crucially, Caps' flash at the end of that fight was 5 seconds off cooldown. If he had had it, he might have been able to kill Elk, but we're straight back into game, and it's a Baron.
Baron angle. They know Yike said for 5 more seconds. BLG just want to rush this one down. 4K advantage already. They're just going to be able to grab it. G2 have no response. Built on the back of that last team fight. Elk popping off, helping secure BLG, secure the Baron.
A commanding play from BLG to recognize the fact that Yike is still dead. They have that window and they can do enough damage to secure it.
Okay, the Seekers for Caps is huge.
About a minute and 10 seconds. Caps was able to push out bot wave, got arm guard for himself. Shin just walking into the enemy jungle, feeling confident. Broken Blade gonna go catch that top wave. 18 levels, level 18s being picked up across the board for multiple players. We're truly into the late game now.
We're really at the point of the game where a single team fight likely to decide it all. With BLG in such a dominant position, G2 winning probably buys them time, gives them a bit more space.
And look at that cooldown on Elk's Q. It doesn't have one.
It doesn't have one. If he hits something, it does not have one. And of course, we are still 40 seconds away.
I mean, G2 are just conceding the mid-wave. They're just conceding it. BLG pushing in.
Recall's now coming in.
It's
Maybe a bit of a
inhibitors.
miscalculation here from the side of G2 as their side laners forced to return.
And they can go straight back, and they can get the soul off the back of this too.
Inhibitor's gonna fall. TP behind, though, is going to be big. Will it be enough? Should not quite timing it correctly. Broken Blade to miss the entire team, but he's just gonna get deleted. Trying to dash back to safety. Will be able to do it. But now BLG on the chase. Broken Blade gives his entire life. The equalizer, he's got nowhere to go. The Realm Warp isn't going to be enough. Cosmic Radiance, can they buy enough space? The answer is no.
Well,
Caps.
that's over for G2, RIP. Well, it's been a nice series.
BLG, one final push, looking to close it here. Looking to go straight for the throat. They found the winning mid-team fight, and that might just decide it. Caps locked up the flashback to safety. Caps taken down. Hansama about to fall. Mickey taken out as well. BLG knocking down the last of the LEC as they move on to the bracket stage.
G2 had to troll game 1. They couldn't play their own game 1. We had to play garbage. Okay.
A single team fight off the back of the Baron was all it took. And just like that, the last hope of Europe is eliminated.
And that's enough from us here. Let's send it over to the analyst desk.
BLG does it. There was only a short reprieve for G2 in that pause, but the ship
we'll be back with the last series, the NA series, shortly.
Unfortunately, and BLG, they
team.
Alright, here we go. Rematch of the LCS Grand Finals.
Have been battling back and forth all year long. It has been 7 total series. Team Liquid leads 4-3 in games. There's been 23 games played. Team Liquid leads 12-11, but FlyQuest are the reigning LCS champions.
Exactly. And I always think it's so important to appreciate the culture when you do travel. So I've been setting up a lot on the LEC culture, and we thought we'd bring LCS and have a third split here, have a third finals, just like they do in EU. And we'll see who comes out on top, because we had Team Liquid winning in the spring, we had FlyQuest winning in summer. We gotta settle that best of 3 here in LEC.
Exactly. Can't have it as a tie. The Winions were too strong in the previous matchup. So let's see here in LCS Finals 2 European Boogaloo, who's gonna come out on top?
I mean, I think it's gonna be so exciting, because I think if you look purely off of the level of play at Worlds, most people are going to predict FlyQuest, right? And you have to then wonder, well, is TL going to play like they did at Worlds, or are they going to play like they did in the LCS? Because over the course of the year, they generally got the better end of those exchanges. And at Worlds, they've been looking pretty nervous. But I do think if any team would make them comfortable to play against, it would be a team that they played against 20-something times all this year.
I do expect Team Liquid to play better in this series than they have so far this tournament. Yeah. But I would also say that FlyQuest have scaled better. In particular, I think their draft is a lot stronger. Even in finals in LA, FlyQuest already used the Yone. Quad used it in game number 1, and they got the win with it. That is something that people have been questioning about Team Liquid for a while here, their use of the 2 power picks, both the Yone, and then we saw the Aurora picked, but the Aurora was not piloted perfectly. We can
Wish I didn't see the Aurora picks.
We can definitely say that, and so there is this question that FlyQuest already showing picks like the Nunu and really being willing to go out further towards the fringe of champions, plus already being able to use the meta champions better, I think, does give them a pretty sizable advantage heading into the draft, theoretically.
And I think the World's performances, you got to see a little bit of a glimpse into it there, how it's affecting people's perceptions. In the MasterCard fan prediction, it's FlyQuest sitting at about 62% in the eyes of fans, while Team Liquid's only at 38. Throwback to after FlyQuest won the finals, and everybody was still talking about Team Liquid being the best North American team heading into Worlds, whereas FlyQuest has sort of stopped those accusations here, especially in their performance against Esports, where they took a game and looked like they might have even been able to take the series.
my heart's broken, man. G2 fucking trolled game 1 with Orianna Nocturne, and
every single person thought it was going to be TL that would win, right? You know, when you looked at the predictions.
All right, here we go. An actual exciting game.
TL favorite, but FlyQuest upset, and we're actually quite dominant in the finals, and we are into the pick and bans here for game number 1, a quarterfinals slot on the line. This is what they've worked for all year long.
I see a one-trick ban on my screen.
Yep, I see a one-trick ban. I see a 2 one-trick bans. 2 of APA's one-tricks have been banned out in this game alongside the
banned Whippo's one-trick.
I'm a little bit concerned because the Ivern's been banned out, but so has the Renekton. And for Team Liquid, you guys already touched on this a little bit. Unfortunately, a weakness for this team so far at this tournament appears to be they do not have the mastery over the Yone and the Aurora to make them work. It feels like they're better off banning both these champs, but they can only ban one more.
Exactly, and they're going to have to do the trade here and take whatever FlyQuest leave to them. The scraps, so to speak.
I mean,
there's no way Jhin is the first pick.
Don't first round Yone. Do TL even pick it? Like, I just don't know that we're going to see it unless APA has been cooking it up. And it's not that he can't play melee champions, because actually a lot of his history in solo queue is playing things like Kled, like Pantheon. He does play these aggressive melee picks. But he
what are these garbage hovers? Okay,
it's
starting to make sense.
The assumption there might have been that it was going to be Yone and then they trade back Nocturne plus Aurora. But because FlyQuest go for the Skarner first, might throw a wrench in the plan here for Team Liquid. Let's see how they respond.
I wonder if there was a secret handshake backstage. No Aurora, no Yone. Play it like it's LCS.
No shot.
Nice, honorable.
Yeah. We agree that the OPs are not in the game at all, but so far they are not there.
Not a fan of Xin Zhao in this corner.
While
I can see it for the interrupt, I really don't appreciate it.
So junglers locked in first for both teams.
I mean, quite frankly, I don't think TL can pilot those champions well. Like, I just don't think that they can. So, you know,
I don't see TL playing Aurora or Yone.
Some of those power picks, which is a big disadvantage for them.
I can see Quad playing Yone though, and with a Skarner. Oh, that makes it juicy.
Well. You know, Aurora, I don't think is that much of a Whippo champion. I saw him practicing it a little bit in Champions queue, you know, to kind of mix success, and he was saying that he hadn't really put in a lot of time. It was a couple weeks ago, but still, it's not really his style of champion, I don't think.
And I will say that
doesn't feel like Whippo's style champion. It was like Renekton, Sion, Olaf, Darius.
They're not going to try and play
this is the Adam from NA Adam. I'm sure he'd play that. Oh, okay. Quad on Orianna. Okay, so that means we are not seeing a Yone.
Orianna here, setting up for their team fight. Meanwhile, Team Liquid, of course, with Xin being a strong duelist and Jax being good for split pushing for later.
I feel like Poppy could be a really strong pick here, potentially for Whippo. When you're looking at Jax, you're looking at Xin. Already, it feels like it has a lot of value there. Impact, you know, he can obviously pilot Jax. He does have a good win rate on the champion, but I just never really favor him on these style of champions because I think he's just so much stronger when he can sacrifice for the team. And when you sacrifice for the team on a champion like this, it often does not work out. APA is hovering Yone, and it would be interesting to see if he can bring it out, because if he can bring it out and actually be successful on it, then the story really does change for TL.
And I think when I'm looking at APA, it's not just can he be successful on Yone. I think that APA has been struggling so far at Worlds as a whole. I think that we've wanted to see a lot more out of him, especially considering his personal evolution as a player throughout the year. When we think of APA from 2023 compared to the version of him we've seen so far throughout this year in the LCS, he's made leaps and bounds of improvements, but Worlds, it's felt like a little bit of regression, but the Syndra locked in.
So the stars of the teams have been the bottom lanes, and FlyQuest now are going to get the opportunity to try and ban Yeon out a little bit here. Wonder if we see some Jhin type of stuff go on, because getting your hands on the Ashe early is very, very powerful. You can go for some very strong laning options.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, Ashe does kind of deny Kalista, which has been another power pick here at Worlds, because it is such a strong answer to it in lane. The Kai'Sa's been banned out. You know, you obviously already touched on it. The bottom lanes have been the stars, and I think you have to give a lot of credit to both Yeon and Masu.
Yeah.
I mean, Yeon last year at Worlds had a very disappointing performance, even though TL have not yet hit the highs that they were expecting to this Worlds. Individually, he has been stellar. I think Masu has really been leveling up year over year. This guy's trajectory has been insane. If you're not familiar with his story, in 2022, he was in Amateur. 2023, he won MVP in NACL. 2024, he makes MSI, he makes Worlds, he wins LCS.
I'm liking TL's draft so far. I mean, FlyQuest is just drafting for team fights.
Of the draft, Renata Glass banned out by TL. They don't want to have that counter engage when you want Jax and Xin Zhao jumping into the enemy lines. They're also going to take out that pocket pick Urgot, keep that one away from Bwipo. But on the other side, Lucian and Rell banned away by FlyQuest. Rell being one of those premier supports for pretty much every team throughout the tournament. Let's see how TL wants to approach this fourth pick now.
Some of the advantages of knowing your opponent that well, you know, these target bans of the pocket picks, they know their tendencies, such a long history here.
It is interesting, right? Because Kai'Sa's gone, the Lucian Nami is gone, the Ashe kind of bans out the Kalista, so Yeon is going to be pushed down and maybe relegated to more of a supportive role. So he's going to be going in towards that Jhin, which has been quite popular at Worlds. And I'm just curious to see, you know, what sort of style lane they want to play, because they have last pick here for Core. Are they going to really pick heavily for that 2v2, or is it going to be more of something to round out the comp? Because they are very light on hard engage right now. Sure, you can just send in the Xin, you can fish with, you know, scatters, but really they have no hard engage. So I do think they want to get something like that for Core to kind of round out their 5v5.
All right, here is a standard top lane, as about as standard as it could be. The K'Sante locked in for Bwipo into the Jax of Impact. So we've seen this matchup plenty of times before in North America. We'll see it again here in this first game in the best of 3. Still curious what we're going to get for this final pick here for Busio.
And we actually even got to see Impact playing the inverse side of it against GAM when he played against Kiaya. It was actually very impressive on the K'Sante side of the matchup. So
here we go. So Lulu
of Worlds.
It's not only is very good for, you know, enchanting later, but it's so hard to play Xin Zhao and even Jax to a degree here versus the polymorph. So very, very high investment in a lot of defense.
Liking the draft from the side of FlyQuest. A nice spin from Busio.
Is then you're now really relying on that Ashe arrow as your
I think, is this the first Lulu at Worlds? This might be the first Lulu at Worlds.
To the throwback pick of the Tom Kench. So utilizing this to
really some exciting drafts on the side of NA.
And it's going to be very difficult.
Let's get into the games. You know the rules.
We'll see about Inspire's use of the Skarner and see if they can deliver some Orianna shockwaves as well. But this one's shaping up for a very sturdy team fight here for FlyQuest, and we do have to consider the possibilities of the lane swaps in this one as well. I mean, they do have a K'Sante as well as the double range down here.
Yeah, it could be very interesting. And for Core, if you don't know, Tom Kench, one of his most played champions all time, 83 games, 65% win rate on it.
Pretty good.
He has a lot of history, you know, playing this champ, both with like fasting Senna and that sort of style, but also just as this style of traditional support. And he does like to play it very aggressively, often looking to actually W in and start out fights and look for these trades.
And the reason it's so famous is because after making plays on their own lane for the 2v2, CoreJJ often goes in and invades your jungle. He is very, very good at harassing enemy jungle, making your life hell. So don't allow this Tom Kench too much freedom. He likes to make plays.
I mean, that's something we've talked about. CoreJJ and Umpty the entire split, the entire summer in the LCS, is whenever Team Liquid got ahead, and they were so good at this, they would just manage to take over the entirety of your jungle with those two guys sitting down vision, looking for plays, choking you out of the map. We'll see if FlyQuest is ready to respond to it.
So we just have a quick pause here. Shouldn't be too long, and we can get this one started. You know, regardless of whether or not, you know, these two teams wanted to be getting this draw to be facing against each other, this is a situation they're in, and there is a lot of pressure on both of their shoulders. I don't think either team has accomplished yet what they wanted to here at Worlds. TL, obviously,
close.
So many expectations for this team. You know, their big goals coming in was really to prove their stuff against LPL, against LCK teams. In their first 2 games, they were very close in both of those series, but at the end of the day, they couldn't get the job done. And for FlyQuest, they showed, you know, those flashes of brilliance against HLE. You know, they were potentially one team fight away in game 1 from winning. Could have maybe made that into a 2-0, but they get blown out in game 3. It ends on a sour note. They are very hungry to get a shot at a best of 5 here against an LPL or an LCK team.
Talking to the players on both of these teams, they definitely wanted different draws. They wanted international opponents, but here we are once again in this very long rivalry between these two organizations.
Hopefully we'll be able to get into game here sooner rather than later. At least this time, we know that there are no Kalista Spears stuck into anybody in the game at this point in time. So
Too soon, Flowers!
We know one thing that it is not. We know one thing that it is not.
We also know you need no player in this game can actually press the Kalista E right now. There's no.
That's true.
Not touching that.
That is very true. For those of you who don't know, it is currently 8 p.m. here in Berlin.
This is late night League of Legends.
Yeah, a little bit of League of Legends after dark.
There you go. Well, it's probably a pretty good time though in NA to be watching this right now.
Oh yeah,
it would be 11 a.m. right now.
Yeah,
in LA.
11 a.m.
There you go. Perfect.
Not even an early wake up. You could sleep in, still wake up in time to.
Rested, refreshed. Watch a little weekend LCS.
Look at that crowd. They are still energized. They got it. Let's go.
All right, I see people getting ready, and we will see if we're going to get this one going here in a second.
Okay.
Also really interesting to talk about the journey that Busio has had, because I think, you know, when you look back towards spring and you look to some of these big moments that, you know, FlyQuest was in, when you think back to the spring finals, when you think back to MSI, I do think Busio really struggled with his nerves with being able to perform at that high level. And when you look to summer finals, when you look to Worlds so far, he has been able to really, I think, play a lot more true to what his game is. And it's been fun to see some of these young NA players really stepping up and delivering on the international stage.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's do it. It's time for the final best of 3 in the World's 2024 Swiss stage. A rematch of the North American Finals for the LCS just a month ago. FlyQuest and Team Liquid. Somebody's getting on a plane back to LA tomorrow, and somebody's getting on a plane to Paris for the quarterfinals as FlyQuest steps into the jungle of Team Liquid.
Yeah, they have the sweeper, so they take over Tribrush, but no further invade here. Again, looking for the extra vision here, looking at the lane swap that we were talking about in Champion Select, and FlyQuest will go for the recall for Masu and Busio heading on up there now.
And it's just so smart when you have these kinds of matchups, when you have a K'Sante versus a Jax. The Jax is really going to struggle. Impact tried to go forward a little bit to try to get some sort of vision, but couldn't actually spot anything over by the blue buff, spotted nothing on top side either.
All right, you can see in the top there your global power rankings powered by AWS. FlyQuest ranked at number 13, Team Liquid ranked at number 14. Very slight differences between them.
You can also note when you're actually looking at the minimap here, how they're playing. They're waiting all the way back by the tier 2. This is because there are sometimes wards in this middle area over there. If Impact had gone in, he could ward over the wall. So they're really trying to hide this lane swap. So even if there was vision in that spot, there wouldn't be time for TL to change their lane assignments. So Impact is going to get that bad news as soon as they do pop out of this side lane brush, and we'll see how TL want to respond, because I think it's going to be so difficult for them to actually punish this K'Sante in their 2v1.
Both of these teams have been very good with their lane swaps as well.
Can't get the XP.
Yep, he's just completely zoned away, man. The double range is so oppressive in these situations. Ashe and Lulu will make this miserable for Impact to try to deal with as Jan and CoreJJ try to force Bwipo back as well.
Yeah, Bwipo getting 1 extra minion's worth of experience so far here on the K'Sante moving up. He, of course, only has to deal with one of the range, but Tahm Kench tongue can be annoying as well.
It counts for something. All right, Impact still stuck underneath the turret. It's going to be a rough time down there as we can take a look at where our junglers are starting, both starting at their own blue buffs, so they'll be marching towards opposite ends of the map. Syndra versus Orianna, one of those all-time classic matchups here at Worlds.
Umpty is crossing, though, into enemy territory. You know, when you're lane swap, this is your weak side of the map. So Umpty is getting a little bit aggressive here. Is going to be able to rotate over, try and defend this. Try and defend this.
Yeah, Umpty's going to have to make his way over here because Inspired has also moved up. Umpty going to have to secure that first big Krug, trying to take as many of the baby ones away now as he can as Inspired contest them. Sneaks away a couple. The wave crashing into the turret of Impact now in the top lane.
So both top laners do get to stay around for the waves here. Bwipo taking a little bit of extra damage, though.
But even just the fact that Umpty got up there actually did dissuade them for looking for any sort of a dive. So this is very good, and Bwipo has no W.
Oh, Bwipo already flashed back underneath the turret there to make sure he gets to safety as Core and Yawn are putting the pressure on the FlyQuest top laner. Had to use the flash there, traded for the Ignite of CoreJJ. Bwipo down to 150 HP.
The poke continues, and Bwipo's still sticking around down here, trying to charge up his Qs. He uses the charged one, though.
He's so low. Bwipo below 100 HP. Yawn with a nice deadly flourish as Bwipo tries to put some damage back into CoreJJ. But he takes a lick, and he gets first blood.
And it's the killer catfish, CoreJJ. Famous Tahm Kench gets the first blood, and now we're going to get to see his first recall and look to roam the map.
And that was really well done there by the TL bot lane, just constantly juggling this back and forth, chunking down Bwipo slower and slower and slower. And because there was nothing that really happened to Impact on the top side, the Jax is not behind whatsoever from this swap.
And that's what we were talking about at the very start, right? That's what you said, is it's going to be tough for Impact, and it's hard to punish K'Sante in the bottom lane at the same time. But Yawn and Core do a great job doing it.
And I mean, look at the farm even, you know, we can see that Umpty covered, he's up in farm, he's in a great spot. And now Jax has TP and flash advantage as well, so he can push out this wave, he can still reset, and he's gonna be in an incredible spot.
All right, here we go. Looking at the bottom side reset. Big wave built up. We're gonna push out away from Masu and Busio. Yawn, of course, should be able to collect it no problem though, and both junglers on the top side of the map.
And you can tell APA is in his comfort zone because he is typing once again.
Oh,
I've not seen him type a single time all of Worlds, and he's hitting the all chat. You nervous, Quad? Only 22 CS.
I mean, he does have a point there, 40 to 30 right now in the mid lane in that evergreen Orianna versus Syndra matchup that I just touched on a little bit earlier. APA with control over the lane, crashing these minions into the turret, trying to put the pressure on Quad here nice and early. Probably not any real big potential for kills until the junglers try to get involved, though, and currently they're just clearing through their camps. Nice scatter of the week.
Yeah, I mean, often these matchups just becomes ultimates for pressure, ultimates for lane prio, chunk them out, try to make them take bad bases and get those CS advantages. So we'll see if APA can do that. Quad, obviously, you know, I think there was not really high expectations when he got picked up by the team when he replaced Jensen. You know, coming into summer, a lot of people were pretty disappointed with the change, but he has really grown into such an incredible carry for FlyQuest, and his development through summer was amazing.
CoreJJ.
Nice knockout from CoreJJ with the Abyssal dive. Busio's in some trouble. The stun from the tongue lash. Barely missing out on the kill here for the Team Liquid bot lane duo. Busio at death's door needs to go ahead and get back.
Honestly, because the junglers have also reset, though, I don't think it's going to be the huge issue that kind of looks like at face value. Yawn and CoreJJ pushing the wave in here. Masu should be fine to collect, and Busio does get back to base. No summoner spells might be a point for pressure here for Umpty, though. We have still not seen the Xin Zhao pull off a gank, but up by Grubs here, and he already has complete vision control of the river.
It was very conservative, though, from TL. They were clearly nervous that Inspired could be there, because I feel like Yawn could have flashed in 100% and actually gotten that kill, but decided not to go for it. You know, didn't want to risk giving anything up, so instead they played for the Scrubs. And Busio now is going to have no summoners here at this Scrubs fight if TL look for the turn.
They might do that. CoreJJ trying to keep track of them as they rotate over. Looks like they also got the full reset here from Bwipo, so Bwipo level 6 K'Sante is coming back full health. Meanwhile, Impact just recalling now is going to have to channel teleport.
APA already used his ulti there to chunk Quad down. Quad still has the shockwave, but all three Grubs already secured by Umpty and Team Liquid.
And Busio just can't face check in there. You know, Umpty's Inspired's trying to lead the way there on the Skarner, but they cannot risk it with having no summoner spells on the vulnerable Lulu. So now they're wrapping around mid lane. Skarner looking.
Yeah, APA is really playing towards the bot side, which is kind of his safe side right now. Knows that's where the Skarner would be.
Okay, Quad doesn't get the ball far enough to try to go for a shockwave. Polymorph onto APA, who flashes over the wall to try to escape, but Quad with the flash into the shockwave. Easy pick up there for FlyQuest, but now Masu could be under some pressure from the bottom lane. Uses the barrier as the curtain call opens up. Yawn hits the first 2. Number 3 collides. Number 4, Masu has to flash out of the way to survive. Yawn is shooting straight.
The bottom lane completely blasting here. TL able to shove them off, but without getting that kill, I think it still is good. Well, no summoner spells here on Busio.
Busio's gonna try to get away. He does have Inspired nearby to try to help him, so Yawn and Core really can't get a whole lot more here except for just a little bit of plate money.
That patience for FlyQuest around mid lane, though, really paid off. Even as you say, you know, APA hovering the bottom side of the map where his team just left. Still, the tenacity here of FlyQuest. Busio sticking around on the Lulu and getting that Glitter Lance slow.
Exactly. It was actually really key, that third man there, to get in behind him, slow him down. Even with the flash, he still goes down. We'll have to see if TL can punish that missing summer, though, as it's going to be a bit of a scrap up on the top side. Impact looking good, but it's been very even thus far.
And I do want to keep an eye on the grievance that you always have with Impact on the Jax Azael. How well does he manage pressuring the side lanes and combining that with grouping in a way that doesn't set him too far behind as the game goes on?
Exactly. When you play this style of champion like Jax, you have to be greedy, you have to be willing to play for yourself, and he's such a selfless player that he often does not do that, and sometimes it is to his own detriment. You know, when you're playing K'Sante or you're playing, you know, any sort of tanker supportive style, it's okay to give up CS if you put your team ahead. Sometimes Jax is not.
Ooh, there's your immediate lockdown combo in the bottom lane as Masu's thrown up into the air after the Deadly Flourish roots. Soon as the jungler's there, it's guaranteed, man. Yawn getting the money on that one, 1-0-1 here on the Jhin.
Another setup, and this time it's not just a kill. That one's going to be the Dragon rotation immediately. Busio just left around now. He's the one going to get poked under tower.
Yeah, this combo of the Jhin and the Tahm Kench, another Deadly Flourish into Abyssal Dive. CoreJJ, the thick skin is not thick enough, and Team Liquid overplays their hand. Yawn even having a flash away, they still don't kill Busio. He barely holds on, sidesteps the Deadly Flourish at the very end. Team Liquid too far on that one.
Yeah, I mean, Team Liquid, their bot lane 2v2 have been dominating, but they definitely went way too far on that one. At the very least, it's just a kill given over to the Lulu, so not the end of the world, but the loss of summoners, I think, is really what does hurt Yawn, because he could be a big target now on this Jhin.
See if they do anything mid lane here. CoreJJ just came out of base on the Tahm Kench. Oftentimes, after you die like that, going for a tower dive that you see now on screen, it can sometimes be the surprise return play after you die. He's looking mid for the no flash Orianna currently on live, but man, yeah, this one, Yawn even having to flash there, that is a ton of the extra pressure from Team Liquid. They were cheering the first kill,
yeah.
not the second return part of the dive there.
I mean, at the same time, Busio also lived with, what was it, like 10 HP on that last auto? It was incredibly low. So had Yawn got that, you would be pretty happy. And that is one of those plays that is incredibly close. Core now also is 6, so the ability to deny a lot of these plays has been unlocked for the Tahm Kench.
All right, let's check back in mid lane here where Quad has made up for that CS deficit that APA put him in earlier, as he now continues forcing the Team Liquid mid laner back, Inspired, clearing out some Team Liquid vision on the top side of the river here. He wants to be in this location because the next set of grubs is spawning in just a couple of seconds. Team Liquid got the first 3. FlyQuest would love to shut down that second trio going over to TL, but Umpty's also around the area. Meanwhile, Bwipo getting very aggressive with Impact underneath the turret of the Jax, as CoreJJ is once again going to be going aggressive. He wants to try to spit him out, go back over the wall with the blast cone. Beautifully done from CoreJJ, but Busio's still got the flash. He's got the heal. He runs the hell back away.
That's about as close to a Tahm Kench insect as you're going to get, man. Eats him up, uses the blast cone, forces the flash.
Team Rocket over here blasting off again into the Dragon Pit, and it gets him an extra flash, but Umpty, meanwhile, the more meaningful kind of play here, honestly, because
which was cooler.
The blast cone play was definitely cooler, but the 6 grubs might be more meaningful as APA under attack again.
Yeah, APA could be in some serious trouble here. Inspired flashes forward, but he misses the upheaval. APA is still going to drop as Quad can chase him down. 2-0 on the Orianna for the FlyQuest mid lane.
Yeah, a lot of pressure here being put on by FlyQuest as is Impact maybe in trouble. We'll be able to back off with Counter-Strike very likely.
Yep.
But Inspired has really kind of changed his play style and is more willing to play these supportive styles. MT going to be looking top lane.
Now, Bwipo might be win the 1v1 there, but it's not going to be a 1v1 for long. Problem is, they're getting pretty close to the turret of a K'Sante. Bwipo tries to get away, but Wind becomes lightning and find its way to Bwipo's heart.
Coming.
Now Inspired thinking about holding these guys in place long enough for Quad to arrive and maybe find a kill and trade, but Team Liquid knows better of it. Impact and Umpty both in complete retreat back underneath the turret. They'll escape.
And I want to see what's going on bottom side too, because again, the relentless pressure here has almost resulted in a whole turret taken by the TL duo. They do get it here, only 12.5 minutes into the game. That's a 1.6k gold lead just on Yon.
Immediate value from those 6 grubs that were secured by Team Liquid and Umpty, putting those to work in the bottom lane. All 5 plates. There's still 1 minute and 15 seconds left before the plates would even fall. Team Liquid enjoying a 2,000 gold lead, 1.7 thousand of which is on Yon. And Isaac, you already talked about it earlier. The 80 carries have been the stars of the show for both of these teams. Having your guy out to a nearly 2,000 lead, huge.
Yeah, and I mean, so far they have been really on point. Obviously, they did have that one failed dive on Busio, but the follow-up CC, the initial plays that they've been looking, they've been utilizing Tahm Kench in such an aggressive manner, and it's awesome to see. You hit the tongue lash, you follow it up with the knock-up, the root is there from the Jhin, the layering of the CC is what's going to allow them to find a lot of these picks. And Yon has that early static Shiv, likely is going to be going the Mosquito build here with the extra dagger, but it can be quite powerful with the double kind of electrocute items from ahead.
I think JackeyLove inspired a lot of people at the beginning of this tournament with some good static Shiv usage. Should just be a routine Raptor pickup here, though, as CoreJJ does get out of the river.
Well, if we're talking about routines, the normal routine of a game of League of Legends is 14 minutes in, it's time to fight over the Rift Herald. We've got a little bit of time left before that spawns, about 10 seconds, and Team Liquid is establishing control over the topside river.
And I think that FlyQuest have already made the call. We're going to sacrifice this. Yes, if Team Liquid go for there, then we'll try and make our cross-map play. This is the standard. We'll make a play on the other side of the map. You see Inspired is hovering in the brush on the bomb side in your mini-map. Doesn't look like Impact is actually going to give them that play, while TL make their top side first.
All right, Yon pushing the wave into the turret. CoreJJ to back him up as Umpty and APA maintain control over the topside river. Quad trying to slowly push forward, test the waters here a little bit, but they are very, very dangerous. You can see your lane economy snapshot right there. Thank you, MasterCard. It's only Quad with a gold lead on the FlyQuest side.
You hear that fan cheer for the MasterCard? Pop up on it. We got a big MasterCard fan there. Yeah! Whoa! All right, well, Umpty gonna get paid as well, it looks like here. Rift Herald taking a beating, and TL has so much vision. Look at this, blanketing the blue quadrant of the jungle here, leading up to it.
And I mean, while TL, I think, are in a very good spot, there's so much scaling over on the FlyQuest side. I do think Jhin is really going to struggle to actually punch through the front line. There's not a massive amount of tank killing pressure here on Team Liquid's comp. So as long as FlyQuest aren't just completely bleeding out, just keep focusing on their farm, getting their levels, this is the kind of style that they like to play. They like to play to scale. They are very adept at these 5v5s. And I think FlyQuest is still in a pretty comfortable spot as long as the gold lead does not continue to extend.
I mean, FlyQuest was down pretty far in all their games against HLE and managed to find some really good looks in the mid game. So we'll see if they can do it against TL2.
I want to take the opportunity before the big fight breaks out. Well, wait a second. Let's see how Quad...
You might not get the chance. Okay.
Just a little bit of friendly banter there in mid lane.
Yeah, all for all.
That was a small fight, not the big fight.
Exactly. The small fight there. Inspired actually gave a really interesting interview with Travis Gafford, I believe, where he talked about specifically playing team fights versus Team Liquid. And Inspired as always gives a lot of detail, and one of the main things that he said is that FlyQuest have become very comfortable with trying to bait out quote-unquote hasty plays from opponents, where they kind of dangle someone with a little bit of safety to try and draw over commitment. And he said that they actually target APA specifically a lot with this, as he is one of the mid laners that tries to make very big plays very frequently. So we'll take a look at that as this series does progress, and if that is a useful style for FlyQuest, because the team comp that they have set up does seem like that would be a strong style to go for. I mean, the K'Sante and the Skarner are pretty tanky, so I don't know how much you're going to bait with those. Might have to be somebody else looking a little bit more juicy.
I mean, sometimes even the tanks, right, can look like, oh, this guy's going too far. Surely this is illegal. We got to be able to finish him here, right? We saw that even from Bwipo at Worlds on the Renekton. He loves playing around the Sterix Power Spike, going in really far, trying to soak all of this damage, force your opponents to overcommit onto you, and then all of a sudden you realize, well, no one's touching Masu, no one's touching Quad, we're losing the fight.
You could bait in a Tahm Kench maybe, maybe a Xin Zhao maybe. We shall see. Next thing on the docket, though, of course, is a ways out because we have a long time until the next dragon does spawn. So this is going to be tending to these side lanes. And of course, it is a bit more difficult for FlyQuest to tend to their side lanes since they did build their whole team comp really for these 5-on-5s. They don't have great side laning potential. And the Trinity Force was just completed in the hands of Impact, plus the ability of the Rift Trail to just deal so much damage to this mid tower.
All right, FlyQuest on the defense as the Herald is about to charge. It will not destroy the turret with only that charge.
And I think so much of this game could potentially come down to this next dragon fight here because it is such a powerful spawn here for TL with the Infernal Soul. I think that is going to make FlyQuest pretty nervous to give over that third straight one. And then the question becomes, yeah, you have great scaling, but are you ready to fight now? You have 3 more minutes to get as much as you can, as far as gold, as far as completed items. But TL is going to be ahead in the itemization. It's still nearly a 2,000 gold lead here for Yeon. He's going to have his rapid fire before that dragon fight, very likely. And then FlyQuest are really going to have to make that difficult decision. Do you flip the game right there and fight, or you try to wait till the 4th dragon and fight, and then one mistake, one catch means they get sold?
Nice sidestep on the scatter there from Bwipo, who's just laning against Syndra here on the side, happy to just keep working towards more and more gold, waiting for that next big fight that we're talking about. 2.5 minutes till Drake number 3. Team Liquid doing a great job controlling neutral objectives so far in this game. 100% of neutral objectives under their control. Both Drakes, all 6 grubs. Bwipo with the flash away from the unleashed power. He knew that that wasn't going to kill him, but Umpty surely would have been able to set up a sincere threat, so Bwipo having to spend the summoner.
And one small thing I always feel like is really nice, if you are playing Syndra against a melee champion in the side lane like this, you can just farm splinters very, very easily. It's so easy to be hitting K'Sante and getting towards that eventual 120 splinters that you're trying to get. Impact in this bot lane, though, is getting so much damage down to this tower. This might just be dead. I think you can kind of just kill him Bwipo's face at this point.
Dude, Trinity Force Jax just demolishes structures. It's so easy for Impact to farm money off of that, and Team Liquid is now enjoying what is almost a 4,000 gold lead.
This is TL's comfort zone, you know, especially versus a comfortable opponent that they know so well. TL trying to flex their side laning, trying to flex their macro. Secondary towers are 800 gold for your team. So big there for Impact to be able to pull up. But take a look at the junglers too. Both are hovering down towards the bottom side where the side laners are. Doesn't look like there's going to be any aggressive play, just kind of defensive hovering.
Also got chunked now. APA on the Syndra doing some good work. But meanwhile, bottom side, 2v2. Bwipo starting it off with the all-out on Impact, taking him through the wall here in the alcove, but a TP ready to reinforce for FlyQuest. Impact on the retreat. Third and Topo strike threatened the knockback, so Impact has to flash away, but now Umpty getting caught by the shockwave. Nicely done here from FlyQuest to catch the Team Liquid jungler. We'll see if they want to go any further forward. Doesn't look like it, but FlyQuest won nothing in that scrap.
That's actually a pretty critical kill because Umpty will be up for the dragon, but he's going to be spawning in base a couple seconds before it does get up. So it could mean that FlyQuest have first move on the river. Maybe they can get some control in that area. All the bases are coming out now, though. And Yeon really is big man on campus. He's got 2 items. He's already working towards that third. That is going to be the biggest problem that FlyQuest will have to solve for.
To the side of FlyQuest, though, and the credit to FlyQuest there, Bwipo with a really nice setup. Impact had flash advantage in this, and he was still able to create the play himself by the pullback there with K'Sante and calling Inspired over. So FlyQuest, even while down, finding themselves an extra kill.
And FlyQuest on that reset couldn't really get any vision in towards the river. Also pretty interesting, Tahm Kench has gone for Heartsteel. So CoreJJ going more of a like pure farm style Tahm Kench build. He did get that early first blood. He got a lot of plate gold as well. So I feel like he just thought he's accelerated enough that he can become more of a true tank instead of going that supportive style that you almost always see from Tahm Kench.
Well, FlyQuest is going to grab themselves some more objective money up here in the top lane. It'll be their first turret claimed this game. TL already with 3 in their position, but FlyQuest finally getting on the board in that regard. Meanwhile, Umpty will secure Soul Point here for the side of Team Liquid. So the clock is starting to approach midnight here for FlyQuest. They are going to have to answer these from now on or surrender that ever so important Infernal Soul. One thing that is going FlyQuest's way, 3 out of 4 of the kills, really all of the kills except for the one where Team Liquid overextended trying to dive Busio, have all been on Quad. This is the lone player on FlyQuest who does have a gold advantage. He's on that 2-item power spike, fully evolved Seraph's Embrace. He's very powerful right now, and if he can find a big shockwave in an upcoming fight, could seriously be a game changer.
And domestically, Quad was a monster in the LCS, as he said, becoming a real point of power for FlyQuest that all of his teammates talked about wanting to play around. So him being able to step up here would be huge on the international stage.
Yeah, it's been so interesting as well, hearing about Quad. And one of the things that FlyQuest complained about is he wasn't greedy enough. He wasn't asking for enough resources. They're saying, you are so good, you will carry the game. We have the faith in you. You need to tell us what you need to carry the game. You need to take that wave if you need it. You need to call for jungle help if you need coverage on this. And that's something that FlyQuest have really been focusing on throughout the summer split and coming into Worlds is Quad setting up Quad for success.
And it's actually funny because the 2 players that gave that interview you're talking about, Inspired and Busio, they went mid this game. Yeah. Multiple times to gank APA, whether Quad called for it or not. They went and they helped out.
We're going to help you whether you like it or not, and CoreJJ is going to help Yeon out of that one, and that's exactly what we were talking about back in draft. If the FlyQuest composition can only start a fight with an Ash arrow, just pick Tahm Kench, save the guy who gets hit, immediate disengage, and it's so hard for FlyQuest to really find that go button.
Absolutely, and that's where, AoE damage becomes really important. Consistent pressure becomes really, really important. And when you're looking towards the later stages of the game, Orianna Shockwave is very threatening, but also a sped-up Ashe that has all this space being created by a K'Sante, by a Skarner, and this Lulu backing you up is going to be really threatening.
Inspired jumps in, going after Umpty, who immediately responds, jumping on Busio, who's down to half HP, but a redemption going to be summoned up by FlyQuest here as Impact tries to chase after him with a counter-strike, but he won't find the stun on anybody important. Impact is about to die first, but he gets away with a leap strike back to a teammate. APA killed first. FlyQuest with a 1-0 here so far in the fight, but Whipple's in the front line, but he's all alone. He knocks Umpty back. A little bit more damage. Might just kill the Team Liquid jungler, but FlyQuest don't have the range. This fight could have gone way harder, but it ends in a 1-0 for FlyQuest.
TL were just so split, and APA ended up flashing into the Baron pit to try and get away from danger, but then section off from the rest of the team, so FlyQuest are able to collect that kill, and
we're not done yet. Nice knockback again from Whippo onto CoreJJ. Wants to keep going forward, but he's got to be a little bit careful here. Impact with a counter-strike. Goes in and finds the kill on Busio. Escapes with his own flash back up into the brush, but a 2-man shockwave coming out from Quad. Impact is popped before we can do anything else. Umpty's here on the front line, and surely he won't survive. The arrows just riddle him like a pincushion. Yeon won't land the deadly flourish, and FlyQuest continues the chase. Quad goes on a rampage, and CoreJJ goes down. Only 2 men left standing in TL colors.
Yeah, FlyQuest coming out on top in that fight, and even though Yeon was alive for the whole thing, he just can't really get through the front line. He's hitting like nothing on this K'Sante, and Bwipo was creating so much space, so much area for his carries to really work with.
Let's take a look, too, because this was extra person joining at every interval of 1 minute. Let's take a look. Yeon hit the root to start out. Bwipo still got the pullback there onto CoreJJ. And then even though they're so low, Impact jumps in, wants to get the kill onto Busio, can't quite finish because of the shield, has to go back for the extra auto, flashing out, and then the shockwave ensures that this continues. The second engage from Impact ends up blowing up because Masu is able to auto him down, and then you finally get the Skarner arriving while the teleport arrives. Even though you get the miss on that Skarner ultimate, you still have Quad over the top, and so in the end, it's such a long and drawn out fight, but FlyQuest are able to again chop down on some of this Team Liquid gold lead that they built up so big in the beginning of this game.
And I want to talk a little bit about that gold lead in regards to something you said earlier, Isaac, talking about the scaling of FlyQuest, talking about how it'll be so hard for this Jhin to punch through that front line. It's exactly what we just saw. Now we got some more problems for TL. An arrow from downtown finds its way onto Impact. They'll try to fight his way out, but it ain't gonna happen. Top laner down. FlyQuest 9-4 in kills.
Yeah, what a shot by Masu, and now Impact's not gonna be up and with no TP for this next dragon, so that could mean no soul for TL here, and that could be the game falling out of their grasp. Soul was so important to put their damage over the edge and be able to deal with these frontliners.
All right, FlyQuest ready here. They've got 15 seconds, 10 seconds now until that Drake spawns. They want to be able to get this wave shoved up, have control over the mid lane. Bwipo jumps in looking for a third Intofo strike, but does not land it. Busio joining up with the rest of the team now as Inspired will be the first man into the bot side river. Control over this Drake pit will be big. Impact not alive for another 5 seconds. His TP cooldown is also not yet ready. It's just barely not there. So Team Liquid want to buy enough time for Impact to be able to join. He has respawn now. He'll make his way back out onto the map. FlyQuest still in control. Nice knockback coming out from Bwipo when APA's in trouble. All out from Bwipo to make sure that CoreJJ's not able to save him. Now the Tahm Kench has to dive back to safety. And right when Impact might have been able to rejoin, now it's APA who's dead. 40 seconds. This Dragon is none of TL's business.
FlyQuest just straight up walk right at APA. They take the kill. They're going to take the Dragon, and Team Liquid, they can't do much. There's no rush of Baron threat here. They've got a Jhin for DPS, so all they can do is clear a ward.
And I love how Bwipo just immediately decides all out into no terrain just to get that little extra buffer to guarantee that CoreJJ cannot save his mid laner on this Tahm Kench as FlyQuest acquire the mid lane turret.
I feel like FlyQuest are fully in the driver's seat now. Soul point or not for Team Liquid, it doesn't matter if you can't win a fight. You have to be so far ahead with this kind of a composition to deal with the frontliners over on FlyQuest, and they just aren't. Yeon is not hurting those frontliners. Maybe once he gets an IE or something like that, maybe if they had Infernal Soul, but these back-to-back picks on the TL Soul laners have really kind of put them in a very precarious position.
You know, for all that yapping early on in the game, APA is sitting at 0-4-0
Actions
right now
speak louder than
on
words.
the Syndra compared to the 5-0-4 on Quad's Orianna. Mid lane has gone FlyQuest's way in game one.
Very clearly, FlyQuest put a target on APA's back from the very beginning of this game. So many visits towards mid lane, and then in a couple of consecutive team fights as well. Again, they know their opponents well.
I mean, all the games that these guys have played against each other, again, if y'all missed it at the start of the series, it's been 23 total games, 7 total series between these teams since the start of 2024. Team Liquid currently +1 in both those counts, 4-3 in series, 12-11 in games, but it is FlyQuest who have the LCS title in their current possession. It is FlyQuest who are now controlling this game. FlyQuest looking for the angle, the arrow misses. Bwipo approaches from the side, but without that lockdown to at least force the Tahm Kench ulti, they can't keep going forward.
That was such a great sidestep there from Yeon. It's buying time for them to play through these side lanes. Syndra is bot, Jax is top. FlyQuest are trying to force here, so if they can't find anyone, this is TL winning out. Look at APA, he's going straight for the base here, so FlyQuest have got to make a call. You either need to get back and defend, or you need to commit to an engage.
It's a full send from APA, but now thinking better of it as FlyQuest back away. It looks like the Team Liquid mid laner will find himself taking a recall, going back to base, resetting a little bit here. The gold within 1,000 as the clock is about to strike 30. 3 minutes left until the Drake spawns again. FlyQuest will once again have to be ready. They do have more vision over the topside river right now as well. Looks like our next Scuttle Crab will be spawning topside river too, as teams will need to maintain control over this area to guarantee the other side's not just going to run away with a Baron. FlyQuest back out into mid lane.
I think FlyQuest are going to make a move before the Dragon spawns. They've got Ashe Arrow coming up very shortly here. Formaso only 8 seconds away on that one. Keep on fishing for these picks. They've gotten so much out of them, and already retaking full vision control over the Baron, try and clean this out and force Team Liquid into a dangerous position.
Impact's not in much of a position. He's just eating some fruits right now. He's having a good time during a little bit of the calm before the storm that will surely erupt here in a little bit more than 2 minutes from now, as APA will now be the top lane farmer for Team Liquid.
I think the target for FlyQuest should be burning a flash on APA or Yeon now before the Dragon spawns. 2 minutes ahead of time is perfect time to throw out an Ashe Arrow, threaten a pick on one of these carries, so then you have a huge advantage for the actual Dragon fight.
FlyQuest will make sure they can at least steal away the red buff from the Team Liquid side, give them just a little bit of extra control as Inspired and Masu head back into the mid lane. Quad accompanying Busio as he sits down some vision, continuing to try to control the topside river.
Yeah, I'm just really curious when FlyQuest are going to move their vision down towards bot side, because almost all of their wards thus far had been up around this top side of the map. You can see it's mostly TL vision in this area, and so just now FlyQuest starting to move down, looking to try to take over control of that area, because that really is going to be what TL are looking for the whole time.
All right, the arrow, they went for the Tahm Kench, but it missed. Umpty and CoreJJ still here on the front line for Team Liquid, knocking Inspired up into the air with a 3 Talon strike, but Inspired going for the pull only onto CoreJJ. Umpty with a pressure onto Buzio, has to try to flash away. Impact wanted to grab the counter strike, but it ain't gonna work. Umpty now the focus of FlyQuest damage. Impact in stasis, trying to hang on. CoreJJ saving him there with the Devour. They try to get everybody away to safety, but Umpty is locked behind enemy lines, and Quad is dominating. FlyQuest kill the Team Liquid jungler. They're making their way over to the Baron pit. They gotta make sure that nobody gets sniped here by Jan's curtain call, and it's not that hard to do. FlyQuest now making Team Liquid be the ones to answer as they head into the Baron pit.
Yeah, I mean, Impact got into the backline, forced out the summoners, but they had no answer for Masu, who gets buffed up by the Lulu, shreds the frontliners, and TL forced to retreat, lose the Baron here. FlyQuest now, will they have the health bars to get back to Dragon? That's the question.
Very easy. I think the timing for that fight was perfect for FlyQuest because Baron-empowered recalls allow you to instantly reset, still 20 seconds on that Dragon. They can move out, and with all the gold that they just got, their team fight is insane with their strong front line. Here's a look at how they actually started out. Inspired runs straight at the vulnerable front line here. Xin Zhao doesn't have a lot of escapes, and he goes for CoreJJ, the Tahm Kench, the kind of safety net.
And then look at this, Umpty gets in the backline, flashes in, there's the follow-up from Impact, but as soon as Masu flashes away, he has Barrier, he has Lulu Shield, he has Lulu Ult. Masu cannot be touched. The Orianna as well is free-firing. TL just don't have the consistent damage to punch through the frontliners. If they don't win on that first punch at the start of the fight, they got nothing.
Yeah, Quad is just so fed, so rich here. The Orianna is just buffing everyone up, and he's even chasing side lanes here, leading for his team.
He wants to go after the Impact Jax. Hit, okay, the Shockwave wasn't like, I can't even hype that one up. I'm sorry, boys. CoreJJ, about 40% HP here back in the mid lane, though, as Bwipo was chasing after Quad.
Yeah, it's a good leap strike to the Blast Cone there from Impact. I think Quad thought he didn't have another ward, so he leap strike to the ward, maybe didn't realize that the Blast Cone was spawned up in that cove back there. He's able to leap strike to safety. Impact at the very least does survive, but FlyQuest fully in control still, buying themselves another 5 minutes before they even have to worry about Soul, getting further and further ahead. Yeah, it was a massive gold lead early for Jan, but he has the IE now. I just don't think that it really even matters.
Yeah, I think Team Liquid are just really worried about the constant Ashe arrows and picking people off now because APA has no flash. For this next one. Umpty has no flash. Xin is notoriously vulnerable when you're trying to get vision as a jungler. You're trying to work with your support with CoreJJ there, but Xin has no escapes. And so a couple of very vulnerable players on Team Liquid. They're still trying to play the side lanes. APA there does push out on bottom side to gain a little bit of space, but it becomes very difficult here.
I mean, especially when you're actually looking at the Jax, you're hoping that Jax is going to be able to create this advantage in the side lane. Look at the items. He's a full item behind, and he has fallen down 40 CS to the Cassante. You know, this is a situation where you're never going to be able to pressure this guy. You're never going to be able to hurt this guy.
Well, normally a lot of people look at kills in League of Legends to tell a story, but I feel like right now everything else does. Because remember, early on in the game, Team Liquid had a 3-0 turret advantage. Now it's 4-4. Team Liquid had a 3-0 Dragon advantage. Now it's 3-2. Team Liquid has just lost everything that they were building in that early game, and FlyQuest has done a great job responding to it with mid-lane or mid-game outplays as Jan is again forced to flash now. The Jhin vulnerable, the Tahm Kench dead, the Orianna godlike, and FlyQuest just keeps striking gold. Now that gold is about to flow straight into their pockets as the bottom lane tier 2 turret collapses, and again, it's Umpty under pressure as FlyQuest are not done yet. Quad does so much damage, and Umpty learned the hard way. You gotta respect it. FlyQuest gonna knock down another tier 2, this time over in the mid lane. Impact is trying to make a play here with a teleport, but the problem is there's no pincer attack to be found. You are a 3v5 for Team Liquid for the next 10 seconds, and even then, it's still down a man for him. Impact's gonna be interrupted as he tries to recall an award. FlyQuest have already taken the mid lane inhibitor, and now they're gonna demolish the tier 3 turret in the bottom lane, making it a 2-inhib game.
I mean, you can try to threaten the flank, but it's not a rock in a hard place. It's a rock in a wet paper bag. They can just punch through the other side and run over TL.
Yeah, Team Liquid are not caught between a rock and anything because TL are the rock. There's 5 of them there and Impact teleporting in behind them, but 2 teammates for Team Liquid already gone. So FlyQuest, they just have seemed so calm in this game, even in the early stages where TL were pushing them around the map and generating an objective and gold lead, because it just felt like they were so confident in their ability to pick TL members when it came to the team fights, when it came to the skirmishes, and FlyQuest have just repeated that play. Now it's up to Team Liquid to get creative with it, because 2 inhibitors down, super minions mean you have guaranteed pressure for FlyQuest in 2 lanes. It's almost like Team Liquid's only real tool and real strength in this whole game has been taken away. And so it's got to be some magic now.
I mean, hey, man. Just a few days ago, FlyQuest was down, what, 5,000 gold against HLE, and they managed to fight back. You go down a few thousand gold against Team Liquid, you're feeling fine now. You're like, you've been through it. You know. Yeah, exactly. FlyQuest has done their training. They are ready to go. They know how to play these types of situations with an arrow coming in from the top side. Umpty gets hit from all the way away, and he has to try to flash to survive, but he's still almost dead. You got Bwipo going in, all out. Umpty in some danger, still barely surviving as Yon's about to drop here next. If the Jhin dies, surely the fight is already over, and I think it won't even matter. Core JJ will drop second. They're about to make it even more. Impact's out of the picture. Quad's legendary. Yon, this fed Jhin from the early game, can't do anything. As Inspired comes around with the Ixtal impact, the polymorph on APA, so we can't even get a trade back on the FlyQuest support. Quad 10, 0, and 6. Another deathless player in Inspired at 0, 0, and 11. FlyQuest, the early game might have been a struggle, but man, they are running them over here. 2 lanes, pushing at the same time. Super minions flooding into the base. Yon, the only one standing to try to stop it as FlyQuest go in for what should be the final kill of the game. They knock the Infernal Cinders out of them. They knock the Nexus turret down, and FlyQuest take game 1.
FlyQuest saying it wasn't just our Winions that won us the finals. We are better now.
I mean, that was domination, honestly. TL came out of the gate swinging, but FlyQuest cool, collected, really calm gameplay, picked a better scaling comp, and crushed him in the later stages.
Team Liquid looked good at the very start, but man, FlyQuest know how to hit back. We're going to a break, but don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more Worlds 2024.
Almost missed the mute or whatever, but interesting game from FlyQuest. It's slow early on, but like, you know, APA he bit off more than he could chew, and he kind of had negative impact that game. Plus the fact that they had 2 tanks versus a Jhin. The Jhin only has 4 bullets. By the time they reload, the Jhin kills whoever. The Jhin's already dead by the time he finishes reloading or whatever, you know. So it's like, yeah, we'll be back with game number 2 of this last match, and I'm pretty sure it's gonna be a Swift 2-0 if TL don't adapt, because I mean this is how well FlyQuest won the LCS finals by like having the minions just win the game or whatever, but like currently they're just outplaying and outdrafting TL, and it's like it's kind of funny to watch. But anyways, we'll be back in a short second.
saw between the two. I chipped in as well, but I was wrong.
Okay.
Can you paint me the picture?
So, I caught a good amount of LCS, you know, throughout the year because it's there when I wake up.
Yeah.
So I saw this game state, and I figured that I watched a lot of the teams. I should have a good grasp of what is going on.
So hold on, are you saying?
Okay, I trust your analytical abilities.
Are you saying when they're
You're making
down
it sound
3,000
like
gold in 20 minutes?
They are down 3,000 gold. FlyQuest gave up Infernal Soul. Like
They
I
had
know.
3 Drakes.
Okay, I know this doesn't scale. Like I'm not. They have 6 grubs. FlyQuest is just like we can give up. Soul wasn't even contested, or Soul Point rather. And then I look at these two guys. I'm like, guys, this is TL win, right? And you know what they say?
No.
Oh, FlyQuest win.
Yeah, we're like, I think FlyQuest wins here.
Yeah.
Why?
So I'll say this. We covered this, I think, in FlyQuest last match, right? Where they are more than willing to cede, like, sides of the map if they think their team comp is stronger late. And they'll be like, okay, we can go down a certain amount of gold, and they're pretty cognizant of, like, what that number is in their head. And then they're like, okay, we're good. And then we team fight, and then we win.
It's super impressive to watch, and I think it's more impressive because I actually saw them do this versus HLE.
Yeah.
And that is why I don't want to go like, oh, an A strat or whatever, because that would be doing a disservice to their late game teamfight prowess.
Yeah, against D+, they went down 6,000 gold, made it back to even, ended up losing the game. 2 games against HLE, they were down 3,000 to 4,000 gold in the early game. 1-1 made this game winnable. This one, they were down 3 Drakes and 3,000 gold, and then actually had what looked to be a pretty easy win. They still do need to clean up their early game, though, but the purpose, though, is they're trying to not lose that badly, so I feel like they're often going to lose by a little bit. And you can see TL was doing everything they could to try and crash this bottom lane in over and over again. Core and Yon had some good Jhin and Tahm Kench angles, but this was pretty key. Like, any way they can stop the snowball from happening allows them to turn it on later.
And then by contrast, when you look at TL, I think they are a team that really, really benefited from the AD carry meta. Not because APA can only play AD carries, but just because the way that they like to play the map really benefits from rotating an AD carry into sides and being able to chew through turrets very quickly. And we kind of saw him doing that on Syndra, but Syndra does not have the same kind of turret taking power as something like a Ziggs or an AD carry does.
Yeah, we can take a look at some of these fly skirmishes, right? And as they were taking off, Chat, you were saying, no, just wait.
Yeah.
You'll see, because they know when to pounce.
So listen, FlyQuest has a really good front-to-back team fighting execution. Quad and Masu, I feel like, got better every game this year, and I need to remind people, they're the youngest team in the Swiss stage, so they still have a lot of scaling left. But fights like this, where Bwipo's playing on margins, and then Quad and Masu were just doing maximum amount of damage, not necessarily playing too safe, but just far up enough to be able to get the damage out. And these are crucial fights, right? This was right before the Soul Point fight. This is before the Drake that could have actually given TL Soul, and they're just finding such good front-to-back spacing. The other thing to point out in these fights is just APA's inability to be effective. I think Emily kind of alluded to this. I think this has been one of the largest reasons for Team Liquid's lackluster showing at the World Championship, is because he hasn't really found his footing team fighting with the Syndra type champion.
Look at this.
Yeah, it's rough.
Quad was a streamer for a year, right? Like, he debuted on, or he was there all the way back on Kingzone Dragon X, then played for DRX last time in 2022. And the fact that he's able to improve, because we saw him.
Okay, we got TL on blue side. Maybe the drop's going to be a little bit better.
Individually, which I think is
I hope so.
Part of why the fights went the way that they did.
Crazy. Quickly, you know, the big picture of FlyQuest here, who not a lot of people would have put in a quarterfinal of Worlds a couple of months ago, are on the brink of doing it. And for Team Liquid, I cannot overstate what an absolute collapse this would be if they cannot bring this back, Chad.
For sure. They have had such high aspirations. They were so dominant throughout most of the summer split until the final, when FlyQuest did beat them. FlyQuest has now won 4 of the last 5 games against Team Liquid. Team Liquid will have to turn that around, and they really need to find their footing. You can tell they've been trying to cook. Like, game 1 against GAM yesterday, they were back to Maokai Trist. Game 1 here, they're playing Tahm Kench and Jhin in the bottom lane. So they're trying to find that secret sauce, but it looks like FlyQuest is so comfortable.
I don't know. I just think Impact on Jax isn't working. Put it back on Gangplank if you want. Put it back on Jax.
Big thing for me. I think Inspired his team fights, the way he often was able to get rid of that Kench, which can be a big problem for them to deal with, wasn't something that they could really deal with.
See again, Spawn is going to his troops. We've seen it a couple of times. It was yesterday.
Yep.
Remember, they were behind. They were down versus GAM as well. They lost that first game. They won the two thereafter sovereignly for Team Liquid. We know they have it in them, but do they have it in them versus a team that knows them so well and currently feels like they have the upper hand? It's FlyQuest that are just one game away from reaching the quarterfinal of Worlds. Can they do it?
Let's see, Shocks and crew and everyone else, exactly if they can. My brain's starting to lag. It's been a very long day, but you know what? The day goes on. The series goes on. The day, it is definitely
the series
not
is
young, but it is still alive. And that's what's important for Team Liquid. They are still alive at Worlds 2024, but they are on their last leg, man. It's put up or shut up now.
Yeah, and honestly, you know, they're back on blue side here. I am expecting them to just go straight towards a scaling comp to try to look to match what FlyQuest were going for. I don't think they're going to commit to full on early game because that Jhin was looking useless when it got to the later stages of the game. Just could not hurt the frontliners, backed up by that Lulu, which may have been a bit of a liability early, but late, it was making those tanks feel invincible.
Especially since their mid laner, Orianna, kind of doubles as another enchanter with the extra shields and
the
utility.
Lulu.
XD, they banned Orianna.
Let's be honest, Quad was a monster this game, and it was very worthwhile for FlyQuest to invest resources into him early, and so that's why you see.
I really am not the biggest fan of Xin Zhao into Skarner because you like misposition one on Ashe's charge and like you just dead.
I just gotta say I just don't like carries for Impact, and I think he's gonna be playing this again.
Got to put 700 more hours of practice in onto that Aurora. Nah, it looks like they didn't have the time.
I like more.
Yeah. Spawn with some very good inspirational speeches. TL are going to need them now because this is possibly, you know, the last moment for them. So they do invest in the Nocturne here. Now, Nocturne does not just pair with Orianna.
I think, regardless of the record that TL have at this World, I think you still keep the roster. They still finished second in LCS. Sure, it's a disappointing Worlds finish, but I feel like overall, I don't think there's any improvements you can make in NA or whatever. I think the team just has to, I guess, learn to play together a little bit better. Other than that,
see like a Kennen or something along those lines either.
Like tank duty is still open, but they're putting empty on a carry.
Feels it necessary to steal away the K'Sante again, and then have impact on, you know, something maybe a little more carry oriented. I don't know, because he just feels like he doesn't have to. For the side of FlyQuest, there is a level of comfort.
Wow.
I mean, it's interesting, right? Because, you know, if I'm TL coming into this, I might just be prioritizing a first pick Renekton to just get impact, that comfort, right? You know, look towards something like that, because that is one of the bruisers he's been very comfortable on. But speaking of comfort, we are back towards the APA. Well, yeah, they banned it out. Yeah, I know. But I'm saying, you know, they could have left it up in first pick. But APA here is going to be playing the Tristana, and it is going to be impact on the Rumble. The Tristana, I mean, it's kind of interesting because it is one of those things that so many people have so much practice on from the summer split, but it has not looked good for very many players when it's been brought out at Worlds, including APA. You know, we saw Weibo obviously going towards a lot of 80 carries, and then they kind of abandoned ship after that wasn't working for them. But Team Liquid are going back towards pretty much ultimate comfort.
Okay, so TL, Tristana, Rumble, Nocturne, top half of the map taken care of. Over on FlyQuest side, K'Sante and Ahri locked in for the solo lanes, but they want to lock the Kalista for Masu before we get into the second half of the bans.
And I always like that on red side because then you get 2 protection bans here, and they immediately take away the Ashe, which is so problematic for the Kalista lane. You're trying to kind of do damage control on the side of TL and take away good pairings that go with the Kalista by destroying the Renata here. But, you know, Busio can just be on one of these other engage combinations with the Kalista and still look to set up a very strong team fight once again.
I'm assuming Vi will probably get banned out here to try to deny that pairing from Inspired as well as Quad. And we'll have to see what he wants to look towards after that. But you know, there are a lot of options, obviously, alongside Kalista. Renata is that kind of premier enchanter support that does pair well with it, but it can work well with engaged supports as well, and can be quite powerful just kind of on its own.
if they don't ban the Vi, then that is to me APA telling Spawn, it's fine. I will rocket jump the Vi ults that come my way. I get a little nervous when I hear that, but you know, if you have confidence in that, then go straight for it.
The problem is sometimes you can buffer and just die anyway to damage that's getting piled through, right? So you know, it is difficult. Viego Ahri also has been one of those pairings that they have liked to play with. It is definitely an inspired special when the Vi is up. The Vi is that premier duo with the Ahri. I'm already getting a little bit worried here for TL just through the draft.
Yeah, Vi and Ahri, best buddies. This duo has just done so much work throughout pretty much forever.
I mean, we just know there's going to be multiple targets though, right? Because it's like Iana's going to go towards an AD carry, pretty much guaranteed here as well. So you have 2 AD carries to look towards. Rumble can be an easy pick target in the side lanes as well if you're playing through those sides. Can definitely be dangerous here. But the Xayah, obviously a strong answer to some of that dive, so Yeon will have a little bit of that innate safety. APA is going to have to use those buffers on the rocket jump as well as the buster shot on those correct timings to try to stay safe as well.
Yeah, I love the Xayah into the Vi for being able to get away from that engage. I also like CoreJJ being on this Rakan. I like him having that huge team fight go button to really give Team Liquid a chance to find the engages, find the fights when they need them. Now let's see what the final answer will be here. Okay, Kalista Senna for Masu and Busio.
Again, it's going to be these double ranged lanes here. So
interesting draft
in that
from FlyQuest.
And they have
Pretty
Wiffo here. That's going to be in
old
one of these
standard stuff from TL, but I think they're just getting a little nervous. Anyways,
Busio has just been such a fan of playing for the 2v2. He is a mid laner who swapped down to support. He's comfortable playing a lot of different styles of champions, and they are going to look to try to bully TL.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned it, but last time when they met back up after the lane swap and tried to play the 2v2,
didn't work so well.
They got turbo blasted in that Boston. Yeah, and that was double range. Technically, it's definitely a way weaker double range than.
Fast forward 30 minutes, and then how did it look?
They won the game. Scoreboard. Yeah, that's what matters. All right. Once again here, Team Liquid have invested in the Nocturne plus CoreJJ's Rakan. CoreJJ, of course, with the signature Rakan available. And if you get Nocturne Ultimate to turn out the lights, you can come up with some very huge, you know, game-making plays. And Team Liquid are a team that have really just not let go of double AD carry. And in a world where so many of all of our other teams that made it here to Worlds have kind of like loosened their grip at the very least on double AD carries, TL still holding on tight.
They are, and I mean over on the other side, Busio is playing Ahri. He's very likely to play the Enchanter style Senna. Of course, it is an AD carry, but you're not really going to be building any of those damage style items. It can be really annoying to play against because there is so much sustain, a lot of poke and prod. The shielding, the healing can become really, really powerful. But again, it is a very vulnerable target here to that Nocturne plus the Rumble Equalizer coming in over the top. That CoreJJ engage. If you can lock down multiple of these AD carries, it can be devastating because there's so many squishy members over on the FlyQuest side as well.
All right, boys, let's do it. It might be the last game of Swiss stage for Worlds 2024. If FlyQuest can triumph again, it would silence the doubters who still think that Team Liquid are the best team in North America. It would make FlyQuest feel the best they could possibly feel to 2-0 their rivals heading into the quarterfinals. But TL would love to stop it and take us to a third game.
TL, in their series versus GAM, dropping game number 1, Spawn then gave a speech to his team in which he said, "We cannot go out like this. We invested 10 months of hard work and training into this year." And it all comes down to this once again. Now FlyQuest, though, their opponent, an opponent that knows them very well. And this time around, no lane swap either, so we will get the standard lanes matchup.
I like how you bring up that they know them very well because it's always such a double-edged sword, right? The amount of familiarity that both these teams have with one another, playing each other over 20 times throughout this year, just trying to eke out those little advantages and predictions that you know based on all that behavior.
And it's an important story because both of these two teams have actually made each other better throughout the year. This is not a story of them, you know, dominating from the very beginning, but they really had to work through it through spring, through summer. And both of them here making their way to the world stage. Of course, here on the bottom side of the map, the double range here, pushing in, trying to get their advantage on the minion wave to get their level 2.
And we'll see if they are going to be able to do it. Busio He's going to be able to get that level 2 first, and they will step forward. And any trades you can take, it's going to be a lot about just dodging out the Rakan Qs, because that's the only way that they can kind of sustain up and survive in this lane. And Busio is going to be poking and prodding and make things pretty difficult for them.
That guy in the audience, I think he might have missed some of the play-in stage.
100 Thieves are still here.
I think there might be some VODs you need to go watch, brother.
No, I disagree. I disagree.
Go watch them beat Cloud9. It doesn't get better from there. It's kind of like Game of Thrones. You just stop at a certain point. You don't watch the end.
Anything after Season 6, we're not watching anymore. All right, boys.
100 Thieves beating C9. Season 6 Game of Thrones. Stop.
Yeah. All right, well, Busio is taking a little damage here as FlyQuest put the pressure on early here in the bottom lane. Remember that in game number 1, it was Yeon and CoreJJ ruling that 2v2. They were building a lot of the lead. When Team Liquid first hit the 2,000 gold lead mark, it was 1.7k on Yeon, but a flash as FlyQuest are getting engaged on down here in the bottom lane. Yeon and CoreJJ are lower, but Umpty is showing up first. Busio's gonna die, and it's Team Liquid getting first blood yet again.
And these are the types of plays where you desync the timing, because you know the junglers are mirrored coming towards bottom side, but because Umpty skips his red, which is kind of common for Nocturne, you do your small camps first, get them respawning first, he's on Krugs, he knows he's going to be one camp ahead of Inspired, who's just full clearing on the Vi, and CoreJJ goes in to burn Busio's flash, even though the TL bottom lane, health gets chunked out and they can't follow, their jungler is enough. The desync timing there pays off. First blood.
That's nicely done, and it's going to be accelerating Umpty. Had a massive game, obviously. A great start on the level 1 when they played against GAM on this pick. Really went off to the races and became such a problem in that game. Was constantly attacking side lanes and being really efficient.
Wait, you didn't change the script. It was lose game 1 into pick Nocturne. It's happening again. Lose game 1 into
At least
Nocturne.
mix it up a little bit. I mean, come on.
Feel believable, you
well,
know?
Here's another little wrinkle in the script. 4 people top for TL, looking for the dive. Inspires around.
All right, let's see what Bwipo can do. Needs to buy enough time for his jungler to arrive at least. Bwipo with the flash impact, going to take some damage from the turret, but not enough to kill him, and Inspired cannot get there in time. Nicely done, Team Liquid 2-0.
Yeah, really nicely done there from TL. Just using the tempo, they get the kill on bot side, they recall, they all go top, they get an immediate dive there onto Bwipo, force out his flash. Didn't even cost them a summoner, so very clean stuff there from TL.
I swear, there better be another VOD of the speech that Spawn gave after losing this game 1. Because what is he saying to Umpty? Because Umpty just turns into a maniac here. He ganks bottom lane, boom, success. They go up top side, they dive the tower, success again.
I mean, at that point, you're just losing on purpose to get another Spawn speech.
Yeah.
It's content farming, baby. It's a new method.
I want Spawn to come give us a
where's our speech,
inspirational caster speech. Yeah.
I've known that guy for like 10 years.
All right, Yeon and CoreJJ now making life pretty hard for Bwipo as he tries to get away from some of those feathers with Yeon bouncing him around. It is a 700 gold lead here for TL after those initial couple of kills, getting them off to a good start yet again, but we'll see if they can keep that moving. First Dragon is Hex this game, so you're not going to see that powerful Soul, but remember that Team Liquid was really happy to see the Soul in the first game with their early objective control. We'll see if they can have that same objective control in this one. 15 seconds until the first grub spawn.
One of the things I really like about this swap here from TL is that Rumble is 6 now and has Equalizer, so they can't actually pressure the tower where they can easily pressure Bwipo.
Yeah, Bwipo ignited, smited. He is down, so, you know, in the general sense of the word, not with the summoner spell. It's not like he's a jungle camp, but he's out of the picture. And Team Liquid's up 3-0.
Like Flower said, smited his ass.
He's out of there. Team Liquid 3-0. They're off to an almost 1,500 gold lead. FlyQuest, though, are looking for that first set of grubs.
Yeah, going to be able to get the grubs. This isn't going to be contested, but again, they get the dive on top side, they get a plate there, they deny minions, and they push in bot side, so more minions going to be denied down on that bot side as well from Impact, who had the push. As FlyQuest are sending Bwipo down towards that bot wave, but unfortunately for him, it's just going to be him arriving to a wave that's pushing away from him. And again, we're going to have the TL bot lane going down there to arrive and just keep Bwipo down. They really are focusing on him this game. They're trying to put him in a deficit, and they do have a lot better scaling, a lot better consistent damage than what they brought in that game number 1.
The difference here between the game number 1 is that the actual objectives this time, FlyQuest did at least get the grubs. It does look very similar with TL, you know, getting a bunch of kills early, kind of freely tower diving and successfully tower diving Bwipo there. CoreJJ, by the way, nice placement on his Rakan knockup. Caught Bwipo as he was dashing and now gonna interrupt his recall as well.
One major difference, though, is that Inspired and Quad haven't been able to pair up to get a lot of pressure on APA. APA has just been kind of farming comfortably.
CoreJJ with a grand entrance to try to make his exit, but Umpty immediately swooping in here with a Paranoia. Look at the EXP bars on the side of the screen. Inspired only halfway to level 6, and now Quad's in danger as APA jumps after him, looking to get the reset here on the Buster shot, on the rocket jump, excuse me, from the explosive charge.
So, interesting, we're going to have a desync on the ultimates for jungle now, too. Azale, you mentioned Inspired has not been able to combine with Quad yet. He just now got Inspired's ultimate, so the level 6 threat is available. However, because of the play we just saw on screen, the deep vision that you see they left behind is almost as important as the chunks that they got on enemy health bars. Still though, because Umpty invested ultimate and you don't have those resources there at 4TL, FlyQuest can move in and will claim their dragon. This is on top of the 3 grubs that they got.
And I also really like, this is a subtle thing, but APA was moving down from mid lane, so he wasn't on vision, I believe, when they went in with the Nocturnal, and that's really what kind of causes that flash from Inspired, because I don't think Inspired was actually in that much danger. It was really just Core and Umpty there. He wasn't going to die 100-0, but he doesn't know the location of these additional members from TL. The lights get turned off, it can be a bit chaotic, and didn't want to risk getting CC'd 100-0.
It gets a little bit scary. FlyQuest do have control over both of the first spawns of neutral objectives, but Team Liquid with an over 2,000 gold lead, just 6.5 minutes into the game, feels very, very good. Yawn and CoreJJ still here in this 2v2, almost level 6 for Core. Still needs about that last 1/3 of a level. Yawn taking some damage from Busio and Masu here with a double ranged threat. Yawn's got a lot of spears in him, down to 100 HP with a Dawning Shadow, forcing out the Feather Storm.
Quad as well has a roam timer. I don't know if he's going to be able to catch them, but he's even going towards tier 2.
Whippo goes in for the third, and Topo Strike goes all out on Impact, bringing Inspired in with him. Impact with a flash away, but immediately with the chase from Inspired, Equalizer drops down over the top. Impact staying alive for now. Whippo might just be taken down by Umpty, who needs one more hit, and he takes him out of the picture. It's a 2v2 outplay for Team Liquid.
It's massive for TL, and they survive on the bot side as well. It does cost Yawn his barrier, but not his flash. Quad can't get anything. Masu and Busio do farm some plates, though, so that is the lone victory for them. But look at Tristan on the top side. This is going to be even more tower damage. Team Liquid are pulling away with this game number 2.
Yeah, Quad tried to find them in that brush down there, but invested ultimate, as you say, unable to actually find a kill, and APA being funneled money. We have seen this all summer long for Team Liquid, especially on the Tristana here.
I mean, we thought Team Liquid's game 1 early game looked good. Game 2 is looking even better. All of this plate money, all of this kill money, nearly 3,000 gold ahead of FlyQuest. 30 seconds until our next set of grubs spawn.
FlyQuest as well this time around are a bit shorter range. So Busio collects a bunch of souls, that is. And do rely on the Ahri plus Vi combination, you know, looking for some of those picks. Kalista as well needs to get right in there. So we'll see how Team Liquid is able to continue to play the map this time around. Last game, they really broke down in the mid-game stages where they started giving over picks and kills to FlyQuest. They cannot repeat that mistake again.
Whippo getting torched down here against Impact, who had that heated up Flame Spitter just lasting on him for the entire duration. But it looks like Team Liquid's control over the topside river will earn them the second set of grubs. Neither team should be able to hit that 4 grub spot unless CoreJJ can randomly steal this with a Gleaming Quill, but there's almost no way. All right, Umpty's got the smite. 3-3 on grubs in this second game.
Yep, Inspired was stealing away the red. He did get it.
APA jumps in, looking for the engage here on FlyQuest in the top side. Umpty with a Paranoia sets it up for APA to grab the kill on Masu, while in the bottom lane, Impact's now potentially in a 1v3 dive scenario. He's got a couple seconds left on the Equalizer, and FlyQuest wants to hit him before he can cast it. Impact drops in the bottom lane. Nobody's going to be traded back, but APA putting the DPS into the top lane tier 1 turret should be able to grab that first objective here.
Yep, the Demolitionist gonna do his job up there. Meanwhile, they also got the benefit of pushing mid. So kind of 2 lanes won there for Team Liquid. FlyQuest striking back a bit on the bottom side and getting some much needed money for themselves. Because if they can't even hit their single item breakpoints, then they aren't gonna have the damage behind the picks, behind the burst here to be able to actually come back. So TL, really, really strong run of play.
And one of the big problems here that we haven't talked a ton about is the fact that, you know, Whippo was a brick wall in game 1. Game 2, he has less gold than both the supports. He has no economy in this game. He's getting focused very, very heavily, pushed in, killed off constantly in this game. Just now got a wave, so he's just slightly past them. But, you know, it is very difficult for him to survive in a game like this when he's this much down on gold, and there's 2 really high damage carries.
And it's very easy for them to continue to push APA to the side lane, send him bottom, shove out that wave as well, keep up that farm on the Tristana, accelerate him to his 2-item breakpoint, and then be able to close the loop there towards mid. Like you say, we're barely over 12.5 minutes into this game, so the timeline here for Team Liquid does look quite good for the next Dragon. Moving in already to grab their vision. CoreJJ has been exceptional on this Rakan. Does have a skin on it.
He absolutely has. I mean, it's another one of these things where it's so difficult when a solo AP threat on a team gets really, really fed because it demands you build some level of MR, but then it's like you're playing K'Sante, you're playing against double AD carry, but you're also going to get roasted by the Rumble, so you need some amount of MR to survive in a side lane, and your job gets very, very difficult then because you want to build the minimum amount of magic resist to survive so you're still useful in team fights and don't just get shredded by Tristan Xayah.
And honestly, even just trying to handle the minion waves in the side lane because enemy team is running Nocturne.
Well, now hold on. Busio trying to disengage.
I think he beat the minions 1v1 still. We're not there.
Oh, come on.
All right.
It's going to be close. You're right, Kobe, but I think
Hold
he
on,
can do
down
it.
here in the bottom lane, we got an engage coming out from FlyQuest. Nice use of the combo there to get the pick on APA. The Vi and Ahri coming to life to make that one happen.
There's your pick. They find it. They do have enough damage to finish off this time, and they'll be rewarded with finally getting that outer tower for themselves. FlyQuest starting to get some money back, but again, does rely on those cooldowns, and that was double flashes used to get that pick.
Exactly. It's a pretty expensive investment there to be able to kill him off. And we are looking towards Mountain Soul, which would be, I think, really powerful, honestly, for both teams, which do have a lot of upfront damage, a lot of pick. But I think it is pretty devastating for FlyQuest, especially if Team Liquid are able to grab that. When you're playing Ahri Vi, when you're playing with this Kalista, so much of it is about getting that initial kill in the fight, and your job just gets that much more difficult as they stack the resistances here with the Mountain Dragons.
Speaking of stacking, we're 14 minutes into the game now. Isaac, could you read how many souls Senna has? I can't see the number from here.
It is 41, not a lot.
Okay, 41 souls, nothing to really write home about here just yet. MasterCard Lane Economy Snapshot shows
Thank you, MasterCard.
Yeah, thank you, MasterCard. We got Impact off to the greatest lead
to swipe
of the
and buy
game
some more souls
so far. And this Rift Herald is going to drop now as well. So TL going to pull ahead in that neutral objective game. We'll see how much value they can get out of this one. Still just 1 turret to 1 turret for either side.
Yeah, you can see the Echoes of Hylia is done, the Dreammaker is done, so Busio is online now. With this build, your healing really does start to ramp up. You are a big scaling threat, but not in the traditional way, not in like a damage way. You become really, you're Soraka with a gun, let's be honest, right? Like you have a lot of healing, and it can turn around fights and bait in your opponents sometimes, where they overcommit thinking they have enough damage to push through, and then all of a sudden the ultimate shielding comes out, the Aerie shield comes out, all of this additional healing comes out, and can really make things difficult.
Meanwhile, tending to the side lanes there for FlyQuest, they just keep Bwipo up there. They have both their teleports ready, so they should be able to make the rotation, but get caught.
Immediately, Team Liquid go for the engage, but they don't have enough damage to secure the kill. Now the Equalizer comes down over the top as FlyQuest guarantee their jungler's able to survive. Bwipo now in a bad spot, though, has to try to go all out to get himself away, but he can't do anything to escape the Flame Spitter. Now TL continuing their engage with a nice knock-up on Amasu. That Kalista's going nowhere. Yon's going on a killing spree, and the Herald's going into the tier 2 turret. Nicely done from TL. Just absolutely swimming in money after that play.
That should be the play that breaks this game. That play right there. The catch on the rotation. FlyQuest a little bit desync there, and you saw after teleporting in, Bwipo actually dashed forward while the Rift Herald was able to finish off the tower. So then he turns around, and there's no tower standing here, and he's walking right into this Fed Rumble with the Flamethrower alight. So Impact taking care of that mid tower, roasting him alive, and that should be Team Liquid really cementing control of the entire Rift now. Once again, you see so many wards left in enemy jungle, and since you're running Nocturne, you just get to constantly go for these picks. See immediately there, CoreJJ, APA, and Umpty jump on him because they are already channeling that Rift Herald mid, you see, which takes out the tower, and Yon is able to ult the engage there from Bwipo, who turns around with no escape.
Yeah, exactly. You know, he does force out the ulti there with the Pathmaker, but then you said it, there's no way out. Tries to get back towards that mid lane tower, but Impact is there and waiting to cook him up. And Impact is just so fed at this point in the game. Even has another about 400 gold just from first strike on top of all the farm advantages that he has. APA doing what he does here in the side lane, getting richer and richer. Both the TL AD carries approaching that second completed item very quickly here. And the game has really fallen apart for FlyQuest. I mean, this time around, you can't really just sit back and depend on outscaling.
Exactly. Your range is far inferior to game number 1. Your engage is into a Xayah and a Tristana, who the rocket jump buffering is very annoying to try and deal with. And so you have to come out with stuff like charm flashes and really quick plays. But every time you go into a side lane, you become attackable. And CoreJJ has been constantly roaming around the map, trying to start these plays off, with Umpty always farming a camp that is on his side of the map. It's so critical for Nocturne to always be like farming near your engaged support so you can follow up, and TL have done that well.
TL continuing to choke FlyQuest out of the map now with the engage in the mid lane. Paranoia from Umpty diving after the AD carry of FlyQuest, but he's gone too deep. Busio with the kill on the Team Liquid jungler as Yeon has to try to retreat now. Inspired with a Vault Breaker flash, but it ain't gonna find the target. He can follow it up with the ulti here as Quad shows up from the side and a nice shutdown. Back over to FlyQuest as Team Liquid continues trying to run. It's a 2-for-1 trade favoring Fly so far. Impact's gotta try to get away. Quad running out of Spirit Rush charges now. The rest of the team needs to join up, and Busio's get the kill on Impact. Team Liquid got way too excited.
Yeah, Umpty goes very deep on that ulti, and now not only do you give up the kills, we'll see if they can get even more off this. We can watch this one more time. What is it that he saw to really kind of prompt this play? I mean, APA was not even there. He is very strong at this point, but it's really underestimating the damage mitigation that Senna is going to provide with all of his healing, with all this shielding, and then all of a sudden, the Vi comes in from the side. Flash Q is going to be ulted by Yeon, but look at this ulti buffer there from the Vi as the root is coming through, immunes it with his own ultimate.
If I was Spawn after this one, I think he's going to say, like, calm down and look at the risk versus reward of that play.
Yeah.
That is an unnecessary attempt for a dive because you're just going to continue to accrue things. You can tell, look at the laughing there. Tanner, DeMonte in the back, cracking up at this because he knows FlyQuest here just got a nice little bit of gold, a nice little way possibly to fight their way back in.
Yeah, and I mean, you saw the reaction there from Yeon. They're going to look for a side lane.
Here we go again. Umpty with a Paranoia, this time after Bwipo. All out to try to get the K'Sante away, but Bwipo's now in a 1v2. Impact providing the damage, donning Shadow for a shield, but Bwipo is taking so much damage over time for the Rumble. He'll try to continue escaping. Quad missed the charm. Impact will secure that kill, and now APA forces Quad back as well.
All right, let's see. It doesn't look like that will allow them to force anything because they know Bwipo has teleports. It is a nice pick to get and does demonstrate the danger again of the entirety of the map, even with the kind of bump on the road here you see with the win probability, which is heavily influenced by the gold graph. Is still going to be in pretty much complete control for TL. So FlyQuest are aiming to try and find some of those picks with their Ahri buy, with their sweeper usage here. APA does have flash as well as his rocket jump though, so should be quite safe.
Yeah, and you can see also that Core has just been constantly moving up towards his side of the map. You know, he's moving into the river. You can see he's actually warding over the wall to try to spot any early movements. You know, before the Vi gets in position to attack, he's often going to be spotted out. It makes it very difficult for Inspired to look for these plays. Again, as he's moving forward to clear out vision, he'll be spotted by that blue trinket, and then you look down towards the bot lane, and it's Rumble shoving out this wave. It's mid lane being pushed in, and it's TL looking to collapse up towards that top side of the map.
That's how you just extend your gold lead when you are far ahead like this and you have the extra, like, very long range pressure tools. Keep on making FlyQuest lose out on a minion wave here or a minion wave there. Little bits of golden experience going into those towers that they push in. See what FlyQuest can do if that last play can be like a rallying spark for them. Because otherwise, Team Liquid are very much threatening to push us to that game 3.
They really are, and I mean, TL are still in an incredible spot, and I think if you're on FlyQuest's side, you hope that they get a little bit nervous, they get a little bit stressed by a play like that going bad. I mean, Yeon had such a big reaction to that play after. You know these players are under an immense amount of stress. It is win or go home for Team Liquid. This is either the beginning of something more or the end of the road for them. FlyQuest obviously trying to fight to survive here at Worlds. both teams feeling they have so much more to give, so much more to do at this tournament.
Yeah, stress is such an interesting thing because, well, actually, let's see about this mid lane pass.
Now, Bwipo using the Pathmaker to just walk away as CoreJJ could have otherwise hit him with a grand entrance. K'Sante very good at walking away from those situations.
Okay, that grouping mid, they did just shove the top wave as well. Not going to get all the way to the tower, but seems like everyone will be safe after that pass.
So while TL are still very, very ahead, Quad has quietly collected a lot of gold. I mean, he has the Storm Surge done now at this point, so he is on 2 items. He's working towards his 3rd, has that Malignus for quite some time. If you can find that first initial pick, 100 to 0 someone like APA, all of a sudden the gold doesn't really matter. You can get those resets and potentially run over the play. But they're looking for Yeon.
They want it. Inspired tries to make the engage, but Yeon doing a beautiful job here with a Feather Storm. Inspired taking a ton of damage now with a counter punch from TL hitting hard. Masu and Quad in full retreat as Team Liquid teleport impact in. The fight is already over and TL's heading over to Baron.
FlyQuest knew time was running out and they just snapped. They decided to go for it, but the reactions from Yeon and CoreJJ are immediate. Yeon with the ultimate, and then CoreJJ turns it around immediately, and it might very well be a TL Baron. Let's see what FlyQuest can do about it. They can't smite steal it, but they could try and poke around and fight.
Yeah, FlyQuest need to try to do something here. TL got the Baron down to about 2,000 HP. Baron not secured yet as Bwipo goes in, finds a nice Pathmaker onto 2. Umpty with the flash into the pit, but he's going to go right back in to secure it here with a smite. Team Liquid just cleaning up FlyQuest all over the top side river. The river runs red, baby. Team Liquid 14 to 6 now. Baron in their pocket.
And that could just be the death knell from FlyQuest in this game. They try to pull the trigger on this pick, but Yeon reacts so quickly. The Q, the flash, they're going for it. They're trying to look for it. Immediate reaction. Then look at this, flashing forward to dodge out from the Q from Quad, going aggressive on the play, continuing that damage. So Inspired has no way out.
And just the synergy between Yeon and CoreJJ hits the Blade Caller, and CoreJJ out of the side of your screen, appearing on the Rakan, dashes forward, follows up on it, they get the return kill, and then here, because they got that return kill, they were targeting Inspired. FlyQuest just in desperation try and push them off the Baron as it was just getting so low, but Umpty here over the wall, pretty quick thinking. He sees there's a Blast Cone there, so he knows he can invest his flash and just Blast Cone right back in to secure it.
That man just lost 3 years off his life when Umpty flashed out of the pit.
I hope these players are paying for his blood pressure medication after some of these.
They're going to have to visit Grandpa Spawn in the old folks' home in about 2 years.
So, Grandpa Spawn, tell us a story. When you were at Worlds in 2024.
Well, right now, hopefully he can tell them the story about how they took it to a Game 3. They're up 8,500 gold. They are on Soul Point. 4.5 minutes, though, until that next Drake spawns, and they have Baron for another 80 seconds. I know Team Liquid are wanting to just crack this base and end this one here.
And FlyQuest make the call. We're so far behind. Actually, they go for both plays.
They want to go in after Umpty, who turns around for the Paranoia counter engage as CoreJJ is ready to try to back up his jungler. Nice equalizer over the top of 3. Meanwhile, a problem off to the side. Yeon nearly killed, trying to get away now as Quad needs one more attack, but he ain't going to find it. Quad into the stasis trying to survive, but Inspired is already dead. Bwipo's into the back line, but he can't find the kill on Yeon. The AD carry is still fighting, still kiting. There is no way for FlyQuest to try to contest these guys. The Blade Caller finally finds him at the very end, and Yeon will trade his own life. FlyQuest has lost 3 men. Team Liquid have lost only 2. Umpty coming back out of the base now as CoreJJ and APA will continue as your Team Liquid demolition crew here in the bottom lane. It's 10 seconds on Inspired, 25 on Masu and Bwipo. The game will not end here, but Team Liquid will successfully crack the base of FlyQuest before the Baron expires.
Whoa, what a scramble there from Yeon, running them through the marathon, through the jungle here. Let's take another look. FlyQuest, of course, they go for another snap play, this time onto Umpty, who ults over to gain the extra distance towards the rest of his team. And Bwipo there tries to get the pincer, but it's really Quad who goes in and starts the hope for FlyQuest, because he chunks Yeon very low initially, but they just can't quite finish it.
And look at Core playing around him, constantly re-shielding, peeling him non-stop. Made it a nightmare for FlyQuest to try to finish him off, because with the start of that fight, if they could have just killed Yeon right off the bat, it's a very different looking fight, but they have to commit so many resources to killing this guy that's at 5% HP.
Meanwhile, they had another AD carry all along ready to go as APA teleported in and they got their first inhibitor. So easy inhibitor on bottom means they rotate up to the top half of the map.
And we also, if the game goes on that long, have nearly synced up timers here with Baron and what will be Mountain Soul for Team Liquid. A little bit over 2 minutes for both of those as the wave is pushed up here in the top lane. Team Liquid occupying the red side jungle of FlyQuest. Umpty in the brush with a control ward, just waiting to see if anyone is foolish enough to face check this one. APA will be walking up with a minion wave now, trying to put a little bit more damage onto the tier 2 here in top.
Yeah, CoreJJ actually just put his Knight's Vow onto APA here rather than Yon recently too, because APA, the level 17 Tristana, very critical to keep up. And of course, he still doesn't have his flash quite yet.
Inspired with the engage. A lot of damage onto APA, but he rocket jumps back over the wall to stay alive. Plenty of damage, just burning Inspired away as Paranoia brings Umpty into the fight a little bit late. It's already won here for Team Liquid as Yon uses the Featherstorm and Barrier at the same time, thinking he was way too close to death. He and Core just barely hanging on, but there's plenty of HP on APA, Impact, and Umpty, and they're gonna keep pushing the tier 2 while the super minions push the base of FlyQuest. The tier 2 turret still hasn't fallen yet. FlyQuest doing a good enough job hanging on for now, but back in the base, Quad's the one who has to save those Nexus turrets. Impact still trying to find some damage here with the Electro Harpoons, but APA is ready to follow it up. He tries to go forward after Masu. Masu using the Fate's Call, trying to bring him back. Fight back against APA, and the shutdown goes over to Busio. The Team Liquid mid laner got too aggressive, and FlyQuest punished.
Well, what he was trying to do there was protect Impact, who just got snared, and then actually does force the double summoners out of Masu. While it is a slight opening here for FlyQuest, they're going to have to run with it. Any slight opening at this stage, you just have to full send, and the Dragon is, unfortunately for them, too far in the future because APA will be back up by then.
And I've got to say, though, credit to FlyQuest. I thought this game was going to be over a while ago. It was such a massive lead for TL. They are fighting nonstop. They're pushing and not allowing TL to take an inch.
Well, Bwipo now finding himself in a 1 versus 3, and one of those 3 is an AD carry. Makes it very hard for the K'Sante to try to get away. Yon eats 2/3 of his own health there from the combo of Quad, who does hit the charm on the enemy AD carry, but the Nocturne ulti is good enough to make FlyQuest back away as the Baron spawns.
And Yon almost has his ulti back here, so that window is closing. Inspired with spam pinging the Xayah ultimate, you know, after that last fight, trying to see if they could find a window to punish that. But that window has closed, and it's going to be difficult to get into the backline and get him.
And Dragon's Soul is on the map. The Dragon is already up here, so we're seeing the mid-prio turn into River here. As they're right inside, APA gonna blow this one up quite quickly. I don't think there's anything that FlyQuest can do about it, and since they are running so heavy investment into pick, into burst damage with Vi Ahri here, is really unfortunate for them. Very difficult, Drake, as far as their possible ways to win. Now, in addition to all the gold and all the extra item leads that Team Liquid have, they've got the extra safety of the Mountain Soul.
It'll take a miracle for FlyQuest to win at this point, and Team Liquid are trying to ruin the chance for even that, just pumping DPS into this Baron. No contest coming from FlyQuest. We should be looking at our final push coming up here soon, as TL have everything they need to lock this game away.
Guardian Angel actually picked up by Umpty for good measure here, so they've got an extra life. I mean, there are just so many defensive things here that are really difficult for FlyQuest to get through. Kind of mentioned in the previous team fight where CoreJJ was like moving his Knight's Vow around when APA did not have flash, and then in that fight after APA was safe, he then switched it onto Yon after the cooldown came up, and he's just been so good in his like flashy plays getting in there too. But now it's quite easy for TL as they reset and try and retake control of the top side of the map yet again.
I think Core has been stellar this Worlds, you know, both when he was playing Enchanters, when I think back to the Nami game from him, also when he's been playing these hard engaged, the amount that he has been able to move around the map and make things work for TL. It's one of the best years he's had in the LCS, I think, in a long time. Has been really looking on top of his game here in TL, trying to force us to a game number 3. Does feel like when these teams play, it's always so competitive. The TP's coming in and TL looking to try to put the finishing touches on this one. We'll see if FlyQuest can pull off a miracle and make the game continue.
Not just a TP with an infinity edge for that level 18 Tristana. APA has massive damage. Engaged with a grand entrance from Core JJ, and APA's already killed Inspired before the Vi could do anything. 5v4 for TL as FlyQuest try to scramble and defend what's left of their base. Bwipo's nearly killed already as he tries to retreat now. Third and Topo strike with a knockback onto Umpty, but it ain't gonna matter. The Flame Spitter putting so much damage into Bwipo. He'll burn away before he can reach the safety of the fountain. The Nexus turrets will not stand long. It is going to be a 9-game day here on the final episode of Swiss 2024 as Team Liquid even up this best of 3. Woohoo! We're going the distance.
We're going the distance. Come on, FlyQuest, you got this.
Dominating the early games, FlyQuest crushed the
some late night snacks because TL is taking us to the... Look at my notes. Just kidding. Yeah, TL bring it back, and I think much like yesterday, we saw kind of a complete turnaround when they got their kind of head screwed on right, and then you really see how this TL really likes to win, right? And then it's pretty unstoppable, and I feel like this time you did not see a window in for FlyQuest.
Yeah. First things first, I'm just saying, 100% game rated World so far, 15 out of 15.
It's true.
Gotta keep it going for quarters.
Yeah.
And I was very worried, because I was looking at the early game, and last time I thought I knew what I was talking about, and then I asked these guys, this time around, things were actually fine. They did it!
We said that
they closed out the early lead.
We were like, yeah, I think FlyQuest is done.
Yeah. Yeah, and I trusted them blindly.
Two big things.
Yeah.
One, it's hilarious that the pivot for them it's like the opposite of what we've seen kind of, where the pivot for TL is we're going to Nocturne.
Yeah, 3-0
like,
last 3 games he's played.
All right, sure. And then the bigger thing for me actually is the Trist mid pick for APA, because I think you could very much see that he was incredibly comfortable on this pick. It played a lot more into how they want to play those side lanes. I'm not going to say it's meta or something that might help them going forward necessarily, but I do think this is kind of a return to form, and we're picking stuff we're comfortable with, and we're going.
And I think we should just look at the things that Umti was able to get done early, because it has been the case all 3 times he's played Nocturne, potentially because you don't expect Nocturne to be active early, but also because he's just found ridiculous timings on the map. And for what it's worth, when TL is at their best, it's with Umti making a lot of plays. But also when FlyQuest is at their worst, it's this. This is a FlyQuest classic. Whippo's behind, they hard force a gank, and it gets countered, and it double kills them and makes the game much, much harder.
And it was already not great at this point, because Whippo was already in a big deficit. Umti was already fed, but I think this is the point where the game really broke, and FlyQuest was going to have to rely on TL making some mistakes, which TL gave them a couple of windows later on. I think that Umti, and this is going back to like the Breon days, arguably even to the GNR days, I think this guy has had so many games where that sometimes he feels like he does stuff that he doesn't need to do. And I think that the Nocturnal mid was a really good example of that.
Under the
that wasn't necessary.
Turret. That was not necessary. It was not great. If FlyQuest had a different composition, that might look a lot different, right? If they had like really, really, really hard scaling, that would be a window for them to get back in. But yeah, that's another issue that like going forward, if TL were to advance, I'd want to see them clean up. But overall, what he was able to get done early was really, really good, and kind of similar to the stuff that we've seen from him, either counter jungling or making plays on stuff like the Sejuani or the Maokai, which were like his 2 big champs this year.
They were, and I think before maybe even the latter 2 games yesterday, that was something we called out as he hasn't been able to have that same impression on the games. It's quite interesting seeing them there now, because of course we have kind of a wealth on experience, I want to say, on both sides, but then also these developing stories of a Jan who is now again at this point where he was last year, where he had to fight to stay in the World Championship and has a lot of agency himself, right? And on the other side, we have a couple of World's rookies as well in that bot lane. So I would want to be a fly on the wall in those coach rooms right now.
And you know what's really cool is Jan and Busio were actually on a podcast with me earlier this year, right after MSI. And Busio was like kind of bummed about his individual performance, how FlyQuest didn't look that great at that event. And Jan was like, hey, I didn't look good at Worlds last year, and you know, I'm doing really well this year. You can do it too. And I think we have seen a massive glow up of this Masu Busio bot lane. But then Jan, his team fighting, and like previously it was his laning is good, he needs to work on his team fighting. Spawn there, I love how his headset is just like already off his head. Yeah. But his team fighting has improved well, like a lot over the course of this year. I still think TL as a team have some improvements for their 5v5. But Jan himself has performed really well.
But I want to know from the NA pundits, who would you rather face the teams that are already in quarters? And who do you call for this last game?
That's a tough one. I'm not going to give you a fake answer, though. And right now, it actually feels like FlyQuest. Because I feel like their team fighting has been better. Even in this game, down 10,000 gold, they were still competitive in a lot of team fights. But that's not to say that Team Liquid still can't find something, because I still don't love what they found in these drafts. This last draft worked because I think, generally speaking, they were able to keep Whippo down in this game, and they actually played sides the way they did in North America. But Shox, this is an incredible North American rivalry. I just want to double down on this. This is the they're about to go into their 26th game against each other this year. That's the most two teams have played against each other this year from any region across the world. The current standings is 13 to TL and 12 to FlyQuest.
Oh my.
The current kills is 372 to TL and 368 to FlyQuest. They're within 4 kills of each other. It is absolutely fitting that this goes to the last game.
It's awesome. I mean, I'm jealous of how close you have these two teams in your region the whole year.
They push each other.
Yeah, they push each other. And I also love, like, they also don't hold back in interviews. They fire shots. They genuinely want to see the other team lose, right? And that makes a lot of sense. But especially now when it is, I want to be LCS's hope going into those quarterfinals. I deserve it more, and I'm going to fight for it.
You can even hear it, I think, in the comms. Like, the amount of pressure, and obviously, you know, with the initial setup, we're having some fun with this, but the pressure that is on these players and how much it matters for them to get this final win, especially when, I imagine, if you're either of these two teams, this has got to feel like it's one of the most attainable paths for you to make.
FlyQuest is on blue. Call it. 3, 2, 1. Maurits?
I'm going tail.
3, 2, 1.
FlyQuest. I'll stick with my original prediction.
I'll go FlyQuest.
All right, 2 FlyQuest, 1 Team Liquid. Let's head into our last game and find out our very last team going into the quarterfinals.
Let's find out who's gonna do it. Team Liquid have showed up with powerful early games, more so even in the second game than the first, but FlyQuest's mid-game coordination, their team play, if they don't get set super far behind, has also
I don't want to see
Whippo
on there.
Points.
And FlyQuest are on blue side now.
I know you got to deny it away from Impact or whatever, but like, you're not banning the Rumble. It's gonna be down like 100 million gold. You're gonna get lane swapped on all game.
13
You're
to
just not gonna
12 going the distance. So honestly, as funny as it is, if
like best of 27.
Yeah, if FlyQuest win though, we actually are going to have another series somehow, like for fun to break it, because then they'll be tied again.
Well, I guess we'll just have to send both the quarters, so let's have to make that sacrifice.
New rule, okay.
I guess I'm willing to make that sacrifice.
We'll send them both, okay. Okay, everybody here gets a vote. I say yes.
Yep. That's passes.
Okay, cool.
Okay, cool.
All right, send them through.
The vote passes, but unfortunately, we are not on the council, so only one of these teams will be able to go forward. FlyQuest back on the blue, Team Liquid back on the red. One last game to determine who is North America's last hope and who is watching from the couch for the rest of Worlds 2024. The Nico and the Ziggs remain banned by FlyQuest targeting APA, while the Renekton and Ivern are banned again by Team Liquid.
Two things I'm very curious about here, you know, if the priority on Enchanters continues for Busio, obviously with Lulu game 1, Senna game 2, and also if FlyQuest push more towards a late game comp like they had in game number 1, or if they're going to index more towards early like they did in game number 2, because even from behind in game number 2, they were competitive in a lot of those fights down 10k. You have to feel like, hey, if we just picked a little bit more scaling, played the game a little bit more slowly, we're kind of just outplaying Team Liquid in the 5v5s.
Also, the kind of the dare of the top lane champions, I feel like was kind of broken in the last one. Impact's was massive.
Very good.
You know,
stop hovering the Aurora. You're not taking
really
it.
Like, Impact,
you
know, has the biggest, you know, change on the game with that champion. But
this is gonna be
there before he goes.
This is gonna be Nocturne Tristana again.
Who the biggest gold lead in that game actually was. The most important pick probably in the last few series, had been the Nocturne for Umpty. This is a deviation. Of course, you know, we saw him win out there versus Scam with it, but making a slight deviation here, which makes me think they are going to go the Yone or, you know, some of these melee solo laners.
Maybe just Rumble.
That would be so crazy if they now waited this whole time to now throw down it.
Yeah.
But I definitely expect some melee solo laners to be able to proc the passive.
I guess I was just surprised to see it locked in first, since your opponents have already shown their jungler. It's not like there's any contest on the Sejuani.
There isn't, but I think that they want to look towards things that are going to be, you know, additional counter picks. They're playing on red side, so I think they're going to take Rumble because they feel it could be a contested pick potentially and taken away after he performed
Ain't no
well.
way.
And then you can still look.
Inspired. Ain't no way you're cooking.
A bot lane pick, or if they pick mid, then you can have a mid lane counter pick. It is going to be Galio Yone that they throw down. I'm expecting this is going to be Whippo playing at top. We saw Broken Blade bring it out and get a solo kill in this matchup at Worlds. Really popped off on it. And now the question is,
can be a little hard punished because Sejuani Rumble melee is stun passive.
I feel like a Swain or something fits so well into when they hard commit to dive like this. Is he gonna?
Kled!
He locked it!
So APA,
okay.
APA started as a Kled main in mid. Is he actually throwing it down here? Elimination game of Worlds?
That's locked, right?
Yeah, that is locked, baby!
Locked. So this is something that I even mentioned it last game. So when you look towards his solo queue, people always talked about, oh, this guy's a Ziggs 1 trick, an Asol 2 trick when he came in. You look at his solo queue, he is spamming Pantheon and he is spamming Kled. Those were the champions that he was really known for in solo queue. And this is a guy who actually finished at the top of Champions queue when that was going on in NA. He is a grinder, and he takes this moment to be able to bring it out. This is crazy.
How many times have we talked up this story and it not come through? You know, always throwing it out.
It's got to be like an 8-hour VOD. It's going to take forever to render. Holy shit.
And yet he chooses this moment here, elimination match, to actually go into a Yone Galio. See if he can do it versus, if he can fish for the Galio matchup, that's key. So then the other thing here is that the Galio is very good counter to the Rumble, but very bad into a Kled. And so there's going to be a lot of mind games around APA and Impact trying to find the correct lane matchups here, because they really want the Kled to go into the Galio.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be really, really interesting. This, if I am correct, and I'm pretty sure that I am, International plus LCS combined is only his second ever game of a Melee champion. His first one was this playoffs when he played Nasus. It was a win. So even though he plays a lot of these champions in solo queue, playing it in pro is a different beast. And this is only the second time in his LCS and international career that he'll have brought out a Melee champion. He has played them in Academy, but that is really throwing down in a high pressure moment here. And Kled, I have played a lot of this champion. This is just about as feast or famine as you get in League of Legends. You must slam the early game or you are going to be useless.
And our lovely producers and stats people behind the scenes have just provided us with the information. This is the first Kled at Worlds since 2021. It has been 3 years since we've seen the champion. I also love the fact that they wait until
he has not gotten any changes since then, just saying.
That the teams had been practicing for the first couple of games in the series.
People were wondering, there were no balance changes in those 3 years for Kled. Nope.
And I mean, Kled is a very strong matchup into Yone in the early phases of the game. The question is, can you punish enough in that mid lane? It's not an extended long top lane where you can freeze the wave on him and look for all-ins. It's a lot more difficult. Can you get that massive edge that you'll need to not just have the Yone
massively matchup, but Rob's pretty fucking good against Yone.
Like I said before, does he even go into the mid lane? Because they could look for, you know, lane swaps that are mid and top lane swaps. Yeah. It's definitely possible, not guaranteed or anything, but it also reveals why they invested in the first pick Sejuani. Because Kled is insane with Sejuani.
They were baiting the Yone.
We stacked the passive instantly, so it's like really.
All right, so we're talking about this Kled a lot. It's a huge pick, it's a big deal, but at the same time, I want to go back and answer a couple of questions that we had in our minds before we saw anything from the draft. Busio will be back on Engage here in this final game. He did play the Lulu, then the Senna. Now we're back on pretty much the Engage champ of the tournament in Rel. It's Masu on the Xayah to be able to peel for himself, while Skarner and Yone and the Galio are diving into the Team Liquid lines.
Exactly. It can be very difficult, you know, as Kled trying to get into the back lines here, especially against the Xayah, because if Galio gets super tanky, Galio's just going to sit there, and when you pop ulti, he's just going to walk forward with Taunt Up and absorb that with the damage reduction and be able to just stop that ulti from coming on through. It gets so hard for Kled to then get into that back line. If you get dismounted too early in a team fight, it is very difficult to be able to get that remount, especially against CC heavy teams. So it's going to be interesting to see how they play this out. Are they going to try to attack through side lanes, look to overload a side lane, and just look for lane ganks? Because that's something that Kled can be very successful with, just diving a tower. Jungler doesn't have to come in behind them. You just run straight at them with the Kled ult.
We have seen FlyQuest versus Team Liquid 25 times this year.
Give me 26.
On the 26th time, we get a Kled.
That is crazy. Like, I am actually blown away that he is putting their entire year on the line with the Kled. And this is something that is going to either look spectacular or fall flat on its face. I really feel there's almost no in-between for this champion.
I've never seen Kled do okay in a game of League of Legends.
Yeah, it is so risky, but it's such a fun champion to watch because it rewards aggressive play. You need to be putting yourself at risk by fighting to almost to the death, where you're getting dismounts and getting remounts, and that's how you can create these big advantages in those 1v1s.
And you can see here the first emote flash by APA this game, the FlyQuest logo at his opponents, letting them know, trying to get in the heads a little bit here. Let's see if anybody's going to give us anything special at level 1 to go along with the spiciness in the draft. It doesn't look like we're getting a whole lot, as FlyQuest are just keeping eyes on Team Liquid a little bit, throwing the ward down right by the Raptor pit. Again, I'm also very curious how the solo lane bouncing might go that you guys are already talking about a little bit, Kobe.
Maybe I was reaching with that because he doesn't seem like he's moving at all.
And I mean, it's definitely for the Yone, so if the Yone swapped, I think you would follow them, to your point, Kobe. But if the Yone is going to lane mid, I think it is going to be him just laning there.
Okay.
The problem is, you know, Kled in these kind of melee matchups, you know, if you play Kled into a lot of these kind of like evasive melee champions in top lane, you have this long extended lane where you can bounce the wave, it pulls out, and then you're kind of holding the wave, and you look for an all-in in this long extended lane. In mid lane, it's really hard to do that because it is such a short lane. So Quad's job is just to survive, to be getting experience, to get as much farm as you can. Even if you're down like 20 CS at 10 minutes, I don't think you care at all against the Kled, because this champion falls off a cliff after like level 5. Like, this champion does not scale.
You're Yone.
Exactly, and you are scaling to infinity.
All right, we'll also keep our eyes on this top lane matchup. Isaac, you mentioned it back in draft. We got to see this from Broken Blade earlier on in the tournament. Got the solo kill super early, showed mastery over the champion. We'll see if Bwipo can show us a similar amount of flexing muscles here on it against this Rumble. The natural affinity that Galio has for dealing with mages, for dealing with magic damage champions, he should be set up in a good spot.
And this is this difficult spot because the wave is in a perfect spot for Quad, where it's like APA cannot actually all in onto him, because from these spots you usually want to look for a dismount and remount with your W to be able to actually fight it out and create an advantage. But because it's too close to the tower, he can't actually do that. So he's just getting poked and prodded by Quad. He can't really go forward to actually get the remount. And now you're in an awkward spot because you don't have eyes on the Skarner, and you remount so slowly off these minions.
They do know, at the very least, that the Skarner did clear up towards the top side because they have their Raptor ward. So he could hover down to the bottom, but using his dismounted form right now to outrange those Qs from Quad. And really, it's got to be the call on support roams. When you have melee volatile matchups, which basically all of Kled's matchups are very volatile, then you're always trying to keep track of the support roams, and Busio is the first one to head on up here.
Yeah, exactly. Busio comes up, and he just has to take his base. He realizes he's in such an awkward spot. It's a TP back with just that long sword and a pink ward. So APA already in a rough spot here early on, I feel like. And this is kind of my concern about these melee matchups in mid lane. It's so hard to actually get the wave in a state where you can threaten it all in, but Umti is behind, and we'll see what they can get.
All right, they want to try to get some power here with this Sejuani. The Soul Unbound has already been spent by Quad, but now he's trying to get away over to Inspired, who's coming in to back him up. Eastall's impact slams APA into the wall, but Quad is already down to 250 HP. The Yone trying to get away, goes back in for the Q3, but he ain't gonna find enough here just yet. Nice heal there. As now the first blood for Inspired. He turns around to save his mid laner because he knows that APA might be able to remount. FlyQuest come out on top.
Even with the Kled, even with the Sejuani pick to back it up for the prime 2v2, Inspired comes out with the kill. Really impressive flashes there.
Yeah, I mean, he just blocked APA from being able to get back to Quad. Quad was put incredibly low, but APA gets dismounted. He can't actually reconnect, and then when the Q3 comes through from Quad, he has to flash away and look to try to turn onto Inspired just to get that remount, which, yes, he does, because there is that E coming through from Sejuani that buys him a little bit of time, but on the other side, Umti is just dying, and that is a disaster, it feels like, already down 1K 4.5 minutes in.
Bwipo taking the worst end of a trade up here for the top lane, but now bottom side, it's Inspired on the Skarner yet again, this time looking for Core and Yawn. Core JJ is turned to hamburger, and Masu's eating good.
The race car Skarner is unleashed. After the mid lane victory, the pressure just leaks over to the bottom side. That was a beautiful setup as well. Busio is able to land the stun after Inspired gets in there and pick up the extra kill. Umti's trying to find the consolation prize here, which will be the dragon. But the early gold for FlyQuest is going to go a very long way.
It's the APA pushing in, and at this point, if you're not doing well in the 1v1, it's time to abandon ship and it's time to move around the map with your jungler. That's kind of how Kled goes, and you can get pushed, build an early Tiamat, shove the wave, and then just try to make the enemy jungler's life a nightmare. Group up with Umti, play for 2v2s, try to threaten dives. You got to make stuff happen on the map. You cannot sit back and farm.
Let's talk about some of the history of APA, and something that Spawn actually said very recently in an interview when he was talking about him. Well, we might have to talk about Inspired more, because he's actually ruling the game so far.
We might have to focus on the present instead of the past here, Kobe, as Impact just hits level 6 for the Equalizer to try to clear out the wave, but FlyQuest sent the whole party up here, man. Even the bottom lane's joining them. Inspired only dropping a half HP from the turret aggro. FlyQuest finally showing us some early game.
Really nicely done here for FlyQuest, and it's at a time where it's TL investing so heavily into some of these early game champs. FlyQuest are running away with this already. Yon's going to try to push this in, but can't even get a plate. And for the TL players, that sinking feeling has got to be setting in. They've got to stay calm, try to think about a way that they can claw this one back.
I want to give a little spark of hope, though, to the TL fans that might be watching this kind of slip away from them. Another bit of action coming their way, though. Everybody's heading to the Void Grubs here. Galio is also level 6, so Whipple could ult in.
We've also got APA ready with the charge. Team Liquid firing it off here as the Void Grubs are already secured by FlyQuest, but a massive Fate Sealed over the wall coming out from Quad. Bwipo makes his entrance. FlyQuest are slaughtering Liquid. A double kill, and APA with no flash. All that is left to determine is who's getting the money here for Fly. They'll get the taunt there from Bwipo. Masu's on a killing spree. 6-0, 7 minutes in.
The wheels have come off already, and Team Liquid, after the incredible year that they had, maybe going out like this, FlyQuest are dominating them in the final game of the Swiss stage.
So, should I not tell the inspirational story for the side of TL?
It's going to have to be pretty inspirational at this point.
Just look at this. The Galio just hit level 6 as well. So you had the initial ult there, and then the Galio ult also comes in to further ensure that they're going to win it. It's already the double for Quad's Yone, the brother. And then here, just sitting on the wall there, Bwipo waiting because he knows there's nowhere for APA to go.
Exactly. APA was trying to have them dismount him so he could queue over the wall, but they didn't give it to him. They just wait for the cooldowns, and TL, they know this game has slipped away from them. The speech, maybe not inspiring, but Quad's ult definitely was. Quad is in an incredible spot. Yone has been so dominant this tournament, and he's 1,000 gold ahead of a Kled at 8 minutes into the game.
Okay, but I respect the confidence to go all in a Worlds match to throw down a Kled pick. Spawn, the interview that I was talking about, where he mentioned kind of some of the origins of APA and how he originally scouted him. You mentioned, his champions Q climb, his solo Q climb, his work ethic. A lot of his playstyle then was about roaming from mid. And what they were looking for with this pick is those post-level 6 Kled roams around the map with the ultimate, allowing the Sejuani plus the Kled to influence the side lanes. But they never got to actually enact that game plan because the early skirmish they lost. And so they lost that mid priority. It's supposed to be a snowball. The theory behind it is to snowball off the winning 2v2 first in mid, get your level 6 first, and then you get to go down to the other side lanes. But they never got to that point, and that's why it looks like this.
When you're winning 2v2 mid, misses out on that kill by just a sliver of HP, and you fall behind, the snowball immediately turns the other direction. More than a 3,000 gold lead for FlyQuest now as Team Liquid tries to bring more men into the top lane.
But look at the wards. They spotted him already walking across it. Now the sweepers come out, but FlyQuest already is well aware, and I think TL knows they must have been spotted somewhere because of how quickly they did back off. at this point for TL, all they can really do is try to overload one side, but they're already getting picked bot.
Yeah, Bwipo immediately with a Justice Punch into the taunt. Inspired can use the Impale to bring Impact so far away. There's no chance of escape for the Rumble. All he does is shoot the Equalizer to try to thin the wave, reduce what FlyQuest can gain, but FlyQuest is up 7-0.
Yeah, I mean, you draft a mid jungle to try and get control of side lanes, but Inspired is the one who won the fight in mid, and then he's the one constantly roaming bottom lane, making plays for FlyQuest, and they seem to have this one 7-0 at 10 minutes, truly under control.
Remember back when we reached the end of regular split in summer 2024 in the LCS, first team All-Pro was 4 Team Liquid players, with Inspired being the only non-Team Liquid player to make first team. And he's showing everybody why in this early game, in game number 3.
And he stated his goal is to be the best in the West. The best in the LCS, definitely in his sights and within the grasp here of FlyQuest. Let's see how they finish it out, though. Of course, Team Liquid will continue to try and make some surprise side lane plays and try and play off the synergies that they do have. They've got a very strong possibility of diving. You do need to overload with a lot of people, but they've got a Kai'Sa to try and back it up too. Here comes Impact on the Rumble.
All right, Bwipo staring down the barrel of 4v1. Goes for the taunt, finds it onto APA, flashing back underneath the turret, goes for the Justice Punch again, trying to keep himself alive, but the lockup is too much. Team Liquid, 11 minutes into the game, find their first kill, but it's at great cost. The second set of grubs, along with the tier 1 turret, the first turret of the game in the top lane, going back to FlyQuest.
Exactly, and it's solo gold for Masu up on that top side. He is ridiculously fed. He's 2,000 gold ahead when he's down farm over Yon. That is a monster Xayah that they're going to have to deal with, and they lose all the camps on top side, and they lose all of the grubs as well.
That's Rookie of the Year, Masu, to you. Rich man on campus. It's actually so heartwarming, the stories here for FlyQuest members, especially their 2 carries of Quad and Masu, which how much they have grown with this team, and now on the precipice here to move towards quarterfinals. Of course, job is definitely not done.
Team Liquid fans, I regret to inform you, Quad now has both Berserker's Greaves and Blade of the Ruined King. The Yone is fully online. APA with his Brutalizer and Tiamat not quite with that first full completed item. No boots whatsoever here for the Kled either. As long as he's mounted, he is still pretty fast. He has one of the higher base move speeds in the game. But as soon as you knock him off that Lizard, he is not going anywhere, man. FlyQuest, 5,000 gold ahead as a team. You already mentioned the plus 2,000 lead for Masu individually. This is a damn near impossible early game for Team Liquid.
And this is the really tough thing about Kled, is Kled has to fight his way out of dangerous situations. You can't really retreat. When you dismount, if you're running away, you get less move speed. You have to move towards your opponents to get that bonus move speed. It's all about, being able to constantly scrap. And when you're this far down, it's just so hard to do. But TL, gonna look for Bwipo. I just don't even think they have the damage to kill him.
No, not with just Core JJ and Impact. I don't see how you're going to get through this guy. He's got Hollow Radiance fully completed. He's kind of immune to these 2.
Yeah, I mean, you got to try, right? They know they're in a horrible spot, but we'll see if it happens.
All right, taunt onto Impact there. Bwipo with a snap trade. Bwipo takes no damage, and there's not really an opportunity for TL to do anything unless they bring down somebody else. Now, Yon is showing up with Killer Instinct. The Kai'Sa does have enough firepower to deal with this guy, but Inspired now ready to also join. Ixtal Impact through the wall, and it's a TP coming in for FlyQuest, looking to make it an even 3v3. Bwipo disengages, and Inspired has the Impale onto Impact, who has to try to flash away, but the bait sealed from Quad hits the mark. FlyQuest 1-0 in the 3v3.
TL try and bring extra members, but FlyQuest respond. The play took way too long. There's no surprise factor, and APA on the Kled has completed his Profane Hydra. The burst damage is there, but it's just so late in the game. Probably not going to get to see it shine.
I mean, even though they didn't have a lot of vision on that bot side, they can just intuit where they are because they have all this vision on the top side to tell them, no one's up here farming the camps, no one's up here making a play. Well, guess where they could be? They're going to be looking for Bwipo, and that's why they're down there to support.
Quad now the target for Umpty and APA, who goes in with a teleport, but it's just so easy. Quad using the Soul Unbound to threaten Umpty, force him back, knowing that he can then snap back to his original position. He's got Inspired next to him. Quad gets out easy peasy.
Yeah. Nice stuff from Quad. He has really been on point, giving over the Yasuo into his hands, giving over the Skarner into Inspired's hands, and now kind of giving the map over, but got his Justice Punch off.
Nice buffer there from Whippo as APA. This is what we were talking about, Azael. Trying to get away when you're dismounted is very difficult, but it looks like he might just succeed at it. Inspired without enough damage to finish off the kill here, and Busio and Whippo are a little bit too late to the battle to try to clean it up.
Yeah, and the entire map is basically forfeit now for Team Liquid.
Close your eyes, TL fans.
Yeah,
FlyQuest was... Okay.
That's not the kind of blue they're looking to see.
It's all FlyQuest all day. But as you said at the very beginning of this series, if you look at the progression of these teams, even though people going into LCS finals all predicted Team Liquid to win, it has been an uphill trajectory for FlyQuest. They have truly improved day in and day out ever since then, taking over in the finals, Winions in the base, but here truly at Worlds, you know, pushing Hanwha Life, LCK #1 seed to the very brink, definitely gives fans a lot of hope.
Whippo in some trouble though as the killer instinct from Yeon joins APA, who uses the charge to continue the chase after the Galio. He's very tanky against magic damage, but against physical damage, Team Liquid have what it takes to cut through him.
Yep, gonna be able to get a kill there, and they'll need a lot more of that if they want to have any hope of coming back. But I mean, FlyQuest really has been a pretty creative team. You know, what they brought out against Hanwha, you know, being able to bring out things like the Nunu to get a win with that was so exciting. And even, you have to take into consideration the fact that they beat PSG, who took them down at MSI, right? This is, even again, showing that improvement that this team has been making, showing the growth that they have been chasing. And they have looked like the stronger team at Worlds.
Still Masu's rookie year, and he is having an exceptional one.
That's so crazy.
Truly is. Plus, you know, kind of inspirational story for Quad as well, coming over here and finding so much success. When he replaced Jensen, people were freaking out, but truly has synergized with the rest of the team. Anyways, 2,000 gold lead for, you know, said carry that we talked about, Masu there. So FlyQuest with a very straightforward path in this game, and Team Liquid just continuing to look to overload a side lane and try and full send. Again, Rumble Ultimate can join from a very long distance away. Kai'Sa Ultimate can as well. And so the Kled just kind of has to lead the charge. It's what the champ is built to do. You just got to go head first into one member that you see and hope for the best.
I mean, honestly, you know, 5v5ing as Kled is hard at the best of times. So I think, you know, when you are behind like this, all you can really do is just try to overload a side lane, keep using the ulti every time it's up, and look for a pick. You just have to rinse and repeat, hope that FlyQuest aren't there to defend on that side, and you can create a 2v1, a 3v1, something like that to keep going for it. But FlyQuest are pushing in, getting vision, covering their side lanes, and they're going to make it so difficult for TL to ever find those odd number fights that they would need.
Well, right now, Umpty could be the target for FlyQuest, as they will just chase him away from the mid lane instead. The issue for FlyQuest right now is there's just nothing to really fight over. They've got 4,500 gold over their opponents. 5,500 gold, actually. I miscounted out. I can't read, I guess.
Yeah, but that's an issue. I feel like there's a lot of issues.
There's a lot of it. Okay, all right.
Continue on the list.
You got me on that one, though. Okay, so yeah, you got 5,500 gold lead, but there's nothing that Team Liquid is willing to step out of their comfort area to try to contest right now. But here in about 2 minutes, we will have the next Drake. Here in a minute and a half, we have Baron. We'll see if FlyQuest can get Team Liquid to come try to answer their challenge.
Yeah, and honestly, with how fed Masu is, the Baron would go down very, very quickly. So would be tough. I do think FlyQuest are going to play towards this Dragon, then potentially start looking over towards that Baron side, take over vision in the enemy jungle, really start to threaten those Baron takes, force TL to come in, look for picks. I don't think they're necessarily needing to actually start it up because their comp scales incredibly well, but they want to put that pressure on. Uh-oh.
Oh man, Umpty caught in his own jungle as Busio and Inspired were ready and waiting, and Masu's got more than enough firepower to guarantee they get what they came for. Now with a man advantage for the next 25 seconds, FlyQuest will use that to knock down the tier 2 turret here in the mid lane. They were already gonna do it, but they might as well just use the Herald. They'll summon it up here, and this might be, hold on, can they do the secret? Okay, never mind. I heard that if you summon the Herald just right and drive it into a turret as the first one before it was exploding, sometimes you can get a double Herald
charge.
Yeah. I was wondering if we would get to see that. I've never
forbidden tech.
Yeah, I've heard of the tech. I have never seen it. I thought maybe we would get to see it here at midnight, but not quite yet. The clock has to strike the hour.
We need to chrono break this one once or twice. Make it
Wait,
all the way
midnight in what time zone here?
Oh, true. It's midnight somewhere.
Yeah, somewhere out there. Wherever it's midnight. Sorry, you guys. We didn't quite get the charge. But it is 9-2 for FlyQuest. It is a 7,000 gold lead right before we hit 20 minutes into the game.
Ouch.
This is so borderline impossible to come back from a disadvantage like this for TL. Even if you didn't have the Kled in the mid lane, even if you had super scaling, this is such a massive lead for Fly.
Yeah, like you're saying, it's such an all-in comp from Team Liquid. You know, with the whole idea of winning early on the mid jungle duo and then trying to control side lanes, but trying to retake control of a game at this point is a very tall task. Let's see though. First step, of course, is getting the vision coverage, and they do at least clear out their red quadrant and try and get some coverage over Baron. Because your dream scenario in these situations is always, hey, maybe they burger flip. You know, maybe we can sneak someone in there and steal away a big objective bounty. You know, maybe, or someone is just getting too confident, they're out of position, and you snap a pick or something.
I think we're gonna need about 3 Danny at the Baron plays in a row for Team Liquid to come back.
Well, we've got a catch in the enemy jungle here for FlyQuest as Umpty loses 1/3 of his HP. Inspired wanted to join Bwipo, but a little bit too slow to catch out the Team Liquid jungler there. However, FlyQuest continue maintaining absolute control over the enemy jungle. The next Drake is spawned. They will get that for free. They will steal away the enemy blue at the same time.
Yeah, because you're trying to look at the item breakpoints and say, oh, you know, maybe when you get Rage Blade on Kai'Sa, but by the time Yeon gets his Rage Blade, you know, there's going to be already Infinity Edge, triple item spike for Masu on the Xayah, and so it just becomes so difficult.
Oh, you got out.
FlyQuest. Let's see the control in finishing this game out. That's what everybody is looking at.
And you can see their line of vision here just all the way across the river. They're putting down all of these pink wards. They have the full control of that area. And now it's going to be about moving that vision line up, trying to get into the enemy jungle, taking over control, covering the push in the side lanes, and just really extending that sphere of control further and further and further ahead so that TL are forced to face check, forced into a position where they really are in a no-win spot.
And it's so easy for Quad to just safely push up these waves. You've got the extra AoE on auto attacks from the Stride Breaker. Set your soul unbound 20 feet behind you. Go up, spam clear the wave, snap back.
Okay, they've got the Rage Blade for Yeon, and they ran into a bunch of control wards, so hard to full send there.
I can feel you amping up there. Like, okay, we gotta.
Well, I gotta be honest.
Kobe's a glass half full kind of guy.
I gotta be honest. I just wanted to see some action, boys.
Okay. That's fair. We have been moving pretty slowly here after FlyQuest built their initial lead, and they do have control over that topside river now, but Team Liquid is around the area.
And the reason it has been so slow, of course, is because FlyQuest stopped TL's game plan right at the beginning of the game. They kind of did the combo breaker at the very beginning. But here, APA in the side lane trying to make something happen.
Yeah, he wants to go after Bwipo. Bwipo using the Justice Punch to trade back against him. And Bwipo flashes out of the way of the charge so he doesn't get hit by that one. And now a taunt coming in, trying to dismount APA. Teleports will arrive, but it's Quad getting himself into the fight first. Jumps in for the killing spree. APA is already dead. And now Impact has found himself in a spot where he's likely to follow. CoreJJ grabbed by the Impale as Inspired brings him back further away from safety. That's 2 kills for FlyQuest.
Nicely done there by FlyQuest. Of course, APA, you gotta try something. You need to try to force these plays. But Bwipo just pulls him down so far until he is overcommitted. The TP comes in, they easily burst him down, and they get CoreJJ to boot. FlyQuest back to the Baron now, controlling this whole area. There's no wards for TL. Look at this. They see nothing on the map. No shot at even getting over there and contesting.
Yeah, and it doesn't need anything more than just Inspired and Masu for this. Masu with Infinity Edge, Essence Reaver, and Quick Blades will make short work of the Baron, even with just the duo taking care of it. Baron secured for FlyQuest 24 minutes into the game, 10,000 gold ahead.
Oh, Impact's in trouble.
Impact at the very tip of the fate sealed. Quad's probably just going to kill him here, but they bring in Bwipo to add insult to injury. And now they can deal with the remaining 2 guys as well. APA's dismounted, but he and Umpty might just live to see another day.
Oh, they could probably deal with the remaining 4 with the early lead that they got in that duel. APA got chunked out, dismounted, and the rest of Team Liquid also recognize that, so they're not going to further push the issue. Here come FlyQuest with the Baron buff, moving up the mid lane, minion wave, as well as the bottom, about to crash it, and Inspired fishing.
Yep, Inspired just barely not having the distance to get to the wall with the Ixtal impact, but FlyQuest fully Baroned up, fully grouped up, fully ready to punch their tickets to Paris and the quarter-finals. They've got the minions, they've got the Void Grubbies. That mid lane tier 3 turret has already taken severe damage, and they're looking to put a similar amount here into the bot lane tier 3. It's already crushed. Bwipo charging forward with the Justice Punch as Team Liquid can't do anything but look on as this first inhibitor will fall. Now FlyQuest with the wave marching up mid lane could try to go after that second tier 3, but instead gonna go ahead, recall, regroup, purchase, and get ready to continue their siege. There's still over a minute and a half left on your Baron power play.
Teleporting out here quite early to keep this minion up and keep the pressure up here, because they still have Inspired in the jungle too, so looks like they don't want to waste any sort of time here.
All right, Team Liquid are like, guys, we got to get our red buff because they're coming and they're going to take it, and we have to make sure that we at least get something, so they'll secure that. Bwipo about to crash this wave into the tier 2 in the top lane, putting some work in on that one. 6 grubs just makes this even easier than it already would be with a 12,000 gold lead.
Yeah, I mean, we see APA, he's stuck bot lane trying to clear out that wave, but we have Quad pushing up mid. We have FlyQuest in the enemy jungle here, slowly working down this tier 2. They're going to try to stack up these minions, sync them up, and see if they can't crash these waves and look for a potential end on the game. TL just getting pushed out.
Second tier turret in top is down. FlyQuest with a 13,000 gold lead, 26 minutes into the game. Team Liquid scrambling to try to defend. Tier 3 turret is almost killed already as Bwipo uses the stasis to survive underneath the tier 3 turret right before it dies. Quad snapping back, FlyQuest pushing forward. Team Liquid still trying to hold on to whatever last little strings they can. The inhibitor dies in top lane.
FlyQuest, it's right in front of you. They're so close to moving on to quarterfinals here. Would be a momentous success for this team. They just won the LCS, such a big moment for them, and now to be able to move on at Worlds here would be massive.
The first time they've ever won the LCS as well, going up against Team Liquid, the team that had the longest streak of wins, getting 4 back-to-back-to-back-to-back. FlyQuest now stopping them from getting their second in a row after they won in spring. Would love to punch that ticket to quarterfinals here. The next Drake is spawned. They're just going to go slow and steady as the Baron has expired. Only that mid lane still standing in terms of the inhibitors. Team Liquid have their work cut out for them, just dealing with the side lane pressure from the super minions.
Yep, it's only a matter of time now. It feels like TL just haven't found any sort of a window to find a fight, and FlyQuest are happy to just dot the I's, cross the T's, make this slow and painful for TL. But they're going to have to choose their moment here, and really, those moments are running out. You can see the CoreJJ is looking for a very long flank here, and I think when he chooses to go, that is going to be the last shot for TL to try to find that miracle fight, to try to find something and keep their hopes alive.
He's waiting for that minion wave to walk on in.
Spotted now.
CoreJJ could just walk right on top of that control ward though, as the turret falls in the mid lane. Core is still so far away from the rest of the team, and Bwipo goes in for the engage. He finds the taunt onto 2. Team Liquid not in any danger here just yet, but their base is utterly destroyed. Umpty on the front line. Masu taking a lot of damage, but he ain't gonna be killed just yet. Goes up into the Featherstorm, staying alive for now. Team Liquid wants to jump in and kill him, and they finally got the kill they needed. Impact taking the credit, but FlyQuest is so far ahead. Quad jumps back in with a Fate Sealed. APA remounts, but it ain't gonna matter. Umpty drops to 0. A double kill for Quad. There's no way for Team Liquid to try to survive. Only CoreJJ left standing. A triple kill for Quad and FlyQuest. They conquered their demons back in summer finals, and they banished them here today. They triumph over Team Liquid yet again. And
let's go! What a way to end it! I kind of knew that like FlyQuest were gonna beat TL, but holy shit.
Huge
8
year
hours.
Whew.
Man, being at the desk all this time, man, I'm just dead, bro. Like,
here as well, moving to quarters, smiles all around, and the final game, they won it from the very beginning.
Absolutely, it feels like a passing of the torch. TL had been the best team in the LCS for most of the year, but FlyQuest,
are we getting the draw show after this?
Are able to take them down at Worlds here as well.
The battle between North America's top 2 teams has concluded. Desk, what do you got for us?
Well, I think we're at a consensus that the better team won, and if you probably would have played a best of 5, perhaps they would have still come out on top, because when it comes to the development that FlyQuest has done ever since they took the torch from Team Liquid in that finals, you have to say it's been great here at Worlds.
Yeah, I mean, FlyQuest and TL, again, they have both pushed each other to get into this position. And I think it's just right now, FlyQuest have a much better read on what they want to do in the current Worlds meta.
And I, weirdly enough, just got hit by a wave of sadness. This feels, to me, like different than another final. Just the finality of Team Liquid going home, seeing, it felt like all the energy left their bodies after this series. And it just, I don't know, with someone who's watched these guys all year long, really just hits pretty hard. And I agree with you. FlyQuest absolutely deserves it. I'm really excited to see them in the quarterfinals, but it just goes to show how much time and effort these guys
okay, well, if there's a draw show, we'll be back shortly, but I'll pause for the time being.
I think is going to pan out.
A World Draw Show, let's go! Quarterfinals. This important. Determines the future of NA. Well, probably NA ends at quarters, unless super hype.
And FlyQuest are the 3 teams advancing to the knockout stage in Paris. And with me today, we have Malu from Riot Games, tournament official, to help with the draw.
Oh no.
Malu, what happened yesterday? Yeah, like the rest of Europe, I guess. But anyway, our 8 quarterfinalists are set, and they have been divided based on their results in the Swiss stage. So the first pillar here consists of teams that went 3-0. The second pillar consists of teams with
LNG,
a 3-2 record, and the final one has the team that has finished with a score of 3-1. The matchups in the knockout stage will be based on random draw, depending on each team's record. 2 of the 3-0 teams will be drawn onto the opposite sides of the bracket, where they will be matched with 3-2 teams. And the remaining 3-2 team will be randomized with the 3-1 teams, and those 4 teams will be drawn from a single group to complete the rest of the brackets. Our 3-0 teams are LNG and Gen.G. Now, Malu, would you please draw the first team?
Oh, please, don't curse us, Europe lady. You fucked us over in Swiss. Okay.
LNG.
Please, LN. I don't want it to be LNG, BNG,
All
BLG.
right, now the second team, please.
Okay, it's obviously Gen.G, but this determines everything. This determins the 3-2 determines everything.
And now we're gonna go to the opposite side of the bracket. Who will be from our 3 and 2 teams? Weibo Gaming, BLG.
I want to see Gen.G Weibo.
Now, Malu, you can proceed with the first team. Weibo Gaming.
Yes. So LNG Weibo.
And they will play LNG. Now Malu for the second team.
Alright, Gen.G FlyQuest. Gen.G FlyQuest. Gen.G Flag.
We're gonna reset for this one. And we will continue shortly. No worries. Are we good? All right, Malu. You can draw an opponent for Gen.G now.
Oh, please not BLG. Please not BLG. Ah, let's go! Oh, I'm going to laugh.
The already drawn 3-0 team Gen.G. Now that the first 2 matchups have been decided, Nick will combine the last 3-2 team with the remaining 3-1 team into a single group. Here are the remaining quarterfinalists: TE8, HLE, T1, and now BLG. All right, Malu, we can start drawing the next matchup.
Okay. Oh, Hanwha. Okay, so it's either team kill or a fun match.
And they will be facing BLG.
Ooh, let's go! Ah, that means it's the Esports World Cup Finals rematch between TES and T1. Okay. Oh wait, no, that means TES and T1 are on Gen.G's side of the bracket?
And they will be playing against.
Okay.
T1.
Okay. That bracket's gonna be wild as fuck.
Now here are the matchups for World's 2024 knockout stage. We will be back on October 17 at 2 p.m. CEST from the Adidas Arena in Paris, France. And remember, league officials will confirm the order of the matches soon, so be sure to follow us on aloalesports.com to see the schedule as it is locked in.
This looks good. Anyways, thank you guys for watching. I gotta go make some food. I have a cast in like 2 hours. And I haven't gotten off my chair in 8 hours. Sheesh! Anyways, thank you for watching as always. Vlog's gonna be up soon on YouTube. Probably later on this week, but look forward to it. Anyways, see you guys tonight on my Twitch channel for DH Blossom versus DH versus Mandel Fox Chiefs.
FlyQuest was due.
To be fair, it's